and you're trying to tell another man that he's disingenuous about what he's showing you. He's just telling you to watch the video, and you take your own take to it.
Yep.
But yet you keep on and on him.
Yep.
Awesome.
Too complicated
Let's
to do
talk
that.
about Negator. Let's talk about time zones.
No. Let's talk about why Salty can't back
Run
up
away.
any of his claims.
I think it's been
not
hashed
like
out. He already
first
told
of
you he
all-
don't want to talk to you no more,
I'm
dude.
sorry, loggers. Like, these
Leave him
guys
alone.
are unbearable. Maybe we can talk about it some other
He
time.
doesn't have to talk to
Yeah,
you,
maybe you
dude.
should go to a private room and talk. That's a great idea.
Yeah, let's go over to number 2 and talk about time zones.
What? So tell me, since I guess I got no choice, so I could have had a mature conversation with loggers. I guess I'll talk to you. What's so important about time zones?
Well, let's hear your explanation. I want to know why. You have
don't know why.
19 in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the southern. On your model.
You mean in reality?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's all these time zones in reality. So what?
Why is there 19 in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the southern hemisphere?
Not sure.
If the same latitude, if the United States is on the same latitude as Australia, and they're both the same width, and they're on the same latitude, why does the United States have 4 time zones, and why does Australia have 2?
Well, according to the charts
Doesn't
I'm looking
Australia have
at,
3?
yeah, Australia has 3.
That's what I
They
thought.
don't have 3. There's 2 hours there.
And some of these time
Time
zones
zones
are
are made up in hours. On your stupid globe model, you got to have even longitude lines. They're supposed to be 24 hours, 15 degrees of rotation. Remember?
so many time
With
zones
the
are.
outer islands, Australia actually has 9 time zones.
So the time zones should all be 1 hour. Correct?
Almost
Yes
3.
or no?
I could be wrong.
I think what you don't understand is that time zones aren't strictly determined by lines of longitude. Some of them are arbitrary just because the countries there decided on it.
Like China, they choose to have like one only, right?
Yeah,
So everybody gets their own time zones.
because the countries are like, yeah, fuck this. This is how we want to do it.
So if I say, hey, I don't want to be in Arizona. I want to have my own time zone. I can just do that, right?
If you ran China, that's what would happen. Yeah. Does that make sense?
You guys are special children. You see, Salty, there's no sense arguing these idiots.
I know.
Everybody
What's the argument?
knows that that's not what even your globe model predicts.
What's the argument?
And why is there a 3-hour difference between on the Bering Strait between Russia and Alaska? Why is there a 3-hour time zone there? Because they just decided that.
Yes, that is
So-
precisely why that is. Look at the map. I tell you what. Why don't you do a little work? You link
The
a map.
sun
of
works
time
different
zones.
there, man. That's why. The
The sun
sun
does
works a
not
lot
work
different in that
No, it
area than anywhere else.
No, it doesn't.
No shit, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's the only one that does that right there.
No, there's all kinds of time
3-hour
zones that are just
difference.
arbitrarily.
Not side
like,
by side.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not on the same longitude line. Why is there a 3-hour time zone in one longitudinal line right there on the meridian?
because somebody arbitrarily decided on it like that. That's your answer. That's
They
the
just
answer.
decided that, huh?
Yes, that is 100% the answer.
That's your story you're going with?
No, that's reality. Do you think?
Well, that's
do you
not
think time
reality.
zones? Do you think time zones in the states are all
I think
vertical
these
lines?
countries have a choice of what time zone they choose to be in or not.
Yeah,
That's
motherfucker, they do. That's exactly what
So
it
if I
is.
was living in Australia, I could say, no, I want to operate on the Pacific time zone.
Yeah, why don't you go to Australia and ask them which time zones they operate on?
International dateline on the international dateline, a whole island or whatever.
So
moved
if I
to a
get
different
if I
date
get everybody,
because of their business.
Absolutely, that's 100% why.
what
And
you're
the
forgetting
problem
is
on a
they
flat
weren't
Earth.
they weren't based on countries' feelings about whether or not they wanted different time zones or not. It's based on where the sun is.
Can I get someone that's not drunk to talk to? Or
I'm
belligerent?
not drunk, dumb.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: if what you're arguing is true, the Earth's not a globe because of this, does it also mean the Earth's not
No,
flat?
it's not a
because of this?
political thing. It's because the time zones are based on where the sun is, dumb.
Okay. Why don't you look at a time zone map? I just linked one. Were you aware that time zones in the U.S. are not straight vertical lines? Were you aware?
You mean, so you're saying your longitudinal lines on your globe, right? The 15 degrees of the rotation of the sun doesn't create time zones by it passing over countries at certain hours that it moves around the earth in those 15 degrees. That's what the time zones were based on, was the movement of the sun and where it was going to be.
Yeah, loosely. And then countries decided, yeah, we're going to modify this a little bit.
Sure,
You know
it gives
that
away
the
the truth.
sunset in the north, there's the twilight's much longer than it is in the south. Like the sun just like almost just like disappears. There's very little twilight in the south and a lot of twilight in the north. Almost as if the sun is, slowing down and speeding up.
Except that's not true.
Oh, okay.
The low. You can take
You
angles.
go
of the
on.
sun,
You
they're the
go
same.
on, and you go on believing in Disney World, and you're.
Well, I tell you,
you're
look at
everybody gets to
US
choose
time
their own time zones. Do you know how
Look at-
ridiculous you sound, dude?
Why don't you look at the time zones in the U.S.? Tell me. Why is
Everyone
it?
knows the time zones are based on what the sun does and where it moves.
Okay, let me
Is
ask you
it?
this then: Is Idaho? Idaho is above Nevada, correct? Idaho is in a different time zone than Nevada, despite being
How do they-
above it.
How do they predict that the sunrise and sunset?
Look-
Before it happens.
Look, man,
Because they're basing it
You're-
on where the
you're-
sun's
you're-
going to be in a
digging-
position in relation to the earth.
you're digging yourself a really deep hole here.
I'd have that backwards.
Okay.
Like,
Okay,
it's
that's weird.
really, really deep.
No, you're right. It's because everybody gets to choose their own time zones, right?
Why don't
Hell
you
yeah,
look
I
at
That's,
think
but that's what you said, right? If you're
really
Australian, you can just choose when the sun comes up.
On the
Look at
country
that, dude.
level,
look at a map? I don't understand. Look at a map. Look how
So
the
you
time
can
zones
make
are laid out.
you can make
boy.
8 a.m. You can make 8 a.m. 8 p.m. if you want. So when the sun's coming up, everybody believes it's 8 p.m.
Okay, Explore. Can you tell you what? Link me a map of time zones of the world. Can you do that for me?
I don't need to. You got them right. You can find websites all over the place with the time
Because
zones
you don't want to,
and the
or
meridian. You can show it to the whole world, dude. Screen share it. Google it. Once you Google it, dude.
this was a Witsit thing? Is that what happened?
It has nothing to do with
Made
Witsit.
a comment about.
He's the one that shows it.
You're just not the first clever person that's come along and said, "I want evidence."
He
And then
finally
when we
gave
give
me
it to you, you
something I
don't
can
even
use
look
to
at it.
just smack you over the head with.
There's nothing to smack me with. You haven't produced anything that constitutes a good argument.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I think you're an
Mister, we can
absolute
choose
clown.
our own time zones. Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you look at a map of time zones then? I don't understand why this is difficult.
You think that the whole world gets to decide time zones? No, that's not what the
Look,
time zones are based on.
I linked a map of time zones. Is
And
there
it
any way-
don't match your globe craziness. It doesn't match it.
You're right, because countries decided on their own time zones.
You're gonna stick with that one, huh? That's what you're gonna stick with.
Incredible.
Are you? I don't think you even.
You want to
understand-
see? You want to show how to make a stupid glober look ridiculous?
Oh my god!
Just use
No, he
time
did
zones.
it all
I don't know
on
why
his own, dude.
I don't know why everybody just don't talk about time zones all day long on this place. You'll run them all out of here faster than they can say Shazam.
And why is that? Are
I
saying
want to
the
take
time
every
zones
single one of you on.
don't-
I want to have a debate with every single last one of
Okay,
you
then,
on
then
on time zones.
let's debate it. What is the evidence for your assertion that the time zones are not dictated along political lines?
I just told you they're based on the sun.
No, you're telling
where
me.
the sun is
Yes,
in relation to the earth
I get that, but look at the
and
map
the
of
rotation
time
of the
zones.
sun.
Look at the time
Right?
zones I provided you. Look at the time zone map I provided you. Do you see how it moves along country lines? Do you see how in Africa there's a dozen countries in the south in a time zone?
Hey, look, go watch Schooling
And
for
then 2
Glovers
dozen
on
above it, and it's
episode 11 on
and
which
then
it gets it. Just do
3
that. Go get schooled by the Glovers.
yeah,
Or
yeah.
Go get,
You
go,
need-
go get
you need
schooled
somebody else
before
to
you
back
start
up.
arguing this, dude. You're gonna lose. You're gonna get wrecked so bad it ain't even funny.
Do you need
Yeah,
what's
this guy's
Actually,
talking about
usually-
it takes
Or
longer
you
for the
probably
sun
already
to
watched
travel
it
over
10
this land
times,
than that
and you
land.
make up these stories about, well, people get to decide their own time zones.
Look
It's
at a
political.
fucking map. God, this is why nobody takes you guys serious. Because
It's not
think
you guys.
that-
Hey, just because this guy's an asshole and throwing all these ad hominems at you doesn't mean we're all like that.
That's true. I'm glad that you see through it too. I appreciate it. And it would, it would be a good argument against the globe if these
Prove it
time
wrong, I
zones
think.
were angled, right? Small at the top and very, very
I
big in
think
the
we're
south.
well on
That's
our
not-
way to showing the world that you're just wrong, and you won't admit it.
I think you need another drink.
Well, I'm glad you think so. I haven't had one to begin with, but unless I'm drinking soda.
You high?
No, I'm not high.
I don't know. You asked me earlier why
Ask him next. Is he on heroin, pills? Keep asking him something so you can find something to make it where you're right and you can discredit him.
Well, no,
Because that's really all you've got is just discredit.
He's not attacking me or nothing by asking me if I'm a drunk or using drugs.
Yeah, for sure. This guy didn't come in being a prick.
No, that's okay for
The problem, though, is you came in very belligerent. You're not willing to have an actual argument. You just want to say things at me, right? Just like you're not willing to look at a.
Serve the Wham wants to butt in and say I'm calling him ad homs, and the man's
can't
accusing me of
allow-
being some kind of drug user or something.
Because you can't.
Yeah, but I heard you calling him names first.
Yay! You know how many names I've been called, bud? How many names do you think I've been called?
It's not about what others done to you. It's about what you're doing to people.
Well, the people with those same beliefs just ridicule me all day long, every day, and nonstop.
Well, wouldn't you make us look bad?
So
for
I ain't
calling
allowed
people
to
names
defend
instead of
myself?
actually debating the argument. Defending yourself
Right.
is not
I'm
calling
just-
people dum-dums and
I'm
calling
just
people names that
pointing
aren't
out his
necessary.
ridiculous questions or his ridiculous answers to
Well, just
questions
do that
like,
then instead of calling him names.
what are the time zones based on? I didn't ask what they were based on. I'm asking why there's 4 time zones in the United States and only 2 in Australia, and they're on the same latitude. There's a north and south hemisphere according to your model. They're the same distance. Why would we have 4 and there's only 2 time zones? Just because you make one a half an hour, that doesn't count as a time zone. Time zones are made up of 1 hour segments, not half hour segments. Do you agree? Yes or no?
What am I?
Crickets. Crickets.
I mean,
Why?
I'm talking right now. I'm trying to respond.
Listen,
You're
listen, on
continuing
your
to be
model,
exceptionally disrespectful.
on your model, in the United States is 4,000 miles wide.
Oh no!
There's 4. There's this. They're on the same latitude. Can you answer the question? Yes or no?
But they're on the same latitude.
That's right, and they're roughly the same width, the same distance. Width. It's been measured, by the way. They're close to the same width, very close. And look, they're on the same latitude. They're on the same rough latitude on the Earth. One's in the north, one's in the south.
Okay,
on your sphere, on your sphere, why would there be only a 2-hour difference in Australia and 4 time zones in America?
So there's actually 5 time zones in America, and in Australia there's 3 on mainland.
Okay, how many?
I thought there were 4
Look,
on
everybody knows.
U.S. mainland.
You're talking about Hawaii.
Isn't Maine and
We're talking about
No,
the
there's
4
4
that
total.
make up the United States. The
Let's
North
Hawaii.
American landmass,
Yeah, you're
dude. is the same width, same same approximate, altitude. What? I'm sorry. Yeah. 33 degrees in the north, 33 degrees in the south. They're on roughly the same lines, latitude lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's only 2 in Australia. There's a 2-hour time difference.
I keep telling you, there's at least 3 in Australia.
No, there's not at least 3.
It's
2, just a little over 2 hours, man. What are you talking about? Everyone knows the time zones are made up of an hour increment. It's 1 hour.
Why don't you Google it?
Why is there 32 in the south? Why would there be 32? And Australia only has 2 of those time zones.
Number one, I need you to look it up right now. There are 3 time zones in Australia.
No, a time zone is made up of 1 hour.
You
There's
can
2-hour difference. Okay, listen, from one side of Australia,
but there are 3 time zones in Australia. Get on the internet right now. Go look it up.
Just because you cut one in the middle and make it a half hour does not make it a time zone. Just because you do that. Look,
what are you suggesting?
Everyone, if I went to ask just the general public, what would be the difference between my time, the time zone of the mountain time zone, and the time zone of the Pacific time zone? Everybody would say 1 hour. They wouldn't say a half hour.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you, since you know, why don't you tell me what Australian Eastern Standard Time is? It's UTC. I'll tell you. It's UTC plus 10, right? That's Eastern. Australian Central Standard Time. What do you think that is?
That's not what I'm asking. Okay.
No. This is the question. You keep stating these things that are factually incorrect.
Oh, you're ducking and trying to go back on the offensive is what you're doing. Because you got no answers for this man.
You're claiming that
Because
time
everything
zones
he's
can be
saying
less
is
than an
wrong.
hour.
I don't need to answer stuff that's wrong.
You're saying that time zones, they only do it in Australia, just right there on that one landmass.
Wrong. Wow.
The Australian Eastern Standard Time is UTC plus 10. Australian Central Standard Time is UTC plus 9:30. Australian Western Standard Time is UTC plus 10.
Yeah, right. You got a half-hour time zone.
Yes, that's the time zone they use. If you're in that part of the world, that's the time you're in. That's the time zone. You don't make up your own time zone because you think it should be different.
Oh, this coming from Mr. You choose your own time zone. What a fucking weird thing.
As a country, that's how it works.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Well, you just got done saying you don't choose your own time zone. So,
What I did not, obviously, the context here is you as an individual don't go over there and say you're going to use a different time zone. I thought that was clear. So let's put it like this. You're on the east coast of Australia. It's 10 a.m. Right? If you drive to Central Australia, or you fly via helicopter, or you instantaneously warp there, it's 9:30 a.m. And that's the time the locals use. And if you go to the West Coast, it's 8 a.m. And that's the time the locals use. Do you disagree with any of this?
Yeah, but if I fly 83 miles over the meridian from Russia to Alaska, okay, there's a 3-hour time difference.
Okay, it's as if you didn't hear anything I just said.
Yeah, because it doesn't. That's not what the point is.
Now, the point is your understanding of all of this is wrong. And you thinking Australia has 2
I'm
time
already
zones.
explaining to you that time zones are made up of 1-hour increments because Australia decided we're going to have a half-hour time zone right in the middle of the country.
Yep.
Does not make it a time zone.
Yeah, it takes longer for the sun to go around there than it does somewhere else. Or
if you were there and you were trying to catch a bus, would you use Australian time? Or would you use your time because you believe in different time?
You're trying to say that that's just normal activity. Why? First off, them even having a half-hour time difference should be quite telling. An extra half an hour in that span.
Is there a reason why you refuse to answer?
The where the sun has to travel over Australia, they actually had to add in like an extra half hour, and they got 2. They don't have 4.
No, they didn't have to add any extra time.
a little over 2 hours it takes from the sun to go from one side of Australia on the sunrise to the other side of Australia on the sunrise. This is
Now-
what we're talking about.
Well,
The
but
distance
That's
traveled.
a that's a different topic.
travel,
And if you
and it's
look at-
only a 2-hour difference from one side of Australia to the other.
if you want to look at daylight hours, the daylight hours on the daylight hours on Earth are equal in the north and south latitudes. Is that difficult?
They're based on where the sun is at noon.
Do you want to call the Australian government and tell them to rework their time zones?
I don't care what they do. I think what they're doing down there is fine because they're basing it on the sun.
Okay. So the U.S. has 4 time
Not
zones.
because
And
it's
Australia
some
has 3.
political decision that was made.
So do you think the people that drive buses opt to use 1-hour time zones because that's how they want it?
What it's showing is the sun is moving faster in the south.
If that
just
were true,
just like the whatever the you
all
know.
right, let's do this then, because
It's
you
a
think the sun is
theory
moving.
of the flat Earth or the geocentric model.
Okay, so the sun is moving south in the southern hemisphere, or moving faster in the southern hemisphere. That's what you're saying?
Well, it's covering, right? It's covering a whole landmass, the same latitude you claim. It's on the same latitude.
Okay.
As America.
So let's pause for a second.
We have 4 time zones, and they have 2.5 time zones.
If the sun is moving faster, what does that do to the amount of daylight that latitude gets?
See, it has to cover more ground.
Okay.
And you've seen the Gleason map, how the longitude spread out as they head towards the south, correct?
Yep. So if the sun's moving faster, what does that do for amount of daylight?
Yeah, it decreases it. There's not as much twilight.
You're right. You're 100% right. If it were moving faster, it would decrease it. Now, the next thing we need to do is find two equal lines. We need to find 2 equal lines of latitude and then compare the amount
in the north,
of daylight.
There's a lot of twilight, meaning,
do you mind if
the sun has to be speeding up and slowing down in order for that to happen, for it to cover Australia in 2.5 hours? It would be having to move faster than the sun moving in the north that goes over the same amount of land in 4 hours, not 2.5, whatever. How they added the half-hour time zone.
So you're telling me there would be less daylight, right? Because the sun's moving faster, producing shorter days, right?
Well, it's moving.
If the time zone was designated as proper,
Answer the question. Answer the question.
What's the question?
Okay. In the north, on the same latitude, 33 degrees, why is there 4 time zones in the north and only 2 on the same latitude in the south, in the southern hemisphere? The same size landmass. You only have 2, and you're gonna go right back to it again. Oh, it's what the people decided. Is that your answer?
Yes, it will be always.
You're gonna stick to that
because that's what they decided.
Right.
And it's still 3 time zones in the south,
and nothing else.
Let's talk more about this speeding up sun in the south, right? That's what you're telling me is happening.
Why is there? Let me ask you another question.
No.
I got yours.
You got yours. Now it's time for me to get an answer. Why, or rather, if the sun is moving faster, does that produce a shorter day?
That's a non sequitur. We're not talking about that.
A faster moving sun means it goes quicker from one horizon to another, right? Means there's less daylight, right?
Okay, so let me just ask you one question, okay? Let's stick to the subject of time zones. Why is there 19 in the? This is what we're talking about here. Not whether or not the day's longer by the
I've
sun.
already answered that.
None of that
I've
stuff.
already
I don't know
answered
that, to be honest with you. I didn't clock it. I didn't time it. I have no clue.
Well, think about it then. Think
I'll tell
logically.
you this. I'll tell you this.
If your
You claim
argument
that there's
is that
24
there's a
hours,
difference
24
in
segments on a globe at 15 degrees in the sun. That's how we get our day and our nighttime. Okay? That's how we get daytime and nighttime, because the sun's moving around the earth, right? That's how we created these time zones. And on your model, the globe, the longitudes are made up of 24 individual separate hours.
time zones aren't
Separate.
strictly based on
They're-
lines of longitude. I
They're
don't know
all the
why I have
same
to say that.
size, okay?
I don't know why I have to
They're
keep
all
saying
the same size. They converge toward the north, and they also converge toward the south on your model. There's 24 seconds. So why is there 19 in the north time zones and 32 in the south?
Do you think asking me again is going to get a different answer?
But yet, right in the middle is
Oh my
24, like we're supposed to have. Why is that?
Right in the middle, there isn't 24 that are equally spaced out as you assert there are.
There's 24 time zones in
Are they equally spaced out based on lines of longitude?
between. I think it's what is it?
Are
between
they
the
equally
Tropic of
spaced out
Cancer and the
lines
Tropic of
based on
Capricorn?
lines of longitude? Are they? Because that's what you're suggesting. Are you sticking to that?
Well, I think the whole world believes that, but I don't think they know this information. That's why it needs to be talked about.
You're the
Why
one.
is there 19 in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south? Are you going to answer the question?
I've already answered the question.
Because
Okay.
it's political. We get to pick our own time zones, right?
Look at the fucking map. From here on, I guess I'm just gonna be mean because you're obviously mentally challenged. I don't know what's going on here. This is mind blowing.
Why is there 3 time zones on one single longitudinal line? They just chose
Are you
that.
saying that you're picking
right
on
on
a
the meridian, by the way.
challenged person?
No, I'm saying this
Whoa,
guy.
you're saying
This guy
you're
is a
picking on a mentally
moron.
challenged
He's
person?
an idiot.
Yeah. No, you said he was mentally challenged, and you're going to be mean to him.
Yeah.
That means
Yeah,
you're being mean to the mentally challenged?
Yep, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
be
you
a
are?
mean
Okay,
old
No, they
great.
get
Glober.
off on it, man. No, they get off. That's why they're here. They
I
call us
know, that's why
all.
he's here. I
They
know.
call us all
I know.
morons, man. Dude.
Because you are a moron. Like-
That's not the worst
There you
thing
go.
they've called
I
me.
mean,
I promise.
what else do you want? That's what you want, right? You mean to be a Glober? I just call you names. I'm mean. I'm gonna go back and like hate myself. I'm gonna fit that
I'm
stereotype
just
you guys
going by
have. Is that
past
what you guys are trying to
behavior
get at
of
him?
people that believe like you do and start making up stuff like people chose to live
Well,
in their own time zone.
Why don't you look at a fucking map to find out how the time zones are separated? Why is it that you haven't done that yet?
Look, I've seen Schooling
You
Globers.
clearly
like,
have not looked at a
episode
time
11.
zone map, right? It's readily available. You could look at it
Like,
right now. It'd be very
3
easy.
times. He shows it, man. He shows the time zone maps. He goes through it quite. I mean, you
All right.
would learn a lot by watching it.
Anything else
Have
you'd
you
like to
watched
tell
it
me
yet?
about time zones?
Have you seen it?
What am I saying?
Have you seen Schooling Globers on Wits It Gets It?
Oh God, no, I haven't seen that.
No, you're not going to go watch that, are you?
Oh, I debate what's at any time.
No.
Oh, you'll debate him, but you won't go watch a
Right.
Schooling Globers episode
And
on
there
number
we find the true
11.
motivation. I will
Salty-
debate anyone and
Salty,
argue
you-
forever.
You don't even understand this man's argument.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what is it?
How are you going to tell me what I don't understand? How do you
All right.
know what's in my mind?
Well, then expound on it for me.
He's a mind reader.
No, I don't need to. You need to.
No.
You need to support your
You don't
claim
need
that
to.
I don't understand what this man's talking
That's
about.
that on too.
Okay. What's
How can you confirm that I don't understand what this man's talking about? Confirm that, please. Citation.
you continue to support him despite the
Hey,
stupidity
Salty, we
of
got
his
to quit being mean, dude. Hey, Salty, we got to quit being mean.
I posted in the text channel the definition of time zones and how they're developed. They're developed by the International Organization of Standardization back in 1947. The information's there, so that should answer both your side's questions. How's that?
Yay.
Okay,
Thank you.
anytime.
A man with results. I like that.
It's like they took our, the flat map that was created, years ago and just stretched it over a ball.
Except it's not like
And
that at all.
that's how they monkeyed with the time zones. That's what they did.
No, they didn't. Nothing
Because you're
about how the
looking
time
on
zones are laid out.
Wikipedia on who and what, was the deciding factor of the time zones. Right? Coming from more than likely a Jesuit CIA source. Wikipedia. Well, no, the government doesn't control Wikipedia. They're just allowed to throw shit on our videos, like labels and banners at the bottom that say that it's an archaic model that's been,
I don't know. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
It's called censorship.
If
you guys would allow us to have the same funding as you clowns use, trillions of dollars supposedly to make up CGI cartoons about the shape of the earth and endless stars and parallax that can't be proven. It's so retarded. But yet you call us names. You come here for 6-7 years arguing for the globe. If you believe it's true, why are you arguing with the mentally challenged? Do you get some kind of
For years? That's amazing.
Heliosexual satisfaction from what you're doing here? We're trying to just figure out what the truth is. Right or wrong. You guys come here and call us a bunch of retards, a bunch of mentally challenged, and hey, why do you like arguing with retards? Why do you like it? Why are you here on a consistent basis for the last 8 years? Don't you have more important things to do than argue with the mentally challenged? You're not going to answer, Negator? Do you have an answer for that one?
It's kind of entertaining.
Personal inward reflection, and he's not allowed to do that. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sure he's not allowed to do a lot of things, man.
We could ask the same question to you. Why do you come back after 8 years to talk to Globers that believe things you don't
Well, we're
believe?
not here to talk to Globers. We're here to talk to other flat earthers. That's why this is a flat earth channel, right?
Well,
a solution would be that you just ignore all the Globers and don't engage with them.
If only that were actually an option.
Engagement's fine, but when they want to start complaining about ad homs and oh, you're being a meanie, and oh, you're just a dummy, and hey, you're a retard, and I do the same thing back to them, and now all of a sudden I'm the bad guy.
Absolute hypocrisy.
Yeah, coming from our side.
Really, if you can't tell that the entire room was going good before that dude came in here, there's nothing really else to show you. I can't imagine not seeing that everyone was talking nice, I was talking nice, everyone was talking nice. Dude came in here with a snarky, condescending attitude and made the whole room meh, 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 meh. If that's not blatantly obvious where the problem is, take a second look.
Open debate channel that you chose to come to.
Yeah.
To be fair, you were monologuing and nobody was challenging you. It seems like your issue is with being challenged.
No, I wasn't monologuing at all. We were having a nice discussion for a few hours, actually, before you showed up.
Okay.
So you're really that threatened by us that we're going to overturn your model that you show up on a daily basis?
Argue with the proclaimed mentally challenged. That's wonderful, man. Shows exactly who you are. At best.
What would happen if we got funding, like, let's say, half of the budget of NASA? What do you think we could prove?
You could do anything you wanted if you had the budget of NASA. Anything.
Hell yeah.
I'll bet we could prove a lot of things with half of that budget.
Last time I checked, it was $55 million a day.
So let me say this. If the people believe, okay, that they can make up their own time zones and that's how they want it, how about we have our own science, what we wish to believe in, and where we want our science dollars to go?
Technically, you can. All you need is a website and
Well, I
post
know we
whatever data
can.
you want.
I know we can, but
Yeah, you
where do
have.
we? Okay.
Where can we go that you
When
motherfuckers won't
when is
follow?
the president
No.
going or Congress going to give us half the money so we can go figure out the geocentrism stationary inertial plane that we live on?
Hold on. Let me find that website for you.
Yeah,
Need a
when are we
second,
going to get
boys.
that funding? How
There's no
about it?
funding needed. If posting
No
information and doing
funding needed.
research doesn't require money.
No
No
funding
money.
needed.
No one's been able to prove either way, right? According to even your map doesn't say, yeah, it's definitely a globe. Doesn't it say that? It says that there's equal 50-50 chance that it's either a globe or a geometric level field. Not level field, it's geometric center unit or Earth. The Earth is at the center. That's what your top people believe. There's no way to prove the Earth is orbiting the sun by any terrestrial experiment. There hasn't been one that's been done to prove the Earth isn't rotating, or I'm sorry, orbiting the sun, moving. The sidereal rotation's been proved, but we could just as easily say the sky is moving above us and we're not moving. So when do we get our half of the budget from NASA? It's 50-50, right? So we should get half. If we stand on this side of the fence and say, no, we're on a geometric, we believe in geocentrism, and you're on that side that says, no, we believe in heliocentrism, and there's a 50-50 chance we should get half the budget. How about that? How about
Otherwise,
we
it
put
could be considered a monopoly, wouldn't it?
How about we put that bill through Congress? How about that?
Monopolies are already illegal in America.
Well, there's ways to put bills through Congress. It's not. You don't have to just be a congressman to do it. You might think that. You're the one who created the government. You're a man. You have more authority than any government, because those were created by a man. And they're only there to be a benefit. They're not supposed to be here in the chat boxes, in the Discord, arguing with a bunch of retards
And
ridiculing them.
Shouldn't my simulation hypothesis also get funding by that same theory? That's my current research.
Well, no, there's a consensus, that there's a 50-50 chance that your model's right and our model's right. So, and it ain't even our model. We just want to know the truth.
I'm not talking about globe.
We're on the side of the geocentric Earth. You're on the side of the heliocentric Earth. Okay?
Actually, I'm
So
on
as a
neither side.
country,
I'm on neither side. I'm on neither side. I'm on the virtual Earth, virtual reality. So our simulation hypothesis. I'm saying both of you are wrong, but I can't prove it yet. So therefore, I'm keeping quiet and just listening to both of you. But I believe that both the flat and the round Earth theories are both wrong.
And you have every single right to believe that. And I'm not going to tell you that you're not. You know why? Because you don't come into my chat box and my Discord and start calling me a retard and shit.
No, I wouldn't. Why would I?
No, and I wouldn't do the same to you either. The only I have no respect for these people because I've had to deal with it for 8 years.
That's incredible, bro. I've never heard a shill actually in person before. Easy to detect them in text form because you can see the same script being said over and over.
Yeah, because they're saying, well, I don't believe either of you are right. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
there's
okay
a lot
though.
of.
I mean, I respect from both sides. I just think I'm okay with that. But
Look,
I have no
look,
proof yet.
They expose themselves real fast, okay, in here. And if you just listen closely to, how they answer and what they answer, and I mean, you can see that. Don't think that hasn't been used before. And how about the tactic? Hey, I used to be a flat earther. Now I'm a glober. How about that tactic? They tried that one too many times.
Yep.
They don't realize once you ain't ever going back, bud.
I saw videos about that kind of thing, and I went to look at it, and it was pretty bunk. The reason that they gave was like, wow, dude, really? That was it? I mean, you didn't look into that or anything? You didn't find out anything else on that? You just heard that one thing, and that was it? All the rest of it's dismissible? Cool.
And they're always on a path to move the conversation away from anything that exposes their nonsense. That's their MO, dude. They'll come in and they'll start talking about something that has nothing to do with anything. As long as if you're trying to stay on point to show them, they just move it. They try to move the conversation away from that. And they got their buddies in there to come in and white knight for them and all kinds of good stuff.
You are so deluded. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Don, I know. Yeah, I'm deluded. You're exactly right.
And yet here you are. Weird.
I don't know how
all of
long
these
Don's been
self-righteous
here.
people talking about how we're so bad and everything. Again, it bears the question, the very common question: why are you wasting your time with us?
Well, I'm eating chicken for lunch. I just happened to be in your Discord for debate. I like debates about other stuff, not flat Earth.
Yeah, it turns in he's in here all the time.
Religion and
That's all.
philosophy.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You've been in here since yesterday.
I've been in there years.
Been here longer than that, bud.
About 3 years.
It's like he lives for this. It's like, listen, it's like his job.
3 years. Yeah, almost like that.
I mean, if I was getting paid to do it, and I was supporting my family, I might have to go do it too. Why not go argue with a bunch of retarders all day? You make yourself look really good, by the way. And then
I just said you're deluded.
now you get to feed your family, you get to buy houses, you get to have a car, you get to follow orders.
I didn't call you a retard.
You get to go down to the Mason Hall every week. Have your little ritual.
Stupid people don't inherently make a lot of money.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I wish
I was a member of a lodge. Not yet.
I mean, if this is how, the occult act, I mean, man, we're in for big trouble.
Are we though?
Yeah.
You guys are like sadistic. You like arguing with dumb people all day. That's dumb. That's not right.
So
smart. Why are you arguing with dumb people?
I like discussing other things. I already told you that.
So stop being dumb, explore, and tell the rest of your cult members to stop being dumb and would have no one to argue with.
Then you wouldn't be here ridiculing us and with this sadistic behavior.
No, then they could get their actual assignment.
We're sadists.
Right. It's not sadistic. Explore flat Earth when all you guys are doing is dragging out your own people to
evidence over the last 8 years
for world governments to. You guys are dragging yourselves out of the woodwork so world governments can find out that they need more beds and secure mental health facilities. You're doing the
Oh
world a
yeah, for
favor.
sure. Left-wing communism and cultural Marxism is surely not an indicator of that. It's the flat earthers, right? Yeah, for sure, man. What a great spin that you had there.
But
Hey,
see,
Jazz,
yo,
can I ask you a question? Can you be intellectually honest?
all the time.
Okay. If heliocentrism is
No,
only
now ask him if he really is. Can he? He said yes. Ask him if he is.
yeah, are you? Yes or
Go
no?
ahead. Go ahead.
Are
half
you
that,
intellectually
hold on.
honest? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You ready? This is really easy.
Go for it.
If
But
the
if I
heliocentric model is 50%
hang on.
right and the geocentric model
I
is
disagree
50%
with you
right,
that I'm
do
being
we
dishonest.
deserve half the funding? Yes or no?
No,
What kind of
absolutely not.
funding?
No, absolutely not.
No way.
The groundwork's been
We
done.
shouldn't get 50% of the funding.
No, the groundwork's been done.
Listen,
The
science proves that we don't know either
He's
model
not
is
interested in the conversation.
There's no deserving of funding. You have to go
He's-
get the money
Hey,
yourself
get a
by
good
being
taste
a
of
cult.
the other side of the fence there, gentlemen. It sucks when someone interrupts you
They-
all the time and won't let you talk, huh?
They have no social graces and they incapable of conversation.
This coming to the person that's calling people retards, and yet you're here every day to argue with them. Yeah, for sure. We should take our moral cues from you.
Yeah, we should be holding you up as the pinnacle of the cherub of justice. That's who you guys are. You're the cherub of justice. You're out there to protect the world, right? From idiot jackasses like us, right?
Exactly. If you guys
modus
think
operandi.
that you should have half the funding of what every space agency has, then exactly that. We are literally holding up the pinnacle of retardery to give
What
you
if
guys
we
a
don't
chance to
believe in
prove that
space?
you're
What if
wrong,
we
and
wanna
then
use
you
our
still
money for
won't even
something
accept
else?
that you're wrong.
What if we don't want a space program? What if we want to do what we want with our half of the funding? What if we don't even want to create a space agency?
Because you're 0.1% of the world. Why would you get half of the funding?
Elon Musk does all your space exploration now, not NASA,
Well,
right?
what, do you think that the heliocentric model started out as the majority?
Remember that argument. Remember that argument.
Was heliocentrism the original cosmology of the Earth?
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Yes?
The Archons knew it was a globe, like a piece of piss. And they
Oh,
said,
you guys are priceless.
Change the
Priceless.
whole narrative of everything. People are such liars. Wow, way to give it away.
Listen to what you just said. There's a few of us in this Discord channel, and you said you guys are priceless because there's the majority of the people, 16 people that are backing you up and patting you on the shoulder, making you feel like you're right. That's not how reality works, big dog.
I just said, I mean, it only makes logical, intellectually honest,
But every hang on,
right,
you deserve half of it. That's it. That's just
hang on.
Well, one other model is admitted with 50% possible.
If you want part of the funding, I think talking
Because
on
I think
YouTube. Hey, I was talking. Bro, I was talking.
Yes, you deserve half the funding.
If you want some of the funding or half the funding, maybe the conversation should not happen on YouTube and Discord. Maybe papers should be created, perfectly written out, shown a case that that this side actually deserves funding to do their research. But when it's only on YouTube and it's only on Discord, nothing is ever going to happen. People are just going to bitch on the internet as always. Papers, release it, peer reviewed, all that kind of shit.
You gotta be kidding yourself. We can't even do it on YouTube without being censored. We can't even do it on Discord without being censored.
Little Discord scientists come around and try to argue their side for things that they were never smart enough to come up with on their own.
You motherfuckers have done absolutely nothing. Why would you get a grant? Why would you get a grant? Why should you get a grant of half of the money to do anything?
I want a grant
Well, it's probably because you're too ignorant to know that North American public schools were teaching flat Earth as late as the 1930s.
That is a complete load of fucking bullshit.
How the fuck would you know?
Okay, big dog, how the fuck would you know?
Newspaper clippings from that era.
Are you 125 years old?
Were the newspapers lying back then? Were they lying?
Newspaper clippings from that era. Oh, so you're saying that slavery isn't real? No, no. You're saying slavery isn't real? Are you from that era?
Hang on.
Are you from slavery era?
The words out of your guy's own mouth. His story. Oh, it hurts when it gets taken back.
I'm asking you, are the 1930s articles in the newspaper
do you cherry pick and choose what you hear from history?
Are they made up stories?
The simple little flat Earth makes sense to you because it's so fucking simple that you don't need to think about anything?
Which one?
Okay. Yeah, which one?
Talk me.
You keep going.
Yeah, okay, I will keep going. You're the one that believes in nonsense that can't be replicated in reality. You make a vacuum chamber and then make a positive pressure system inside of that vacuum chamber without a physical barrier between the vacuum and the positive pressure system, and then we'll talk. You make a water ball that spins and doesn't have the water get flung off of it. You show that. You show that to us, and then you can talk about it. You're the nonsense believers, not us.
I need to have a smoke, but I don't know why the fuck I would make a positive pressure system in a vacuum chamber. That doesn't make sense. Think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a real genius too. Now I know why you're here arguing with a bunch of
you do that? The real question is how could you do that?
It's not like we can measure a pressure gradient right now walking up a mountain. That's not possible, is it?
Yeah, and your pressure gradient exists on flat Earth too, doesn't it?
No, you asked.
It actually would.
You were.
The hot air would go up, and it would fill the available space, and there wouldn't be this gradient.
I don't know. Do they have altimeters?
Yeah, there is a pressure gradient on flat Earth. You dumb fuck. You're just too stupid and ignorant to take a second to listen to anything anyone has to say. You want to posit yourself as some sort of authority on science when you're here talking to what you think are retards on Discord. You're a pretend YouTube Discord scientist, pretending and imagining you're so smart.
Okay. But what's that got to do with showing you that I don't need a barrier between two pressures?
That you're retards every single day.
You're a genius, right?
Yeah, you know why you're here proving retards wrong and failing to do that? You might have the roles muddled up, sir, because you're not proving any retards around here wrong.
Okay, look, you have all the funding. How come it hasn't been done? You have all the funding.
We don't have funding.
It hasn't been done?
Space agencies you're talking
Show
about.
us a perfect vacuum, whatever. Not quite a perfect vacuum according to you guys. But show us a positive.
Like you don't even understand who's got the money
without containment. Why haven't you done it yet?
You walk up a hill and you can measure a higher pressure system next to a lower pressure system without a barrier.
Is that inside a vacuum? Is a hill inside a vacuum?
Sorry, what do you mean inside a vacuum?
Well, that's my point. You're talking about out, and we're talking about doing.
But a vacuum is just lower pressure, right? Right? A vacuum is just lower pressure. A vacuum is just lower pressure. That's all.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, it's not just lower pressure? Then what's different about it?
It's massively lower pressure. It's massively lower pressure.
Okay. So if I take you want to see two locations in pressure where there's a massive pressure difference, why do you want to see that? Because that's not how it works in nature. There's no massive pressure difference anywhere.
Exactly. Bingo, you nailed it for yourself, bud. All pressure equalizes, doesn't it?
Well, if that were true, then the pressure would equalize between the bottom of a mountain and a top. But it doesn't, does it? Does it equalize?
It separates by gases. It separates by density of gases.
It doesn't separate by gases. No. The atmosphere is homogeneous up to like 60 miles. That's the same proportion of all the gases. It does not separate by gases. What? Some bullshit that you heard from some other flat earther that you thought sounded good, and now you're repeating it.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not about anything like that.
No,
it's about the fact that there's pressure. Are you saying that the top of the ocean has as much? Excuse me. Are you saying that the top of the ocean has as much pressure as the bottom?
Are we talking about the ocean or the atmosphere?
The fucking ocean!
Well,
Just
no,
like I said, the ocean. Are you saying the top of
atmosphere.
the ocean has as much pressure as the bottom? Can you clearly understand the words this time? The ocean.
We're talking about the atmosphere.
I'm asking you a question of equivalence. I'm asking you a question of equivalence. Are you saying that the ocean is the same pressure as the bottom as the top?
Why would I be saying that? Nothing I said.
I don't know. Are you saying the same thing about the atmosphere?
No, the atmospheres, because those components can be measured and have been measured. It's homogeneous.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It doesn't separate by gas. And even if it did, that still means
so regardless, even if it is homogeneous, there is still a pressure gradient inside of that homogeny. Sorry, you don't understand that.
What's not understand? You're the one that thinks they should reach equilibrium, but they're not. And for some reason, you can't acknowledge that equilibrium is not being reached.
It's trying to be.
But is it?
Pressure without the containment.
You're claiming that it has to reach equilibrium, not tries to, has to. Right?
Yes, and I'm also saying that there's pressure in the world. There's such a thing as weight, and when something is on top of something else, even if it's a version of itself, the bottom version of it is heavier, isn't it? It has more pressure placed on it.
It's falling towards Earth. That's right.
Do your blood veins have pressure in them?
So the bottom line here is that you must acknowledge that two pressure systems can exist next to each other that are different without reaching equilibrium.
No, that's not true at all.
That is
not in a vacuum.
That is the definition of a gradient.
Show us the paper.
Well, when you say in a vacuum, you're then going to go on to say that a massive pressure difference must exist. But there is no massive pressure difference between Earth's surface and space.
Show us the paper that says that.
That's why.
Holy shit.
That's why. So where at what altitude is the massive pressure?
Show us your
at what altitude does that massive pressure difference exist? Because it doesn't. It's a gradient. It's a slow gradient to the top. Right? There is no 0 to 14.
The pressure.
Okay, so then what's preventing the? Go ahead. No, it's eager. Go ahead.
Show us the paper that says that pressure can exist without containment. The scientific peer-reviewed paper.
Well, the definition is that it's
non-gradient.
The definition. What?
Pressure.
Whoa.
Without a
the definition is gas pressure is the force gas is exerting over an area, not containment.
What is a natural antecedent?
There is no natural antecedent.
Natural antecedent to pressure. Containment.
There is none.
Does the air fall towards Earth or doesn't it? Because the only way it can make pressure is if it's falling towards Earth. Remember, the initial argument was that all pressure must reach equilibrium, right? But we also agree simultaneously that our atmosphere,
equilibrium.
But it's not seeking equilibrium, is it? It's not
yes,
reaching
it is.
Okay,
no.
but it's not
seeking
reaching
equilibrium by density gradient. Yes, it is. And just because something is homogeneous doesn't mean that the bottom half of it or the bottom end of it doesn't equal or equals pressure to the top of it. It's not going to equal the top of it. Sorry that you don't understand basic fucking reality, dude.
So it's not reaching equilibrium? Why not?
So why do you need to pressurize an airliner?
Blowing around, man. It's trying to reach perfect equilibrium, but it will never because the wind is blowing and mixing all that atmosphere around.
The wind causes the atmosphere's gradient. Is that what you're saying?
Holy shit.
No, I'm saying that's why it doesn't reach perfect equilibrium. That's why it doesn't reach perfect separation.
Excellent. So now, okay, fine. Let's just say it is
at altitude, though.
Right? Yeah, let's just say it is the wind. That still means we have a gradient to space. We have 14 to 0 over a long period of time. What's unrealistic about that?
What's unrealistic about that is that you really believe. First of all, tell me what the vacuum pressure of space is.
0.
It's near 0. Slightly
near 0.
Yep.
Common line.
But let's. Hang on. Tell me this.
What does that mean? What does near 0 mean?
It means slightly more than 0.
Yeah, right. I mean, as a numerical factor. Tell me the numerical factor.
It's not science and rockets. No.
Do I need to have it
What is the numerical vacuum pressure of space?
I don't know. I don't have it memorized. It's for the 30s.
You don't know. Right. Well, I do know. I do know. A retard knows more than you, so pay attention, fellas.
You're
10 to the 14th power negative torr. Okay, it's 10 to the I mean,
and you don't even know what that means.
It's 10 with 14 zeros behind it, underneath the zero.
You don't know what that means. That means
I know exactly what that means. I know exactly what that means.
But what's the
next
so
to
what?
nothing?
Why does this matter? I said next to nothing. That qualifies as next to nothing.
Well, what it matters. Do you know how much a vacuum pump at Home Depot pulls down to?
You
ever done AC work in your life?
Go ahead, tell me.
Never. It pulls down to 0.02.
Okay.
Okay. M bars worth of pressure. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, real cool. A vacuum pump will anything less than anything subjected to a vacuum of less than 400 microns cannot have any moisture in it. A simple vacuum pump from Home Depot can produce this effect. Right, and space is a lot stronger than that vacuum pump, bud.
Okay. What's this got to do with the existence of a gradient?
Well, it depends if you're
in water in space. The fact that there shouldn't be any water in space, no moisture of any kind should be able to exist in space.
So no moisture should exist, and that's why a pressure gradient to space is not possible?
You're not getting it. See, you can try to do this crap all day long. You can try to do
we're arguing about the gradient. You need to
no. You keep moving it around and moving it around.
Your back is to the wall.
You're asking. No, it's not against the wall.
Okay,
that's not against the wall. That's why you keep backtracking off to your garbage explanation on why there's a 14 to 0, but there's a 0 up there near 0. But you don't really want to numerically let the audience know what 0 means, what near 0 vacuum pressure means. What does that mean?
Salty, you don't know what zero means.
Hang on. Vacuum pump from Home Depot destroys all moisture. A vacuum pump from Home Depot destroys all moisture.
Can we go from 14 to 13?
Quintillion times stronger than that?
No. Let's think about this. Can our atmosphere?
You keep interrupting me. Go ahead.
Can our atmosphere go from 14 to 13 psi?
Keep talking, man. You see what it's like? You just want someone to interrupt.
Salty, that's what you're doing. Let the guy to talk.
Say something so I can talk, man. I want you to say something so I can talk.
Right. You just asked him to fucking talk.
There you go. Great. Yeah, now you know what it's like. Get a good fucking face to the other side of the fence, man.
Let me think about this. Can the atmosphere go from 14 to 13 psi? Is that possible?
Can you try to recognize that the vacuum pressure of outer space is 76 quintillion times stronger than a vacuum pump at Home Depot? Could you even acknowledge that?
Nagati, you just interrupted.
Suggesting that going slightly more than 0 to slightly more than 0 is some big deal?
There's still no big deal.
It doesn't.
Wow, dude. That's incredible.
If I go from 15.1 to 15 psi, or 0.1 to 0.2 psi, the difference is the same. It's still a 0.1 difference. It doesn't matter whether it's close to 0 or not. It doesn't become infinitely stronger the closer to 0.
That's very interesting. I'm glad that you can totally glaze over and ignore what I said.
The strength of a vacuum is related to the difference in pressure between the two systems.
Your gradient should not exist at all.
Why?
But it does.
Because no moisture should exist. Yeah, it does exist. That's right.
Which means that there's another reason for it. Understand it doesn't mean
the moisture or lack of moisture.
You're wrong, and there's another reason for it. It has nothing to do with your globular fantasies of a fucking ball of water in space where the vacuum pressure is 76 quintillion times stronger than the Home Depot vacuum pump, and yet the Home Depot vacuum pump destroys all moisture.
It's
period.
Describing it like that is not really not accurate.
Why
don't you very accurate. It's actually accurate because you can't even say what the numerical value is.
Yes, you got me there. You get an
salty sanitary pad. Why don't you just calm down and let Negator fucking talk for a second instead of interrupting him?
Talk.
Because he won't address the issue.
The issue.
He's talking about a gradient that won't. Look, he's talking about a gradient that shouldn't exist in his own model.
Okay, he's trying to address it, which is this in my model, but you can't let him because flat earthers are somehow, I don't know why, they're mentally incapable of hearing the truth.
No, I told you the blatant truth right there, and you're the one in denial. You won't even acknowledge what I said.
Oh my God.
That's
Negator.
Yeah, I know. These two are.
I'm
not very
sorry,
nice.
Negator.
You go ahead and tell me. You go ahead and tell me. Please tell me. Vacuum pumps work at ground level, but you tell me how a lighter atmosphere is somehow not getting destroyed by the vacuum of space. 76
when you say
times stronger
the
than
vacuum of
pump.
space. Okay, when you say the vacuum of space, what's the difference in air pressure between space and not space? What's the difference?
Exactly.
Is there a pressure? Yes or no?
Because on the ground we can go from 14 psi to 13, right? Right, Sultan? We can go to. We have a gradient from 14 to 13. Right? You agree with that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. There's too many people trying to talk over it.
Do we have a on the surface of Earth we can go from 14 psi to 13, correct?
Hold on, it's not quite zero, is it? There's still pressure, right?
Why would you?
Sorry, no. Our atmosphere goes from 14 to 13 psi at some point.
I imagine.
You imagine? Does it go from 13 to 12?
I imagine.
Okay. Is there a problem? Is there a problem with either of these things?
Yeah, there is.
What is it?
How?
I already told you. You're not acknowledging it. You're trying to stick to this pressure gradient matching where it's like, oh, well, there's a lot of pressure on ground level, and that doesn't get pulled away. But the atmosphere, how come the atmosphere isn't constantly dissolving in space if what you're saying is true?
Okay.
Well, that's what we're getting at. Do you agree the atmosphere goes from 14 to 13 psi?
I do not know. Dude, look.
You don't agree with that?
I am agreeing that your model is ridiculous because you cannot explain how a vacuum pump from Home Depot destroys all moisture, and that you think that a force 76 quintillion times stronger than that can't do it.
It's not a force. It's not a force. And it's not stronger in that regard. Now, Sultan, do you agree that the atmosphere goes from 14
Use your terminology to backtrack and get out of it. It's fine. You do whatever you need to do.
Answer me. Does it go from 14 to 13 psi?
Sure.
It does. Okay. And are you saying, do you agree with me, or are you just saying it because you don't know what else to say?
I'm saying whatever you want me to say so you can get to the fucking point.
Hang on,
the point requires that you acknowledge things along the way that are real.
Yes, I acknowledged it. Go ahead.
Okay.
14 to 13.
Does it
go
go
ahead.
from 13 to 12?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a reason for it not going from 14 to 12?
No.
There's no reason.
No.
Okay. Interesting. Does it go from 12 to 11?
Are you going to do this until you get from 1 to 0?
Yep. And then
okay, well then you could just do that instead.
Then when we get to 1 to 0, you're going to tell me why 1 to 0 is different than 14 to 13.
Well, I would tell you that because your model has a ridiculous explanation as to why a pressure gradient exists.
Okay, but that doesn't explain the problem here, which is that you acknowledge it exists. And you acknowledge that it doesn't.
I told you that from the beginning. I told you that right from the beginning, that even on flat Earth, all flat earthers believe that there is a pressure gradient because it is observable reality that there is a pressure gradient in the atmosphere. The difference is the explanation behind it. And that's where you guys refuse to even acknowledge it.
So 14 does not reach equilibrium with 13. And 1 does not reach equilibrium with 0. Why do you have a problem with one of those statements but not the other?
Okay, look, because it doesn't go up to 0, bud. Does it? Oh, now you're going to say, oh, there's no...
Think about it.
It's simply separated by density gradient. If you don't understand...
Even if that were true,
if you don't understand...
Is 1 to 0
man. Why don't you let me say something? You can keep on talking all you want. I was trying to say something and you rushed in to interrupt it. Shut up. When there's at the bottom of the ocean, the pressure is much greater than at the top of the ocean. Why is that?
Exactly. Why is that? Why is that?
Why?
Why is that?
Because there's more fucking water on top of it, you moron.
And what's on top of the water, you dumb fuck?
There's more water on top of water at the bottom of the ocean than there is at the top. That's why.
Okay.
Hello?
It's pressing down on the water,
guys.
you
Hello.
dumb
I
fuck.
know you can hear me.
The ocean.
Hey, Globus. These guys are being belligerent.
Yeah.
Sorry,
you guys
sorry.
need to
I'm
calm down. Stop calling each other names. Let each
sorry,
other
Globus.
speak. It's getting very frustrating to listen to this
Sorry,
attempt
Globus.
at a debate.
How are you, bro? Hopefully the flying's
Yeah,
going good.
I'm well, thanks. Hope you will too.
He wants to ask a question and then fucking veer off every other way when I give him an answer. He just wants me to say yes. So that's what I'll do. Go ahead, ask your question.
I just want you to not be a dumb cunt. You dumb cunt.
Great. Okay. Great. I believe everything you believe. I am a controllable entity by your mind. Everything you say is fact, and everything I say is wrong.
Down on the surface of the ocean.
Whatever you say it is, God and Lord, Master of all.
Oh my God, you dumb fuck.
You good? Are you happy now? I'm a dumb fuck for acknowledging you as the Lord and God, Master of all. Shit, I'm sorry, Master. Is there anything else I can do to please you? What can I say to please you?
The problem is that referencing the weight of the ocean doesn't explain why the atmosphere does not reach equilibrium, and therefore why it does not reach equilibrium with space.
There is no space. There is no outer space.
That's fine, but I need you to explain your position as to why there can't be, as it regards to the pressure.
I already did.
Like in the Atmos, do you think?
But at no point have you told me why you think it's okay for a gradient to
I
go from
already
14
did.
to 13, but not 1 to 0. What's the difference?
I
It's only
certainly
different
did.
in
Yes,
1
I did.
PSI.
I did tell you that. The reason, well, because there is no 0. That's why.
Okay, greater than 0. That's fine. That's being a little bit pedantic, though, don't you think?
No.
Okay, so if it can go from 14 to almost 13, why can't it go from 1 to almost 0?
Realities.
Okay, if it can go from 14 to almost 13, why can't it go from 1 to almost 0?
Is there a voltage gradient on the Earth?
Sorry, Salty needs to answer that one.
I don't know. Whatever you say it is, man. Whatever you fucking say it is, dude.
I mean, if you want to concede and be like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, I concede, man. I concede. You win. Is that what you need to hear to go the fuck away or shut up?
No, I'd really rather you change your mind on things because you're
I
wrong.
concede the argument. I concede the argument to you.
Is there a voltage gradient on the Earth, like the Atmos, like the air pressure? Is there a voltage gradient? The higher you go up, the more voltage there is.
There's fuck tons of gradients. It's just how on the level of dumb fuckery you believe what ones watch.
No, this is like a proven fact. There's a voltage gradient.
Okay, well, if there's a proven gradient and there's a pressure gradient, a temperature gradient, so what the fuck are you on? You can test it for yourself. You literally can test it for yourself.
Are there any gradients in outer space, the vacuum you guys claim?
No, because how would you be able to test pressure?
No, that's right, because our atmosphere wouldn't be considered a gradient in space, would it?
Because
Derp?
that's what makes you fucking derp. Is how would you be able to how would you be able to test pressure and temperature in space? You dumb motherfuckers.
Yeah, we're so stupid. You're right. We're just
Super scientific, man. Really good job.
Are there any gradients in outer space?
Outside of Earth, that is.
Well, no, we're in outer space, so if there's
Bingo,
no,
I know, that's what I'm saying. We're in space, so that must mean a gradient in space. Please tell us how gradients in space can exist.
Well, why do you think atmosphere falls towards Earth?
It's because of density, the density pressure, the density gradient.
Okay. So things fall towards Earth because of density. That's fine. That still means that physical atmosphere falls towards Earth.
It's not some things, all things, besides anything that's lighter than the medium around it.
Oh, well, lighter.
Density is the container.
Oh, there we go. Never mind, he just said lighter, which has nothing to do with density. But no.
Is space is the container, he said?
No, he said that density is the container.
No, I'm saying the firmament is a container. There's some sort of physical container to this realm.
So it's not
of
density?
some sort. No, the pressure gradient's caused by density, but the pressure is contained by a container. Sorry, you need all this explained to you, man.
But it doesn't.
What is the container?
It's absolutely ridiculous. You really profess to be a smart person to yourself, don't you?
Gradients in outer space.
You think your little verbal gotchas make you a slick person, a smart guy?
Sorry, I'm still curious why the container's needed. It doesn't do anything for the atmosphere that the gradient doesn't already do.
I don't know. You should ask the scientific people. You should ask your own science on why pressure needs a container.
Oh. Well, they tell me what I already know.
Lots of peer reviews.
They don't. Like laws of gas and see what it tells you because you clearly don't know. Just like you didn't know what the experiment was while you were lying and bullshitting about that video that you didn't watch.
I'm moving on to something else now.
Salty, you're roboting badly.
I always love when that happens.
So, are there any gradients in outer space, the vacuum of space? Are there any gradients?
I'd actually like to know where the where this barrier exists that Tim asked a second ago.
You're
cutting out, man.
Gradients in outer space.
You said too many made-up things, so Discord's limited your bandwidth, mate.
Not to me. I did it.
Answer the question, Kaz, or whatever your name is, Negator. Are there any gradients in outer space, yes or no?
Are you going to engage me like a normal human being, or just ask me a question and then go on a tangent after I give you the answer?
It all depends on how you answer the question.
If it's anything on the last few questions you asked, then I'll pass. It's also a bad faith question, regardless.
Right.
Why is that?
You'll pass. Sure, anything that proves you wrong is bad faith.
Yes. Him asking me if there's gradients in space is proving me wrong. You got me.
No, I said,
Sure would be.
I didn't ask you that question. I said, are there any gradients in outer space? Yes or no?
You mean like, have we measured them?
Well, I mean, it's your model, so I don't know what you live in, but yeah. Or is there a gradient in outer space? Yes or no?
Well, any body is going to attract things to it. The closer you get to a body, the easier it'd be, I guess, for you to measure the gradient.
So you say bodies are the gradient. There's bodies?
Sorry, I really prefer a good faith conversation.
I'm asking you. So
you know exactly where it's going. You can't even answer it. How ridiculous.
Oh, where do you think it's going, Salty?
In the vacuum.
It's going to lead where you're wrong because you can't answer and you know it.
What am I wrong about?
That there can somehow be gradients in space without actually being in space. It only applies to the Earth and other places, but not in actual space.
That we are the Atmos is in space.
Yeah.
So which is it? Is the atmosphere in space or is it not in space?
Who is
space
there
isn't real.
Oh, okay.
in space? Yes or no? Outer space. Is there a gradient in outer space? Yes or no? Crickets.
Fucking crickets.
I mean, it's a non-sequitur to what we were talking about.
No.
Yeah, it's a waste of time question.
All these brilliant fucking Discord scientists got shut up with one question. It's incredible.
No one got shut up. Anyway, we can go over the observable reality. At sea level, we have a pressure of 30 inches mercury. At 85,000 feet, that goes down to 0.14. We have had balloons, amateur balloons. Let me finish. Amateur balloons and amateur rockets go up at least 3 times that height. That is around 55 miles. So from 85,000 feet and triple that height, they go from 0.14 inches mercury up to almost 0. That's a lot of area with no dome and a lot of nothing. So I mean, observable reality doesn't
It's not nothing.
indicate
There's
any
atmosphere
container
there.
at all.
It's not
So
nothing.
what,
There's atmosphere there. There's plenty of something there.
Yeah, there
the
is that.
pressure is almost zero.
No, almost isn't plenty of nothing. There's not. So you were wrong.
Zero
I
isn't
was not
zero.
wrong. This is
Yeah,
observable.
you were wrong. You
This is
said that there was nothing
measurable.
there.
This is what amateurs have done for these last 10 years.
Reader. Does that exist inside our Atmos, or is it outside in outer space?
Non sequitur.
Yeah,
Where's
it's a
the-
non sequitur. Well, then why don't you answer whether there's pressure gradients in space?
Because it doesn't matter to this conversation.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, to this conversation.
You guys
no,
are
this
just
conversation that you
obfuscating
want to
because
railroad.
I am stating
Sure.
observable reality that you can go out and measure yourself with an amateur balloon, but you are ignoring that and you go over to, oh, but what about a gradient in space, which has nothing to do with the atmosphere itself?
I don't want to shock you guys, but we're in space right
Amazing.
now.
I know it's outer space we're talking about. The vacuum
No,
and the
we're talking about the atmosphere.
Well, you already know that's a vacuum. So
Yeah, which goes to space, right? Which is
Pressure
directly
gradient.
connected to space.
pressure gradients are around other planets, if you want to call that in space.
Right.
So what kind of force and energies causing that gradient system on those bodies,
What?
as you call them?
Gravity, obviously. Did you forget lesson 1 in 2018?
And nowhere else. Incredible.
Okay, hold on a second. If I'm on the Earth and I open up a pop can, where does the pressure disperse to? Does it disperse upward, downward, or every direction?
Into the atmosphere.
No,
That wasn't the question. We know it's in the atmosphere. What direction does the pressure is the pressure expelled?
Comes out in all directions when it comes
Just
out.
like every other pressure, correct?
And then it's pulled down towards the surface of Earth.
Everybody knows you open a pop can, it disperses in every direction.
And then it goes down.
That's measured. Forgetting people measure.
Non sequitur. Non sequitur.
I can spray everybody in the room with it.
Oh, you can?
Well, yeah, if you pressurize it, you shake that can up good enough.
Mm-hmm. And then where does the stuff eventually go?
Hold on a
Does it go
second.
down?
So you're saying the downward
Yeah, because
force
it's heavier than the air. Yeah.
pressure to the Earth.
It's more dense than the air.
Hold on a second.
Is it heavier or is it more dense?
It's more dense. My fault. I'm sorry. I had to be perfect pick. I had to pick my words absolutely perfectly because you're too stupid to get what normal people talk like.
Is it not heavier though?
I wouldn't know. It's more dense though, for sure.
Oh. Well, how would you know it's more dense, but you wouldn't know that it's heavier?
You sure got me, man. How smart are you?
Well, I think those are pretty good. Gotcha.
Can
No,
you
it's
answer
not.
Oh, okay.
the question, please?
It's a non sequitur. I'm sorry. Let me play your game. It's a non sequitur.
There we go.
Hey, Jazza, is it windy down where you are?
So you're saying gravity holds the pressure to the pressurized system to the bodies, right? To the Earth.
Well, things fall towards Earth, don't they?
Okay.
Yes, they do, but that wasn't the question.
Well, if things fall towards Earth and the atmosphere is a thing, it's falling towards Earth.
Open a pop can, and where does the pressure disperse to? It disperses in all directions, correct?
And then it falls towards Earth.
Except for helium or anything lighter than the or anything less dense than the atmosphere, of course.
Goes to Earth in that pressure system.
And when helium gets to it's higher than the other dense objects. What does it do?
Why would it settles? It finds its relative density medium. That's what it does. Just like every other object.
Why would the pressure go up that was released from the?
I don't know. You tell me.
That's where gravity exists the strongest, right?
Sorry.
That's where the strongest. I mean, that's why we. According to you, right? It's because it's closer to the center of mass, right?
You're only getting half your sentence out before you start getting cut off.
Okay, so you're saying the pressure gradient is stronger because that's where it's closer to the center of mass, the air that's being held, the oceans, by the way, too. So that's where your downward force of gravity is holding the atmos, right? That's where it would be strongest because it's closer to the Earth. Is that what you agree with?
But can you have a look for George Realms? He left after me and him had banter, and now he wants to come back, but I don't quite know where he is.
George Realms?
Yeah.
You answer the question because you don't like where it's going to
No,
go,
of
do you?
course they're not. No. They're the ones that ask the questions.
It's so weird, Salty, how you have no idea what's going on, but still interject with some condescending comment.
I know what's going on. You're a ducking, dodging bullshit artist that's here to run his mouth to people you call retard and thinking that it makes you smart.
Hey, Negator, do we deserve
what am I
to
ducking
find
exactly?
wrong?
Every
about that?
question that's been asked of you, quite honestly, by this dude, he's been asking you questions and you keep ducking them.
He's asking me what direction does a Coke can spray when I open it, and that's like some hard hitting question that's going to pin me to the wall.
That's you're afraid to answer it.
Only
I
if you're
told
too
you.
stupid to
I
recognize
answered
what it really means.
a million different times.
Yeah,
You answered a million different times. Now you're a definite liar. I know for a fact in this room you did not say that a million different times.
Now you're being pedantic.
Yeah, just like you. Welcome to the fucking club, buddy.
Does anyone
reality
hello? Does anybody feel that this conversation is extremely frustrating and boring?
Yep.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah.
Sure do.
It's because we all got our beliefs, so we're having a fake conversation about the fake details.
Yeah, why not? I just want half the funding, so I
is fake conversation.
My half of the money. How about that?
No
How about
the money out there?
Let's go back to the money thing. You don't deserve any money except the money you go get.
Yeah, just go make more money.
Incredible. So then there should be no governments at all. There should be no space agency then.
Yes. Well, they happen to make money and they happen to want to spend it on space.
How do they make money? How do they make money?
By being cult. By being a powerful cult.
Yeah, that's about it. At least you told the truth on that one.
He ain't lying about that one. He's proud. Listen to him. He's trying to hide it. He's in a cult.
Just openly admitted it.
I wish they would all admit that their religion, it's a religion, not science.
Are we out of the preaching part of the conversation tonight?
It's a cult. It's a religious belief.
Oh, how disgusting. You even said tonight. It shows that you're here every day. Wow, what a loser.
No, he
can ask everybody here. Like, I haven't been here in months.
Mm.
He's trying to admit that it's a religion. It's a cult. That's right. And they get to spend their money where they believe, even if it means wiping out the whole population of the earth or the only ones they want to be here. Is that right, Dawn?
Yeah, Dawn.
What was the question? Yeah. Just getting my coffee. Giving you their account. Well, my point is, you can't expect them to share their study with you because they don't care about you. That was my point.
It's a religion, right?
Well, all systems of belief can be considered religion.
Right, Don?
What?
No, religion requires a divine entity at the top of it.
No, that's what the Christians told you.
No, name one that doesn't have it.
You have one.
Scientology.
Scientism. That is their God, their creator. That's all of it. That's their.
Scientology has gods in them.
Yeah,
just in case you didn't notice that.
One deity at the top, is it?
Yes, there certainly is.
Hey, you're believing a Catholic cult, bud. That's who made up.
Who's the deity at the top of scientism then? If you're accusing scientism of being a religion, who's the deity at the top of that?
Newton.
Scientism.
Einstein.
Deity.
Darwin.
You tell me. All your science and all your planets and all your stuff is based on your space programs are based on Greek gods. They're all named after them.
Well,
every star.
Fascinating. So we gave them names.
You don't think Einstein is worshipped as like a
Yeah, of course I do, Crypto. But my point is that would then stop the definition of religion being deity at the top position, wouldn't it? It would mean
But what is deity?
the idea of religion is more broad.
But what's
The
a deity?
definition of religion
what's a
doesn't
deity?
define that
The flat
a
earthers are the ones who said religion has to have
What
a
is a
deity.
deity?
Ask Salty.
So you can't define deity.
It's a god.
They can't
Is it?
answer and define
could be
anything.
defined as a
Personified
to
god,
define
but
anything
not
as a
Newton.
deity.
God there. Okay, well, let me look up the definition because I'm not sure you're actually right about this because you couldn't define begging the question.
I just looked up the definition of religion. It doesn't, you don't have to define a religion as something where people are worshipping some sort of god figure. It could be like a saint, could be a spiritual teacher, or it doesn't even have to be a spiritual thing. It's just any person that's
a golden.
Yeah, I mean, so you can define a god in many ways, and one is a superhuman being with some sort of supernatural powers, either physically or mentally. Now, I would say Einstein is worshipped as in that way, in having like mental powers, like way better than most other humans. Wouldn't you say?
I would argue that it doesn't even need to be like that. Like people could perceive the person as having those special powers, or it's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't. Okay, what I'm saying is that there is a definition for God, which is a or deity, which is like a superhuman-like figure with physical or mental supernatural powers, right? I think Einstein is worshipped in that way.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yeah, I would agree, but I was just saying that it doesn't need to be even worshipped in that way. It can just be like worshipped for being an intellectual, and that could also define a religion, as far as I can see. There's multiple uses of the word religion.
Jesus fucking Christ! Listen to this motherfucker. He is inculting you.
Inculting.
Not occulting.
Yeah. No, I got you.
He is sucking you in by what he's saying.
That isn't.
So do we?
You are, you dumb motherfucker. You don't know shit about shit, and you talk
religion in this country? Yes or no? So if we believe in
that's just Jazzy.
Religion and
Jazzy calls everyone who's
that's your. You'd have to.
If someone's cutting out.
All I know is I expect not to hear a fucking word from anybody when I go off on this dude and start calling him all sorts of curse words and shit.
What?
What?
We're all a bit too friendly.
This aggression will not stand, man.
People with scientism, and heliocentrism, it's a dogmatic stubbornness sticking to a model that you believe in. So if you want to call that religion, you can. It's a system of beliefs. So it fits one of the broad definitions of religion. But you don't worship Einstein. There might be some heliocentrists somewhere that do rituals and invoke Jesuit priests, or people that believed the globe, or people that helped invent gravity or discover gravity. But I've never met one.
Which gravity we talking about? The bending or warping of space-time, or the mass attracts mass?
Definitely mass attracting mass. Space-time bending is bullshit to me.
Got it. In other words, he was wrong. They both could be wrong. Your model's changed over the years. It's changed. Yeah. It's made upon a pile of assumptions. First off, that can't be proven. They can't be falsified.
Well, they can't. Some of them can.
Okay, where?
Well, what one do you want to falsify or look at?
The heliocentric model.
Yeah, which assumption are you bothered about?
Where's falsifiability?
God, you want me to tell you how to falsify the model?
Look, even your clown, even the guys at the top of your belief system don't believe that they can prove it 100%. They don't even believe it's falsifiable. They try to make it so it's falsifiable.
Well, I'll tell you, you can use observation and logic and calculate or measure, whatever you want to call it, things going behind Earth. Yeah. And if you haven't got an excuse for it for a flat Earth, like perspective, and you consider what actually happens on flat surfaces and curved surfaces, that's how you'll falsify it. But if you want my honest opinion, you will never falsify it because you don't care about truth. You want Earth to be flat.
I don't have to replace something that you think is true, and it's absolutely crazy. I don't have to replace it with anything.
I'm telling you, you won't be able to falsify because you don't care enough. I did tell you the method, if you just technically the method.
Now, there should be a testable, repeatable way to incorrect.
Now, which use observation and measure drop behind Earth. Hidden obstruction.
I got an experiment that could be done, and it doesn't cost NASA money.
So you've got your own experiment. Why are you asking me for one then?
All right, Dawn, I've got a question for you.
Okay. I think the burden lies with you. I think
you're definitely wrong about that.
Look. It's your obligation. If you're spending all the money on exploration and you're coming up with this stuff, it has to be falsified.
I told you how to falsify it already. It's not my model. I have no burden to you on anything.
Included math
so
in it.
Great.
Yeah,
that's great. We've reached a mutual understanding. That's wonderful.
All right.
Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can.
Maths have not
have
been proven.
Doesn't stop talking, and so it's really hard.
These mongs can't.
It's really hard to get in when you don't stop talking. Okay, can I be heard now?
Yep.
Lovely, Dawn. What's the ritual?
The ritual? What for? What?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Like you said that there aren't any rituals that Einstein is worshipped by. Was your statement, right? What is a ritual?
No, I said somewhere some heliocentrists might worship him in a ritual, but I haven't met them. That's what I said.
Okay, well, I haven't met them, but you have to define a ritual.
A ritual is ceremonially adoring someone, worshipping. That's what I meant in that context. But
right.
Ritual could be loads of different things. It's a ceremony to make stuff happen.
So it can mean lots of different things. I completely agree with that. So, for instance, repeating his ideas ad nauseum on the television could be seen as some sort of ritual.
I would say that is part of the religion. Yeah, I don't think that's a ritual. Just repeat.
Well, no, it is actually, yes, it is. The repetition of ideas to the loyal followers is a ritual.
Well, would you accept that for your flat Earth rhetoric? If you do the ritual of repeating the flat Earth rhetoric.
So whose ideas am I worshipping?
Eric DeBay, Robotham.
Oh, really? So I go on
Nathan
TV and I watch Eric DeBay's ideas every day, do I?
But I didn't even say that. I said, is it called a ritual if you repeat your ideas?
Harrison.
Well, I would have to be part of the ritual.
So are you trying to say this only works for globe, not flat Earth?
No, I'm trying to find out what a ritual means from you, because you said
you've given me an extra definition to repeat rhetoric religiously, right? I'll give you that definition, but that applies to flat Earth and globe Earth.
Well, I don't really see how a know you is a rebuttal or relevant at all to what I'm saying.
It's always relevant. Know you is always.
Know you isn't relevant here at all.
Because you should apply your criticism to yourself first.
But I don't fit the definition of a criticism. That's
why you're repeating flat Earth ideology every day.
That's not analogous
ritual.
to what I'm saying. And if you just keep saying no, you're going to still be irrelevant. So when we have Einstein's ideas repeated religiously on the TV 24/7 as they are, that is ritualistic and is one of the tenets of a religion.
I'll give you the globe repetition of the concept is more of a ritual than the flat earth one because it involves much more people, much more money, and it happens more. But they're both fitting the same logic.
Where on TV do we get to go on and on about what program is that? What show is that we get to go on about our model?
No, I didn't say that, but this is it.
Yeah, you did. You just said exactly that. In fact,
no, I made it clear that there's different amounts of it happening, but the logic fits both.
Time. For the last 5 years, have we ever had any television show on the Einstein level and a geometric level field with the electromagnetic?
You're clipping the mic.
Ether and
you made up too many things so that bandwidth has been restricted again.
I get you.
So you were almost a human being, man. You were trying to tell him his mic was clipping, and then you had to be your normal, usual prick self. You almost were a human being for a second.
Okay, so let me repeat it. Where has our television programs for the last 100 years existed? You got your religion. Can we have ours too?
No, it's not mine. It's just something I agreed with.
Right.
You're in at the highest levels of a cult. Come on, man. Be honest with yourself.
What do you want? What do you need?
Where's our programming? We get to program our disciples with.
You can't. You haven't got the funds.
Right.
That does make a difference, right? So if we had funds, we could actually prove some things that, maybe you don't want us to prove.
All right. How are you going to get the funds?
Well, we have to stand up as a man, and I mean, there's common law grand juries worldwide. You didn't know that?
What?
There's a thing called a common law grand jury. You don't know what that is? I'll bet you've never been taught it.
I don't know how that's going to get you funding.
I bet you don't know the law.
I don't believe in laws, mate. Not any man's law.
I know you believe in that private language, that fiction.
I believe in natural law. Do what thou wilt.
Oh, fucking Satanist, you Luciferian piece of shit. You just admitted it right on camera.
Yeah, I said it on purpose because it was on topic.
In the globe cult. We get it.
I don't believe any of your common man law bullshit.
No, you're right. You keep telling everybody how you're a Luciferian, man. That's awesome.
Just because you don't, it doesn't make it true. That's what they're terrified of, boys. 25 man on a grand jury.
This guy just admitted he was a fucking Luciferian in a flat Earth channel, sitting here running his mouth.
If I had a 5,000 paneled grand jury, would that make a difference? It doesn't matter. You only need 25.
Oh, this dude's been calling me a dumb motherfucker for what? For how long?
I don't believe in your court systems, any of it.
Unbelievable.
Make it false either.
But I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say if we got together as a people, we could demand funding, and I understand that.
So you're saying it can't be done?
No, I'm saying that's not a good way to get funding. It's a lazy, begging way.
How do you think they got it? They put more people to believe in their religion in power than we got.
They were given gold by the gods thousands of years ago.
They're all pagan gods. That's the occult. That's your cult, right? That you're in. The globe cult. You already admitted it.
I agree with their belief systems, but I don't agree with their actions.
This man's a Christian.
Okay, they're in the occult, so they're part of it because they worship all them holidays.
Why is this
What is
even
Christians?
a conversation?
All the Abrahamic religions worship the same holidays.
Okay, but that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is we have a right to the money also. We have a right to programming. We have a right to all these things.
Yeah, but just saying, I want some money, I have a right to some money, that doesn't get you the money.
Let me tell you this, too. Just because a bunch of legal fictions got together, corporations and all that goodness, that doesn't erase the law.
What law do you mean?
It's called the common law. And people know this
What is that? What is that?
Of years, dude.
Is it like just decency between free folk? Is that what you're talking about?
Everybody knows the law. You don't have to write it down.
What law?
The law of man.
Yeah, what
There
is
is
it? Can you tell me?
There's a place where it is, but you got to be willing to find it, and it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Does not make it false just because
Sum it up. What does it say about my behaviors?
That you're in an occult. You already admitted it.
What does the law try and not allow?
Doesn't even deny it.
But you don't know. It's like you don't even know.
Don't cause harm. Don't do that.
What are the rules of common law?
Discriminate against a man just because of his religious beliefs.
Okay.
How about that one? That one's been around.
And specific.
Can you go wipe out a population just because of their political beliefs or religious beliefs or any of that stuff? Can you just go wipe out a population just because they believe something?
No, I don't believe in killing. All right.
Well, you're in the occult, so yeah, you do believe in that.
I believe it happens. I just don't believe it's a right.
Anyone in your cult that ain't part of your cult deserves to be poisoned, propagandized.
No, I don't believe that.
Relentlessly pursued, stalked, terrorized on your phone, your laptop, your any kind of platform you try to put up. You don't think that behavior's going on here?
I don't believe that.
We just went over it. Where was our side the last 100 years? Where was our side in the daily television programs? And yeah, where was our side?
Hanging out with a bunch of flat earthers.
I think you found an article in 1930 if they were teaching the flat earth in public schools.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were. They most certainly were.
No, they weren't.
They're calling papers.
That they don't doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
Okay, link it.
I guess you're right. They put Piltdown Man in the newspapers, and they put it in all the textbooks after that. They had it in the textbooks for 40 years, and it was an absolute scam.
It was a hoax. It was a fraud. It was a hoax. It was proven to be a hoax.
No, flat Earth was never taught in American schools.
Yes, it was.
Like all American schools, or just like one crazy school?
No, not just one crazy school. It was all North American schools.
Okay, link me something.
There's an article in the New York Times. It's like 1898, and it was about I think a village up in Manhattan, Maine, or somewhere up in one of where the early Pilgrims landed. One of those. The story from the New York Times in 19. I think it's a 19.
They probably taught that witches needed to be burned at the stake as well.
So
because you're mentioning this as if there's some kind of meaning behind it, and there just isn't. It's not widespread. It was, if it existed at all, it was one isolated incident.
It didn't exist, and now it's not widespread.
Okay, well, show me it's widespread.
You sound just like the people behind the shot.
Show us it's widespread, brother.
When I'm trying to get to the meat of the sandwich,
it's not widespread. It wasn't widespread.
Could you stop it? There was a classroom where a man was teaching the globe, and the other teachers and all the parents found out in the community, and they wanted him put to death. It was in the New York Times.
Cool. Okay, give me a link. I want to read it. But this does not mean widespread.
Let's see if you can still
Yeah,
find
it
that.
sure does, man. When it's openly accepted like that, it would be considered widespread.
It's not openly accepted. It wasn't openly accepted.
Anecdote about one village.
So, anyways, yeah, we deserve half the funding, but we haven't been
No, you
getting
don't.
that.
You don't deserve the half. Why would you get half? You don't deserve anything.
If we were such retarded people, why would they censor us on every angle?
Yeah. Number one, I don't really think they are. Number two, why? Why not? You don't make money.
You're being real, right?
You don't bring in views. It's not good conversation to talk about lies.
Like pedantic. Which one?
No, it's only a lie when you come into the room, bud. When you and your ilk come into the room, that's when it starts being a lie.
They're not censoring. I ain't seen any of that. Are you for real?
On YouTube?
Where do you live, man? Are you from Mars or something? You haven't lived on Earth for the last 10 years?
Are you being repressed? Help! I'm being repressed. See Monty Python? Maybe it's repressed. I don't know.
This is how they treat their enemy, the occult. This is how they treat us.
Yeah.
With disdain.
Call them off for what they are. Show your true colors, man. Keep showing your true colors. It's beautiful.
Show us a link to this classroom that taught Flat Earth. Still waiting.
You go look it
Show
up,
us
bud.
a picture of the Earth.
Once. How about that? How about arguing with us for a minute and go and check it out?
You know, you guys trying to convert people or talk about Flat Earth are just not going to get anywhere. If anytime someone presses you for evidence, you say, nope, don't have any.
Good for you.
Oh, no, we're not the ones that are saying non sequitur. You're the one that has to fucking ask for evidence that you don't look at and then discredit what you didn't look at. So,
I'd love to look at the evidence that you...
No, you don't. You wouldn't. I gave you evidence and you ignored it completely.
No,
You're a
I actually
liar.
looked at it.
You're a
I
blatant
looked at
liar in front of everybody.
What, if you remember, it wasn't evidence for what I was asking for. It was just you linking a video.
How would you know? You didn't look at it. How would you know that?
I did look at it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
How do you know?
I know because you didn't come up because you said a bunch of lies about it. You made up whatever garbage you thought you would discredit the video and just said it. I hope people looked at it so they could see exactly what you were saying was wrong.
People did, and people agreed with me.
Oh shit! People did, and they agreed with you. You know that people did, and they agreed with you. That's amazing, dude.
As far as I can tell, it's only Don that looked at it.
You got a lot of
I think
lies.
something is actually wrong with you. Like, I'm just talking, man. Just relax.
No,
I don't
you're
know
just
why
a
you
liar.
got this crazy energy.
You're a blatant liar because I don't like you. That's why. Because I don't like you, and I don't like the people you work for, and I don't like the cult you're in. That's why.
I'm not in a
I
cult,
don't believe
man.
in what
I'm
you
just a
believe
dude.
in, and I don't like you. I think you're a scumbag.
Okay.
You're here to lie, and you're here to degrade people, and you're here to piss people off.
You don't project what I am onto Meg. That's probably not
Hold
fair.
up. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you, Salty Sergeant. Thanks for standing up for the truth, brother. You know, yeah.
Yeah. Being a
Sometimes
jerk
little
to people is definitely good.
Sometimes a little salt's needed. You know.
Yeah, salt the earth, man. That's right.
Yeah.
That's what you put on a wound, man. The salt that brings the shit back, man.
Yeah.
It takes away the pain. You just rub it in. It stings a little bit, but it pretty much cures your wound.
Hey, that's all I had to say. I just want to say thanks.
The demons away.
Hey, no problem, man. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, salt's good for you. Appreciate you, brother.
You're fighting,
And
they're
good to be belligerent with everybody and yell at people.
I wasn't before you liars showed up. I was a nice, cordial, content, happy man until you people showed up and started lying your asses off in groups and flocks trying to bullshit the audience.
What did I lie about?
Watching the video, for one. What'd you watch 3-4 minutes of it while you were talking and jibber
I watched
jabbering?
the 3-4 minutes that mattered.
Yeah, that
they related
mattered.
to-
That mattered. Oh boy, that's incredible. Wow, dude, that's the depth of your scientific and intellectual interest. There's a couple of minutes, and while you were rambling in the chat, so glance over the interest, you headline glancer. You imagine
There's
anyone's
only
gonna
a
believe
few
this
minutes
shot?
pertain to the topic at hand.
Please.
That's the few minutes that I
topic at
watched.
hand. Yeah, the topic
And
at
you
hand.
still don't know what it was.
And that shows right there, that one mere sentence and sentiment, it shows exactly who you are. You're not after information. You're not out for the truth. You're out to argue, and you're out to discredit, and you're out to try to pigeonhole people into your argument. So
I
you
only
think you can
pigeonhole
sound
people
smart.
that can be pigeonholed with dumb positions, which you
Right.
regularly set yourself up with.
Period. There you go. Hey, you said it. You only pigeonhole dumb people. That's why I didn't fall for your garbage.
Peter, will you debate me on the phones? Negator, will you debate me on the time zones, please?
Is this like a serious question?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Like, what's really wrong with you?
We set up a time like in the next week to debate the
What's to debate? You don't.
the time
What,
zone.
in order for debate to happen, you would have to present evidence and then talk about it, and then allow the other person to present evidence.
Works on
Why are you here if there's nothing to debate?
Got to be a nutcase in order to believe it.
Oh, so it's not really a debate. It's just you wanted to call me a nutcase, right?
No, it's about the time zones and which one works better. Which
works better?
The geometric.
How many time zones are there?
Earth or the ball spinning in space heliocentric model. Which one works in these time zones? Can we debate? I want to have a debate with you.
It works better.
I'd like
Definitely.
to have a debate with them on the
Better time zones doesn't fit reality.
set up one debate, and you can have 4 guys over there, and I'm just going to bring my presentation, and you can have 4 Globers, okay? And I'll debate you. You got to give me like a day to get my show set up. Where do you want to debate at? I'll give 4 of you the opportunity to come and debate the big dummy.
You really live in your own world, man.
There you go. Keep ducking. Keep ducking.
Hey, you can't debate me, so you got to run away like a little girl. Go back to your cult.
Call them some more names. That's really scientific, man. That proves your science.
I don't think that talking over people and saying the same question over and over and over constitutes a debate.
As you raise your voice and talk over people.
Called all you out. 4 of you. You can bring left lane, blue marble. You can bring them all there.
Dude, I think I'm curious. Do you have a job? Do you work?
Yeah, I have a job.
No. Do you have a family, like a wife and kids?
Well, it pertains to the law. I like to.
Don't let that cultist know. Don't let that cultist know nothing about your personal life, man.
Why are you calling
I'm just curious because you see.
Please let me answer this.
That's a threat. Don't let him know.
My fellow man from people like you, bud.
No, I think you're. If I had to guess, I'd say that you've had a rough life. You're probably fairly isolated, and you really need something out of these conversations.
Postmaster, plenipotentiary, judge, and ambassador. I am actually sheltered. You're right. I have never been anywhere. I don't know nothing. I've been treated horribly my whole life. Come up with all the narratives that you can possess, and then let's answer the question: will you debate me, yes or no, on time zones? Whether or not
I'll always debate you. Yeah, anytime, anywhere.
For your friends, if you like.
But no, I'm genuinely curious, right? Have you ever, how old are you? In your late 30s? Like early 40s, maybe?
What's your star sign?
Yeah.
What do you earn in a year?
I don't where I'm living.
Why don't you get to the real question that you really want to know and ask him how big his cock is?
That's on the list, but we're not quite there.
Of course, I'm sure it is. Oh, I'm sure it is.
They're asking themselves right now, what size of this fucking guy's balls?
It's just these are just the relevant questions. Like, I don't know where you're going with it.
Well, the psychology behind it is what's curious to me, because this guy's obviously
there's Moloch
a unique position in this world.
Well, yet here you are sharing time with us.
I know where the implication is going. You're implying that flat earthers have to be losers because they've had a rough life and they don't really fit neatly into the mainstream. The issue with that argument, of course, is that people who have had a rough life and don't fit neatly into the mainstream also can go the other way and they can cling really, really hard to that. So the logic doesn't really work to exclusively analyze a single group psychology.
Oh, but I haven't made that argument because I'm not. I'm just genuinely curious about this guy's background.
But that is.
Oh, you're not genuinely curious about nothing.
That was heavily implied. Yeah, hold on. That was heavily implied when you said, "Oh, you must have had a rough life," wasn't it?
Right, okay. It's the way that his very poor social mannerisms indicates that he hasn't had very good, healthy interactions with people throughout his life because he hasn't learned how to do it properly.
You don't know how to be my fellow man that I've helped, man. Because if you went and talked to my friends, my brothers, they would tell you a story. You'd be sick to your stomach for even saying something like that about Robert Lee Pine Jr., dude.
Okay, that's fine. It's not me attacking you.
Oh, yes, you're trying to.
All right.
Downtrodden kinds of. My whole life's been a tragedy. And yeah, you're sickening, dude.
Well, I'm curious why flat Earth appeals to you so much, and the vast majority of folks that believe in it is because it gives them something that makes them feel special.
Any of these balls applies more to you, honestly. At least we're here because we're interested in a topic. Imagine how psychotic you look to everybody that's normal or not you or not part of your cult. That you go, imagine this in any other situation. You go to a basketball game and scream and shout and insult the basketball players and say how much you hate basketball and you can't stand basketball. Everyone's going to look at you and go, what are you doing here? Why don't you go do something you like to do? Why are you at the basketball game? You can choose to be anywhere else. Go to the football game. Go to the soccer match. You're at the basketball game screaming about how you hate basketball so much. You are a psycho.
What did I walk into? Oh my god.
Yeah, I think the irony here is that it's you doing all the yelling and screaming.
Anyway, let's go. All right. So, I don't know why I keep wanting to say that, but anyways. Yeah, there's a running. Anytime any of these balls on the time zones, I'd be glad to accommodate.
I mean, we're talking. We've already talked. The problem, though, is that you didn't answer any questions. You didn't provide any evidence. You didn't listen to anything that was said.
If neither of you
and debate time zones, just make a list. You're the moderator here, right?
Me?
No, Crypto. Yeah, but I can't really hear what you're saying because you keep cutting in and out for me. So sorry, I'm trying to follow.
I want to set up a debate with any of these balls on time zones anytime they feel like it.
Mm-hmm. Have you already been talking about time zones?
Well, if they agree to it, then I don't see what it's got to do with me.
I want to invite them all down.
Look, I mean, you can go ahead and debate.
They're not going to do it. They refuse to. They're opening their mouths right now. If they had any kind of balls in it, any kind of intellectual honesty, they would say, "Oh, I got you. I'll take it."
I mean, I already did. All
right, great. When we set it up for?
Let's do it right now.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. What's your thesis statement on time zones that's worth debating?
Okay, this is what I believe. I'll give you my intro, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that we do live on a station, and there's been maps made up, okay? They're actual maps that exist. And in a day and age where people can pick up any computer and look it up, okay, even if they have to go to the Wayback Machine to do it, find out. But my contention is that they actually took the maps that were made and stretched them into a globe. Made them a globe. Okay? So now all of our cartography and the way GPS and everything's done is by globe coordinates. But turns out the time zones were affected by this because it actually stretched the land in the north above the North Pole. It stretched it when they stretched the flat map over the top of the globe. So they had to hide this. So that in the northern hemisphere, on a single longitude, right between in the Bering Strait, there's 3 hours. One time zone is 3 hours. It's the only one on the Earth. Okay? There's nowhere else on Earth where there's 3 hours in one time zone. Okay. Now in the south, in Australia, that landmass is approximately 4,000 miles wide. It has 2.5 hours. They call them two. They keep saying there's 3. There's not. There's 2.5. There's never been 3 in Australia. There's 2.5 hours there. A time zone is always represented by 1 hour. Wherever you go, a 1 hour difference.
Well, that's clearly wrong.
But why would they have to make 3? Are you going to interrupt?
Go ahead. Finish your thesis statement on this.
So on the meridian where they split the time zones between the Bering Strait and Alaska and Russia, in that same time zone, that 1 hour time zone, there's 3 hours in there. Okay. Now, let me get Australia being on the same latitude, okay, as America, North America. They both have 4,000 miles, okay, to cover. And I'm saying Australia has 2.5, just over 2 hours in their time zones. Okay. But they always like to say 3. But America on the same latitude, don't interrupt.
I was just clearing my throat, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
Apologize. So there's 4 time zones. Okay. So there's 2 in Australia because it's only 2 hours. They say it's 2.5 time zone. It's 2 hours from one side of Australia to the other. It's a 2 hour, 2 time zones. They had to do that because there's 32 in the south, in the southern hemisphere. Okay? So now there's 24 time zones in the middle band that runs across through the equator, okay? Separated by the tropics. So in that band, there is 25 time zones where America exists with the same landmass, okay? Same size, same width, roughly, close enough, 4 time zones. Now, if you go north, okay, where I'm talking about the Bering Strait, where they took 1 hour and made it 3 hours, 1 time zone in the north. But there's only 19 time zones.
Is that?
That's my contention. Now go. It's your turn.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
So it sounds like to me that the Earth was flat. They took a flat map. They stretched it to match a globe. The problem is that if they did that, they would have to stretch the southern portions, not the northern portions. Right? You would have to have more time zones in the southern, or rather, more time allotted in the southern chunk of the world, right? Not the north.
Are you asking me a question, or is that your whole argument?
Well, I'm trying to make sense of what you're claiming, because you never actually came to a particular claim. You said they had to stretch it, and some things don't make sense to you. Never said this is why it can't work on a globe, or it should work if Earth is flat.
Okay, this is on a live stream, by the way. You can actually go back and watch this. Okay. I don't think that refutes any of my claims. None of them.
Okay. What's the problem with the Earth being a globe and time zones then?
Because they took a flat map and turned it into a ball and convinced everybody they live on a ball.
Yeah, your reasoning's totally baseless. Sorry.
Yeah. What? How did they? What conforms to the ball? What evidence is there that it doesn't work on a ball and it only works on a flat surface?
The flat map that was made, there are 24 time zones on that map.
Okay.
So why, when they stretched it over the ball, did it create all these other time zones?
Well, if they stretched a flat map over a globe, the area north of the equator would be generally extremely similar, right?
Is there 3 hours? Okay. Why is there 19 time zones in the north? Which okay, if it matches the globe, why wouldn't there be 19 on the bottom?
Are you suggesting that they're more to account for more land?
No, what I'm saying
That's
is
a simple question.
There's 19 time zones in the north. If it was a ball, how come there's 19 in the south? And why is there 24 in the middle too? Why is there? It just turns out that there's 24 in the middle.
Because the land isn't spread equally over the globe. It's natural in random spots.
Yeah. Why does 24 have significance to you?
Or am I debating the gator, or am I debating all of you?
Well, just giving my opinion every now and then.
Think we can all have a conversation.
Yeah. I'm curious why. I feel like there's got to be a way to make some sense of it. So you mentioned 24. Why is 24 significant to you?
Why is it significant? Because the maps, everybody believed they live on a level plane. They worked out just fine. There was 24 time zones.
Okay, but that doesn't tell me why it's significant to being on the equator. You said that as if there was some meaning behind it.
Well, yeah, they had to they stretched the land masses at the top on when you make that map and you stretch it over a ball, they had to give it some width to fit the time zones, but they couldn't get it right. So they had to put 3 hours in one time zone.
So the time zones, we needed more time zones along the equator because there's more land, more area.
Look, on a regular flat map, there are 24 time zones, right? Or latitudes, sorry. Okay? And they spread out towards the south. You understand? So there are mass around the outside of the flat map.
So are you...
They spread out when they go south.
Okay. So when you said there's 24 lines of longitude, it sounds to me that you're suggesting
in the south, not 19.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When you said there's 24 lines of longitude, it sounds like you're suggesting lines of longitude separate the 24 time zones along the equator. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you think 15 degrees of rotation, every 15 degrees, the sun rotates, right? And you get the longitudes from that, they would all be equal. There would be 24 of them.
Okay.
Right?
So you're telling me that right now, 24 lines of longitude separate 24 time zones?
This is what I'm asking you, bud. And this was you're trying to disprove my contention, right?
No, right now I'm trying to understand your contention.
Well, that's not your job. You're here to debate. So obviously you're getting just wrecked.
No, the only way I can debate something is if I understand it. Like, come on. If you want to have a debate, we have a formal back and forth, we don't need to make these petty little comments to each other, okay?
Absolutely not what we're talking about.
So, unless you tell me why 24 time zones and 24 lines of longitude is significant, I can't address it.
Okay, it's simple. This is really easy. The sun goes around the earth once a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
It takes 24 hours for the sun to go around the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
It takes 15 degrees to turn represents each longitude, right?
15 degree. What do you mean 15 degree turn?
Yeah.
It's east line longitude separated by 15 degrees. Sure, just for the sake of following what you're talking about, sure, I'll say yes.
Even, right? Those 24 segments.
So are you also saying
the longitudes, and they converge toward the north, and they also converge in the south? Correct.
When you say there are 24 time zones, are you relating those 24 time zones to the 24 lines of longitude?
Yeah, that's how time zones were back then. Not on the
back then.
I know it's like a crack in your matrix, but look, a big crack. You put it right on the stupid time zone map. There's a big crack in it. It's easy to see once you see it.
So
remember,
are you able to look at explore flat Earth? Are you able to look at my stream? Because I've got a stream up right now that's got a time zone map.
Fuck me, dude. Quit over talking me, dude. Shut your mouth. You just got destroyed. Look, Witsit.
What's going on here?
It's Schooling Globers. You can go look for yourself. Go look for the crack that he did with the
stream up. I've got a picture of it up. You can talk us through it. I'm trying to help you.
I don't have to talk you through it. He already made a presentation. Go look at it. Once you go, it's called Schooling Globers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Debate's over. Now go do some study before you come here.
So you don't want to debate. You just want to say go watch one of Witsit's videos.
Yeah. Come on, man. I tried to engage you in good faith and give you an opportunity to speak, and this is how you spin it. Like, come on.
You're supposed to reply with specificity and facts.
So can I ask you a question?
Stuff you should already know, dude. If you want to matter, otherwise you go study.
Can I ask you a question?
Knock yourself out.
What's the time difference across either end of Australia?
It's 2 hours according to them. There's two time zones. 20.
There's 3 time zones, but sure.
20 and a half, or is it 19, 20 and a half, and then 20?
It's GMT plus 8, GMT plus 9.5, and then GMT plus 10. So it's 2.5.
Good for you.
It's 2 hours from the westernmost part to the easternmost part.
2 hours.
Yep.
It's a little over 2 hours, I think.
No, I'm Australian. I'm telling you.
For you, 2 hours. That's 2 time zones.
No, there's 3 time zones, right? But there's 2 hours from the western end to the eastern end. The difference in time is 2 hours.
Your crazy world and the way you design them, right? And people living in Australia realize that.
Always be cool, man. The student's
I'm
here
in
and he
Australia
agreed
right
with you,
now,
man.
I'm in
reality.
Time zone, unless they know about what happens in Australia, because it doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. Where else does it happen in the world?
What?
The half-hour time zone.
Lots of places. India's plus 5.5. I'm looking at the map right now.
Yeah, Iran's 3.5. It just wasn't a very well put together, coherent argument being made.
Follow up question for you. What's the time difference across the United States?
I really, it's 4 hours. That's what we have. It's the difference between the time zone when the sun is overhead at noon.
So, all right, let me follow that up. What's the time difference between LA and New York?
That's how the time zones are set up.
What's the time difference between LA and New York?
It doesn't help you're saying there's 3 zones
4
in
hours, yeah.
Listen, this doesn't help your argument.
Well, I don't think it is 4 hours. I think it's 3 hours. Let's look it up. Time in LA
No, it's
right
not.
now.
It's 4 hours. If it's 7 o'clock on the eastern coast of America, it should be 4 hours on the west coast.
Okay, so
there's
right
Eastern
now,
Standard
time in LA,
Central Time, General Mountain Time, and
current time in LA 6:26 a.m. Current time in New York 9:26 a.m. I count 3 hours.
3 time zone, 3 hours times difference. 4 time zones, right?
Correct. So Australia is 3 time zones and 2 hours, which is the same.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it backwards. Right. It's 4 time zones. My fault. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was wrong on that one.
So Australia exists across 3 time zones, and the time difference is 2 hours either side.
New York to the end of the time zone, not LA, they would reach another time zone and that hour would change. They just didn't fly to meet the other time zone. I'm talking about there's 4 hours difference and an hour difference in each time zone. Other than places where they put them all over the map, if that's what you want to say. But a lot of laymen like me, I didn't even know there was a half-hour time zone in Australia.
There's lots of them. They're all over the place. There's one in India, which is in the northern hemisphere.
But if you don't travel there, you don't know that.
But that doesn't
So
mean
so
you
how
can
do you
come
know
on
there's
here
a
and say
half-hour
they
time
don't
zone in
exist.
Australia?
Because I looked at the time zone map.
Okay, that's what it says. India on the time zone map says plus 5.5.
Can you see where in India it designates the extra half an hour?
The whole country.
This doesn't help the globe. Do you know that, right? You think it helps the globe? This is hilarious.
I don't understand why you think it's a problem.
Time zones are measured by the sun, where it's at noon.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Because at noon, where I live in Australia, the sun is not the highest in the sky.
Okay, when hold on, when you get your clock out and it says AM and PM, right?
Yeah.
Wait. That dude just said something really important, man. You said that noon isn't where the sun is the highest? The sun isn't straight above you at noon?
Correct.
It's where the time is measured, right?
Where's the time? What time in Australia is the highest sun?
Hold on. So Brisbane, but there's three cities in Australia on the east coast, right? Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne are all in the same time zone, and they are located differently east-west, right? It's going to be noon at the same time for everybody. So how can the sun be exactly overhead in all three of those places at the same time?
Oof.
You mean it's noon in all three time zones?
No, they're all in the same time zone, but they are in different places, east-west. How will the sun be directly overhead in all three of those places at the same time?
It's like this guy's never looked at a map before.
The answer is it's impossible. It cannot be.
Right?
Hey?
I'm in Arizona, let's say.
Wow, that's a very foreign concept to me, dude. It's noon in America all over the country. The sun hits noon. It's over New York to Florida. That's a very strange thing that you said.
You're missing his very important point there, Salty. You said, okay, check this out. In Alabama, on the
Can
East
you please
Coast.
let me talk to that guy instead, or go on with your debate or whatever? I don't need to talk to you.
Because you're being an asshole to him.
I'm not being an asshole to anybody. I was just talking to him and saying that's a foreign concept to me because that doesn't exist in America like that. That's all I said. I wasn't being an asshole to anybody.
Okay, well then let me help you.
I don't need your help, man. Why don't you let the dude from Australia talk to me?
I think he's going to make Negator's going to make the same point I was going to make. So why don't we just let him make it?
Why don't you make it?
Given that I'm an American, it can be noon in Texas, right?
Stop
in West Texas.
You are such a fucking garbage piece of shit.
Why don't you just listen? If this is just an easy debate, you could just listen. The sun cannot be directly above Houston, Texas, and directly above Montgomery, Alabama, right? Simultaneously. That can't be. Do you agree? Do you agree?
I can talk now without you fucking just coming.
No. Shut the fuck up. Tell me, do you agree? Can the sun be simultaneously above Houston, Texas, and Montgomery, Alabama? Is that possible? We both know it's not possible. The problem is both of those locations are in the same time zone. That's the point he's making to you, because you keep making the point that noon is always when the sun is directly above you. Do we get it now? Yeah, that's right.
I love how you guys just talk about. You're gonna let me talk now? You interrupt one time and you need to be muted. I gave you plenty of time. Now look, I'm not talking about the sun's always noon at place. What are you talking about? This is how the time zones were made, or that's how they determined what the time zones were. Was they measured it by where the sun was at noon, not where. Everybody having it whenever noon. I'm talking about that's how they measured it. When the sun was above, they at noon they would measure that line and say, okay, that's noon in this meridian, in this time zone. Okay, that's all. They just determined the time by where the sun was over their head at noon.
I don't know.
Anyway.
These two guys are complete idiots.
Dude, I just answered your question. Now let me retort to your question.
No, you didn't answer it. You don't understand it.
Good for you.
Texas and Alabama.
The sun is traveling faster over that landmass on the same altitude. Because there's only 2 hours there and there's 4 hours there. You call it 3, you call it 2.5.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Jimbo.
There's a 3-hour difference across America, and there's a 2-hour difference across Australia.
There shouldn't be 2. There shouldn't be 3. There should be 4 time zones in Australia.
No, there shouldn't. There should be 3 if you look at the size.
He refuses to look at a time zone map. Neither of them will.
Look at my stream, dude. Look at my stream.
He won't.
Bro, look at my stream, please.
North and south. They both have the same.
They're actually not the same width. America is quite a bit wider than Australia.
But you're saying there's only 2 time zones, right? So it takes 2 hours to reach
2 hours.
one.
There's 3 time zones. There's 3 time zones. Stop saying there's 2. There's 3 time zones in Australia.
He's stuck. I think we broke him. I think he's stuck.
Yeah. His brain
not
doesn't
3,
work
dude.
dynamically.
There's 3 time zones in Australia. There's 3 time zones in Australia.
He literally lives there. Why do you tell him he's wrong when he lives there? That's weird.
There's 2 hours difference.
Enthusiasm when dogs comes around and tells people how to live in their countries, but that's beyond the point.
I'm not. All I'm saying is there's 3 time zones and there's 2 hours difference. That's it.
I just everybody. This is live stream, by the way. You can go to Globers or Schooling Globers, episode 11. Witsit Gets It.
Yeah,
Watch
but
it.
Witsit's wrong.
Good for you. If you believe that, did you even watch it?
Yeah, he posted a video that showed the time difference between Perth and Sydney being 1 hour when it's 2 hours. He's wrong.
Oh my god.
I mean, if he posts the wrong information, does that make him right? Yeah, that's a little questionable.
Man, you guys are so intellectually dishonest. It's just incredible.
Mate, I'll bring up the video. I'll point to the part of the video where it shows a 1 hour time difference. It's actually a 2 hour time difference.
Okay, let's explain the 3 hour time zone on that meridian at the top. 19. Explain that.
I don't understand what that means when you say a 3 hour time zone. If I am in that time zone and I look at my watch, what time does it say? When you say 3 hour time zone, what does that mean?
83 miles. Okay. In 83 miles, there's 3 hours.
What is 3 hours? I don't understand. If I look at my watch and it is 9 a.m. in Los Angeles, what time is it in that?
Miles is Australia.
Pardon?
How many miles is Australia?
I looked up the kilometers. Hold on.
4,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. 4,000 kilometers. 3,200 miles. Something like that.
Hold on, I'll tell you the miles. 2,500 miles.
There you go.
We're in the United States.
3,000 from Los Angeles to New York. 3,000 miles.
What latitude lines is America? About the 33rd degree, right?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Let's go with that. Sure. 33rd degree. We got it. Now what?
Yeah. Right? Both in the same position on the globe, right?
Yep.
Pretty much. One's north and one's south.
Yep.
And okay, now what?
So why would there be 2 hours to get across Australia and 4 hours to get across America?
3 hours across America. 3.
Oh, okay,
What
even
is
3.
your theory on that? Why
Do you want me to tell you the reason? America's wider.
All right.
I want to know his. What is his theory on this? Why does he think that's true? The answer?
Because they, like in the beginning when I told you, I believe they took the flat map and wrapped it around a globe.
I don't understand how that explains the difference. I mean, we both agree the same distance, right?
Level
the
plane.
distance is the same, but the time zones are different. How does they wrapped the map around the globe explain that? I don't understand that.
Well, on the flat map, there's more land to cover in the southern, what you would call hemisphere.
But
Does
we
not
said
make
there's not. We said there's basically the same, pretty close. I mean,
to go study. Go do your studying. Quit asking me questions. I already told you what I believe.
so I mean, I don't understand how that, because the United States is a little bit bigger.
Get it? I get you. Keep saying it.
The U.S. is a little bit bigger. We said that. So it's got a little bit extra time zone. I don't understand the problem.
Well, go understand it.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Appreciate that. Good talk.
You do know that the time zones, like the time set in a country or a state, is set by the state, not by the what is it, the longitude lines, right?
Some world power doesn't set it. Every state, country sets their own time zone. I mean, we change our time zones. We're in America. We change them. Canada does too.
Powers that be set them for business.
Some of them don't. Some states don't change their time zones. A couple of them.
No, we have what's called daylight savings time instead of changing the time zones.
Yep, that's another way around it.
We have that as well in Australia.
Why is the meridian crooked between the Bering Strait? Why is that line jog like that?
Which one?
On the time zone map.
I think my theory would be that because on the other side, so either side of this thing, where's my mouse? Here we go. So where are we? Here we go. So over here, right, is America, and everybody in America wants to be on the same day. And on this side is that Russia? And Russia wants to be on the same day. Why would you make one part of Russia over here be on a different day to the other part of Russia? That's why it squiggles, because it goes around the land. It's the only reason. Same for Hawaii.
That's your explanation?
Yeah.
Of the meridian having a big jog in it up by the Bering Strait?
Yeah.
It's got to go around the earth. People need the same watch times, don't they, for business?
Is that why they put that in the way it is?
That's why time zones are created, so that watches sync up for business.
So
don't they do a big woof around Hawaii as well?
So they can tell, but they can tell the sun to speed up and slow down anytime they feel like it by their watches.
So it's not related to the sun, man.
No, we just said that the powers that be set the zones, not because of the sun.
Time zones don't have to do with the sun.
They are based on the sun, but the land is in random places on the ball Earth or the flat Earth. So you have to split the time zones to make people happy that live near each other in countries.
What if the sun was changing speeds? Wouldn't that make a huge difference?
Well, it does have to on the flat Earth model. It has to change speeds and go up and down through the year.
What happens on the time zones? What about reality?
Fuck knows how your time zones would work. Fuck knows.
How about that one?
You're going to have to make that up.
How about showing that there's not as much twilight in the south as there is in the north? I mean, and it's a measurable different distance. If we could show that the sun was moving or speeding up and slowing down, would that disprove your model, the globe?
Nothing you could show disproves the globe model.
So not even if I showed the sun down and speeding up, I would not disprove the globe.
If you showed the sun speeding up.
If I could prove that it was going faster and slowing down, right?
No, I don't think it would.
Can you prove it,
globe. It what we know about rotation, maybe.
That's the analemma shows that already, and the globe does believe that the Earth speeds up at certain times. So I don't get why you're having a hard time understanding that.
Oh, so wait a minute. So that blows out the whole constant motion thing. Thanks for admitting that that's a bullshit.
Yeah, you could feel if there was a momentum change, you could definitely feel it. You're saying that we can't feel it because there is no momentum change.
Talking
We're not.
ballers. All you got to do is talk. That's all you got to do.
That guy's a flat earther.
Right? Is it all linear or not? Because if it wasn't, we would be able to feel it, right?
Is what linear?
The motion of the Earth.
No, that's circular motion.
Constant, right? That's why we don't feel the motion of the Earth, is because it's a constant.
No. Hold on. So we can talk about this as well. Where's my ellipse tool?
Google it, dude. Quickly, get on that Google.
No, I'm gonna draw you
Yeah,
a
let the
picture.
fucking people tell you what you know about yourself.
I like drawing pictures. So, when we spin in a circle, right? Or if you're on like one of those, what do you call them? You know, like the rides that throw you against the I can't remember what it's called. You know,
Gravitron.
Gravitron, that's it. Yeah, you get like thrown outwards, right?
Yep.
And you can feel that
motion of the Earth. All the
motion. So, do you want to know why?
Let him finish. Go ahead.
You want to know why?
Speeding up and slowing down, and it's creating the solar lemma.
It's a centrifugal force. It's what you feel when you're on the gravitron, right? But the amount of force that is, if I remember correctly, is that force is mv squared on r. Yeah. So that's how you work out how much force that is, right? So if we put in the numbers here for the size of the ball, which you can say a presupposed or whatever. So we've got the speed, which will be that like 1,000 miles per hour. And this will be whatever the radius of the Earth is, and we times that by your mass. It's actually fuck all force.
No, see, we weren't talking about rotational speed. We were talking about forward velocity. You said it changes speeds.
No, I didn't.
No,
you most certainly did.
The other flat earther guy
Someone might have, but it wasn't me.
Model, the rotation.
Yeah, that's correct.
changes.
100%. You have to say that it does because the analemma shows that, and in like relatively speaking, flat earthers will say the sun is speeding up, and then the globe side will say the Earth is speeding up because those are interchangeable according to your own theory of relativity.
I don't think that's true.
That's correct. Yeah, relativity states that you could either put the sun in motion around the Earth, or you could put the Earth in motion around the sun with the sun stationary. That's exactly what relativity states.
So the
breaks down
you're saying,
when you
hold
involve
on.
other bodies.
Hold on. Are you saying that the Earth revolving around the sun speeds up and slows down, or are you saying that the spin of the Earth speeds up and slows down?
The Earth revolving around the sun has to speed up and slow down due to its elliptical orbit.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Yes.
Oh my god! And yet you just crushed your own movement as a constant thing. What?
I thought you were talking about the spin of the Earth.
Are we on to how fast the sun goes through the sky now?
So
how is
what
orbit?
What are you asking about?
Not...
Are you asking about why we can't feel the spin of the Earth, or why we can't feel the rotation of the Earth around the sun?
Those go hand in hand.
Well, no, it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Proves we're orbiting the sun. Yes or no?
Hey, I didn't hear that.
Is there an experiment, right? It's been done to prove the orbit of the sun or orbit of the Earth around the sun. Yes or no?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, you're wrong. Even Einstein agreed. Your own guy, he says it.
What did he say?
That there's no terrestrial experiment that could prove the Earth is orbiting the sun.
But he said there was no optical experiment that could prove that.
No, terrestrial. We're talking about. We're talking around the sun.
He has multiple quotes, dude. He said terrestrial, he said optical. There is absolutely nothing that can prove from the Earth, from the reference frame of the Earth, that proves that the Earth is going around the sun. That's why he came up with relativity.
What did he
To
say
state
right
you
after
could
that?
choose it either way.
What was the next sentence that he said? What was the very next sentence that he said after that?
That he believes the Earth is going around the sun, regardless. So that just shows how little. That's like so. So it just states it's a belief system.
I choose to
I
believe.
find that part interesting.
Around the sun. Well, he denies it and then says he believes in it.
Yep.
I think what he means is that there's plenty of evidence when all taken together to show that.
Oh, they think that Einstein, that's their god. So we got to bow down to Einstein. So
no,
Go ahead and give us some of that evidence, then, Negator.
So how did y'all go from time zones to speed of the sun?
I thought we were wondering why we couldn't feel the motion.
Well, because that's the cause of it.
I want to show that the Earth is what happening is actually the sun has to slow down and.
Oh, why does it need to do that?
It's above the Earth. It's local. It's not this 93 million mile story you've been talking about. Well, it was first.
Jeez, you don't even know that much about what you're arguing against? Wow, dude, that's sad.
Well, quite often I ask you to tell me, because what I think, like mainstream science says about something is often different to what I hear flat earthers say about it. So that's why I ask questions like that, usually just to clarify what you're saying, just so I can understand.
This is the reason the time zones are so wacky. Is in order to turn the flat Earth map into a globe, you have to expand the northern regions and shrink the southern regions.
No, you don't need to just you don't need to just repeat everything you heard Whitsitt say. Come on, man. It's not a good argument.
Dude, are you kidding me? Are you saying that's not
basic
true? That's
principle.
not what would happen? That's just
Where are the wacky ones?
What?
Yeah, that's not what would happen. You'd have to. The time zones would be.
Dude, I didn't say time zones. Can you stay on topic? I said in order to switch a flat map into a globe projection, you would have to expand the north and shrink the south. If you think that that's not the case, then you're not understanding the concept.
Okay, so what's the point of saying that, though?
Because now you're claiming that there's the 3 hours in North America and 2 in Australia, which you have changed the sizes of the continent.
Okay, how does this change in size? Which, or rather, well, hang on. How does the change in time zone dictate a change in how time moves?
Because listen, the sun movement.
Go ahead, Tora. This guy's been talking all night.
Yeah. The sun moves around the Earth.
And
that's correct. If you checked with your time zones for 12 noon when the sun was directly over zenith, the time zones aren't even accurate.
That's true. We've actually just had this conversation. You realize that 12 noon in one location is not 12 noon for the entire, or rather, the sun is not directly over the entirety of a time zone, right? You get that?
Of course, I understand that 100%. The reason that I can verify that is because I can call someone 3 hours ahead and find out where the sun is in their sky.
Right.
But what's the discrepancy that you think you're pointing out with time and how time passes and how the sun moves as it relates to time zones?
Because if you were on a globe, there would be exact 24 segments of time, and now you're just going to hand wave dismiss it, saying, "Oh, countries just choose it, arbitrarily because of work."
Yes. Well, what do you mean hand wave dismiss? Why isn't that a good reason?
Because they're
60th parallel south. Isn't it a coincidence we can't just go down there and just start measuring?
Pretty sure you can. Pretty sure you can.
There would be the same amount of time zones in the north and south if it was a globe. Is there?
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because it's a symmetrical figure.
But why do the time zones need to be symmetrical?
Why wouldn't they be? Please explain why they wouldn't be.
Because the people that decided on them arbitrarily made these non-symmetrical decisions.
So do you think Australia chose their own time zones, like just Australia chose them?
Do you know how Australia chose their time zones?
That's
I don't
incredible that
know.
y'all
Go
can say
ahead.
that the reason why we have time zones is because the
hang
Earth
on.
is round, and then try to discredit the whole situation.
So Tora, because it sounds like you're telling me you know why, and you're going to share it with me. Is that not
No,
the
what
case?
I'm trying to tell you is I don't think one country just made their time zone.
You don't think they did?
No.
Do you have okay? So why? Who decided on their time zones?
I would have to say it would have to start with there would have to be someone that drew that crooked line between Alaska and Russia, right? Isn't that where your time zones would start from?
Well, why would Australia be worried about how the time zones started in Russia?
That's actually not where they start from. They start in Greenwich in the United Kingdom. That's the
Yeah,
that's the
UTC.
zero
I
point.
understand that. So are you saying they can just ignore everyone else's time zone and just come up with their own?
Isn't that how it happened? Like when you look at a map of time zones, isn't that the only explanation?
Yeah, it must just be a coincidence, huh?
Well, what's the coincidence exactly?
The coincidence is there's 32 time zones in the south, 19 in the north, and it's just a coincidence.
Okay,
that
are
it's
you
a
at a
flaw.
computer?
But that's
hold on. So
Go
just
ahead.
quickly, sorry, Negator. Are you at a computer? Because let's jump on my stream. Let's count the 19 because I don't see 19.
You can just Google it.
But it's
I have it open. I'm looking at it. I want you to show me where the 19 time zones are.
In the north.
Did you count the 3 that are in between Alaska?
But the number doesn't matter, Tora. That's what I don't think you're getting. It has no bearing on the decision of where the time zones are. It's like you're just not acknowledging that man arbitrarily picked these different these lines of time zones.
Just a coincidence, man. I get it.
But what's the coincidence exactly? What is
The
a coincidence with?
That it works out that there's more time zones in the south than in the north. Why does that make sense to you?
But why, number one, are you ignoring the arbitrary nature of them all over the world?
Okay, hold on. Are there
32? And number two, why is 32 in the south significant?
Isn't it
because the south is larger than the north.
And so it needs
I don't
more
think it
time
says
zones to
32.
account for it? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're all over the place. Like if you look in the Pacific, there's a bunch of just dotted all over the place. Or you look in Asia, Tora,
Oh yeah, actually,
they're
there
just
are.
randomly scattered around, right? It has nothing to do with, well, the south is larger, so it needs more time zones.
They fit them in areas that no one lives in, like in between New Zealand and South America.
Okay. Does that change how time processes?
Nobody
those
can
areas?
verify those time zones, dude. No one even lives there.
Right, but when you make these arguments, it sounds like you're saying because Earth is flat, the sun takes more time to go around the larger exterior part. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
everybody knows that the sun the sunset happens much quicker in the south. That it goes to the light vanishes much faster, or if you want to call it obscurity, like the guy that sailed in the south.
Yeah, that's also
I don't know
not
that it does that because we have a lot of daylight in summertime.
Well,
Yeah,
you would have to, if you want to compare that, you would have to take your position in the south, time a sunset, then wait for the summertime in the north at the same position, same latitude, longitude, and time the sunset, and then you'd find that out. But
Like,
there's
we have-
sailors that sail around the world all the time and tell us this, that they witness the obscurity happening quicker in the south than in the north.
But the question for you is, why is it quicker?
Because the south is larger, so the sun has to move faster.
So if the sun is moving faster, what does that produce in terms of total hours of daylight?
That would be, you're trying to get at, would the sun create the same exact amount of sunlight in the south as it does in the north? Which, if you look up the coffee cup caustic, that's not the case. If there is a reflective surface or a dome around the earth.
So that didn't answer my question. I just want to hear you say it out loud. Is the sun moving faster in the southern hemisphere?
That's correct, yes. That's what the analemma shows us. You
Okay.
even believe that too.
Excellent. That's good because I can show you a million different time, or rather charts that track time that show that the time in the north and the south by latitude is identical in terms of
I just explained that to you with the coffee cup caustic.
Okay, but you also just said that it's faster in the south. The coffee cup caustic is a reflection. It's
yeah,
a
which
bending of light.
causes a massive amount more of light over the earth.
But more of light doesn't mean the sun itself moves faster.
If the sun is moving faster with a more amount of light, you're going to get the same amount of daytime hours.
Hello.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, if there's less of a print from the sun in the north, but more of a print from the sun in the south, it can move faster with the same amount of daylight hours.
Okay, so that means that 12 noon, right, when the sun goes from 89 to 90 to 91 degrees in terms of angle, it does it faster in the south. It has to do it like double the speed as it does in the north, right?
Double?
Double, because it's got about double the distance it has to cover or more.
Is it double? Really? When did I say it was doubled? Are you just making that up?
On top of that, the sun moves to the sky at 15 degrees per hour for everybody, everywhere, all the time. It doesn't speed up.
We're not saying it doubles. We're saying that there's 4 time zones in the north and 2 in the south.
Has no bearing on the passage of the sun in the sky.
But there's 4 in the north and 3 in the south, and the one that has 4 is longer. It's a longer part of land. Like, what's the point? Like, what's your point? I don't get it.
You've never verified that for yourself. Have you measured America and Australia? Or you think just drawing the little measure thing across your GPS already pre-programmed map tells you an accurate distance? Have you drove from across America and verified the miles?
So you're saying it's
and then tell me the straight road that you drove to verify, because I can't find one single straight road that goes straight across.
Are you disputing the width of America and the width of Australia?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so you think they're different distances to what the internet says they are?
Have you verified them for yourself? How can you know? Is there a straight road that goes directly across that you can measure it?
In Australia, there is actually, yeah.
Oh, of course, in Australia there is.
Yeah.
That's just so wonderful. There is a straight road in the south where they would have to shorten distances. There's straight roads across continents, but in the north, there's none.
No, there's just nothing fucking there. It's just a big desert, so you can build a straight road.
Oh, okay. In America, you can't just build a straight road across.
I don't know, man. You tell me. I've never driven across America, so I don't know.
No, you can't. There is no straight roads across America.
Right.
If you want to build a straight road, yeah, it's very easy to build a straight road. Everyone knows that. If something gets in your way, you blow it up with dynamite, and then you keep going.
The only road that's really straight, that's kind of straight, that goes almost all the way across America is Highway 80. I mean, even Highway 10, I think, goes from the southern side of from eastern side of Florida, but then it jumps up into Georgia and then outward toward Texas. I don't know how far, if it goes beyond Texas or not, but Highway 80 goes from I think New Jersey all the way out to Colorado and possibly beyond that. But it's certainly not like a straight road like you see in Australia, where it's like really super straight.
Yes, exactly. They're definitely curvy. Like that I-10 is a perfect example. Like it's kind of goes all over the place. When you get to Arizona, it dips from Phoenix to Tucson, then goes out to California. It's very strange that they would do that. But then in Australia, they have no problem just drawing a straight road right across.
But look, they're supposed to.
Why? Australia's through the middle is flat, and there's nothing there. It's a desert.
You can do that here too, man.
Road.
Yeah, but the center countries in America, or the center states in America are very, very flat too. Most of them are known as flat as a pancake states. Florida's flat as a pancake. Georgia, or Alabama, Kansas, Tennessee. A bunch of these places are very, very flat land. But the further out west you go,
coincidence.
Yeah, there is.
Nobody lives in the middle of Australia.
But there's
just another coincidence.
I mean, it's a road. It's not exactly like, it's not going to take up the whole state and push people out. It's just a road. So, but once you get out towards the Colorado Rockies, that would probably be difficult to blast your way through, or you would have to tunnel through it. Yeah, you would have to tunnel through it with one of those big Bertha machines or something.
Yeah.
Like deflagrate rock or whatever.
Let's get
Yeah,
back
but
to the.
I-10 really wouldn't need to do that if it stayed down
I
on
want to
the
get
southern
move.
side. Go ahead.
Yeah, going through Nevada and all that, right?
So the twilight lasts longer in the north than it does in the south.
Probably does right now because it's winter where we are. I doubt that's the case.
We're saying we're saying when you have the same exact time. So like when it's your summer and when it's our summer, the sunsets take different amounts of time. The twilight.
Oh, right. Yeah. The twilight. Okay.
The obscurity happens much quicker in the south. The twilight to darkness happens much faster than it does in the north. At the same time
And the sun is very, very tiny as well. Where I come from, in southeast Florida, where I was raised, the sun is a big fat sun on the ocean. But when it comes up and it goes down over the land, it's still a very big sun in the sky. But I've seen pictures of southern hemisphere sunsets, and it's amazing how small it gets to, like a little tiny dot over the horizon, or right as it goes over a mountain or horizon, it just whoop, a little tiny dot. I was shocked when I saw that, how much of a size difference there was in sunsets.
I'm going to disagree with you there because I've been in both hemispheres and the sunsets look the same size to me.
Have you measured and timed it yourself?
No, but neither has Salty Sergeant, so who cares?
Because there's multiple people backing his claim that have measured and timed it themselves.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude, sailors. People that actually are on the ocean that use these things to navigate.
Post it. You've got the measurements. Let's see you post it.
Yeah, dude, I'll post you a video you can watch. Maybe you'll learn something.
Great. Thanks, man.
I'll post two for you. One, how magnetic declination tricked you, and then
I don't
also
care
how
about magnetic declination.
and
I
how
want to
the
know about
time
the
zones.
size
I'll
of
do
the
both.
sun
Well, they
at
go hand in
sunset.
hand. They go hand in hand, brother.
With the magnetic declination trick somebody. What does that mean?
The magnetic declination tricks you into traveling into a different direction than you would expect to travel to get somewhere.
Well, I mean,
assuming you're using a magnetic compass to find your bearing.
Right. So, well, I'm just trying to figure. Yeah, I'm just wanting a little clarification. So, the compass points east, right? Like at a certain, like wherever I am, right? So I would just go east. What is this? What does magnetic declination mean? Is it? Do you not follow the compass, or?
No, you don't. Yeah. If you wanted to make a path, like say you're going to sail from Africa to America or whatever, you have to take the magnetic declination into account, or you'll end up like in Canada or South America or something like that.
So somebody gives you like the magnetic. So that's like a value given by somebody then.
Yeah, it's in your charts.
So they'll tell you like the compass will say east, right? And you'll be like, oh, that's east, but they tell you, hey, don't go to the left right now.
Yeah, exactly. They'll say like you got to travel 15 degrees off of east, so in order to go east or whatever in that area. Everywhere it's different. There's a place in Australia it's 180 degrees.
Okay, that's pretty relevant then, yeah.
Especially from that again. In Australia, it's what?
There's places in Australia that there's 180 degrees of declination.
Right.
What?
All at once though, or would it be like, hey, in 100 feet go 10 degrees to the right, and then another 100 feet go 5 degrees to the right until it ends up being 180? They wouldn't just straight up say, hey, turn around, and you're actually
turn around. Yeah.
Dude, that's what it
turning
is.
around.
Just look at a magnetic declination map. It's very interesting. Check it out.
Wow. What do you make of that, Jimbo? I mean, not that it's. I mean, just what do you make of it? Just like open-mindedly.
Not a lot. I can't say I know enough about it to comment.
Gotcha. All right, thanks, man.
It's not something that's ever come up in the few times I've used a compass in Australia.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just appreciate his explanation on like what it is. If that's what it is, that's just pretty just strange. Like I mean, I don't know, like me being biased, right? I could see it as like, well, that would be how somebody circumnavigated north to south if all they said was, hey, declination is 180, turn around.
Right.
And yeah. And then they say, look, I went around the world north to south, but at the 65th parallel it says turn around, which means I'm still going straight. That would be, I mean, but I'm sure that I'm just strawmanning what these declination charts actually say. I don't have them. I don't know what they are.
Yeah. I don't know enough about it either. I have no idea. I've never looked into that.
No, I'll look up the magnetic declination where I am.
You don't use magnetic declination if you're just walking with a compass like up the block. You use it when you're about to like sail away. Like if you're like, say you have a sailboat and you want to sail from Florida to the Bahamas, and then you want to end up in Key West afterwards or something like that. That's when you would need these things.
But if I take my reading somewhere where there's magnetic declination, will it not make me look the wrong way?
You understand why they have to put magnetic declination, because even you say your magnetic north pole is moving all the time, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. All I'm saying is, if there's magnetic declination where I am, right, that's, I don't know, however many degrees, isn't that going to make my compass reading off by however many degrees when I look at it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So it's a problem at the time that I look at the compass.
Well, yeah, true that. And if you wanted to travel far distances, correct.
Try to recognize that they're telling you north. What it essentially means is that north isn't really north.
On a compass. On a magnetic compass. Yeah.
Well,
right.
yeah,
and
they
it's designed
update
to tell you what north is. It doesn't really show you what north is. These other calculations show you what north is.
Yeah, but that's a known thing. That's the thing that is we're aware of and we can correct for. Which is what you're also telling me, right?
Yeah, that's right. You weren't aware of it until I brought it up, though.
No, that was the thing. I knew that a compass points at magnetic north, not at geographical north. That was the thing that I knew before we were talking today.
Yeah, but like what's interesting to me is like, so then how do you know which one to trust? And then what do you, so you're only checking one against the other one then in that case. Maybe there's more things you check it against, right? But it's like, okay, I got this magnetic, compass that tells me that, east is this way, right? But then I got this chart that somebody wrote down and said, no, east is another way when they use their compass. I don't get it.
No, yeah, I think it means.
So then how did they get it? Well, I'm saying, how did they get declination while reading the compass?
Oh, that
to write
I
it
don't
down.
know.
Right. So how did they even get it? Right. Because they're using the compass to tell them, hey, east is over here. So they held it. They went east and arrived at a place, and then said, well, let's just say that it's off. Right. Like how did you get
according
it?
to their map. According to their maps. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So people headed east and ended up in the wrong place according to their maps, and they're like, "Oh, we need to fix this."
Yeah. People are getting lost when they're using true globe math. They have to adjust for it because it's not real. Anybody can look at a map and find out, oh, well, we use the same math in the northern hemisphere as the southern hemisphere because it's a bulb. Most sailors, when it first started happening that they were exploring the southern hemisphere, they would get lost massively by thousands of miles. They would get lost and never, be seen again. And enough of it happened that they had to make these corrections.
Yeah,
something interesting.
So I mean, just to I guess kind of to explain further, or just to ask further on what I was saying. It's like, so are they bending the straight line, or are they straightening the bent line? And then what are they holding against it? Like what straight edge are they holding against it to confirm that they're either bending it or straightening it?
Right.
Well,
things,
yeah.
yeah.
Good questions.
Yeah, it does. It is a good question because what it is we have a magnetic field on Earth. None of us can deny that. So even like on a flat map, I still believe there will have to be a certain kind of declination. But we only have flat maps that are globe depictions that have been flattened out. We don't have the right map. Well, you know what I mean? And now at this point, you just use GPS, which is their system to do it. So we don't even have the right kind of map. We don't know what the map looks like. That is the whole thing. They've hid the real map from us. And in order to get the real map made, we would have to do it ourselves.
Yep.
But yeah, those magnetic flux lines, I'm sure, would mess with, the compass, even on a flat Earth as well.
I think when prove this, some of the people that are in positions of power might want to know. That's where we could get half the funding.
Shit, maybe they don't really know either, because like you can go so far on an airplane, right? Like with whatever, right? But eventually, when you get close enough, like 500 miles away, they start they'll radio you in, or they'll have some like what do you call those? If you're sailing, they'll have a lighthouse. Like you'll be close enough, like in the area, right? Like a sailor would say, oh, you have to keep on getting a new fix, right? A fix means that something's broken, right? So you got to keep getting a fix, and try to get close enough. But eventually, you just see a landmass and like, all right, shit, turn to the right. It's over that way. We were close enough, though. So I don't know. Maybe they just don't have it at all. Yeah.
Don't you find it funny too? Like we always have to correct our path whenever we're traveling in water or an airplane or by car. We always are adjusting our path. But then when they say they go onto outer space, they don't have to adjust their path at all. They're just good to go.
Anyways, we demand funding for it's like a national security issue because we they're not telling us what the map is. So it's national security for us because you're obviously you're hiding something. Yeah. So we got to find out by putting out all this false information and saying that the Earth is a ball. Now we should demand half the funding so we can investigate. All right.
Yeah, we have the right to that, right?
It's 50-50.
Vested interest. We all pay property, every tax, man, there is on the Earth.
Yeah, no shit. And considering how much we give away in foreign aid, we're paying their taxes too.
How do you know they don't adjust course when they're in space?
The bill and have a petition signed and start demanding we get half the damn money because they're stretching maps over balls and stuff.
They don't adjust course for space because when they go to the moon or whatever, they know that an object will always stay in the same path unless another force acts upon it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you believe space is a vacuum, I guess that works. But
how do you know that when they go to the moon and they're on their way there that they don't have to make adjustments on the way?
Just look it up, man. Just read about it.
Well, I'm pretty confident if I Google that right now, it'll say that they do have to do that.
Google it then, please.
All right.
But he just did, and it said that.
But yeah, well, Google can say just about anything they want to. That doesn't make it true or not.
Hey, Tor, can you hear me?
Yeah, brother.
Nah, I've been listening, and I find it fascinating what you're talking about. The equation of time and the study of time. It's a boring subject for most people, but I really find it fascinating. The analemma, how it wobbles. Even at the equator, you can see the figure 8 at the zenith. How do the Globers explain the analemma and how it creates a figure 8?
Yeah, so there's an article. Sorry, let me just jump in quick. There's an article here about how Artemis had to do a course correction burn.
On the way to the moon, or while it was in orbit with the Earth?
No, on the way to the moon.
It did a course correction. What booster did it launch?
Regardless, the atmosphere would be moving with the ship, so it wouldn't need course correction regardless, right? Everything's a constant motion.
Yeah.
That's why we don't see it in airplanes and helicopters, or hot air balloons, or anything else.
spaceships aren't in the atmosphere like helicopters and planes and hot air balloons.
Okay, okay. Post what you wrote, and then
Balloons in
make
our
sure it
atmosphere.
shows where they did their course correction and what mechanism did they
All
use
right.
to push the course correction.
I'll do that as soon as you post the article that says that they didn't do it.
All right, Lion. Yeah, dude, the analemma, they explain it the same way we do because that's what Einstein did. He gave them the out that they can explain it by the position that the sun is stationary and the earth is moving quicker. That's what they'll say with the elliptical orbit. And that's why we see the analemma. So they have the same explanation as us. We say the sun's moving faster, they say the earth's moving faster.
Yeah, but if we can prove that it's a local source and it's moving faster, it would be absolutely devastating to them.
I mean, yeah, I look up and it's a fact. I don't know why. It has to be.
Yeah, but how do they explain the figure eight? Is what I'm saying.
Just proving it to everybody else.
Well, you can just see it. Like you can just see it throughout the year. You just take a picture. But yeah, conveniently that taboo conspiracy video that you shared, I was just looking through his like video list. He did prove that it's a local light using the inverse square law of light as the sun rises and sets. No, he doesn't look like he did it. It looks like somebody else did it, but he shared the video.
Yeah, Taboo's the man, dude. He's got everything.
He's wonderful, man. He's cool. You just have to read everything, but it's cool. Yeah, and he's an actual sailor in the South. He actually sailed there, right?
Lion, the figure eight pattern would be, I would say, more similar to the gates. You know what I mean? That we have been told in Enoch. And that figure eight pattern is just the sun making its way from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn and then back. It passes the equator twice. So you get this figure eight pattern from it.
Yeah, definitely. But how do the Globers explain it though? The figure eight.
Yeah, that's what they just say it's an elliptical orbit that we have, and then the speed of the Earth, in the smaller part of the elliptical has to go quicker than when it's on the long. What?
That's not what it says.
Go ahead. What does it say?
It says the north-south component of the analemma results from the changes in the sun's declination due to the tilt of the Earth's axis of rotation.
Then how are you explaining the widerness in the south? You have to explain why is the analemma wider in the south than it is in the.
It says here. It actually says here. It says two things, right? It says it's due to the change in the declination due to the tilt of the axis of rotation, and then the other portion, which is the non-uniform rate of change of the sun's right ascension. Wikipedia.
The right ascension, yeah, due to the elliptical orbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's due to two things.
Sweet, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, because without the elliptical orbit, it would just be a perfect figure eight.
I told everyone this 2 nights ago.
Will it be? I don't think it'd be a figure eight at all. It'd just be a line.
Yeah, you would figure.
I told everyone it's a complex system with rotations. Of course, the time zones are not going to be perfect. There's a tilt, there's rotation, and there's an orbit.
Yeah, the Earth's tilted at 66.
Doesn't have anything to do with square lines on a map. I mean, if anything, it would be circular lines, curved lines on a map.
I saw Jimbo sharing, and I was like, "What is this? A Glober circle jerk? Let me come in here and shut this down."
No.
He's teaching us about
from
maps.
Time zones to the analemma.
Time zones in the analemma. Okay.
Well, yeah, Shane, they were going with time zones, and they were just hand wave dismissing that there's more in the south than in the north. They don't even care.
Very clearly why they are the way they are.
Why?
And we also reminded you that they're not the way that you said they were.
You also told me that in order to turn a flat map into a globe, you wouldn't have to inflate the north and shrink the south.
I have not said anything of the sort in this discussion.
Well, someone
So
did.
what are
Do
you
you
saying,
support
Jimbo?
that?
Hey,
Someone said that. Do you support that notion?
say it again. What do you have to do?
Jimbo's clarification was,
If you
yaha,
have
it's
to
a globe
impose
and
a flat
not
map
flat.
on a ball sphere Earth, that you have
Mm-hmm.
to stretch out the northern hemisphere
Mhm.
and then shrink up the southern hemisphere so that it actually unifies. Would you agree with that or no?
Why do I have to stretch out the north?
Because you're inflating it
Because
into a ball.
on a
Why am
disc,
I inflating it?
on a circular disc, the
Mhm.
center of the disc would have much closer land masses, don't you think?
No,
Than
I
the
think
outer
if the
side.
center of the disc is on the top of the ball, I think it will be the same size. I think
Is
you'd
that
have to shrink
negator?
the
Right,
southern end. I think you would.
the
I
southern
think you'd have to shrink
hemisphere.
the southern end, but I don't think you need to inflate the northern end.
So here's the second time he's saying it.
No, because it's not what you said. I actually disagreed with what you said. You have to listen to what I say.
Jimbo,
you're
I
gonna
think what
say
they're
what I
pointing
say.
out to you, Jimbo, is that an arc length is a longer line than a straight line. So that's as far as
Yeah, that's fine.
distortion.
You don't need to stretch both ends. You only need to stretch one end.
Unless you're hiding something that's up on the north side as well.
Hey Shane, this map that you've posted just now, this one here. Hopefully, have a look at my stream. Right? This is from Witsit, the video Witsit posted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I tell you about this?
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's wrong. See this bit right here? See this bit?
Yeah.
This says that there is 1 hour difference between here and here.
No, it's like 1:45:50 or something, almost 2.
No, there's 2 hours difference between here and here. There's 2 hours difference between Perth, which is about here, and Sydney, which is about here.
The Australia being wrong isn't the main bit. It's the fact that
Well, it is because
full.
part of the argument is that there's only quote unquote one time zone across Australia when there's
Yeah,
three.
but who cares about that part of the argument? That's just all we have to. The rebuttal to that is no, stupid. The actual argument is flat Earth time zones work better. Look how I've stretched this flat map into a circle.
But it's not being stretched.
Pulled into a circle, whatever you want to call it.
Is that Don who just says dumb things over and over again as if they're smart? Hey, Don.
Because the whole argument of that
Go
video
out of your way
was
to say
was
something
that there's
stupid and then superimpose
time
it on
zones
what your opponent
when there's
says, and
three.
that's how you win.
Sorry, Jimbo. What?
Well, the video that I watched made a big deal about how there's only 1 hour or quote unquote one time zone across Australia when there's three.
That can be ignored as a simple lie.
Oh my God.
Anyway, just thought I'd let you know that. That was my point. It's wrong.
Okay. Registered and heard.
Wrong.
It's not a nuh-uh. It's wrong, mate. It's not a
wrong.
nuh-uh. It's wrong. This says 20 hours and 21 hours, and this one says 8 and 10. The difference between this is 2, and the difference between this is 1. They're different. This one is correct.
The stream is wrong because it doesn't prove anything. It assumes time zones need to be natural and perfect.
Oh my
That's
God.
why it's all wrong.
Everything you say is like irrelevant and useless, Don.
Oh,
Just
I
so
know
you
it
know.
triggers you, mate. Go make a meme.
You haven't
Do I
said
sound
anything
triggered?
factual or scientific
Do I sound
out
like
here. All you can do
the
is mock and
memes?
ridicule.
Get Jew AI to
You're
make
useless.
memes for you.
You're useless.
All right.
This is
All
So,
you can do is
don't need to
offer
be mean,
mockery.
guys.
Why are you here?
So you're saying
You've said
it
nothing
wasn't
factual.
it wasn't Whitsit's argument that it wasn't exactly an hour. It was like if you add them up in Australia, it was like 2:52 or something, almost 3 hours, and it was rounded.
It's 2 hours across. It's 2 hours, East Coast to West Coast. And then it's 3 hours. It's 3 hours, East Coast to West Coast, not including Alaska.
I thought the main crux of it was
From
that there
LA
wasn't.
to New York, that's 3 hours. This is 3 hours different.
I thought the main crux of it was that there was more than 24 hours, and there was more in the north than in the south, or more in the south than in the north. Wasn't that the whole point of it? And then you guys were like, "Oh, Australia," so I can disregard the
One of
whole
the
thing.
things that I took away from it was that
There's more
he
land in the
thought it was
north.
suspicious that these places are similar lengths, but the time difference across here, he said, was 4 hours, or 4 time zones, and he said there was like 2 time zones here, and they're a similar distance, right? But there's actually 3 time zones here, and there's 4 time zones here, and the difference in time across the 2 places is 1 hour. So this is 3 hours, and this is 2 hours, and America's a little bit wider, which is not really suspicious at the end of the day.
The South is literally 50% of reality, and you guys, you'd have no idea about it. It's a total mess for you.
So everything you say is like
50%,
retarded by
50% of
default, or do you
reality
make it retarded before you
is
say
a total
it?
mess.
Just, I'm gonna take some advice from you here, Shane. Is Dawn someone I want to engage with?
Yeah, probably not. You're right. Sorry, Jim.
No, you're good. I'm just asking you
I'm
before I
right
do it.
behind you, Jimbo. You're correct. you get lost in the
That's a very good
details
call.
instead of telling these guys they're wrong.
No, I like talking about the details with these guys. It's fun.
Yeah, which makes you part of the problem sometimes.
Yeah. You have to call us dumb and try to be condescending and an arrogant prick, or the reaction really isn't worth it, right?
You're the guy that shows memes of Globers looking horrible, right?
You really think the point of those memes is that you guys aren't attractive in the fucking AI generated?
They're
Dawn,
toxic and horrible, and
get
you spam them.
I get what you're saying, but coming at him with hostility is not gonna fix the issue.
This is not hostile. Right? This is me relaxed.
Well, no, but you're coming in and like if you come in and call people stupid and insult them and stuff, like that's not a way forward.
Have you not met Don, dude? That's all he ever does.
Something stupid.
That's
So,
literally why I
Jimbo,
called him out, right?
Yo.
I thought the crux of the argument was the amount of time zones that they have in between Alaska and Russia. And then also, if you did watch the stream, why aren't the airplanes flying there?
Correct. Huh? Oh, okay, so first, the answer to the first question, are you asking why is there more time zones?
No, they squished like 3 into a really small area.
I think there's a 3-hour jump. There's still 24 hours around the whole thing. If you're concerned about there being a 3-hour jump, so what? The place determines what the time is, where it is.
There's a 3-hour jump from New York to California, and then there's a 3-hour jump from that little tiny area. So that's that's the crux.
And that they're not
Can you see my
symmetrical.
stream? Can you see my stream?
Oh, Shane, you bought it too, huh?
Not supposed to be
The gators
symmetrical,
here?
guys.
I thought you died, dude.
Can you see my stream? The reason
Welcome,
it's a
man.
3-hour jump is because
Hey.
this time zone covers geographically 3 time zones. Like
I don't see your mouse or whatever. I don't know. What are you doing?
just look at the colors. Can you see where the color is? This bit here. This guy.
I see a lot of colors, dude.
This area.
Could you circle it one more time, Jimbo? I
got it now. I got it. I see it now.
Yeah. So this blue bit, right, is the 3-hour jump. But geographically, this area is 3 time zones across. Yeah? That's why it's 3-hour jump.
So then why is it displayed as 3 times smaller on the map?
No. It's from the end of that blue one to the beginning of Alaska is the
over
3
here.
hours.
Yep. This bit.
Yeah.
So Alaska, all of Alaska is on this time, and then we've got 1, 2, 3 hours.
Those people are all in the same time.
Yep.
Right. So okay, man, like, do you not see, like, there's an issue with what you're saying? Like, overall, like, you said what we're saying in this example, but then you're flip-flopping and saying that there's half-hour time zone that's way down there. Why is it 3 hours for 1 hour for each of those things when it's not in the other spot? Shouldn't it be uniform, considering those lines go down straight and parallel the entire map?
It could be, right? But the places that set the time zones, right? Let's look at. All right, let me zoom in here, right? Let me look at this. So this I like talking about Australia because I'm from Australia. This particular bit here, right? Why is this area? Why is this red area on the other side of the longitude line, right? But the same time as this area. Why didn't they switch it? Is that effectively what you're asking?
Oh, it looks like a little cat. No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking why there's only, look, you see, you got 1 and 2 between 3 zones. But where you were pointing out the other way, you said it was just 1, 2, 3, as though that should make sense. The light is hitting half of the planet at the same time. It's all hitting at the same, you know what I mean? Like, why is it different?
Because
literally
the
looks like a
time
little
for this
cat.
area, the time for this area is set by the state, and that's a state. This here is a state. And the time for this area here is set by the state. And the time
That's
for
cool,
this
man.
area
I'm
is set
glad
by
that
the
the state
state.
determines what time the light hits the continent.
That's
Yeah,
not
but
what they're
the time in the state is not set by the time the light hits the continent. It's set by the time is set by the
That's
state.
what time is. That's what light. That's
No,
what
it's
saying
not.
8 o'clock in the
No, it's
morning
not.
is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
it's
understand
not.
why are you guys arguing with how governments decided to set time?
Oh my god.
No, for real. Like,
So you just
there's a
said
clear
it's all
difference
political. That's the
between
thing.
there's a
Crazy.
clear difference
Right.
between certain areas.
Okay, hold up. Let's take half a step back. All right. So there's 24 time zones according to the longitude lines. Right. Why isn't there 2?
Because it takes time for the sunlight to creep across each section of the land.
Okay, so the sun gradually goes this way, right? So the sun will be here, and then 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 here. Why aren't there, I don't know, 48 or
How about 2,400 time zones?
Yeah, why aren't there
Or
2,400
24
time zones?
million time zones?
Why is it important that there's 24?
Yeah, it's just a coincidence that the governments all got in on it and fudged these
No, it's
time
just because an
zones.
hour is a good way to divide up the time. That's the only reason.
But the government decisions don't mean globe or flat. They're entirely arbitrary.
Yeah, just a
That's what he's pointing
coincidence.
out. But there's no coincidence to be had. That's what he's telling you.
The
Is there's a
coincidence
whole-
is
there's a
there's
whole
32 time zones in the south and 19 in the north. That's the
those 30
coincidence.
those 32 don't make Earth flat.
They're just
They make
suspicious
the
in the area where they have to
south
be
much
bigger.
larger.
Yeah.
We could have a
Exactly.
globe Earth with 32 time zones, or 50
They make
time
the
zones,
south
or a
larger,
million times.
dude.
Yeah, you could, but you don't.
Okay, but if that were so, let me back up to what Jimbo was actually trying to point out in the eastern chunk of Australia, right? Just below the A on his map, there's a little chunk of that territory that pokes over into the middle time zone. How does the government decision to poke that over support a globe and not a flat Earth?
How about the time zone in between
haven't
New
even-
Zealand and South America? Why don't we talk about something that's actually relevant, where they would be hiding it? Why are you talking about a continent where there is people? How about we talk about the areas where there's no people?
How about you, instead of continuing to assert that they did it like this to hide the flat Earth, explain how this hides the flat Earth?
This particular on the flat map, there's a lot more distance that the sun has to cover on the southern
a little
hemisphere.
lot. I'm not sure. Maybe
No.
like somewhere between.
The
Sounds like he's
eastern-
jumping in there like a lot late, a little late, and
Do
making
you
an
see
argument
the
that's
yellow
already
chunk
had-
of territory
had
on
already been
Jimbo's
had.
map where
And then now
the
he's just
A
asserting
and
that
the
shit
L,
argued from that point.
the
for no
A and the
reason. I don't know
L,
why.
I don't know why you keep talking to Tank. Can you zoom
Yeah,
in,
I was.
Jimbo?
Well, I mean, I was talking like before the other guy, and before the other guy, but somehow I'm still talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
and
I
being
didn't
talked
realize.
over.
My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But no, but Negator's cool though. He can go ahead since he's like the third time's a charm, kind of. Good, Negator.
You mean this area, yeah?
the area here, how does their decision to extend that chunk of Eastern Australia over, how does that support a conspiracy to hide flat Earth?
Who cares about Australia? Who did the time zones in between New Zealand and South America if no one lives there?
No.
Who made those time
It's
zones?
not who cares. This is your assertion that all these governments got together. They did this in a particular way. You tell me,
how.
Tell me how this supports a flat Earth.
Because there's
I'm going to
more
make a straw
time
man and
zones.
then insist that it's important.
Not
There's
more time zones, not 32 time zones, not 24, not 19. Look at this fucking map right here. Tell me how that purple chunk
right. That's
hides a
great.
flat
That's
Earth.
great.
I
Why
did.
is
I
that
told you
little land
how.
chunk
Okay,
hiding
how?
a flat Earth? Yeah, sure.
We could tell you what. We'll go by every single oddball chunk on this entire map. Let's start right here.
What do you? So
What a
I think the thing that gets me right is like the time difference across all of the time zones still adds up to 24 hours. Like it's not like the days are different or anything.
It's conflation. That's what it is.
But to the original point, it was that twilight is much faster in the south. So, like, Negator's jumping in on a point that really didn't matter. We were going over time zones, and then Jimbo pointed out, well, this one is just like a government time zone. Let's skip it. But that's where Negator wants to live. He wants to stay there.
What about China though? Let's look at China.
Dude,
China's in the
let's
northern
use
hemisphere.
China because they're such an honest people.
Well, guys, I don't. So I'm watching the video, and it does say Australia has 2. Why does Australia have 2? I'm a little confused.
It doesn't. It has 3. The video's wrong. That's what I'm saying.
It has a half hour, doesn't it?
Yeah, I remember there was some
the time in that
explanation.
area is a different time to the other 2 places. And this video is saying that the time difference between 1 and 2 in that screenshot you just posted is 1 hour when it's 2 hours.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
always
saying.
thought
That
Australia was
what that
3.
video says about Australia is incorrect.
Oh my god, back to that one little mistake
Anyway, like,
out of the whole stream of
it's
lies.
it's a big part of the video, at least for me, maybe because I'm Australian. But right, so what about China? So
Well, I
China
trust you, Jimbo, right?
geographically goes across 1, 2, 3.
What about India,
4,
bro?
5
5.5.
time
What
zones.
about that?
Yeah, so we can talk about India as well. So India exists across 2 geographically, according to this map, but it's the same time everywhere in India.
This is exactly how they inflated it, bro, at the equator. You don't see how
7 a.m.
That's north of the equator, there, guy.
7 a.m. here is
exactly
the same time
the
as
stuff
7
north
a.m.
of
here.
the stuff
these 2
north of the
places,
equator has to be inflated. On a flat
7
map, the
a.m.,
continents are much
7
closer.
a.m. Why is that?
He accidentally agreed. My God, you keep asking why. We've told you like fucking 6 times. How do you not know?
I just don't think it's weird. I think that the Indian government just said, all right, the time everywhere in India is the same.
Okay. Well,
that's because you think you live upside down,
That's
Jimbo.
not how time zones work.
Jimbo,
That's
you
not how
live
time
upside
zones
down,
work.
don't you? That's the
No,
problem.
you live upside down, mate. I'm
If the argument, hang on.
That's the issue.
Hey, Jimbo, can you zoom back in real quick? Because the argument now seems to be that, well, India's wider because they had to account for the conflation. Well, that means all countries on the equator have a wider time zone. What's that
God,
blue
you
country?
folks
in the
sound
north.
me.
In the north.
It's so boring. You know.
Well, what's that? Oh, was that Oman?
This one?
Yeah, that one.
I think that's Oman.
Okay, yeah, that's only covering. That's one time zone, right? And what's that? What's that north of India? Is that Afghanistan?
This one's Pakistan. This guy.
Above that is Afghanistan. Those seem a lot smaller to me. Same for Egypt, right? India is expanded left and right. Look over to Egypt. Egypt's only covering one line of longitude. It seems that this argument that the time zones near the equator have to be bigger is garbage.
That's not what I said. I said the north of the equator in order to turn. Dude.
Go ahead.
North of the equator, if you turn a flat map into a ball, has to be expanded or stretched.
I don't think it does, man.
Well,
Think about a basketball. Okay, now deflate the basketball. The top half of that is going to come in, and the land masses are going to be closer together.
Doesn't shrink though.
Yo, this is
Yeah,
Well, here's the part where he says this too in Australia, right? He just does like the size comparison in the north and the south on the flat map. Maybe that's how he gets to.
Shane,
Hold on. Can I guess? 2 seconds, please. So there's compounding evidence for what he's saying. He's only presenting the time zones as one, right? And it's circumstantial at best. Like, yeah, it has something to do with the government setting the time zones. Like, we know China sets their time zone separate from the United States. They make their whole country one time zone, and India might do the same. That's irrelevant. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that there's more time zones coincidentally in the north and the south, but there's other reasons like that to prove that the southern hemisphere happens to be bigger than the north. Like, we have Neil deGrasse Tyson on video saying that the Earth is pear-shaped because there's anomalies on the southern hemisphere. This is one of those anomalies, the time zones. Not only that, if you measure Antarctica, the circumference of Antarctica, or the coastline, and you measure it, compare it to the north, Antarctica is like triple the size of the north hemisphere in circumference or in diameter. Also, the analemma, it just coincidentally happens to be fatter in the southern hemisphere. All these things compound to be like, wait, like there's something going on here. Like, it can't all just be a coincidence, and that's what he's saying. Right?
You're very misguided.
Whatever.
Oh, yeah, well, way to disprove it, man. That was the most scientific thing you brought up, man. Good job.
I don't know that he said anything particularly scientific either.
Yeah,
so
it's all very
Really?
wrong.
Call it a
Especially
really?
like the pear-shaped portion. It's not bigger. Like, it's not bigger because it's pear-shaped.
That's what pear-shaped means.
Yeah,
Yes,
measure the latitude lines below the equator and tell me it's not pear-shaped.
Yeah, how much bigger is it?
It doesn't matter how much. Why would it be any? It's a
He
sphere,
just agreed
bro.
that it's bigger. Just take the win.
Because you guys are conflating his statement
how
that
much
it's
bigger?
bigger in
When
the
he said
southern
how- as
hemisphere
the
with it's
second that he
as
said
big
how
as
much,
Earth
the very
would be
second,
if Earth
like
was
maybe it was
flat.
like the second
That's
or the
all.
minute or like the
Right?
millisecond or the
Of course.
milliminute. Maybe it was like the angle of like
Hey,
attack. Like the second that he said it was how much bigger. He said it's
Shane?
bigger. So just move on.
Yeah, but
Can
not
you
as big as
send me-
you're claiming.
No, just
right?
bigger. You said
No,
bigger.
no,
That's cool.
no, but let's not be honest at all, right? Let's just like imply things and let people
No, I
make
was holding you
So
to
it's
the
come up
not
with
bigger?
bullshit.
I was
You got a
holding
lot
to
of
the
doll
honesty.
talking
Can we
about
put a
honesty.
dictionary, guys, for
Like,
like 2 minutes?
It's not as big as what you guys need it
I
to
guess
be.
not.
That's the problem.
I'll listen to the guy who sailed over 100,000 nautical miles instead of some douchebag on fucking Discord.
Word up.
Oh yeah. Who
That's pretty
sounded
awesome.
who sailed that far and what did they say exactly?
I posted the videos for you in the chat earlier.
oh shit, you don't know
Go check
everything?
it out,
Holy
bro.
shit.
No, I need him to say that loud so I can show him to be a fucking retard.
Is
Yeah,
that
for
really
sure,
your
man.
goal for being here, Negator? That's kind of alarming.
What's that?
Is that really like the crux of your goal for being here?
Like, why are you back? That's Shane's
To show
nice way
you
of
how
saying
you're
go the
retarded?
fuck,
Yeah.
go back where you came from.
That's
Yeah.
Dovid's fault. But
What? Really?
yeah.
Can't let people on the internet affect how you feel, man.
But no, he just asked me to come back.
Oh, I thought you meant he was the reason you left. All right, that's quite a different context.
All right,
But
let's get Shane's piece. Let's give him 2 minutes. Come on, Shane, give it to us.
I don't know, man. I didn't even watch this video yet. So I came in here arguing it. And now I'm like, all right, I'm hung up on why it says there's two in Australia still. I'm still trying to work that out.
Can
Like, I
we
didn't.
talk about? Can we talk about that three? What's the problem with what is it? The Russia like Alaska gap.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that quickly?
That part.
Yeah, you want to tell me what's up with that longitude line that you have between the two of them? Why is that?
International
time
It's because I've
timeline.
copied and pasted the image, right? That's all.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bud.
I'm not trying to trick you.
That's globe trickery right there.
Yeah.
Textbook, Jimbo.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's just we have America twice.
The real map, finally.
Yeah. So is the issue here that these two places have how much time difference? 3 hours?
3 hours and windsurfers surf across it.
Yep. So what's interesting, right, is if you go all the way over here and all the way over here, the time difference is still 3 hours.
No fuckery going on there.
Well, you're right. There isn't any fuckery. That's just how they've defined the time. So
Well, no
the
one
place
travels
where
there.
it's plus
No
12,
planes go there. No boats go there.
the place where it's plus 12 here, right, exists geographically across 3 longitude lines, and Alaska exists across 2, right? But these 2 bits are in the same one. So together, these 2 places exist across 4 longitude lines, and there's 3 hours difference between them, which actually makes perfect sense.
Do you see the red line in like the United States, how it goes up the coast, like California, that, you know, the blue area in Canada, and then that red line goes all the way, it starts heading more west. Yeah, you see how curved that line is? That's the time zone line.
Yeah, I understand that.
Not the longitude line.
Do you reckon? Yeah, I know. Do you reckon it maybe lines up with some states?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I see. I get that.
So that when you're in Washington, everywhere in Washington's the same time?
Why don't you compare that line to the rest of the lines?
I don't see it as an issue. This place lives across 3, and it's the same time everywhere.
You don't see how crookedy that one, as we start to get to Alaska, they have to fudge it more and more off to the west.
But what are they fudging? You guys are conflating time zones with actual passage of time. That's where you're tripping up.
What's the fudged bit?
Well, it's the same time every day, bud.
That line, that red line that you drew from the bottom of, yeah, that one, they fudged it there. Now if we just continually move over, let's see if they start to get straighter and straighter. Because if you had to deflate the top of a ball, this is how you would do it.
Isn't this a state line? Isn't this like BC?
Yep.
Yeah, right? They have government, right? Do you know flat earthers think the government is in on tricking us?
It just means that the time in BC is all the same time, and then if you go to Alaska, the time it's Alaska's an hour behind BC. What's the big deal? I don't understand.
Alaska's in that time with BC, no?
No, the time in Alaska, according to this map, the time in Alaska is different to the time in BC. It's an hour apart.
Okay, -8 to -9.
Yeah. Oh, no, I lie. Hold on. No. This is the same. The time in BC actually matches whatever this one is. It's 7. It's 2 hours difference across here. But the time
No,
of BC matches this and this and this and this and this and this and this. This is all the same time.
Did you know what fits right into this? When
Yo, hey, it's Witsit.
Yeah, hey, there are 3 main components to this. So there's the time zones, there's magnetic declination, and then it's what they did to Google Maps. And when you look at all 3 of them, that's how they expanded the north and contracted the south. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
I think you really need to back off this, Witsit.
Oh, thank you so much for your input.
No. I mean,
I'll write
it's
it
going to be
down.
like our last couple of
Oh, nice.
conversations.
What?
Oh God, one could only hope.
Yeah, no,
So
I
wait,
still
let me just cut straight to the chase. You guys think it's just a coincidence that for political and arbitrary reasons, all the governments around the world chose their own time zones, and it just so happened the dice just happened to land in such a way that there's 19 in the north, 24 right around the 40-degree latitude, and then 32 in the south. Just what you would need to do to expand the north and contract the south. It's just a coincidence of all these arbitrary political decisions of governments around the world. Is that your stance?
So the current time zones represent what a flat Earth would be stretched onto a globe? Is that what you're saying?
Simple yes or no, man.
It's just
yes. I do think it's a yes. I do think it's a well. Number one, what's the coincidence? Because we haven't actually haven't identified what is the actual coincidence.
So you're religious. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's okay to be religious or whatever. No, you can laugh, but it is what it is. You're saying it's just a listen.
What's
I can still
the
in your
debate?
position. It's low IQ. It's not
What is the actual coincidence? What is the problem that we have?
Here's the coincidence. Okay. So if you were to take a flat Earth and make it a globe, that would mean the north is going to be bigger on the globe than on the flat Earth. And that means that the south is going to be smaller on a globe than on a flat Earth. Okay. So if you wanted to make a flat Earth look like a globe, you're going to have to slightly expand the north and contract the south.
Can I
Do you
jump
agree?
in? Can I jump in quick? Can I jump in quick? So I'm not gonna say that you say that the AE map is the flat Earth map of the world, but like on that map, right? The North Pole. So that's like a transformation from flat to spherical or vice versa, or however you want to look at it. The North Pole's not distorted at all. It's only the southern end that's stretched. So why do we have to stretch the top? Why do we have to
No,
stretch
you're
the north
wrong.
end?
You're wrong. The northern hemisphere is different in a flattened globe. So that's what I'm saying, right? Like you guys don't fully even know what the argument is, but Negator, do you agree that on a flat Earth, and if you were to take a flat Earth turn into a globe, the north is going to be slightly bigger on a globe, and the south is going to be smaller? Yes or no?
If we stretched it out,
if you turn a flat Earth into a globe, it's going to stretch out in the north and then contract in the south.
yeah, but the middle is going to stay roughly the same, I think.
Just for there's a very small portion just above the equator that'll be the same on the flattened globe.
But what it doesn't do is necessitate more or less time zones, since time zones are
Can
arbitrary.
you answer the question, man?
Yeah, I'll agree with you, but
Okay.
on the grounds that you understand that I don't think it necessitates more time zones, since time zones are arbitrary.
Well, now
right?
that's when we're going to get into this next part, right? So if you have to make the north a little bigger, and then there's an area that overlaps that's the same on the flat and the globe, and then there's an area where the flat Earth gets significantly bigger, right? As you continue to go out, it gets more and more of a difference. Okay. So what a coincidence that in the north, what has happened is we have time zones that as you continue west, they stretch out over 3 or 4 longitudinal zones. Because, of course, in reality, if it wasn't this arbitrary political inconvenience of time zone, we would, on a globe, we'd have perfect 24-hour symmetrical time zones. Because the Earth's a globe that rotates, which memeans every 24 hours it does a rotation.
Yes. Yeah. I got it.
But governments got in the way, and we could just have a perfect, easy to understand 24-hour symmetrical time zone in the north and the south, but stupid politics.
Okay.
Sorry, let me just jump in quick, Negator. If we did it purely based on the longitude lines, places like where I live in Australia, the state I live in would have a different time in either side of the state, which is
I don't
annoying.
care about that. Like, okay, I understand that. No one cares.
That's inconvenient.
Who cares what's inconvenient? You know what's inconvenient is that there's a perfect symmetrical reality that's not being utilized. Okay, but that doesn't matter. That's not even the point. You guys still don't even know the argument. If you're I'm just going to tell you that if you're going to keep jumping in and just telling me that it's just political preference because of convenience, as if I need to be taught that, dude, your argument, I could still man it better than you guys can articulate it. Can we skip past the part where we act like Witsit doesn't understand the argument that you have? Can we be intellectually honest and get down to the crux of the issue?
If we were intellectually honest, right, we would accept that governments do have a say in their time zones first, and second, if we're going to assert that this is a flat stretched over a globe, we would expect the time zones to reflect that, right? And they
okay,
don't.
that's what I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So you have 20. If say you were to map out these longitudinal zones, right? Meaning one longitude to the next, you have a little zone there. You have 24 of them, so you can make a map and you'd have 24 parallel lines. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in the north, what's happened? If you look at the time zones in the north, one time zone will stretch out over 3 or 4 longitudinal zones, right? And then what happens is you get to that the Bering Straits with Alaska and Russia, and then there's that 3-hour time zone difference, right? So that's 3 hours. If you keep going west, what you find is that the 20th hour and I think the 18th hour are missing from the northernmost portion. So that's 5 total hours of actual time zone hours that are not on there, that are not depicted by the time zone.
Jump
So
on my
there's
stream,
5.
man. I'm streaming it right now. I'm exactly what
I'm
you're
driving.
talking about.
I'm driving, but
Okay.
just think about exactly what I'm saying, right? Like they stretch out over those time zones. So that is a very convenient way to make it look like it's a little bit wider in the north. Hypothetically, it could just be a coincidence. Whatever, I give it to you. It could be a coincidence. But that means that the people in the north just so happen that their politics lined up in such a way that their convenience subtracts 5 in the north. Now, as we go a little bit south of that, we get 24 time zones. All of a sudden, the 18th comes back, the 20th comes back. All of a sudden, over there where they were stretching over 3 or 4 longitudinal zones, they're not. And all of a sudden, right where the globe and the flat Earth would overlap and be the same, there's 24 time zones.
But why is 24 significant?
Oh my God.
On the equator.
It's not the equator; it's above the equator.
Okay.
So
why is
I
it
don't know why.
significant there?
Because that's where, just like we agreed a second ago, the flat Earth and the globe would be the same, a little bit south of the northernmost region.
Okay.
You thought it was the
But
equator; it's
why?
actually just above the equator.
Why is 24 significant?
24 would be how do you not understand this?
The 24 time zones that do exist along that area that you're referring to, they don't correspond precisely to lines of longitude.
Yeah, but they're very close. But the
No,
point
they're
is
not
that
very close.
Yes, they are. You want to bet on it?
Yes.
Okay, so they do
Just
slightly
like our
overlap
last
here.
conversation about angular size of the sun with it.
Oh my God. So they slightly overlap here and there. But if you look at the very small portion that the globe and the flat Earth would overlap, they're much closer. The argument is not that they line up perfectly, though. The argument is that we have just the right number, meaning all of a sudden we have 24 again, right
But
where the globe and the flat would overlap, and 24 would be accurate. The one
that
place that
doesn't
24 would be
matter.
accurate. I get you think it doesn't matter. Okay, so it goes from 19, where you've stretched time zones over land masses, where you would have to stretch out the north to make it a globe. And then you get 24 right where they overlap. And then as you start going south of that, you get 32 to 38 right where there would be way bigger time zones on a flat Earth. Meaning, inconveniently, right, this arbitrary determination of time zones has lined up all around the world with dozens and dozens of random government's decisions. Just so
But
happen to work
they
out a
don't
way.
line up. There's no coincidence with. That's the problem you have.
No, you don't seem to understand.
Okay, so if there's a coincidence, right? One of those coincidences would be that those time zones in the far south would encompass much greater amounts of land, right? Because it would have to be stretched out. Wouldn't that be one?
What? Say it again.
Well, you're telling me that there's more time zones, right? To cover more ground, left to right. But I'm looking
It's
at.
not
I'm looking
about
at the.
covering more ground. It's about making it not obvious that you can see that the time zones are bigger in the south. If you were to actually try to change the world tomorrow into 24-hour time zones, it would be undeniable that in the south the time zones are bigger, which would debunk the globe and everyone would be able to see it.
Okay, but that doesn't change how many hours there are in a day.
There's only 24 hours, dude. That's my point,
Yes.
man. Are you not
And
listening?
Can I jump in quickly, Negator? Just want
Sure, go
to. Have you got an example of some bigger time zones in the southern hemisphere?
Well, first of all, now if we're talking about the arbitrary time zones, that's the point, is that there's just a lot more, so they're not bigger. But on a flat Earth, they would be bigger. The argument is that they hid the flat Earth and the fact that in reality the time zones would be bigger in the south. They wouldn't be symmetrical like the globe predicts. They hid this by adding tons of time zones to the south, and then they hid that the north would be smaller than the globe by stretching time zones out and taking 5 of them out. You guys think it's just a coincidence. Here's my question: like, why
there's
can't
no
wait,
coincidence. There's nothing to be a
here's my
coincidence
question.
here.
Yes, there is. Why can't the north? Why wouldn't the north just? What's so different about the north? Why doesn't the north just have more time zones and the south have less?
Arbitrary decisions. The answer to the very first
so
question.
it's just a coincidence. So it's just a coincidence.
Tell me this. Tell me this. How many time zones are there in Australia, Africa, and Australia? I'm sorry, South America, Africa, and Australia.
Well, like, okay, and Australia is a good example where there's 2-hour difference from coast to coast, but they make it 3 time zones by adding a half an hour time zone in the middle. So it looks like there's 3 time zones there to be closer to the corresponding latitude in the north, optically, of 4 in the USA with the corresponding latitude and similar width.
Okay, let me jump in real quick. Right? So what's the time difference, east coast to west coast in Australia?
I think it's 2 hours.
It's 2 hours. Okay, it is 2
Yeah.
hours. What's the time difference,
Yeah.
east coast to west coast in the United States?
3 hours, I guess, because you stretch into Alaska, which is further west.
I'm talking LA to New York.
3 hours. I just said that.
Yeah. So, what's the problem?
Okay. The difference is, though, we have 4 1-hour time zones stretched out across the United States, and we have 2 1-hour time zones in Australia. At the least, they're not the same. They're not the same. There's an hour difference. They should be the same. This is the part that you guys are avoiding like the plague, though. You think it's just
we very much want to talk about it.
You think
let me
you think there's less in the north why can't we have the actual argument addressed? You think there's less in the north and it's just a coincidence that there's more in the south and there's 24 right where the globe and flat earth overlap. That arbitrary decisions just happen to make it that way. That's what you believe.
The Australia one's interesting, right? Because it goes the east coast is time 1, and then it jumps half an hour to the next time zone, which is a little bit weird, right? Because it's half an hour behind. But then it jumps an hour and a half. So it's moved 2 time zones and it's moved 2 hours in total, which is what it should do.
So why add the third one?
Hey?
Why add the third one?
What do you mean? It's across.
Why did they add a third one?
Geographically, it's across 3 longitude lines.
But that doesn't matter. Remember, that doesn't matter. I thought we just talked about how that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just arbitrary. It's political. It's political lines.
Let's be grown here. Obviously, it's arbitrary based off of. Obviously, it's arbitrary, but it's based off of.
The state borders in Australia also line up
it's fairly
closely with longitude lines. It's not exact, but it's pretty close.
No. Okay.
Yeah, they do.
So
yeah, they do actually.
Yourself. You're like, now you want your cake and you want to eat it too, right? Or you want to say
look at the
that
map.
It's based on longitude.
Look it up on the map.
Why is there 3 time zones in Australia if there's only 2 hours?
Fucking hypocrites, bro.
He told you, dude. It covers 3 lines of longitude.
Let's go back slightly. How many time zones are there across
the longitudes don't matter.
Austin, let me just jump in.
No, I didn't say that.
Let me just jump in. 2 questions.
Yes, you fucking did. You've been saying it for over an hour now since that other guy was here. You said that the time zones had nothing to do with the longitude lines or the latitude line, and that it was just arbitrary government
I need
picking.
to ask Austin 2 questions. 2 questions. How many time zones are there in Australia, and how many hours between?
There's 3, but only 2 hours.
3 time zones, 2 hours. How many hours different is it in the state across the states?
3.
And how many time zones?
4.
Ooh, all right, interesting. What's the problem?
I have to look. I have to look at the exact map because what happens is you spill over into Alaska, which is right there, and so you get to the 4.
That's a 5th one. That's a 5th one.
Okay.
But it's also wider.
Okay, but now we get to talk about the actual point. Let's see if you can respond now. Why is there only 2 hours in Australia, but there's 3 in the U.S.?
Because the U.S. is wider than Australia.
Not by that
how
much.
By how much?
500 miles.
Okay, so you're saying that the 500 miles creates an hour difference in longitude. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah."
It means it's across. So looking at the map, right? The US sits across 4, and Australia sits across 3.
Yikes! Well, we heard you.
It lines up with what the time differences are.
Okay, so this is the whole point. This isn't like a definitive refutation of the globe or anything. What this is it makes you guys have to make your claim. You can try your best to avoid it, but this is what you have to say. You have to say that time zones are merely arbitrary. They're just government preference and convenient. And it just happened to line up in a way where we subtracted in the north, kept it the same right where the globe and the flat earth would overlap, where it means they'd be the same size. The longitude divergence would be the same. Coincidentally, there's 24 hours in that very portion. And then when you go south, they've added time zones where it would be wider on a flat earth. It's just a coincidence. Now, in theory, there could have been 32 to 38 time zones in the north, but it's exactly the same as the south. It's just an inconvenient coincidence that exactly.
We got you, man. You've said coincidence 24 times. Just relax, okay?
I think the actual answer is.
Yeah, I don't miss Negator at all. He's such a little gamma, dude.
I think the answer
He's like
doesn't
such
like
a
me.
backhanded little girl. He's like
Because
like,
you know that
he's so
when you and I
condescending, but
actually
I would
debate
intellectually slam dunk on you in every aspect of everything you believe,
angular size of the sun, you remember that one?
dude. You think
Reciprocal zenith angles, you remember that one?
Dude, you could never ever debate me about reciprocal zenith angles. You couldn't even debate me about. Dude, listen, you couldn't even debate me about the first step, as if the Earth's in motion or not. You want to jump over to stuff like angular size.
You need to relax. Look, man. Once you understand all this,
Negator,
you'll be like,
listen,
God, I
Negator.
feel so fucking stupid.
Yeah, but you're projecting, right? Because we could actually pull our IQ data.
Let's do this. Let's do this then. Australia.
What is this guy doing? Like, why is he? I just don't know what Negator's doing. I mean, what's he doing?
Because he's just attacking me. That's all he's doing, man. Just relax.
That's what
okay?
you're doing. You're doing all these little backhanded, derogatory comments like you're tough or something, but you're not tough. No one thinks you're tough. I don't think you're tough. So
Okay.
I would love for you to stop.
His wife banned him from Discord. How tough is that?
Stop. Yeah, stop acting like you're so much smarter than me. Okay,
Okay,
because
well-
we both know you're not. So
But
this is
I
the reality.
am
This is the
though. That's
reality.
the problem
No, you're
here.
not. Okay, hey, give me one piece of empirical evidence that's exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun. Give me one.
Why don't you relax, okay? Let's
No,
talk
no,
about
Negator,
let's
give me
talk about the time zone of Western Australia.
Yeah, any question posed to you, you duck it, you fucking coward, bro. All throughout the you're like 3-4 hours, you refuse to answer one question, man.
No, actually,
You're
I
a
answered
girl,
lots.
man.
But I don't know, man. You live in another dimension.
Hey, give me
Oh,
one
I'm
piece
curious
of evidence.
if the time zones
You know
time
it's gonna
zones are
lead to trouble. You duck it. You
No
duck that
one
shit.
let him off. No one let him off. Negator, since you're so much smarter than me, and you think the Earth flies through space, can you give me one piece of empirical evidence? Can you give me one piece of evidence that's exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun?
we're not
Just one.
we're not jumping questions.
So you can't.
Whoever loses this one has to leave Discord for the day. Come on,
It's fine.
take some rules.
If you weren't scared of what I had to say, you would let me say it. Okay, you could answer it.
Yeah, whoever loses this one
just
leaves
like I asked
Discord for
about,
the
just
day.
like I asked about the 24 time zones across the middle and why they were significant. You couldn't tell me why they were significant. You just know there's 24.
He did. I told you why.
Yeah, he just
Okay.
lies. That's what I'm
Then
saying.
what's
And why
what's the
does
significance?
Why do none of the ballers call out people
Wit,
like this dude
wit.
who's a moral
They
degenerate
don't
and
they,
blatantly
they
lies?
don't follow the lines of longitude
I never said they
the
did.
way you
Strawman,
assume they do.
Strawman,
Then
Strawman.
what's the purpose, right?
My answer. What was my answer, Negator?
Because it lines
So
up with
maybe
24
you're
hours.
the one that's not very smart. Maybe it's you that can't retain information for more than 5 minutes. Maybe it's you that has to resort to the little like ad
All
homs
right,
and the back.
relax.
There you go. Pretend that you're the one that's so in control and you're my dad or something. It's just
I
on
mean-
Discord people like you can act like this.
You I act like this in real life too. You could try me
No,
if you
you
like.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
So,
I will. I'll try it. Where do I find you at? I'll try
Oh my
you.
God,
I'll
this
walk
is
right into your
ridiculous.
face and headbutt you, boy. Where you at?
Where you at, Negator? We'll fuck you up.
Where the fuck are you at?
This is good look for the flat earthers. Like, let's.
Yeah. Don't tell me where you're at. I'll drive
I
right
want
to
to
you.
fight you.
Wait,
Fight
look,
me.
everybody
Fight
calm down.
me.
Everybody calm down.
I'll drive right to you. Don't talk tough around here.
Let me just say this. Negator is, I have to say it, textbook MML. So what he just did was insinuate that he would like physically intimidate me or do something in person. But then the guy responds in kind, and he's immediately a victim. Look at the flat earthers. He brought it up, and then he's like, "Look at the flat earthers talking about physical confrontation," because that's who Negator is. He's a gamma male. So this is Negator. This is what you're so.
To
much
be
smarter
fair,
than
it was you said you wouldn't say that to me in real life, as if there was some physical reason that I wouldn't do that.
No, I
wouldn't say
never
that.
said anything about. No, what I said was you just act like you're tough on the internet, like you talk so
Oh.
big and bad. But
So
this
I'm
is the
not
reality.
tough, and you're
The
tougher
only
than me in real life. Is
the
that what you're saying?
No, I'm just a man, and you're a girl.
Slow down, dude.
The
Like, calm
only
down.
way.
Just calm
Stop.
down.
I'm gonna mute you if you keep on interrupting me to tell me to slow down and calm down.
He
So
said you're
relax.
a bitch with it, and
Then
you'll never
relax,
mute
right?
him. He said you don't have the balls to mute him.
right,
That's
okay. So this is the facts, right?
Fucking mute him.
You're acting like you're so much smarter than me and all that stuff. And you can't ever debate me about the actual topic. You always avoid it. So I brought up a different topic. I already said this isn't a direct refutation of the globe. It's just for people with eyes to see. You certainly don't have them. You probably think girls can be boys and all that shit. I don't care. I want you to answer this question because this does refute your position. Okay? What is a piece of evidence that is exclusive to the fact that you think the Earth revolves around the sun? Can you please give me one piece of evidence?
Wit, we can talk about that once we're done with time zones.
He can't do it. He'll never do it.
He'll
No,
never do it.
because you feel like you need to control me. You're so intimidated by what I have to say that you've got to assert yourself, right?
No.
So let's talk more.
Yeah,
If the southern time zones are more stretched, let's talk about Western Australia, right? It covers about 1,100 miles, right, in an hour. If the time zones are stretched, wouldn't that not be the case in the northern hemisphere, like in the U.S.?
What? What are you talking about? The sunset time now?
No. The actual time zones themselves. You're saying that since the sun has
the
further ground to
500
pass.
miles that Jimbo referenced earlier, the 500 miles.
Are you talking about the actual time zones that should be there, or the arbitrary ones? Because they're different.
Well, what I'm doing is comparing Western Australia to U.S. Central Time. It's about an hour. It's about 15 degrees, and it's about 1,100 miles. It's the same.
And this is the guy that's so intellectually superior to remember. Remember that. So I asked you on what grounds are you making the comparison, and you repeated the comparison. If you need to take notes or something and then come back tomorrow with an answer, that's cool. But what time zones are you using for your comparison, which is your entire argument? The actual time zones, or are you talking about the arbitrary ones?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that two chunks of Earth on the north and the south that should be similar in time zone and similar in size are. The two time zones that I already said once were U.S. Central and Western Australia.
Yeah, that lines up with China too, right?
Why would you say that?
It's so stupid. How many times do I have to ask the question for you to answer it? I wonder. You're so smart, though, Negator.
What I'm again pointing out, if Earth is a globe, sections of time should be similar in the north and the south, right?
Just I got to do something.
Okay.
Considering that light covers half the planet all at the same time, yeah, it would.
Oh, that's another topic that we can get to here in a second.
I do have my answer.
Is that Dawn? Dawn.
Just don't speak.
Dawn doesn't exist on a globe. You can't have dusk and dawn on a globe. Right? You got time zones. You got to change your name.
I'll give you my answer quickly if I can. They've fudged it because they're hiding land in the south on a globe.
Apparently.
And they like to have special islands and special ships with their own nations hidden in the special
boy.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I mean, you can think about you can
some
think of a you can try to
that very thing.
you can try to come up with a motive for mistakes or whatever if you want to, and try to justify the reasoning, but doesn't make it true or not.
I want to talk to the actual open-minded people that are here to learn and not pretend that they need to pretend they're smart on Discord. So, if you look at magnetic declination, and you look at time zones, and you look at the Google Maps, that's how they hit it, right? Like there's this
no,
huge,
it's not. We
please
saw
stop
it all. We
interrupting
watched
me.
it because we've been over this. You did it in your video. We've heard the spiel. You had two other people come in and recite all the same bullshit that you did already once.
No, you argued with some dude that told you the basic outline of it, and now you think you're an expert on it.
Like magnetic declination doesn't change any of this. These lines, none of these line up with a flat to globe or reverse.
Wow, dude. Say you're a government shill without telling us directly.
And on top of it, we still have the issue of actual speed of the sun through the sky, because that's at the end of the day what you're trying to account for.
Jump topics when you lose one. That's cool.
Yeah, how about you just tell us how the Earth is whirling through space? What's your proof that it's going around the sun?
Yeah,
Lily pad it up, boy. Lily pad.
Let me just point this out, right? There's two different things here, right? One is for people trying to figure out what's really going on, and then one is you have to debate people specifically to refute and expose their nonsense. Okay, the first one is not for anti-flat earthers. It's not. When you're talking about, because you can go look at the Google Maps, you'll see that these really curved roads, they're stretched out. They're stretched out in the north. Only north to south, though, not east to west. And then we've actually had people go out and test it. We've actually had them go out and see if that's the case, and it's way more windy than the map shows, which creates the illusion that it matches the nautical miles of maritime and flights. So that's not for, and I'll cover that in another episode. That's not for the anti-flat earthers. But
No,
one way to just
listen, Jimbo and Tora and others were going over this with an honest mind, right? And Negator jumped in and fucked it all up. That's what happened. We were talking about exactly what you're bringing up: magnetic declination, the winding roads, not in Australia but in America. All these things, and Negator just wants to come around and fuck shit up.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you have to understand your environment. So in this scenario, the move is to just expose him. So if you think that there's a dichotomy here, one is we think the Earth's a stationary topographical plane. We've gone out and measured it. We tested your refraction claim. It's bullshit. We used infrared. We can see further. We should see not as far with infrared. We've debunked your claim. It's retarded. Okay.
You didn't measure anything with it. You know that.
Hey, so you think that the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning spheroid that flies around the sun in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness? Okay, clearly two different ideas.
You don't have to preach
right.
to me, right?
Stop, man. So we're going to take it step by step. The first difference we have is stationary. Okay, if we have stationary topographical plane, and then we have tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving sphere. Okay, first step is it moving? Okay, so we say it's stationary. You say that the Earth is moving. And in fact, you say it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and then revolving around the sun. Can you give me one piece of evidence that actually shows that we're moving around the sun, please?
Like that I did or that you could do? No.
Any evidence? Do you have any evidence for your belief, or is it a religion?
No, I think there's a whole range of evidence, mostly observations of space.
You should certainly be able to name one then.
Well, to what end? You're gonna say, oh, it's is it something that you can do that I can do?
He can't even answer it. Like, let me repeat my question, because I asked my questions very specific for a reason. So, can you name any? I'm including observational evidence, buddy. Okay, can you name any evidence that
I got you. I heard you the first 5 times. You don't need to say it again.
You need to listen to the word specifically. Can you name any evidence that is exclusive? That's the key word there. Exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun, please.
And when you say exclusive, you're going to say, well, Negator, it could be the sun and stars moving around us, right? Because that would be my answer is the location of stars in the sky as we orbit the sun.
That's the same exact thing happens if the Earth's not moving. So how is that exclusive?
Awesome. Well,
So
I guess there's other ways to determine that.
I will name one.
Is this because you don't want to talk about the shape of the Earth or rotation of the Earth or time zones anymore?
I'm literally talking about rotation and revolution of the Earth. Can you please name a piece of evidence that shows us moving that's exclusive to us moving, please?
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum, of course. We've had this conversation. What's it?
Foucault's pendulum works on a stationary
No, it doesn't.
Earth with the angular momentum of the cosmos moving around it. You can actually use Newtonian and Einsteinian. You can actually use Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics to show this. If you use the covariance and equivalence principle of Einsteinian mechanics,
But it doesn't work as we observe in the southern hemisphere. We've been over this, and the last time we went over this, you asked me for pendulums in Australia, right? And we found them, and we concluded that, you know what? I've never been there. You've never been there. What are we going to conclude from it?
All right, so try to keep up. So right now we're just talking about motion. Okay, you're claiming that since the pendulum drifts, that proves the Earth is moving, but that's not true, because you can show, even using your own paradigm's physics, whether it be Einsteinian or Newtonian, that there would actually be a translation of forces through the angular momentum of the universe around a stationary Earth that would cause a net centripetal force that would be radially accelerative force inward towards the Earth. And you can show all the math based on all the physics, based on both Einstein and Newtonian mechanics.
Yes,
you don't got the pendulum.
I get it.
What else you got?
So why not? Because it could be, right? It could be the Earth spinning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said exclusive evidence, buddy.
Right. And you said that because you don't like practical experience you can do that show it could be spinning, right?
No, I have no problem acknowledging that if the Earth is a ball that's spinning, then it would cause the pendulum to precess. or
Awesome.
to drift. Yeah,
I'm happy
but
with
that
that.
doesn't help us though, because it's equally valid that the universe itself would be spinning, and you can show all the math. So that's actually
How
not evidence that we're moving. So can you give me some evidence that we're moving, please?
how does the universe spinning make the pendulum process?
Yeah, okay. So you have angular momentum. He just says it doesn't, right? So I can send you many papers that Negator couldn't even comprehend, right? Like Andre Assis, right? Which is a guy who broke down via relational mechanics. He applied Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics to the angular momentum of the universe. Basically, if you have all of the universe moving around the Earth, that the angular momentum from that will generate real forces. One will be centrifugal force, right?
Yep.
So, okay, and then one will be Coriolis force. The difference is that the Coriolis will be real, not fictitious, like your model claims. It would be real. Okay.
The bit I'm struggling
Fictitious
with.
doesn't mean fake. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Hold on. The bit I'm struggling with.
Dude, the irony of you saying that you're smarter than me. Like, all you can say is straw man's, right? I know your belief better than you,
I
dude.
think you should. You just
Stop
gotta
your little,
relax, man.
Can you stop your little cat fight with each other? I just want to ask Mixer a question.
When I said it's real, not fictitious, how do you somehow think it's sufficient to jump in and say that fictitious doesn't mean fake? When did I say that?
Can I just ask my question? Let me just ask my question. I want to understand, because there's no, I don't understand the mechanism by which the universe imparts a force.
I'm trying to.
How does on the pendulum, like what?
Yeah.
How?
I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to.
Yeah. I also put it in the chat for you.
Okay. So, for one, if the whole universe is moving around the Earth, and say it's moving around the center of the Earth. Now, we're leaving the ball flat part out. Please don't divert to that. Okay. Just center of the Earth. And that means as you go further out from the centrifugal force is going to get stronger and stronger, right? Just like they claim on the globe, the centrifugal force is the strongest on the equator, right? Because you're further out from the center, so you have more centrifugal force. It's the same thing. As you go farther out from the center of something that's spinning around, right, the centrifugal force increases the farther out from the center. So if you're talking about on the surface of the Earth, it's pretty small, right? If the whole universe is moving around it, there's centrifugal force. But as you're on the surface of the Earth, that's not very far from the center of the Earth. So it's relatively small compared to the rest of the universe. But anyway, you have a centrifugal force. You also have a Coriolis force, and it would be a real inertial force if it's the universe moving. Okay? Well, the Coriolis force is twice as strong as a centrifugal force. So if you do the math, you'll see that that gives you a net centripetal force, right? Because you have an inward force that's twice as strong as the outward force. Gives you a net centripetal force, which is, of course, the opposite of centrifugal. It's inward. So then you would actually have a net radially inward accelerative centripetal force going towards the Earth. Okay, that's going to actually cause a precession. And this is admitted by Einstein, and it's also admitted by Newton in his Principia. So if you use Einstein or Newtonian mechanics, you have to concede this. It's very simple.
So-
There's an equivalence principle.
So let me just jump in really quickly. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm not super familiar with relativity, but from what I know about Newtonian mechanics, there is no reason why if the Earth is stationary and the pendulum is stationary, and there's stuff spinning around this pendulum that's not, and that stuff is not attached to the Earth or the pendulum, there's no reason for that pendulum to precess.
No, that's incorrect. But like, I'll send you a paper if you want to actually read about it. But if you want to just stick to Newtonian mechanics, it's even better. So in Newtonian mechanics, you have to account for inertial forces, but they're treated as if they're fictitious. Okay. And Newton himself writes in Proposition 43, which mysteriously didn't make it to his final publication. The final page of his Principia didn't make it to publication. And what he says is that the Earth actually could be at rest in the center. What you would need is an equal and opposite reaction or force that was real, akin to gravitation. If you had this equal and opposite force, then you would actually have, it would be viable to have a Tychonic system, meaning Tycho Brahe system, right, with the Earth in the center. But he said there's no way that he can think of to do this because he treated space as if it was absolute or fixed, right? So the Earth is moving through absolute fixed space. Ironically, Einstein did away with that because he had to, due to Michelson Morley. But anyway, now if space itself is not absolute and fixed, it'll be moving around the Earth as well. What this does is generate angular momentum, right? That will
But
then
but
cause
let me
real
jump in. Let me
forces
jump in really
according to
quick.
Newtonian mechanics.
Really quick, Witsit. The thing that has the angular momentum is the thing that's rotating. If the Earth's stationary and the pendulum is stationary, then those things then the universe is the thing that has the angular momentum, not the Earth.
Okay, but the universe's angular momentum generates a force radially inward to the Earth.
On
This
the
is basic
universe.
physics.
On the
It's
universe,
basic
not
physics.
not on the Earth.
No, on the Earth, if the entire universe is moving around the Earth, then that means there will be a radially inward force generated towards the Earth. That's basic
That
Newtonian
radial
mechanics.
inward force only applies to the things that are in circular motion, and if the Earth is not in motion, then that force is not applied there.
That's incorrect.
It's not.
Dude, oh my God. If there is the universe moving around a stationary Earth, this is going to create a net centripetal force that's
On the
going to be
rotating universe, not on the stationary Earth.
no, not on anything. It's from the universe that's rotating, and it's going to be pressed radially inward to the center. Well, what's in the center? The Earth. So that means
The
that the force is
force
going to. Oh
the
my
force
God.
is only applied. The force is what makes the thing move in a circle. If the thing's not moving in a circle, then there's no centripetal force.
You just don't understand this, and this is bad.
I think you don't understand with it. This is circular
Oh, do you want to
motion.
bet $5,000 on it and then set up an
Sure.
event where we debate it for 2 hours and pull out the papers and look at Newtonian mechanics?
Sure.
Okay, literally $5,000. I'm dead serious. Do you have your real? Does people know your real identity? Can you actually back up a $5,000 bet?
No, they don't. But I can do a $5,000 bet.
Well, no, obviously it's just not going to ever happen if you don't have to back it up. So,
But go back to your papers, please. And the centripetal force is what pushes the thing moving in a circle towards the center of the circle. I promise you.
buddy, listen to me very carefully, okay? So you're going to have a real set of inertial forces if space is not absolute and fixed and it's rotating around the Earth according to Newtonian mechanics. Okay, I can send you a paper. It's titled "Relational Mechanics" by Andre Assis in 1999. He breaks down all the math. You can look at it. Okay. I can also send you another one from a guy named Luka Popov, who explains that it would cause perpetual motion, right, of the universe itself. It would sustain forever. So it's very simple. You would, in your model, if you apply Newtonian mechanics to your model. Okay, let me just break it down. So Newton assumed absolute fixed space, and he assumed that the sun was the center, right? Now he didn't apply it to the rest of the universe, only the solar system. And he said, well, the sun's way bigger than the Earth, so that means that since the sun's way bigger than the Earth's going to tend towards the sun and move around it. But Mach came along in the 1800s and said, wait, everyone's overlooking what Newton didn't actually acknowledge. Was he just assumed that space was absolute, and he only applied it to the solar system. If you actually take away the assumption that space is absolute and you apply it outside the solar system, although the sun's bigger than the Earth, which I'm not even believing that assumption, I'm showing you that your own paradigm makes you say this, right? Even though the sun's bigger than the Earth, the immensity of mass moving around the Earth outside the solar system would be way stronger than the force of the sun. Therefore, it would all move around the center of mass, which means that it would be the Earth in the center, the sun moving around it, the planets effectively moving around it in a neotectonic system.
But that wouldn't be the center of mass if all the mass of the universe is outwards from this.
Dude, what? How can all the center of mass be outwards?
Well, you just said that most of the mass is the rest of the universe, and that the Earth was the center. But if most of the mass is not where the Earth is, then the center of mass cannot be where the Earth is.
Okay, so the center of mass is wherever the center is. Okay, it doesn't matter how much mass is outside of it.
It's the middle point of where the mass is distributed around. But if all the mass is everywhere else, right? Unless you're saying, is it uniformly distributed around the Earth?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not. It's not actually. It's not.
Now I'm understanding. Carry on.
Space is not even uniform composition, though. You have anisotropy, which is against your model as well. But
that's fine. You can still have a center of mass with something that's non-uniform.
It's only 5%. It's only 5% inhomogeneous, and that part of the universe that's inhomogeneous, or you could say lumpy, right? Based on the CMB, just so happens to intersect with the Earth out of the entire universe, which which is a problem for your model. But
Do we lose him?
forces that are going to press in on the Earth. That's going to cause the drift of both the gyro and the pendulum. Okay, this is Newtonian mechanics. So I'll show you the math. This is what people don't know, is that whenever you try to apply Newtonian mechanics, let's say F equals ma. Well, F equals ma is actually defective in your model. You have to account for centrifugal force and other the Euler forces and the Coriolis forces. You have to account for them to make your math work, to fully explain orbital mechanics and weightlessness and stuff. But they just say they're fictitious. The only difference is they would be real in this situation.
So, centripetal force, like, is still proportional to F equals ma. Like, if you have centrifugal force of, you know, however many newtons, that's going to make a mass accelerate by the same amount. Like, that all still works. That relationship's fine.
Okay, dude, here's the deal, man. I think the only way to solve this is, will you actually read the paper if I send it to you?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to say what you say it says.
Okay, well, it for a fact does, so.
Okay,
yeah,
shoot it through, man.
It does, Jimbo. You're wrong. You need to read up on it, which is 100% right.
But I do Newtonian mechanics for a living. Like, this is my job, right?
Well,
and I failed to see how the universe spinning around the Earth that's stationary could make the pendulum process.
Well, you need to look into
I
it.
get that you
You're
failed to see
absolutely
that.
wrong.
But yeah, does anyone have the screenshots that I posted in here? Like, I have the actual screenshots of the paper, and I dropped the paper in here, but I'm driving. I'll be on in a second, but I'm actually gonna chill with my family in a second though, because it's Shabbat.
Yeah, cool, man.
Like, but yeah, I'm just saying, dude. I'm just letting you know that both Einstein and Newtonian mechanics require acknowledging the equivalence and validity of a stationary Earth. In fact, it shows it's dynamically and kinematically equivalent, right? And if it's dynamically and kinematically equivalent, then we need to find some way to prove that it's actually the Earth moving. And what happens is there's nothing. And so if they're dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity, but yet the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, the geocentric model is 97% more viable. It's not even close. And by the way, I'm talking to astronomers, astrophysicists, and physicists about this, and they're all conceding. So maybe you need to look into the math, because
I'm not. Whitson, I'm not conceding with what
I
you're
know,
saying.
that's what's so funny.
I need to see. I would like to see this paper.
Never mind. None of this works on a flat Earth.
See, and that's like, you can't address my point because it just dunks on you people. Like, do you guys understand the difference in?
Is Earth flat, Whitsit? Is Earth flat?
The Earth is flat. Yeah. Hey, can you
Okay,
guys?
how do I prove it's flat?
You go out and measure it for once in your life. You actually go out and measure the Earth.
Okay, I did. It was a globe. How did you do it?
You're lying. You did not.
I'm not.
If you
You'd
guys
be the
can,
first in history.
Why?
first person to ever measure the
What
globe.
about Foucault
Isn't it funny?
pendulums in the southern hemisphere? Why do they operate the way they do?
Okay, first of all,
There's
actually,
no proof of the globe, bro. Like,
And he just went over that. We just went over that.
You're missing the point here, because Foucault pendulums act identically.
The point is, you're trying to distract
based
the
on
good man
latitude.
who's having a conversation with this other man.
Yeah, which I actually kind of have to go. So this is what I might can talk in a second, but I just want to point this out, right? Everyone should step back. If you believe that the current model is so correct and all that, you should have no problem stepping back and examining your model. And there's two steps to it. One is the Earth in motion? What's the evidence for that? What does that mean if it's true? And then, is the Earth a globe? I think you should definitely do the first step first, because clearly the block here is like fear of not being accepted and not believing the current model or the solar system. So you have to believe everything they told you. But the reality is that if you apply Newtonian, Einsteinian mechanics to a stationary Earth, you are forced to acknowledge that the Earth in the center is a viable option. And in fact, Einstein had to come and fix it, and he point blank says this like 10 times. And Newton says it in his Principia. Newton says it in his Principia. So, like, what you should do is actually go read this stuff and then figure out why it is that you're so sure about your belief. Because parallax doesn't prove the Earth's moving around the sun. Our aberration doesn't prove it. Retrograde doesn't prove it. So these are all kinematic equivalents. So then where's the dynamic difference? Oh, dynamically, there's actually a real set of inertial forces, which is Coriolis, centrifugal, and Euler forces They would be actual, real inertial forces that would cause a net centripetal force radially inward, accelerating towards the Earth, which would cause the precession. It would actually cause the precession. If you want to keep the globe, it would cause the precession relative to latitude. If you want to take the flat Earth, then it's going to cause the precession relative to the toroidal position inside of the inertial plane. Now, there's no way that you're
No.
gonna see. That's what I'm saying. I told you.
No.
No way no builder understands that he's just going to say nah. See, and I don't have time to get into
Toroidal
the
position. God.
Let me just jump in. Let me just
I
jump
bet
in
if
real
you
quick.
just say it and laugh, somehow you will be smart.
Let me just jump in, man. Let me just jump in quick.
The gamer's so stupid he's laughing at his own scientists.
Let me just jump in really
Toroidal.
fast. I will
Good.
tell you, I do not care. I do not care if the Earth is flat or round, right? What I
Sure you
care
do.
about is what the evidence says and what the science says. The science says it's round. I have no stake. I don't have no strong beliefs in atheism or religion. I don't know. I don't claim to know answers to those things. I don't
Oh
give a
yeah,
shit if it's flat or round, right?
well, no, you want to believe that the current model's right. Like, you can say you don't, but we all know you do. And like we all did, by the way.
No, I don't
Every
care.
single one of us wanted to. No one wants to be the person that's like, the solar system's fake. No one wants to be that guy. Okay, but
No,
someone
but
that's
it makes
actually
you feel
researching.
special, right? You get to come in here and preach to people. That's why you want to be that guy.
No, it doesn't.
No, of
No,
course
what
it
makes
is.
you feel
It's
special?
Not
What makes you feel
everybody's
special?
motivations line up with your own, bud.
Pure ego.
No, what actually makes me feel
No,
special is to
again,
be
that's you.
anonymous.
Stop
What makes me feel
projecting.
special is to be anonymous and have got to take my $150,000 base salary job traveling around the world paid for. That's what would have made me feel special. Okay, so you don't know anything about me. We're not the same. I didn't want to do any of this.
No,
Actually, Bob
you're
Nodell
right.
talked me into doing it. So
We're not the
you
same.
don't know anything about me, dude. So no one cares.
But I do.
No one
We've
cares.
talked so much over the years with it.
So you're saying that I just wanted to believe the Earth was flat, and so I could come on the internet and pretend to be special. But the real situation is that I didn't want to do it. I ranted on Facebook one time to go against someone in a debate. Bob then called me and I had to talk me into doing it, and I told him no like 5 times. I said I don't like that. I don't like people looking at me.
I think your ego loves it. You love sitting in front of all these people that aren't very smart and making them think you're
projecting. I just
exceptionally
intellectually dunked on you, bro.
You're one of them. Again, you're projecting. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
That's you, man.
But that's
That's
the
why
truth,
you have your little
right?
snarky way of talking and your snarky little laugh, and you come in with your snarky little points and try to tell people to calm down. How come you didn't tell me calm down when I was screaming at you? You never said calm down then, but Witsit comes up with facts and principles that you can't refute, and you want to tell him to relax to try to get under his skin.
Remember, he didn't refute Earth being a globe. He didn't refute Earth being a globe or rotating or going around the sun.
First of all, you don't have to refute something that
you
what's the
couldn't refute it.
Hey, you don't
What's
have to
the
refute
refutation?
something.
You couldn't refute it.
You don't have to refute something that hasn't been established. But I do have to go. So I'm gonna say this one thing.
You have not refuted it.
I'm gonna
I know
say
you
this
want
one
to. You want to avoid that responsibility.
Oh my god, dude, you're so unbearable. So in reality, this is the truth, according to both Einsteinian and Newtonian dynamics. Okay, the Earth in the center is equivalent, both mathematically and physically. Okay, so here's the question, and I'll throw the hypothetical preface on there to avoid the bullshit because
Drop
I
that
have to walk
paper
in
in.
here. Okay.
Drop the paper
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
gonna
chat
drop
when you
when
get
I
it.
go inside. I'm gonna drop the paper. Yeah. So
Yes.
it's if is the hypothetical preface here. Okay, if the geocentric model and the heliocentric model are equivalent dynamically and kinematically. Okay, so if the geocentric model and the heliocentric model are dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable?
I disagree.
No.
Okay.
You asked the yes/no question. I'm saying no.
Why?
Yeah, I might jump on
Why
in a
would you say no?
Because the geocentric
Because why?
model, with like, for example, right, with the geocentric model, looking at all the motions of like the sun and also the planets, like when you plot that out, you guys have probably seen that animation where all the planets do this random backwards motion every now and then, whereas if you model it around the sun, everything's just doing circles. It's a lot simpler.
Wow.
So like, what's this magic thing that makes the planets go backwards sometimes? That's not required in the other version.
Wow.
Would be my question.
Oh well, you don't understand it. Actually, a
Why is-
neotectonic system has the sun moving around the Earth, the planets moving around the sun. If you actually show it, you can even show it in like Blender or a software an animation. I can drop that for you in a second as well. You can actually show that just from the Earth's position, it'll appear exactly the same. It's nothing about something going backwards. It's about the fact the sun moves around the Earth with the planets moving around it in the neotectonic system. It's both kinematically and dynamically equivalent. I don't know why you guys don't understand what those
I don't
words
think
mean.
it
Maybe
is.
look them up.
I don't think it is.
Okay, I told you I'd bet you $5 grand
It
on it
is.
though. So
Jesus, Jimbo. You don't know very much for being whatever you said earlier. You work with Newtonian whatever. Holy God, dude!
You just jumped in
Look this stuff up.
what's up there, Regis?
I'm employed as an engineer, so I
Well,
I
you're
should know about
terrible
these
at it,
things.
apparently.
I should know about these things.
Yeah, you should. You really should.
Hey, Witsit, did you ever find the paper documenting the actual physical experiment that demonstrated the mass drag effect?
Here we go.
He was going to go do something. I think he said.
Yeah, I think he had to go. He had to go hang out with his family.
Oh, well, the other day he told me about this mass drag effect, and I asked for papers. He gave me 2, but they were both just all like theoretical stuff. They didn't actually document any experiments, so I'm curious if actually a physical experiment has shown it or if it's just strictly theoretical.
Yeah.
Probably just like dark matter, theoretical, you know.
You guys don't know how to be or honest, so I mean, it's too hard to
I
deal
don't
with you.
think that's fair, man. I try my hardest.
Jesse, the question was premised with if the Earth is stationary and in the center, then those galaxies would cause that motion. And now you're asking for an example of this. That would be the pendulum.
Well, no, that's circular because that's assuming that the Earth is stationary and that the galaxies are in motion. But see, the claim
I know, it does. It ends up begging the question. That's why I don't answer.
the claim being made though is that if you have a very dense, very heavy, hollow sphere turning around something inside it, that something inside it will measure as if itself is turning because the sphere around it is turning. And I'm just curious if there's actual visible observation of that, or if it's just purely
Oh.
theoretical.
Why didn't he say it like that? That makes way more sense.
So by throwing out the dark matter and the dark energy, you know,
Where
and
you
they're
threw out the black swan.
you can't be intellectually honest. I mean, what kind of evidence do we got to produce to you know, make you think that this is a more viable model other than throwing out like 95% of your model?
Well, none of it said more viable. At best, it said equally viable. And what
It's
it
more
doesn't
viable
do,
because it's more viable.
but what it
Don't you
doesn't
know?
do is show the flat Earth to be viable. And you'll notice that he jumped from flat Earth to motion because motion is much more difficult to prove, and flat Earth is very easy to disprove. And he didn't want to talk
Yeah,
about that.
yeah. If you can't concede to geocentricity, why? You know, if he
Don't talk
if we
shit
made
now that he's gone, dude. Don't talk now that he's gone and can't defend himself.
What? Salty, can you just
no,
mute for a while?
I'm not talking shit, dude.
No, not you. Fucking asshole.
That's what he does. That's because he knew that proving motion is difficult. So wanted to put me on the spot by asking something that would be difficult to prove to make it look to you guys like, oh, I got negator now. Whereas we all know that
if it's
flat
We
Earth
all
is
know that not
much
one single
easier.
bit of evidence has ever been offered. So if you
Yeah,
were to
dude.
do it, you would be the first in all of history. That's the point.
Sorry, go
Negator,
ahead.
there's no proof for your model. What is so
You
hard
mean
to
you mean a
understand?
globe, like a globe Earth?
No, what do you think the model
other-
is? Do you think that's just a map? Is that what you think it is?
Wait. Is it not possible to prove Earth's a globe, or is it?
You tell me, bro.
I don't know. You're the one that just said I can't prove my model. I'm trying to ask.
You're the one
what
that believes
model you're
it.
talking about.
Go ahead. You're making us. You're telling us you can't prove the flat Earth. You're only talking about the globe. You're only talking about the globe, bro.
No. Motion.
We're talking about your model. Period.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
you
but
can't
you don't
prove
want
it.
you
So
don't
why
want
do you believe that it's a truth?
No. What everything that Witsit just said is that it could be exactly as we say.
No,
right?
that
Using
was
the
one
proofs that we
example.
observe. But
That was
no,
one example that he brought up with the Machian principle, as
It
far as
could-
how it relates to the universe spinning
Right.
and geocentrism. Okay.
So what's
However,
the issue with our model?
geocentrism is way more accurate than heliocentrism
In
because
what
there's no
regard?
problems like dark
matter,
dark
dark energy.
No, geocentrism still needs
there's
that.
not even an argument.
No, it
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't. It
Geocentrism does
absolutely
not
doesn't.
need it.
And
Not
sort of
even
the same
close. It's a
thing.
much more dense local universe, and it's way younger.
It's
it doesn't need
more
it at all.
dense. What about the universe is denser in a geocentric universe or system?
Because we're in the center, so it's much more dense, fluid-like medium, the ether. It's not even close, dude. It's way more viable, way more accurate. The only thing with heliocentrism is it was mathematically easier to calculate. And Copernicus said this himself. It had nothing to do with
Oh
reality.
yeah, I know. You got the lines. You got the lines memorized. Good. So let's
the
talk flat
actual
Earth.
quotes of the scientists on your side? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I know. You like to misinterpret them. But how do I prove Earth's flat?
Misinterpret? How do I misinterpret them, Negator?
How do I?
How do you
Earth's flat?
misinterpret things that are totally in context?
Is there a reason you guys don't want to talk about
duck.
flat Earth anymore?
Question, better duck, better duck.
No.
Why can't you just be intellectually honest, man? It was a hypothetical question, man.
All right, cool. So, Regis, how do I prove Earth's flat?
How do you prove
I don't
it's a
know. How
globe?
do you?
Without
you measure it.
without proving that it's a globe and that it's a heliocentric universe, then what do we have? If you
So-
can't prove that, why in the world would you think it's anything other than what we observe?
Okay, but we don't observe flat either.
I showed you my curved Earth measurements, Regis.
Yeah. Well, come on, dude. Let's not be dishonest.
What? Be dishonest about what?
Reciprocal
Jesse's
zenith angles.
measurements.
Reciprocal zenith
Reciprocal
angles. Is that-
zenith angles. You think that's proof?
I do. Do you think it's not?
Wow. Well, you don't know enough about it. Then you need to look
Okay.
into
Well,
it.
tell me why it's not.
Because it's horrific. It's awful. It's not even close.
Tell me
It
why.
is the worst crap ever, dude. The numbers aren't even close. You're talking about like spherical triangles and shit.
No, I'm not at all talking about spherical triangles.
Yes,
If you don't
are.
know,
Yes, you are. Yes, you
no,
are.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
Yes, you
spherical
are. You just
triangles
don't know
and reciprocal
enough
zenith
about it.
angles are two different things.
No, they're not. They are
Yes, the
actually
fuck
the
they
same
are.
thing. You just don't understand it.
Okay.
You
A
pile.
reciprocal zenith angle. No, a reciprocal zenith angle takes an angle of your zenith and an angle to something else. A spherical triangle takes 3 points that form a triangle on the surface of a sphere.
No,
get it?
Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Reciprocal zenith angles. You pile up the triangles on top of each other, and you take one angle from each of them. And that's
No,
how you
you
get your
don't.
stupid spherical triangle. Yeah,
Oh
it
my
is.
god. No, it's not.
Yes,
You're
it is.
confusing excess.
Yeah, you're extreme. Yeah, spherical excess is
Spherical
what you're
excess.
thinking about.
Spherical excess and the reciprocal zenith angles have the same exact problem. It's
Which
just do the math, dude. Go actually look at these measurements. Go look at the arc of the parallel paper, the PDF,
So what's the
and go
problem?
look at their measurements. There's no spherical excess. It's added in later. The true
It's not
measurements
added
don't
in.
show it at all.
They do.
No, it doesn't.
God.
No, it doesn't. It's off by the tiniest little bit. It's almost exactly 180 degrees every single time.
No, it's almost exactly more than 180 every single time.
Oh, but by like an arc second? Oh my gosh.
No.
That's hard proof there. Good call.
Really, an arc second?
Planar surveying is done flat. And then they connect them later and use all these different least square methods to make straight plotted lines curved.
No, they don't.
It's
Now,
ridiculous. Yes, they
now you
do.
just don't understand how it works.
You're
Their
wrong.
favorite
You need to
line:
go read that
refraction,
paper.
gravity, and you don't understand.
You need to go read the arc of the parallel paper and
I
what
just
they did.
linked
It
you a
is
video of
disgusting.
somebody. I just linked you a video of somebody doing it. Okay.
Oh well, I
Doing what?
watched that video and
Reciprocal
you're
zenith
wrong.
angles?
Yeah.
The reciprocal
I just
zenith
watched that
angles
entire
are
video and you're
nonsense.
wrong.
Where? No. Regis, I want Regis to tell me what the problem is.
Yeah. Tell him that you just watched that video and he's wrong.
Just watch a video and you're wrong.
Yeah, see? It's easy to do your stance.
You got no proof of your model of the globe.
It's right there.
of
It's in the
curvature,
video.
Of movement, nothing. And then you're
No.
going to complain that motion is hard. Motion is hard. Why? Because of
Look,
relativity?
if you're too lazy or dumb to go measure it, I don't know what to do, man.
Yeah,
Measuring is
lasers are
easy.
dumb to
We've
measure
done the
the Earth.
measurement.
Yeah, for
We've
sure.
done
Whoa,
it.
wow.
Then tell me.
Yeah.
So the excess angle you get when you take reciprocal zenith angles is not within an arc second. It's within like 17, 20, 30. They're in this video.
What? Dude,
Yeah.
do you know how small an arc second is off, dude? 1/3600th of an angle
And
of a degree. Come on, man. Like, it's ridiculous that you think that this is proof of a globe. It's
Yeah, especially
insane.
because a spherical triangle could be 90 degrees in
We're
each
not
corner.
talking spherical triangles.
It's ridiculous.
So why then is there always extra that happens to correspond with the distance between the two observers?
Bro,
Expected difference.
Planar surveying is done flat. They add curvature in later. Don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So that's not how reciprocal zenith angles work. You don't add in curvature.
Dude, again with the reciprocal zenith angles. Hold on, I'll be right there. Hold on.
Because you're full of it. Like you're just wrong.
Negator, you have no qualifications apparently at all. Like for the last half hour, bro, I've been listening. You have not brought anything of substance to the table.
Tell you what, let me link you some sort of reciprocal zenith angles right now. Who was that? Was that Lion? Lion, tell you what, man. Why don't you look at that chart? You tell me.
Reciprocal zenith angles. Did you take into account that your vision that you see in a hyperbolic space and non-Euclidean?
How does that affect the angle?
You know, like straight lines appear to converge in the distance.
But how does that affect an angle?
That doesn't affect the angle. That
Okay,
the straight
so
lines
why-
converge. So two lines that are going straight converge. So that would mean there's an angle change in those lines.
Okay, so why do we always get an excess
So
in arc
negated.
seconds? So Regis, I just
the
linked you
reciprocal
some.
zenith angles is it's all optical. It's all optical, dude.
Explain that.
So it's all optical. So you guys always parrot refraction left and right, right? But not when it's reciprocal zenith angles. It's off a tiny little bit. It adds up to more than 180 by the tiniest little bit. Yet it's all based on optics.
No, actually, what I just linked to you
Yeah, it
shows
is.
an excess of between 3 and 60 arc seconds with the refraction constant included, producing an expected
Oh my
excess.
God.
So you have a measured excess and an expected excess based on the refraction. You can compare the two to see how close they are. And what you always get
you're delusional.
Well, look at the measurements. You tell me what's wrong with the measurements.
Because you think you can quantify refraction. It's not that well understood. No one knows down to the goddamn tiniest little bit where you're lining up your stupid optical device, and then you're trying to measure the reciprocal zenith angle. It's insane to think
So
that
it's
is
just
proof of a curved surface.
But refraction helps you in this case. I don't think you understand that. Refraction makes the angle more, and we have to account for it by reducing some of that angle. That's why, for instance, in what I linked, the excess of the first measurement was 35 arc seconds. The expected excess was 22 after applying the constant. Refraction
So you agree that with refraction, like more refraction will cause you to see further?
What do you mean? I agree. Yeah, refraction will help you see further. I agree.
Okay, so if we took a picture, say with like just a regular camera, and then we took one with an infrared, do you think the infrared, because it cuts down on refraction, would end up showing, less? You would see less in that.
I told you refraction is less with infrared.
Okay, so then you think an infrared camera sees less than a normal camera?
I don't think there's any refractive difference.
You're wrong.
You just got trapped, bro. You got trapped.
Refraction, yet we see further with infrared.
I don't think it's true.
It's not true. Okay, go look it up. I'll wait.
Okay. Sure. Once you address
test that one yourself, brother.
Angles issue.
I already told you the issue. It's
optical.
Yeah.
You said
How
you don't
many
believe
times are you going to do this, man? Why don't you address this issue? Well, why don't you address this issue first?
Because we were first talking about
acting duck?
because we were first talking about spherical zenith or
What a duck, man! You keep ducking everything.
Yeah, no,
man. Anybody tries to ask you?
Zenith
we were actually first talking about the Earth whirling through space. If you actually
before
want
that, we were
first
actually talking about time zones, but you guys want to skip around.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that, but
you're getting
what
wrecked.
you're trying to do is give your best evidence for a globe, and it's based on optics.
Yes.
Which, if we're going to use optics, you're going to use all our measurements where we see way too far, and you're not going to complain about it.
Do we see way too far all the time or some of the time?
Some of the time, that's our point.
Okay, but not all the time.
No, exactly.
Awesome.
Exactly. The horizon moves. It's apparent. Hello.
Great.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
because
Flat Earth.
on clear days there's less refraction. According to you, there's more refraction.
It's unreal.
No. Oh man, y'all are.
Oh man, what? You got wrecked? I mean, you're
Absolutely
your
not.
best
You're dismissing.
is
You're dismissing
optical-
Sproul's zenith angles
Absolutely not.
because of
Sproul's zenith
refraction.
angles.
What you haven't shown is how much refraction is going to affect you. You said, "Well, we just don't understand it," so you found a reason to blow it off. To
What are you
ignore
talking
it, right?
about? The infrared point kills you dead. We see further with infrared. Period.
You don't see far enough. Ever.
Infrared cuts down on refraction. Whether
Show
it's
me a
1%
picture of
or
infrared
20%.
seeing too far.
Oh, you
You
don't
mean like
think
the mountain?
infrared
You know, actually,
allows us to see
J-Toll
infrared?
and media, dude.
This is unreal.
Mount San
Now you're
Jacinto.
going to try to deny that?
No. Mount San Jacinto. I like that. Someone did take an infrared picture of Mount San Jacinto, didn't they? And then someone lined it up to show that it was
infrared
it
pictures
was cut
that
off
prove we see way too
exactly
far.
as far as it should be from about 200 miles. Yeah. Well, hang on, let me find that.
Why
This is a
didn't they
joke.
pull out an infrared camera that day that it was cut off and check again?
Yeah, that one's easy.
You know, that way you could cut down on the refraction.
No. Let's stick with this. I like this. Infrared Mount San Jacinto. Hang on, let me find this for you. You can explain to me why.
Your claim now is that all the infrared photos that we have compared to regular cameras without the infrared, and they see further, is what? Just us not understanding? I don't understand your point. Even if the one specific example you bring up.
What this example shows is Mount San Jacinto being obstructed by Earth curve as seen through infrared exactly as much as it should be.
Have a picture next to it.
Oh,
without
well, shit,
infrared
that's all
where
I have
you
to
don't?
say. Don't you get it, guys? That's science. It's seen as much as it should be.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over Salty. Say that last bit again.
So you have a picture of Mount Jacinto taken with infrared, and then you have a picture next to it without infrared from the same camera or a similar camera, where you see further with the one that doesn't have infrared, because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the
what
fact
we're talking
that
about.
refraction on your side claims, you guys claim that refraction allows us to see further, yet when we use infrared cameras, we see further, and infrared cuts down on refraction.
Right,
That
but
is
in
the
this
point we're
case,
making right now.
if Mount San Jacinto, if infrared allowed you to see further, the mountain would not be obstructed the way it is.
Just farther, period, than a regular camera. That's the point I'm making.
Yes,
Not too far.
And
to
if
see.
that were, are you hearing me? If that were true, the mountain would not be obstructed by Earth curve as much as it is.
Dude, it's so hard to talk to people that think they're Superman and can see forever. It's ridiculous.
What the fuck does that mean? See forever?
Well, you're blatantly ignoring the point I'm making and trying to straw man that I said that we see too far in this one example. When I'm saying that when we use infrared, we see farther than when we don't use infrared, which right there alone kills your model. Kills everything you say about refraction.
Except in this case, it's just not true.
What do you mean? The case you're bringing up isn't relevant because you don't have a side by side without refraction or without infrared seeing further than with the infrared. Do you? No, you're talking about Earth curve getting in the way.
Absolutely.
You're bringing up one example.
If we could see
that
further,
isn't relevant to the situation that I'm bringing up.
Oh, but why isn't that relevant? Because you said I could see further, and if we could see further, then it wouldn't be obstructed by as much.
I said when we use infrared, you can see further than when we don't use infrared. You're saying I have an infrared picture, but we still see as much as we should. Yeah, that's not the same thing, is it?
Okay, why not?
Okay, why not?
You mean, why not?
I'm done, dude. You're
Well, you're super smart, man. You need to have basic fucking principles explained to you every step of the way, man.
We say the curve of the Earth obstructs things in the distance, right? with or without infrared. If infrared lets you see further, then you see more of the mountain. You don't see more of the mountain. You see exactly as predicted.
That's a whole nother topic, bro. That's what he's saying.
Why?
That has to
Why
do
is
with
that a whole nother topic?
perspective and vanishing point, and that's a whole nother topic, bro. You're comparing the whole. Yeah, it's not even related.
But does infrared allow you to see further or not? Because if it does, then there's less obstruction. Correct?
So your argument is that infrared does not allow us to see further, ever.
My argument.
It allows you to see through haze, but it doesn't geometrically change what's being obstructed by the ground.
Exactly. That's what and that's how he started this. That it cuts down on refraction.
No,
That's
haze
not.
is not.
Jesse
Haze is
didn't
not
say
refraction. Haze is not refraction. Haze
Oh,
is
so
attenuation.
Jesse, so infrared does not cut down on refraction. That's your position.
What's that?
Your position right now is that infrared does not cut down on refraction.
Not near infrared does not cut down on much refraction. That's otherwise you couldn't.
Refraction.
Otherwise
Okay.
you couldn't focus
so
it
it
with the
does then.
same lens that was made to focus visible light.
So it does cut down on refraction.
Very little.
Up to
But it
20%. Is that right?
Not near infrared.
What do you
Not
mean
the
not
infrared
near?
that
I'm
the
sure it's negligible, like
that the
Coriolis.
P900 can focus. There's super long wavelength infrared that the P900 simply could not focus. I don't know about that, but the infrared, the near infrared that's almost red, that the P900 can focus, is not refracted much differently than visible light. Otherwise, the lens that was designed for visible light couldn't focus it.
So you guys almost have a point.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
So I just linked you an image. Do you have something you'd like to link me? Or should Jesse go on and start talking about how you can measure drop from horizontal? Since I guess we can't measure zenith angles for some reason. No? We all of a sudden want to be quiet here.
I'm reading some scientific papers.
I am interested though, guys, if you do have a flat earth measurement where you measure the contour of the surface of, say, water at rest, and even considering your margin of error, it actually does measure flat. Because when I measured the deviation of the surface of water at rest from the horizontal plane, it does drop away.
Yeah. They're not interested in doing measurements, I don't think.
Oh, maybe they have a really nice measurement they just haven't told us about.
No, I think you've effectively, well, not you, but assholes definitely killed the interest in talking to him anymore.
Well, to be fair, you guys act like a rabid pack of dogs when you're talking to me.
Well done.
Well, I'm interested in measuring Salty. You know that. You've seen my attempts, right?
No, I don't know who you are.
Well, you don't need to know who I am, but let me get you a link.
Yo, what happened to Apocryphon server? They should get. Did they
You know
ban
that.
me or
Don't
did they
you know
shake?
I've never heard of you before? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Oh, you guys are in the middle of this time.
Yeah, I don't know. Mine's gone too, dude.
There, I linked you to my data, Salty. I measured the deviation between a horizontal plane and the water at different distances from 1.5 to 105 miles, and then I plotted it out on a chart, and it formed a curve.
Okay.
That matches the globe prediction almost exactly.
Okay.
So I'm asking why? How does that work on a flat Earth?
They don't care. None of these guys want to measure.
Sorry, we've been dealing with Dude Man for a long time, and we're kind of done listening to nonsense and asshole shit. I mean, if you want to try again later, I would respect that, but...
Hey, Jesse, why don't
Sure.
you ask that to the smartest man on the whole earth?
Go again, you cut out.
I said, why don't you ask the smartest man on the whole earth? He'll tell you.
Yep.
Was that? Are you him?
No. Certainly not.
Type in and tell you here in a second. You're gonna hear him again. I promise.
What's it?
Oh, no.
Jeremy. Yeah. Jeremy.
All right, guys. What do you want me to answer?
There it is. There he is. Hey, let him answer for you. You guys can have a conversation about it.
Oh, wonderful. Are you at a computer, Dicel, or are you driving and not watching?
No, I'm fixing to go to a championship baseball game for my kids. What's going on?
Well, did you
Oh,
see
no,
my
that's
link?
not you. Shit, my bad. Sorry, my fault.
It's all good, dude.
Yeah, did you see my curved graph showing the measurements of the deviation between the surface of water and the horizontal?
Are you talking about the surface tension of water?
No, let me tag you. There, I tagged you. It's a chart, a Google Sheets chart. I can make a screenshot of it if you rather an image.
Yeah, show me an image or something if you could.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, got it.
There's just the image.
Flat planar Earth prediction, observable reality, globe model prediction.
Right. So the blue dots represent the drop of the water from a horizontal versus distance at distances from 1.5 miles to 105 miles.
Okay, and how do you validate that?
You mean how did I measure them? With a theodolite.
Oh, my God.
Except the ones labeled Bev and 3DP, that one's from his auto level, and the one JT is from J Tolan, his theodolite.
So your baseline is the top horizontal.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You have a baseline?
Well, I mean, it's just a straight green line. This is just the meme version of the actual data because he didn't want to load the spreadsheet that has actually all the data, but it's the same data.
Do you have an actual baseline though for these measurements, or?
No, I drew it on the diagram though.
Yeah, but when you're making measurements with your theodolites and whatnot, do you have a baseline?
No, it just measures zenith angles.
Yeah, I know, but there's the refraction is happening, right? So do you have a baseline to know which way the light's bending, or is there no refraction and we're doing straight trig again? Because that was fun.
Oh,
Yeah, apparently we can't measure zenith angles because refraction is too crazy. At least that's what Regis says.
Do you have a baseline?
I have a baseline for a direction. I've done numerous experiments that show that light curves when it curves towards the more dense region, which means it would not be causing things to appear lower in the distance, but higher, if anything.
If that's how it's working, in an atmosphere over long distances, sure.
Well, it works that way in atmosphere at 2 feet and at 3 miles. So I don't see why we would assume that it works, bends one way on the short distance and then but somehow reverses when it's a long distance. Because I mean, if you look at any short distance of that path, it's all going to be curving downward. It seems pretty odd to say that the constant downward curve somehow translates to an upward curve at a large scale.
Well, there could be other effects happening. We saw in your little fish tank example, there was some magnification happening at some points with the salt, and there's a lot of salt aerosols in the air.
Right, but everything in the fish tank was showing the scenery being lifted up, not sunk down. And sinking down is the problem for flat Earth here, because the mountains in the distance don't look too high; they look too low for the flat Earth.
In your fish tank, but we don't know. You have no baseline for outside in the atmosphere.
Actually, one of my fish tank experiments used hot and cold air inside the fish tank. That also showed that a stable density gradient causes things to appear higher.
Just hot and cold air?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you have the hot air?
In the top of the fish tank.
On the top. Is that how the atmosphere works? The hot air is on the top?
When you have above water, absolutely, because the water cools the lower part of the air that's near the water, and then the air above that is warmer because it hasn't been cooled yet.
So the hot air is on top, the cold air is on the bottom.
Near
You're
water,
saying in
yes.
reality for all these measurements you make with your theodolite?
What's that?
For these measurements you're making with your theodolite out on Earth, long range, miles and miles, the hot air is on the top. You're so
Not
full of shit.
But
yeah, I know. We know.
But the less dense air is certainly on the top. Whether it's less dense because it's warmer or just at less pressure, if you have more dense air on top of less dense air, it immediately flips over and creates a tornado or wind or something. Because
I got a question, Jesse. How do you have a flat horizontal baseline while contending with refraction?
Why not?
Well, if you can't make a long distance observation without dealing with refraction, I'm just wondering how you're measuring a flat horizontal baseline while simultaneously contending with refraction ever so being present.
So it adds a certain margin of error, but it doesn't invalidate the readings any more than the fact that you might have on more clothes or less clothes every time you step on say a bathroom scale at the doctor's office or something. Yeah, it's going to cause slight variations in your weight reading, but that doesn't invalidate the overall process of measuring your weight at the doctor's office, right?
So what you're doing is including refraction within a margin of threshold to assume a flat horizontal baseline?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, but I'm 100% acknowledging that refraction causes variation in my readings.
Yeah, right. So you're including that within your readings, meaning you're accounting for some sort of a refracted horizontal and negating that within your measurement.
No.
Is which okay.
No, I'm not negating anything. I just measured. This is raw data, raw, unmodified data.
But that's the point. Is you have to deal with refraction. So how are you dealing with refraction in order to have that flat horizontal?
How would you like me to deal with it? I just made measurements. Okay, I took measurements.
I mean,
Physical measurements.
The first thing you do is the first thing you do is take a bunch of measurements, right, and then you get a slight variation between all of them, and use an average.
Well, and you can see the blue dots aren't all exactly on the red line. Some are a little higher, some are a little lower. That's just probably a result of day-to-day atmospheric variations.
So is that refraction consistent, or is it different depending on your vantage point of perception?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is refraction consistent throughout the span of your distance, or does it vary depending on your location, making your perceptional measurements?
So obviously, everything in real life varies some, except integer numbers. But when the line of sight goes close to the surface of water, then the refraction is highly, wildly variable. What I found is when I'm a couple hundred feet above water or more, then the variation is minimal. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, I gotta go. Championship baseball game, dude.
Have fun.
Good luck, man.
All right, man. Thank you.
Oh well. Good luck, Jesse.
Thanks.
So, guys, let me ask a question since we have some quiet. In the history of pendulums, wouldn't you think somebody would think of putting two of them side by side and see if they show the same motion? Wouldn't that be a logical?
Because you stupid and don't understand.
Yeah, besides that. Yeah, that's obvious. But besides that.
No, what a ridiculous idea.
Wow, that was awesome, man.
Think about it, though, guys. 400 years or so, not one person thought to put two or more pendulums, Foucault pendulums, that is, and see, do they precess equally?
Let's do 5 and see how many out of the 5 are accurate.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet none.
Can't see any reason why anybody would do it. See, I mean,
well, Blue, seriously, you can't think of a reason? All these years, all these brainiacs.
Nope.
Oh,
come on now, Blue.
Come on now, you see.
Aren't you in the least bit curious?
Nope.
And Blue, you would be the guy to do this.
No,
a Cavendish followed by a Foucault? Blue, you're the guy. Seriously, I'm not joking now. You have the ways and means.
No, I don't.
You know how
That's
to
the
build
problem.
stuff.
That's the problem, Missy. I don't have the ways and means.
Sure you do. Come on, Blue.
See, I don't own a fucking cathedral.
Well, you don't need a freaking cathedral,
Yeah,
Blue.
you
You got a
do.
tree in your backyard?
No, I don't have, actually. I don't have a single tree on my property that I could hang one from if I was crazy enough to want to try to do it outside.
There's no freaking tree nearby in the mountains there? Come on, Blue. Sure you can find a big old tree.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yes. So you want me to go up in the goddamn mountains and tie a rope to a fucking tree branch and build a Foucault pendulum that way? Really?
Well, how high
do you understand why nobody takes your ass serious?
Okay, you can tell I'm joking now, right? Can't you, Blue? But how high?
I certainly hope so. I really sincerely hope you are joking.
Yeah, this is me joking, Blue. But now this is me being serious. How high do you think you would need the rope to be?
If I was going to do a Foucault pendulum, I would not want to even think about it if I had less than 30 feet of head height.
Okay, 30 feet. I mean, it's doable. 30 feet. It's not that much of a huge thing.
Run around town and see where you can find an enclosed space with 30 feet of ceiling height.
A building with stairwells on each side.
Exactly what I thought. Exactly.
Run around and get permission from somebody to use their stairwell then.
You can get permission from the university from which you've donated your thing. I'm sure they would bow to you. Sure, Mr. Blue. Come on in.
Well, you need to go take a look at their stairwells then, and you'd see why it won't work.
Don't tell me they don't have a 30-foot. stairwell there?
They do, but it's not a clear shot. You don't have a line of sight from top to bottom.
We're gonna have to find a suitable site then. Because I'm serious, this is something that could make or break the whole thing, the whole pendulum. And you could be the guy to do it. I'm not putting you up. I'm not joking now. Think about it. It's never been done, Blue. You're going to go in the history books. Whoever does this.
Nobody's going to go in the history books doing a silly thing like that. What are you talking about?
Can you imagine if you do it and you find, first of all, if you find identical precession, you're going in the books right away.
Oh,
but
for
if
sure.
you don't find it, guess what? You're really going in the books then. Think about it, Blue.
Yeah, it didn't take long either. I did.
And of course, nonsense idea, right?
I think so.
All right. I still think it would be very interesting for everybody. This could be the science project of the
To watch
year.
two phone pendulums operate in the exact same precision because it's the exact same motion. That would be
to, right?
quite the feat.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Say it again.
I said two Foucault's pendulums in the same room, moving in the exact same precession, because there's the exact same forces on them. That would be quite a thing to see.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. I've been saying this for a while, but nobody listens.
Heard you, man.
It would be revolutionary or devastating, or both. Revolutionary and devastating.
There's no upside for them though, because to them, of course, it works 100% of the time. So it's obviously going to work where they both process the same. So the only thing that could happen is a downside where that doesn't happen and they can't get it to work out that way. And then they, make a mistake, you know?
Yeah, there's no advantage for them. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Yeah. But you think it would be a simple enough thing, right? Now, to me, right, thinking logically, the way I think it, look, there's no way I'm the only one that has thought of this, right? So I think some people have thought of it, have tried it already, and seen that it doesn't work. And they want to sweep it up. They don't even want to talk about it, mention it, or just move along. Nothing to see here, right? That's what I think.
Yeah, well, it's already hard enough for them to keep manipulating it until they get the results they want. So they probably don't want to have to do it 2 times at the exact same time.
Anybody ever tell you sound like Jesse Ventura, man? You kind of got that Jesse Ventura vibe going on.
Who, SC or
me or?
No. The Mr. Bob. What Mr. Blue?
Blue?
Yeah. It's a conspiracy theory, you guys. I have the deep voice and I talk like Jesse Ventura. It's not very known what the government does.
We call Blue the voice of God.
The voice of the Lord.
Well, if you're going to do it, SE, you ought to find a place and go do it. I don't see the usefulness in it. To me, it makes no sense.
I should be. Maybe I should be the one that takes the.
Go
if you don't want to do it,
it's your idea. Do it.
All right. What would be? Give me some parameters. What would be acceptable? Give me weight, size, length. What burning rope?
Just make sure you bring
some parameters.
You just got to bring everything you got, SE, and keep going until you get the results you're looking for. That's what they all do with this experiment. So, or whatever you want to call it.
So try it as many times as I can until they process equally, is what you're saying.
Exactly. And bring a whole bunch of different weights, different orientations, different strings, different lighters. Bring the works, man. Butane lighter lights faster, so you can save those precious seconds where there's no bias in the line if you use butane.
So I go with a BIC then for the lighting. Okay, we got that down. We got 30 foot. Blue says 30-foot string minimum. Now, what do I use for a pendulum?
I can tell you.
Can I use a Home Depot weight? Blue,
I'll tell you where I can tell you where you can buy a nice 50-pound lead ball.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. You got 2 of those, no?
No, I know a guy that'll sell all you want. Those are fishing weights.
Okay, how much were those?
I paid, I think, about $200 a piece for them.
Okay, that's a little steep, but reasonable.
You probably need to have a pointed weight.
I got an old cinder block I can send to you for free there, SE.
SE, you might want to have a pointed weight, something that has a little marker on it. I guess you could put something at the bottom of the fishing weight with a pointer on it. You could
like a plumb bob.
Yeah, I think most of them are kind of shaped like a plumb bob for that reason.
So I got to find a gigantic plumb bob.
Or you could just drill a hole in the bottom of it and put a peg on it, so you have some kind of pointer.
Yeah, those fishing weights come with a built-in brass ring thing that you can attach that'll support the weight of it.
Is your contention, SE, and I got in here kind of late.
Oh my!
You have two. SE, is your contention that you have 2 full cup pendulums? They won't process equally, or if they do, then you kind of buy it. What's the goal here?
Well, my original contention is I was looking into this and I kind of wondered, maybe there's, I'm curious, like if we put 2 of them side by side, what would happen? And I go, surely they must have done it already. So I started searching for it and I couldn't find not one. I went back in time. I went to the Wayback Machine. Nothing, never in the history of pendulums has somebody thought to do an experiment with 2 pendulums side by side, and I found that odd.
Well, all the pendulums that are at the same latitude seem to process at the same rate. All the ones that are at the different latitudes tend to process at the rate that they would be expected to at those latitudes.
Perfect. So, it
shouldn't be no
problem, right? Should be a done deal.
How many times do you want to run it?
Well,
until we get it right.
It should be every time.
Really. It should go the first time. It should be perfect.
Nah, man, you can't. There's so many biases built in to your original construction that you'll never get it right the first 18 times. But try 19, try 20, try 21. That's the sweet spot.
No, which test do you accept?
Well, it's you. I'm running it by you. Because I don't want to do something and then end up saying, "Oh, you did it wrong, Etsy."
See, that's exactly how you cherry pick data to slant the results of a test. Is doing exactly what you're talking about.
Do you remember what happened to the folks at the South Pole when they did their test? What their error was?
Yeah, it was quite a bit. Do you know why?
Right, I do know. Does Essie know why? I know why, but does Essie know why?
You know now, Zanuck, after we talked about it and you tried to lie about
it. We talked about it a long time ago. Do you remember?
Yeah, but I still remember the lie.
You know what's not allowed down there?
Because they're from the northern hemisphere and it spun the wrong way and they didn't realize it. That was the first problem.
No, that's not the reason.
There's something that is not allowed at the South Pole. Do you know what it is?
Yeah,
that's
free
exactly
travel.
What happened, so I don't know what you're talking
free travel.
About. It started spinning the wrong way.
And open
No,
flame.
that's not what it was.
That's exactly what happened.
No, we talked about this already. You already forgot?
Are you
Did you
serious
say
right
an
now?
open flame,
For
Blue?
first attempt,
You
did they
cannot
spin the
have
wrong
an
way,
open.
Tony?
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have that. So they couldn't burn the string.
Are you
Oh
saying
my
you
God!
can't have an open
Oh my
flame in
God!
the south?
They couldn't
Not,
burn.
not,
They couldn't burn the string, guys. Holy
well,
shit!
no,
They
the,
couldn't
no.
burn the string.
The main reason. You
So
remember?
it
I
spun
can't
the
believe you're
wrong way
forgetting. Hey, listen, Regis.
because
Main
it was
reason is that
oriented
they had
wrong,
to.
right?
Oh my
Let's
God!
go one at a
Listen.
It was
time, guys.
oriented wrong.
Let's go.
Hey,
Let's go one at a
I
time.
called you up by name politely. Just let me speak for a second. You forgot already what happened? They had a pendulum
Yes,
that had a
I was
shape that
answering.
actually aerodynamically forced it to do some counter expected things because of the fact that
So
the
the shape.
aerodynamics of it making it move. Okay, you're not gonna let me finish.
No, I am. Go ahead. I thought you were done. That's why I stopped.
They used a plate, and the plate had aerodynamics that it put forces on it, which was not expected. So they ended up making something a large ball instead, so it wouldn't have the aerodynamic
Oh,
forces when it swung.
you're wrong. They used the weight and they just changed the orientation of it. But
What do you mean
even if
change the
that
orientation
happened
of it?
and there
What do
was
you mean?
drag,
What do you mean change the orientation of it?
they laid it down instead of stood it up, or stood it up instead of laid it down. That's what they
No,
did.
they
They
had a
changed the orientation of it.
read it
Yes,
again.
go read it.
So obviously
You go
some
read it.
time has gone by. You forgot. Go back and read it. We'll talk about it again. I'm not
Zanuck,
going
you're
to
wrong.
engage with you if you can't remember.
Zanuck, even if what you're saying is right and they used a plate and it was aerodynamically wrong, why would it spin the wrong way?
Because forces were acting on it that were contrary to what the
Forces
precession
were
force would
acting on it
actually appear. Okay, so you don't want to talk about it. Okay, great.
that was opposite. Okay, got it. No, they said that they hung it the wrong way. They changed the orientation of it, and then they got a precession rate that was half of what was expected. So they made another manipulation and tried it again, and then they got what they were looking for.
Now, I think we need to bring the article up again. You've recounted it actually incorrectly, and I'll bring it back for you so you can actually remember. Because I know you forgot. I'm not going to hold it against you for forgetting. We all forget things. You're forgetting. So I'll bring it back. Don't worry.
So your claim is that they used a plate and then they used something else?
Yes, God damn it. They had a hanging weight, like a weight from a gym. And that gym weight is a plate. When a plate moves through air, there'll be a high pressure and a low pressure on both sides. If it's not, the angle of attack isn't exactly even to its the relative wind, and so that's what happened. And so they got rid of the weight that was hanging. Listen, you're gonna admit to me that you fucking forgot this. Then they changed that to a ball, so it wouldn't have those kind of forces acting on it. You twit.
Also, I
No,
want to go with.
they just changed the orientation of it. That's
Yep,
all.
So what I just said is incorrect. I'm lying. You think?
Zanuck, if you're going to
Yeah.
bring up the article, I also want to state that the reason they first thought it was when it was spinning backwards and they didn't notice it was because they were all from the northern hemisphere.
Yes,
And that
yeah. Well, we talked about that before, and I thought that was actually the major reason, but that wasn't. If you read the article in its entirety rather than just skimming it, you start understanding what they actually said and what they actually meant.
No, because then
I'll be the first
they
to admit.
set it up and spun it the right way,
Yeah.
and they got the wrong precession, and that's when they changed the orientation of the weight. But they didn't do
Not
anything to
orientation
the
of the
weight
weight.
on the first one.
Not the orientation of the weight. They changed the weight itself from a plate to a ball.
You said you're getting the article.
In any event, it's a single pendulum still, right? Not what I was saying, two of them or more.
All right, you ready, Zanuck? Here's the paper. The opening picture shows the three of us kneeling next to the pendulum with the weight hanging in the vertical configuration. The air resistance against this weight caused the pendulum itself to rotate. This gave us spurious results for our first attempt. Later, we fashioned the weight so that it was hanging horizontally to the plane, meaning changing the orientation. And we got result consistent with what was expected. On our second attempt, it showed the Earth rotating in the proper direction, but at an angular velocity twice of what is expected. And then on their first attempt, it's talking about what I said, where we didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. When we realized this from our frame of reference that the Earth should be spinning clockwise, we had to modify the pendulum. So what was that about me lying or forgetting or something? Now, they did use a variety of different weights. Like I said, they had to get all the biases out, right? So they had to use everything they could until they got it just right. But please, keep talking about how I'm wrong and how I'm forgetting. Thank you.
Didn't Blue say that's called cherry picking or something?
Yeah, it's weird, huh? How he said we're cherry picking results, but I think the definition of cherry picking is what they did in an actual physical form. It's a little weird. They kind of personified it there by literally cherry picking the results. So what's up,
So
Zanik?
Zanik, it appears he was correct.
That's weird. Again, on this same thing, 3 months apart. Maybe you should just stop talking about pendulums, Zanik. I digress.
Or at all.
So that settles that. Silence says it all. So back to the two or
It's
more
weird how-
pendulum.
It's
Done.
weird how when
Recorded
we actually
history.
dig in, when we actually dig into this stuff, one side seems to be correct about most of the stuff, and one side seems to be incorrect, as if they didn't look into it enough.
It's almost
That's
like
odd.
they don't remember it
No,
because
okay.
they had a bias.
I found the
you know?
article and I was reading it with you. So yeah, you're right. They changed orientation. I thought they changed the weight to a different shape. They just changed the orientation, which makes sense. That doesn't change the fact that the reason that it processed incorrectly was because it had forces acting on it aerodynamically. We're both right in that respect. Okay, so we both can call it.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're both right. Hey, does everyone?
Yeah,
think
we
that
both
were
had
both
good
right,
points
though?
there. Okay, fine.
Everyone
But
else
then
in
what
the
does it
room,
say later?
Do we think?
What does it say
Hold on, I
later?
want to poll everyone. Does everyone else think that we were both right, or was one of us really correct? And
I was
one
speaking
right?
about the aerodynamics. I thought they changed aerodynamics by. I wouldn't
It's
think they would
okay. I
just.
already heard your answer, Zanik. You
I'm
think you're
going
right.
with Zanik
I
didn't
want to hear
remember it
everyone
because
else.
of his bias.
Fine,
Yeah,
whatever.
not only
That's
Zanik were you incorrect, but you were insisting that he's wrong and he has memory problems and this and that. So let's just move forward.
I say we all have memory
He
problems.
corrected
We
you.
all have
You're
that.
gonna admit
So
to me
if
that you
I thought they
forgot.
changed the weight, but they changed the orientation weight. He was right about that. But the reason that we're talking about it is because there was aerodynamic forces that caused it to process incorrectly. That's the main reason that I said what I said.
Okay,
That was
you were
correct.
right.
Now, did they change the weight? No, they
You were
didn't.
100%
Okay, good.
right, Zanik.
Okay,
Well done.
so I'm sorry I accused you of having a poor memory. You were correct, but we both were correct in the reason for it having a spurious result.
I appreciate the apology, but I'm contentious with the follow-up that we were both right. But it's more than I usually get, so I'll take
Well,
it.
no, it talks about what they did with the setup. Did you read the entire paragraph?
I didn't argue that part, Zanik, did I?
All right.
You're bringing up something and saying, "Oh, I was right." I
No,
didn't contend that. Did I?
the reason why they had the problem was aerodynamics, and
I didn't
I guess
contend
you
that.
agree. And then they changed orientation, not the plumb bob. Okay, great. So let's not be pedantic about it. I already conceded that I'm sorry for insulting you and saying your memory's bad. But I said, oh, by the way, I always said that I've forgotten things too, and memories do elude us. But in this case, you did not mistake that. You did recall it correctly. But the main reason for us bringing it up is because the weight was a plate, like at the because I remember it being the shape of a plate, like a weight, and it is. Looks like a weight from a gym, and it was released incorrectly and had aerodynamic forces on it, which caused it to process incorrectly.
Okay, you were 100% right. Good job.
I don't care if I'm right. I just want it to be truth and honest.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. Don't even
No,
lie.
I don't care. I have no problem saying I'm sorry that I mistook that they changed the weight out. But
Yeah,
the
only
point
if
of
you
it
can
was
follow it up
the
with,
point of me
"But I
responding
was
is to
right."
give the reason. The reason why this particular example of the test went awry in the beginning is because they didn't take into account things that would be totally obvious to me, certain aerodynamic forces that could cause a problem in this precession, because it is very slight, by the way, as you know.
Okay,
Zanuck,
Zanuck,
I get
maybe
that, but when I am right, and then you say but, and then bring up something that I did not contest, that's kind of disingenuous, right? Like I
Backhanded
didn't
apology.
say you were wrong about the stuff that you were claiming that you're right about after you said you were wrong.
Oh,
So it does seem like you have
fully
a
admit
bit of a problem.
I now am wrong about them changing the weight to a ball. Yes.
I know, but now you're going to say, but the reason I said that was this, this, and this, which I didn't
Well, because
contend
it
with.
was the reason I brought it up. I didn't bring it up
But
to
I
be
didn't
right or wrong or
contest it.
to recall. I'm calling about the test. What types of things cause the error? I don't get into the semantics of it all. I don't care if it's a ball or the orientation. The reason is aerodynamics. That's the reason. That's all we care about. We don't care about, oh, I was there. I saw them do this. Who cares? We're talking about the physics of it. We don't care about the recession of what happened along the way.
So just to recap, you were right about the important stuff, and I was right about the stuff that doesn't matter. The stuff that you were
Well,
wrong
yeah,
about.
I mean, I don't mean it. I don't mean to say that, because that's not what I'm trying to. That's not my goal
Well, that's
here.
what I'm
My goal is
hearing,
to.
Zanuck.
Yes, I was right about the fact that the reason they had a problem was aerodynamics. I was wrong
But I
about
didn't contend
how
with
they
that,
dealt with it.
right?
You were right about how they dealt with it.
Okay.
We both agreed that they dealt with it.
okay,
And the
Zanuck.
goal was
After
remove
half
the aerodynamics.
concession there that you made, Zanuck. Maybe you can use your expertise, right, to do this double pendulum. You're the man. You know all the stuff. You know all the mathematics. You know how high it should be, what the weight should be. Maybe for once, because I don't think you've ever done anything. Have you ever done anything like an experiment, like Blue?
I haven't built a full call pendulum.
Maybe this is your chance to do it. Two of them, side by side.
I think people with better aptitudes to building things like this, with these kind of accuracy, these guys are down in Antarctica in some frozen building with a fucking bunch of Olympic bar weights hanging by strings, freezing their asses off. I don't know. I think that was kind of, if they're going to go down there and do it, you figure they would have brought the proper equipment. But
No,
talking about you, Zanuck.
Wasn't it just it was sort of an ad hoc experiment anyway, right?
Right.
Nobody set out to travel to the South Pole just to build a silly ass pendulum. They happened
They knew
to
it was
be
exactly
there.
what they did. That's exactly what they did.
Oh, really? Somebody traveled all the way to the South Pole
Yes.
with improperly designed equipment. Really?
I don't think they thought
You
it was
really think?
improperly designed equipment, but go read the paper, Blue.
Okay,
That's
where is the
exactly what
paper?
they did. They went down there to do that.
Where's the paper?
I'll link it.
I put it. I
They
put
went
it
there
in
to
the
do
chat
it,
already.
and they did it with Olympic weights instead of something like manufactured prior. Oh, quite the stretch.
What's the stretch?
The lack of reasoning, man. You said that these people went down there specifically to do this, and they didn't bring any of the equipment with them. Instead, they used what? Olympic weights on a rope or something?
That's what it looks like.
Right. So those are the highly qualified people that you're trusting, is people with Olympic weights on a rope.
Yeah, well, the point is, these people from Sonoma State that had this pendulum that they've actually experimented with, they went down there and they did this experiment, and it shows that even with the crappiest possible construction of a pendulum that you could think of, they still got the correct information from it. So it kind of shows, it's a testament to the actual idea and the science and the physics behind it.
Zanuck, after all the manipulations they made,
so.
you can really say that with an honest, straight face?
Well,
they
yeah.
literally
Why would it process?
Why would it process the wrong way, Zanuck? If this was such a
I thought they
surefire
explained that
experiment
to
prove
you, because they had a weight
you had an
that was
explanation,
aerodynamically in. Because they had you asked me a question, I'm trying to answer. Why would they process the wrong way? They answer. Now it's going back to, you must not have read it. Because they talked about it swinging back and processing the wrong way initially.
Zanuck, I understand their and your explanation for it. Does it make sense, though, that it would go the wrong way? I could see it slowing down.
Yes.
Or speeding up.
Going down? What do you mean going down?
Aerodynamics.
What do you mean
I said
going down?
slowing down. I could see it slowing
No, it's going
down,
to slow down
speeding up.
anyway.
What?
No, it's not slowing down. If something has aerodynamic forces on it, that means there's an equal and opposite force on the other side probably as well.
But
So
okay,
you have
equal
a
or
force on one
opposite,
side and a lack of force on the
overcoming-
other.
Not overcoming
Listen,
the Coriolis force.
I don't know why you can't stop talking for a second. Let me respond.
Because you're
if
so
you have
frustrated.
aerodynamic forces, you know how wings fly. So that's going to make things apply forces to it that are not going to be allowing it to operate in an environment where there are not forces acting on, which would be part of the control variables of some type of experiment like this. So that's why they didn't have that result again afterward.
So the aerodynamics of the weight, meaning by the way they hung it and swung it, had so much force going in the opposite direction that it overcame the Coriolis force for it to spin the wrong way, just the right amount.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's insane.
No, that statement you're making, ridiculous. Really, you're not thinking it
What,
through.
personal
Now, if you wanted to
incongruity?
do this yourself, you could probably do the same test. Here's what you should do. You make the pendulum, use a weight from fucking your gym, go steal a 45-pound plate and hang it, and then drop it like they did and see if you can get it to process the wrong way too. And I bet you can.
Well, also, you said that they hung the weight the opposite way, and that's why they got the aerodynamic.
Yeah, but these are the
forces
professionals.
on it.
I thought
and
they
then
had
you said they oriented it different. So
no,
it was
not the
actually
weight.
opposite. They
Not
had it
the weight.
oriented.
Listen, not the weight. The
I'm
precision
talking.
ring.
I'm literally in the middle of talking.
You asked me a question.
I wasn't done the question, was I?
I thought you were.
No. So you said originally that they hung the weight, the plate, right, horizontally, and that forces on either side, blah, 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 aerodynamics, blah, 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 cause it to spin the wrong way, right? And then they change it to a
Correct.
ball. Well, it was actually not that, which we know, but it was actually originally hung vertically. The solution was to hang it horizontally, which you said would cause aerodynamic forces.
No, what do you mean horizontal? I don't even know what you're talking about, vertically or horizontal. I thought that the ring that
You don't know what I'm talking about?
plot out the bottom. Now I'm talking. I thought the ring at the bottom was actually oriented, expecting a certain, like the clock numbers going counterclockwise or clockwise. I thought they oriented that incorrect. It had nothing to do how they hung it. I never said anything to do with how they hung it at all. And what do you mean by horizontally or vertically? What does that even mean?
Wow,
I thought that's what we were talking about when you said they changed it to a ball, and I said no, they just changed the orientation of the weight. I thought that was clear that they hung it horizontally one time and vertically another time.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What you were talking about?
Yeah. Yes. That's
what were you talking about?
That orientation, how they changed it. You're right. No, now I remember now. You're right. That's how they changed the aerodynamic issues.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you first brought it up and thought that they changed it from a plate to a ball, you were saying that they hung a plate, meaning, now I know you meant a weight. You were saying that they hung that horizontally and that caused aerodynamic forces on either side of it, which caused it to spin the wrong way. But it wasn't that. That was actually the solution. They were originally hanging it vertically.
I did not. No. When you're talking horizontal, I don't know what you mean by hanging the weight. Yes, the orientation of the plate itself. I only thought there was either. I assumed it was vertically. That was the problem. They got rid of it. Used the ball. I never even thought about for the last 10 minutes that the solution was horizontally. I thought they used the ball. So yes, you're right. They did it horizontally to get rid of that problem.
Right. They just laid it down instead of having it standing up.
Before they used the ball, you said they used a plate. You're saying that you meant
yes, the plate.
Okay.
Yeah, vertically,
right.
a vertical plate would cause the problem. That's what I've said since the very beginning of our conversation today.
Maybe I thought since you said plate, and I
didn't know what you were saying by vertical. I thought you were talking about how they're hanging it from the gimbal. I didn't think you were talking about the weight when you talk about how they were hanging it.
Okay.
The weight orientation is correct. You're right. I thought I said vertically. I didn't know they went horizontal. I forgot about that. I thought they just went to a ball or something.
I got it.
Apparently, they started out with their plate standing up in the orientation it would be in if you were going to put it on a bar, right? And
I wonder if it turned.
Then they turned around and when they realized what happens in that case, because now you can present the flat surface of that plate to the direction of swing at some angle or the other and get all kinds of funny rotations. But if you lay it down, now it's just edge on into the air as it swings.
It's weird because I could see both giving specific problems.
Yeah, me too. It's not a good shape.
Yeah,
it's a horrible shape.
Definitely.
Not a
I mean,
good
it did
shape.
have a hole.
But
it had a hole through the middle of it, so I guess that helped with the vertical orientation. Like I thought maybe if they hung it vertical, the weight would have just like spun out of control. But I guess they did have the string like through the middle of the weight, which stopped it from spinning out of control. But I guess it was still an issue with it trying to process.
But
Either way, I don't think it's strong proof of anything.
Properly starting it, just properly starting it is an issue. Down there, as they talk about, as I pointed out, you can't have open flames down there.
How ridiculous is that, Blue? Like seriously.
I didn't write the Antarctic Treaty, buddy.
So they couldn't make an exception. One freaking light of a big lighter. They couldn't do that.
I'm sure they did. They had to have used a lighter. You can't have a lighter in Antarctica. That's so crazy.
I don't know.
What do you do for heating?
I know they're not allowed to, but I'm assuming people do.
Well, there's nothing growing down there that you can burn to begin with. So what do you need a lighter for?
What do you do for heating?
You can bring stuff, but
what do you think what do you think they do, SC? How do you think they heat down there?
If you can't have an open flame, I don't know. How do they heat? How do they heat themselves?
I don't know. I'm asking you. What do you do?
I don't know. Do they have solar? I'm wondering. You have the answers. I'm just curious. It's an honest question.
I'm curious too. I've read this time in several places though that open flames are not allowed.
So that rules out transportation, heating, planes, snowmobiles. What else?
Well,
kerosene heaters. Just about everything, I guess.
Hey, you read the article yourself.
No, I don't deny it, Blue. It's just nonsensical. How can you have the coldest place on Earth? You go there and you don't allow an open flame. I mean, is it like the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? Or
well, straight out of the most ridiculous article anybody ever presented to me. Then
they eat a lot of ice cream.
Since it is against the Antarctic Treaty to have an open flame at the South Pole, we could not do this. So don't give me ridiculous articles. The most ridiculous thing I've ever heard is references.
Well, I mean, it is ridiculous.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, how's a fire going to start down there? You know, the Antarctic Treaty is clearly designed so that nobody goes down and freely explores. How are you going to?
Absolutely, we don't want you guys down there.
But let me ask you, what would an open flame do? Like, what would it harm? Would it burn the air? I mean, what do they? It's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why, in the most obscure place on Earth, where there's actually literally nothing that you can burn? Like, I could understand in a forest in Europe in midsummer, you would prohibit an open flame, but in Antarctica,
it's clear that they just don't want people there.
Well, I mean, you're not allowed to have open flame. You're not allowed to have dogs. You're not allowed to have motorized vehicles. You're not allowed. You have to pick up all poop.
No excess water. No excess
at North and South Pole, they use nuclear, little mini nuclear stations.
Like, even to contemplate such a thing, such a law, is like, it's totally illogical.
Well, bitch, it's your government. They're signatory to it, just like mine is.
They're not allowed to have cigarettes. You're not allowed to bring cigarettes to Antarctica. You imagine that?
That's right.
A cigarette. That's like, wow, really? Like, what?
They act like they're doing all that for the environment, and then they have little nuclear power stations for their power. Ain't that crazy?
So I guess a hot air balloon is out of the question. in Antarctica.
Well, nuclear
Blue?
is clean as long as they're taking the disposal waste and bringing it off of Antarctica. But in light of that, it is ridiculous the rest of the steps they're taking to keep it clean when they're producing nuclear waste on the continent or whatever, the supposed continent.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's pretty clear that they just don't want people freely exploring it. You know, that's
Bingo.
why they. I think even the Glovers would have to admit that.
Bingo is his name. Oh no, they never have to admit anything. Ask them. Ask any of them what 2 + 2 is, and they'll ask you questions in return because they're not allowed to agree with you.
It does seem to be the case for whatever reason.
I've tested it. There's really people out there that won't answer whether 2 + 2 is 4. They'll ask you, why are you asking? What's the basis? Why are you asking this? What's going on? What is 2 + 2 4? I mean, that's all. Is 2 + 2 is 4. Do you agree with that? Oh well, I don't know. It's not 2. I had one guy say, oh, not 2.5, and 2.5 is really 5. Oh, so no, a 2 + 2 isn't 4. I said, did I say 2.5 or did I say just 2? Well, I'm like, okay, dude. I mean, you're the one that can't admit that 2 + 2 is 4. You want me to feel like the stupid one? Not quite.
Are we talking positive numbers or negative numbers?
I mean, the backflips that this guy did, I was like, wow, dude. Just to not concede that 2 + 2 is 4. He really wanted to, like, not agree with me just because he was on the opposing side.
and how many dimensions?
It was pretty crazy, man. I felt
Hey,
like that was the end all be all right there. Was enough for me to really see their true intentions right there.
Hey, let's see
An
if you
eternal
have.
argument.
Let's see if you have two Foucault pendulums, and I give you 2 more. How many Foucault pendulums will you have?
Let me figure this out. I went clean through the grade 3. I would say 4.
See, you guys win. There you go. I got a clear answer out of this.
How many plumb bobs?
You guys win, hands down. I would never have said 4 SC ever, never.
I know.
Blue, you know what a Foucault pendulum is in reality? A plumb bob.
Plumb bob, of course.
There's no forces acting on it. It's just going to sit there plumb until we move it.
That's right.
Yepper.
Wait. Did I
What's
just
your
hear
point?
Brian said it doesn't move until we move it?
Yeah, that's what he said.
There's no force on it. There's no force on it until we apply one.
Right.
Nobody says there would be.
You're talking like
there is
was,
a force
but
on it, but it's all straight.
He lost that argument from the very beginning. He thought that with an independent reference frame gimbal, as I'm quoting him, that even if the pendulum wasn't swinging at the North Pole, it would still precess.
Zanuck, how are you still here? At least take an hour off after just totally bashing him about his memory and then being totally wrong, bro. You do that shit all the time, man.
I was not totally wrong. I was talking about the aerodynamic problems
Take
of
a little
of the
break,
swinging
bro,
pendulum.
and contemplate your pride.
Brian, I already admitted that he didn't change it to a plumb bob or a ball. He was right about the orientation.
Humble yourself up and just let Blue talk for a minute.
Okay. No. But you just said that something should precess even if it isn't swinging, which means you don't understand how the thing works.
I didn't say that. I said there's no force on it, and I stick to that. You're going to say that there's a Coriolis force going on, and I'm going to tell you that no. The pendulum sitting there is a plumb bob. There's no force on it, bro. Period.
Okay, so why would it precess if it was just sitting there?
Doesn't do shit. It just sits there and hangs plumb until we do something to it.
Correct. Yeah. We have to establish a plane. Because these things swinging back and forth, the inertial frame
Dude, I've seen them live on 2 different channels, bro. They do whatever they want to do. There's no fucking constant nothing, dude. I don't care what anybody says.
Just do
it yourself. Do it yourself 10 times, bro. You'll get 10 different fucking results. I challenge anybody to do it. Of course, I've never did a 30-foot one. I've never did one 30-foot. I'll admit that.
You've never done one, period.
I've done it live on this channel. Why are you lying? Bro, it doesn't bother you to lie at all, does
You
it?
actually swung a Foucault pendulum?
On
Well, you
this
said it
channel,
with
bro,
such
with my
confidence.
camera
You didn't
showing.
even know.
He,
on Jose's
Brian,
channel
I'm
too,
surprised.
bro.
You said you've done a full coat pendulum experiment yourself?
I did a pendulum.
Full coat
Done it a few
pendulum.
times. I've done it really several times. You could do it right
Really?
now, Zanik. Just get you a string, hang you up a pendulum the highest place you can get inside, and just watch what happens, bro. You're going to get varying results, bro. I'm just telling you, that's what happens. You're going to get a different result every time you do it.
Did it process the same direction every time for you?
Half the time, when it starts to slow down, it starts going in circles and shit.
Well,
It
yeah,
does
the
whatever the
elliptical.
fuck it wants, bro.
That
There's
means
no
you didn't have it in
precession.
a. That means you didn't have it in a plane. That means you had an elliptical path of the swing. That's why they use a burning string to release it, so you don't get that kind of problem.
You're talking all this shit, bro, and you've never even done it. Well, so I mean, go try it. I'm ready. I mean,
Well, I know the
serious. I ain't being
mechanics of it. I mean, I've studied them, and I know how they work. Do you know how they work?
You know what's supposed to happen, but you don't know what does happen. So I'm not being sarcastic, bro. I'm literally saying, go try it.
Well,
And
you
see
said
for
you ended up
yourself.
when it slowed down and started making a circle. You started saying
I
that it
said
went in a circle, which means
Yeah,
it wouldn't
a
go
lot
in a
of times
circle
it
unless
does
it was
do that.
okay. I don't know why you have to talk over me, but that's fine, Brian.
Sorry.
You said it went in a circle at the end as it slowed down, and that proves to me that you probably released it a little bit inaccurate, which would form an elliptical path, which would end up in a circular path at the end. That makes
So if it
sense to
goes
everybody,
straight,
I think.
if it goes back and forth for about 30 minutes and then starts deviating and doing a circle, like just gradually. So it went straight back and forth for 30 minutes, bro. I mean, if
How do
you
you
use a
know?
light enough string, bro, you can get them to go for almost an hour, bro.
I don't think it's a matter of the string, the lightness of the string.
Yeah, it is. The lighter the string, you want to use the heaviest weight that the string can support without breaking. Like the best one I did,
Correct.
I literally snapped the string like 3 times and had to do it real delicate, and I got it not to snap, and it swung the longest, dude. It swung
And how are
over
you
an hour.
releasing it? How are you releasing it?
Why are you interrupting him after complaining that he was interrupting you?
He stuttered and said a bunch of words over and over again. I thought he was
Yeah,
done.
yeah. Why are you interrupting him when you just complained he's interrupting you?
I didn't think I was. Brian, how did you release it?
I've released it a number of different ways, man, as straight as possible. I've never
How did
burnt
you
a
release it?
string. Never burnt a string.
They're egotistical idiots, man. Don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I've studied this principle in theory, but I've never done it in real life, so I know. Hey, man, you know what a hammer is, too. You know what hammer and nail is, too, right? Why don't you go tell a framer what their job is?
Wow, that's I don't know how to
I
respond to that
recommend you try
ridiculous
it before
response.
you have this conversation. Is
Brian,
all, Zanik.
Brian,
That's
you said
my
you did
main
it a number of
point.
different ways.
Instead
Which
of
way
asking me
worked the best?
questions, bro, I recommend you go try it before you keep having this conversation a million times. It's so easy to do. Just go
Not a
do it,
conversation.
man, and then let's have the conversation because you haven't done it, so you're just asking me questions, bro.
I don't
I'm
think I
telling you, I've
need
done
to
it
do it. You've
several
already
ways from
explained to
Sunday,
me
bro.
the problem.
Of course you don't
I don't
need
think I
to
need to do it.
You can just keep spouting off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about with zero experience in the field.
Which I do. It's okay. But Brian, you said you left it a number of ways. How did you let it go a number of ways? Which ways did you use?
I've never burnt a string. I held a string one time, but I've never burnt a
Well, that-
string. Like that's to me unnecessary.
Well,
That's
okay,
not
to
going
you
to
it's
give you
unnecessary,
anything
but everybody
straight or
that's designed them.
in my opinion. Listen, in my opinion,
See, he's
burning
talking
the
over me. I was
string.
responding back, and I couldn't even finish
You
my
asked a
sentence.
fucking question, dude. God damn,
No, I
dude, I'm
didn't.
out,
I
dude.
was saying something to you.
Somebody take over my light
Everybody,
work, bro. This guy has no
Guys, take
fucking.
it easy,
This
man. We're
guy's
doing
not
good.
humble at
Don't
all.
derail the train. Don't derail. One at a time. One at a time.
Hey,
thank you.
Hey, Brian, I
Brian.
want to give credit where credit's due, dude. That observation of the roads in the north versus south is gravy, dude.
Brian, Sean G wants to debate you.
Real before he goes, Brian, last thing. I would
Hey,
say
thank you,
that if you're
dude.
not releasing it by burning a string, you probably imparted some type of error into the release. That's all I'm saying. You think you maybe got it down after many tries or many attempts, but everybody that understands how the release works would say to you that that's probably an inaccurate way to do it. That's why it's always been said to burn a string if you can, to let it release properly.
Well, when I did it on this channel, bro, I just held it and lined it up, and I lined it up as good as I could with the like the line in my tile, and I just did it visual. I didn't lay down nothing. I didn't put nothing on the floor. I just did it just to see, and then pretty much, man, it just maintained back and forth along that tile. So So the first couple times I did it, I just tried holding it with like one hand and letting go, and it did kind of mess up right off the bat. So I just restarted it. But when you line it up, when I tie a string to it and just let go of the string, that seemed to work all right. But it's just, dude, but it goes straight for a while. You know, everything that it happens, it is very gradual, but it does different shit, man. But it'll just go straight for a while, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then you'll see it start to deviate one way. Sometimes you'll see it not deviate at all. So I mean, the momentum's literally just going back and forth, back and forth. I don't think it has as much to do with the release. You're going to know right off the bat if you released it fucked up, because it's not going to go straight back and forth, in my opinion. And I'll admit this: I've never done it 30 feet. I've never done it like I'm only like 10 feet, maybe like 9.5 feet. But I use real thin string, and that seemed to work the best.
How heavy of a weight?
I had to weigh it, man. I think about 3 pounds, maybe.
Okay, it's pretty light.
I've
All
used
I'm
different
saying
weights
is that
though. I've
people,
actually used different weights too, Zanik, to be honest.
okay, I'm just saying people have done this before for hundreds of years probably, and they've realized that the release is critical. Although people have become pretty good at maybe the releases. Even the guys in Antarctica talked about in their article that they actually practice and got a good release by practicing it and doing it many times. You maybe have got one or two right, but the best way to do it is, like I said before, like other people have said to you before.
But
and
you're
you're using
saying
a
all
very
this,
short
Zanik,
string and
and
it's very lightweight.
I would
say if you let me just finish with this. If you use a taller string, a longer string, and a heavier weight, and you do this and you get a good release point, you might see the right precession for your latitude.
Yeah, but Zanik, if you don't see the right precession for your latitude, you're going to assume that you had a bad drop.
All you have is what ask question.
Brian, did you hear him talking?
And I was responding to Zanik. I actually thought Zanik was done, but then I thought I heard somebody else talking, so I shut up.
Yeah,
Who was it that was talking? I apologize for that.
No problem. I was just asking Zanik, if you do drop it and it does not show the results you expect at your latitude, you're going to just assume that you had a bad drop, right? That's my problem with this, is you're looking for the results that you want. So you just keep manipulating things until you get them, and then you say, look, it proves the globe.
That's not true. I would say that it'd be very unlikely that you... Can I respond? I would think it'd be very unlikely that you can drop that thing in a straight plane and have it not precess. And I wouldn't expect it to. I wouldn't even know what my precession rate would be at my latitude or off the hand. I know what it is at Paris and some of the other locations that I'm familiar with, but I would watch it and I would be willing to expect if it was going back and forth in a plane that I would get a latitude that would correspond with the precession rate that I would see.
Well, let me say this: if you release the pendulum, okay, if it's supposed to go, let's say the Coriolis force is driving to the left, okay. Now, if it pushes it on the way there, it's going to spin it counterclockwise. If the force is acting on the pendulum on its way back, that's going to be clockwise. So there's no way to get actual direction if you think about it logically, because if the if the force is pushing. If the force is pushing off in one direction, it depends if it's pushing it on the way there or the way back. That's going to be two different directions.
That's not how the Coriolis force works with the pendulum. Okay. There's nothing acting on it that way. It's a rotation.
It only works when it works right.
No,
but you don't know though for sure though, right, Jenny?
It's a fixed plane. It has to do with an orientation of the plane with respect to a spinning body beneath it.
Well, I still recommend you try it, man, and then you could back up some of this shit you're claiming. You know, it'd be a lot more interesting if I'm talking to somebody else who's done it. Because all you could do is hear me and believe me or not. But if you do it yourself, you're going to see the same shit, dude. So it'd be an interesting converation. Then you could give me some legitimate.
So my university and many like them having these things that we've seen and watching how they reduce, very long wires, very heavy weights. Release points are there's extreme care in the release, and we always with those particular systems do not see any abnormalities in the precession rates that deviate from what would be expected at those latitudes. We don't see any of them. They all one in Paris is going right now. You can actually, I think it's a live feed. You can actually watch it.
You didn't do it at your university.
I didn't do it. I saw it done. They had one there.
No, they didn't. Just kidding. Dude.
It's so funny, Brian. You know everything, and everything people have done is wrong because you can't understand how it works. That's what you say.
Oh my God!
But that's what he
How
says.
many kids are we going to listen here? You got
He says
no
it's ridiculous.
experience in it. Telling someone who did it and saying, "Oh, you don't understand." You
I
know how
have
many times
experience.
people
I've seen it
fall back
done.
on it? No, that's not
I've seen it
experience.
done.
I've watched
I've
a
seen it
welder. That doesn't mean I'm a welder. Okay.
I'm not saying that I'm a welder. I'm not saying that I've built one. I've seen it done.
I'm saying that I don't have any
if you fly in
experience
a
at
plane,
welding. Just watching a welder weld.
If you fly in a plane, you know that planes can fly. So you don't have to fly the
you
plane
don't
to
know
know
how
that
to
planes
fly
can fly.
one.
Guys, one at a time, guys, please.
Actually, I do know how to fly one, but even if I didn't know how to fly one, if I went in a plane, I know that it's possible for planes to fly.
You do not know how to fly a plane.
Oh, really? Should I take you for a flight? Fly
Zanuck,
here.
if your girl,
I'll take you up in an
Zanuck, if your
Aerostar.
girl
Go for a
shaved
couple
her
friggin'
shit,
Lazy Eights over friggin' Anderson. Come on, buddy.
you're right. He can't fly. If his girl shaved her shit into a landing strip, he'd crash his dick.
She's got a landing strip, yes, but has nothing to do with flying.
Don't add an S.
She shaved her shit into a landing strip, and her pussy looked like a catcher's mitt.
All right, Brian. That was very graphic.
Yeah, nice. And he's laughing at his own joke.
Well, somebody had to laugh at it.
Zanuck, I got you
Who's
right.
going to pull off this? Go on, Blue.
Dueling focal pendulums, right, Odysee? We want to see dueling focal pendulums.
Yeah, I want to see it, man.
Why 2? Why not 5?
Even better. The more, the merrier.
Why not just go to a
maybe
museum and go watch one for yourself?
Jesse like numbers. Hold on. Jesse has 11 auto levels, doesn't he? So he's got to have at least 2 focal pendulums, no? Maybe Jesse's our man.
I don't know how much I would rely on that. Did you hear what he just did with the fish tank, where he put the hot air on top, and then tried to tell me that's how it is when you look over water?
Yeah, I've seen that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they'll tell you that at the same time they'll tell you refraction's worse at night when he's sitting there saying the hot air is up at the top. Everything, yeah.
You're robotic.
You're talking about
Zanuck,
the fish
I got
tank?
you. The thing you just said with the fish tank, you didn't hear it? It was like 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes.
No, I thought you were talking about the one where he put like these things inside and he had like salt and he was swirling it around. Talking about that?
No, he said he did it in air. But he put
No,
the
I
hot
didn't
air
hear
on
that one.
top. It was like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, he said he put the hot air on top. And asked him if that's how it was in the atmosphere. And when he was making these observations, he said, yeah, when you're doing it over water, da da da. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
His shit bent down. I don't know. It's not even worth. They have no baseline for that whole thing. The negator said it right afterwards. Oh, you take a whole bunch of measurements and then average it out. So a whole bunch of not actual positions, and then you get an actual position from not actual positions? It's crazy.
Yeah, or when they say standard
Accuracy
refraction.
through inaccuracy.
Yeah, who was it
Once
yesterday?
you
Somebody.
master the art of accuracy through inaccuracy, then you can call yourself a scientist, sir.
Yeah, they got it backwards a lot of the times. Yeah. Somebody was saying yesterday, I forget who it was. They measured instead of 8 inches per mile square. Listen to this. Oh, Blue's here. Blue will remember. 7 inches per mile squared plus 1 inch per mile squared for refraction.
No, I didn't say that.
I got it wrong? How was it?
Jesse said he measured, his measurements indicated 7 inches times mile squared, which is exactly, well, almost exactly what a surveying manual will tell you.
It's sick.
That is a combination. That's what you would observe. That's the combination of Earth curvature plus refraction on an average day.
The refraction's about 19%. It's about
Oh,
6
hold on. But why 7, Blue? What's with the 7? Isn't it 8? How come Jesse measured
8
7?
degrees is 8 degrees would be just curvature with no refraction. But when you add refraction into it, what you actually measure is only going to be about 7.
So I was right then in what I said when you said no. It's 7 degrees plus 1 degree for refraction.
And doesn't refraction increase the distance you can see?
It's inches. Somebody said degrees once. Now you guys are saying degrees every time.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's inches.
Inches. Yeah.
Yeah, the book will tell
So what do you say, Blue?
The book will tell you to use 8 inches for curvature and about 1 inch subtracted from that. In other words, a net of about 7 inches if you're looking for the actual observation.
So there's a 1 inch added
Subtract
for refraction. 1 inch per mile squared.
It subtracts. It doesn't add.
Oh, it subtracts, whatever. So the original measurement you're saying is 7 inches per mile squared.
That's what you see
with
when
the
you
set
measure.
inch.
Yeah.
My way back to you.
Did I get it right?
Sorry.
That's what you measure will be 7 inches, or a little less actually. Slightly
So where
under
does the
7
8
inches.
then?
Huh?
Sorry, I thought you were done. So how does the 8 come in? If you're measuring 7, Jesse measured 7, right?
Right. That's refracted. When you take the refraction away from it, the actual curvature is 8 inches.
But refraction helps you see further.
Yes.
Why wouldn't it be 9 instead of 7?
No.
No, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of the actual measurement. What's Jesse's actual measurement, Lou?
7 inches.
7 inches. So then there's an added 1 inch per mile squared for refraction.
If you want the Earth curvature alone, you've got to take the refraction out of it.
What do you mean?
How do you do that?
How? You're measuring. You're making an actual measurement, no?
Actual measurement will indicate about 7 inches per times distance in miles squared. Yes.
So that's a new formula there.
No, it's not new. It's in my 1966 version of Davis, Foote, and Kelly.
So all this time we were doing it wrong then.
No, nobody's doing it wrong, SC.
Is that what you're expecting to get on Rumpus's poll? About
Yeah,
7 inches.
that's a good question.
About 7 inches, yeah. It depends on the atmosphere, obviously. That's just an average number that they say use. They say use 8 inches for curvature and let's see, we'd have to work that out. 0.09 feet, I think is the way it's stated. I can get the book out and read it to you.
Blue, is there any I'd love for you to tell me a bedtime story one night, maybe, but is there any number we could get that would falsify the globe? Like, what if we only got 3 inches per mile squared? What number? I'm just curious. What number would falsify it? Where's the threshold?
No, I don't know a number that would falsify it, Jeremy. It would be such an unusual situation. You need something that's repeatable.
Only thing repeatable is the fucking Imperial Mirage, and it's frustrating.
I mean, I still don't have clarity.
If we had something repeatable, what would be the number? 6 inches per mile squared? 5?
Well, you're the one that's going to be making the claim, so you decide what falsifies the globe, but I don't see how you're falsifying the globe. You're just changing the radius.
Is there any number that would falsify? Okay, how about this? Is there any number we could come back with that would falsify the 3959 radius claim? Blue, you there?
I'm mulling the question over, Jeremy. I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that. I mean,
you're the science guy, right? Falsification. This is right up your alley, I thought.
well, what are we trying to falsify?
The 3959 radius.
Oh, you're wanting to say that the radius is wrong? It should be some other number?
I'm asking, how do we falsify it? What number could we come back with? Is this 6 inches per mile squared falsify it? Does 5? Does 9? Like, what numbers would falsify it?
None of that falsifies it as far as I'm concerned.
Is there, so there's no number that could falsify it? What if we came back with 1 inch per mile squared? That wouldn't falsify it?
No, because there are atmospheric conditions that could cause that.
So it's unfalsifiable, this claim, this whole thing.
If that's how you're going about measuring the radius of the Earth, yes, it would be. But that's not. That is a piss poor way of trying to find out what size the Earth is.
What are you guys measuring when you're out there with the theodolites and whatnot? Blue, you're my boy, Blue.
What's a piss poor? Measuring the radius is he talking about? Because Alberuni was only what, 1% out or something like that. 200. I can't even.
Alberuni's further out than that.
Wasn't much though, was it?
Huh? Less than 10% for sure.
I mean, I don't know.
They've never measured the size of the Earth. It's never been measured. They've only reverse engineered it.
I measured it.
Can I ask Brian a question?
You can do it. Do it, Eratosthenes. You can measure it.
Yeah. Can I ask Brian a question?
I'm here.
Yeah. What's the contention with the as-builts as regards LIGO? Can you tell me about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that we got to go test it, man. I think we need to. I think it's gonna be a straight line when put up against the water. The as-builds, I think they were given a benchmark, just like we are on any project, and we double, triple, quadruple checked that fucker to be straight, and called it as-built. So if you're gonna mathematically put it on paper, then that's what it's going to show. If you're putting it on a sphere, the as-builts are going to show it exactly as such. But you're going to, in reality, in the real world, you're just going to lay out a horizontal line. And here's my contention. Well, I don't have a contention until after I measure it. I think it's going to match the water personally, but if it's angled, I think it's going to be a straight angle, and it couldn't be on a globe. It's going to have to be something similar to the as-built. So we got to compare it to water, man. And there happens to be water alongside it, but Blue showed where it's dammed. Blue, why you reckon they threw all them concrete blocks in there like that?
Oh, I don't know what they've thrown in there, Brian. To be honest, I can't tell.
Look like concrete blocks.
Might be.
I'm like, why the fuck did they do that? I didn't see any construction going on there. Maybe there was, but it looked like they brought concrete block in just to dam that off. Like right when we started talking about measuring it. I mean, I know that's a long shot, but it's one of them convenient things like, damn, right when I'm talking about going to do it, next thing you know, it's dammed off. But it still might be continuous, Is there any way for you to zoom in on your computer like the way you did that time and see if it's see how solid of a dam it is? Like, is there water making its way through? Can you even tell?
I've looked at it and I can't really. It looks like it's pretty solid across there. I know there's a 4-foot elevation change. Even Google Earth shows that.
So if I measure the beginning,
there's all marshes in there. It's all weeds and stuff.
So that's
Can't
not
do nothing with that anymore.
That's not a continuous stretch of water unless it's 4 feet deeper at one end than it is at the other.
Google Earth isn't giving us Google Earth isn't giving us accurate elevations, though, is it?
No, I wouldn't trust them.
Oh, so what? I don't know. You just said even Google Earth has.
But yeah, to the extent that you would trust Google Earth, you see the elevation change.
You just said you wouldn't trust them.
I wouldn't trust the absolute number, Jeremy. I would trust the tendency that it's showing you for that elevation to decrease as you go down the length of that arm.
Yeah, but if I went there, Blue, and the ditch was no more than 4 feet in either direction, no more than 4 feet deep, then the Earth's got to be flat, right? If it matches LIGO.
Well,
that really ain't my idea, though, man. That's kind of a dumb question. I think that I can falsify it with 2 measurements, or I can prove it with 3. Because if I measure the middle, and let's just say I'll just call the benchmark 0 at the beginning, at the center station, then I go to the middle, and if it's 2 feet, okay, then I'll have to go to the end, and then if I get to the end and it's 4 feet above the water, like 2 feet above the water in the middle and 4 feet at the end, then welcome to flat Earth, right? If it's curved, then it's going to be it's going to be gradual. So the first mile is only going to be like a foot, and then it'll be like 4 or 5 foot at the end, and that'd welcome you to the globe. I'm pretty sure it's going to match the water, though. In my opinion, that's probably why they put the fucking water there, to have a reference. That's my opinion. I haven't proven it yet. And I do have a problem when now he's mentioned as-built. The center line can't be the tangent, right, Blue? With the Livingston LIGO, the center can't be the common tangent. It can't be the tangent. Them numbers don't line up if it is.
The plane that the arms lie in is tangent almost on the center line of the what would that be, the southwest arm? It's southwest and southeast, I think.
Right, so the tangent would have to be the middle of one of them arms, but
no, it's not. It's not on the middle of either one of them.
Okay, where is it?
It's I think it's down close to that low end of it, but about lined up about midway with the northernmost arm.
You'd agree that if I went there and measured it there, that would prove it one way or another. I mean, if they did have a constant stream of water or some some water just sitting there, what do you call that? Docile water or whatever word I'm looking for, just stationary water. If I were able to measure the beginning, middle, and end, it'd be pretty easy to get a conclusion. That'd be the one real way to put this whole thing to bed. If the laser makes it from beginning to end, that's me assuming that. I mean, I'm assuming that they were able to fire from one end to another. I have no reason to deny that. Then measuring it up against the water will tell the tale. Until, in my opinion, until we do that, we're never going to know 100% for sure. That's why I want to do it.
Well, you just need to go there and verify the as-built elevations.
Right, verify it or falsify it. I heard that they're closed down right now. Be as good a time as any, I think.
You did hear, Brian, that the water is not like you think it is, right? The canal is all weeded up and stuff.
Yeah, it could be weeded. I just have to make it continuous. It could be in a marshland as long as there's stagnant water on top that's continuous. It's continuous and stagnant. But yeah, it would be. I would probably have to do a little bit of clearing if it was that bad to make sure it's continuous. But might even have to punch a hole in that dam. But that's kind of what I do. But that'd probably draw attention. But if they were closed down, you know, me going making 3 measurements, I wouldn't have to bother nobody. I wouldn't even have to get nowhere near LIGO, and therefore not fuck with anybody. Or I could just do it on the other side of the canal or the ditch, whatever you want to call that. But if I had to start clearing shit, dude, that'd be an attention drawer. So if they were closed down right now, it'd probably be as good a time as any to do it. What you say, Blue? You want to meet down there at Livingston next month, man?
Bring your waiters, Blue.
Bring a machete. I'll bring
Yeah,
all my
really.
lasers, man, and you bring a machete. I'll bring a sledgehammer.
Hey, you got equipment, Brian. Why do you want to mess with the water? What's the water
It'd be the
doing
only real
for?
way. The only real way to do it, man, without all the refraction claims and all the excuses. The only way I'm gonna know for sure is if I compare it to the water. It's very simple. It can't match the water even at an angle. It can't match a perfect transition. Like the middle can't be 2 if the end's 4, and or it can't match the water. It's got to deviate from the water, you know, at a certain rate, which is what the as
What's got to deviate from the water?
If the Earth's line has to.
What?
I don't think that, but that's what would have to happen. On a globe, a straight line would be a curve. I mean, a straight line would be like a bowl. It would collect water in the middle if it were horizontal in the middle, or if you tilted it, it would still be a type of bowl, like the skateboard paradox, bro.
Mm-hmm. Where have you been the past few days? Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. You know what you could do? If you did have that flat thing, you could put like a PVC pipe or something going along it, and then fill it with water. Not fill it with water, but just put enough and see like where it goes. If it all goes to the middle or if it all lays flat.
Well, according to Blue and the boys, and Blue's here to back it up, they say if you put 2 ball bearings on either side of the arms at LIGO, that they will tilt, they will roll towards the center.
Right. That goes for any straight line. So any straight piece of PVC, you know, it wouldn't be much, but technically, it should roll, or water should be a teeny bit thicker in the middle. But I think we all know that's crazy thought. That's not reality.
Depends
It's, you know,
if it's
maybe
tilted. Could be tilted a little bit too, though.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, horizontal. Yeah, I'll give you that. But horizontal should be deeper in the middle, and we just all know that's not reality. It's not how we build things. It's not how the world was built.
That's how
why I
that was
asked them.
built.
Are all these slabs I've been doing over the years? Are all level foundations? Are they?
Yeah, they're level.
Are they curving downward? Or at the end? Are they humping in the middle? Are they straight even?
Following the curvature of the Earth, Brian.
It'd be curving upward too if it was a straight.
You think every
object
level
like
slab I've
LIGO.
built is following the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, I
Yes.
know it is.
That's fucking ridiculous, dude. So the studs on the edges, even if like metal frame studs, they're if I do like a 400-yard building, okay, one of the largest ones I've ever done, and I don't even think it's that long, really, to be honest. But still, let's say if I did a 400-yard building, then the studs on the end would need to be a few centimeters longer than the ones in the middle.
No, not if you do the math right.
Oh, so the roof would also be curved then?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Is
You
that
don't really
nervous
think
laugh
this is the
again?
way the world works, Blue, man. Come on, man.
I know that's the way the
You don't really.
world works, Brian.
So you think
Brian,
if,
you can measure
if I
diverging
had a
plumb lines at slack. You can do this. Straight object, straightest object in the universe, diverting plumb lines. There's only one reason for that, Brian. The plumb lines are reverting.
Hold on.
What
Let
do
me
you think
ask
that
you
reason
something.
is?
Blue, you think if we had a string like a 20-mile lake and we had a rope, infinitely strong, and somebody was in the middle, let's say Xanax in the middle, and he's sagged down in the middle 10 foot. He's 10 foot down, and we're on either side of the lake, 20 miles apart. He's in the middle. He's sagged down 10 foot. You don't think if it was an infinitely strong rope, we could pull it tight and bring Zanuck up to the surface? You think that it's going to pull down even? You think it's going to pull down 56 more feet?
Yeah, I know it will.
Do you think if we pull it tight, we're going to pull Zanuck down 56 feet instead of pulling him up to the surface?
Yes, that's what will happen.
Man, I can't understand how
Brian,
somebody thinks that way and with a rational mind.
Because you don't understand it. That's okay. That's the best, smartest thing you said so far. You don't understand it. If you're at SLAC or LIGO, you have the straightest object in the universe, and you look to measure these plumb lines, they will diverge. That tells you exactly what you need to know for your other ideas and experiments, like the string
I
in the
literally
water,
just
etc.
described it. I ain't saying I don't understand it. I don't understand how a rational mind can buy that. I just literally described it and what would happen in the center. So for you to just say, yeah, you don't understand it, it's dishonest, bro.
No, you just said if you had a string in the water and you pulled it tight, Blue and I both say we're going to be pulling the guy down. You think it'll pull it up.
I said that. I said in your world, do you think he's going to pull it 56 feet further down?
And you said that's ridiculous.
So clearly I understand what would happen on a globe,
No,
right?
you do understand it, but then you said it's ridiculous. So I guess you don't understand it.
No, I said I don't understand how somebody could think that's the way the world works, their reality. I can't understand how anybody could actually believe that.
Okay, but then when I tell you that we can measure diverting over periods, whether you be reciprocal zenith angles or do plumb lines measured at LIGO or SLAC, then that will give you the answer.
reason we're here.
So you can't. So hold on. So then it gives you the reason why you can't. Well, then it gives you the reason why you can understand how it can work. It's not ridiculous, because if you have diverting plumb lines, that would make sense, wouldn't it, Brian?
Yeah, the reason we're all here, Zanuck, is because in the real world, there are no diverging plumb lines, bro. Okay?
We measure them every day.
We measure it a million times.
Everywhere in the world is measured.
You give us excuses of why they're not diverging. Well, it's bending away from you. So, but in reality, there are no diverging plumb lines, bro.
Yes,
there are. That's why we're all here. That's why flat earthers exist, bro. Okay.
There are hundreds and hundreds of published examples of that you can look up yourself.
Mathematically, okay, but you can't
measured, Brian.
No, you can't measure it, Blue.
Yes, you can measure it, Brian.
Okay, let's go measure it then.
Need a couple of theodolites.
Because every time I'm in an argument, or not every time, but half the time, they tell me that the reason we can't measure it is because it leans away from you exactly to that proportion. So whichever way you're facing it, they're going to lean away from us. So half the time I'm arguing with you globers, and y'all explain why we can't measure it.
Brian, what happens when it leans away, Brian? Brian, what happens when it leans away? What would be the effect?
It doesn't lean away. If it leans away, it's not plumb.
If it does,
you hear me?
No, Brian, stop.
Guys, we're not doing this today. We're not doing this. Okay, you need a safe word so you can say when you're done talking, so you know it's the other person's turn. Say blueberry pancakes when you're done talking or something. I don't know.
Okay, Brian, you mind if I go first?
If you keep on, I'm gonna just mute you both or something. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to back off anyway. I'm gonna hand it to Zan. Brian, somebody
Brian,
take care of my light work until I get back.
Brian, the point is, if we have a sighting of a diverging plumb line, and it's leaning away from you, the effect of that would be lower in your field of view. That's exactly what they measure. So the evidence is there for you. You just don't understand it or don't want to believe it.
I'll say one thing before I got to go for a minute, y'all. It's my turn, right, Zanuck? Okay, if a line is leaning away from you, it's not plumb. Period. In the real world.
Correct.
That's all I got to say.
Yes, but if it is leaning away from you, if it's leaning away from you, you agree that it will be shorter than the other line that is straight up plumb, and you're sighting it through a theodolite, and it will be lower in your field of view angularly. Do you agree with that?
I agree that everything we've ever built,
so you're not going to answer
that I've ever built uses horizontal and perpendicular plumb lines. So the plumb lines are literally perpendicular, and no matter how far you go, and you're not going to have a bending roof. That's even saying that with a straight face is funny to me. There's no bending flat slab. There's no bending, matching roofs. Plumb bobs are perpendicular, and they're parallel with each other. Period. Anybody
No,
who
because
builds
we can
shit
measure.
knows that.
Well, we measure. Okay, we measure the. We measure another plumb bob a quarter mile away, and we see that it is 16 arc seconds lower in your sighting. So we know that it has to be bending away, and we know it's lower because the surface is curved. That's how we measure it. It is. It's indisputable. It's statistically and throughout history we've measured this, and people all agree except for you.
Okay, then if that's the case, if I'm in the middle, if let me respond one more time. If I'm in the middle and I measure to the right, 16 seconds of drop, and then I measure to the other side, to the left, 16 seconds of drop, then I've got a straight line in between me. I've got a horizontal line, so there's no bent roof. So in reality, the studs on each end. Hold on. In reality, the studs on each end would be longer, and that's thank God you're not building shit, Zanuck. That's all I got to say. I wouldn't trust it.
Considering we measure this, you can get a theodolite, you can get a total station, you can get a any kind of measuring device, something rudimentary like a bubble level. You can set this up, and you will see that these objects in the distance at the same height are lower because they are tilting away. And you have a curved surface in between. And you can be in the middle of it. You wouldn't have 16 arc seconds from the middle to either side, though. And it's not going to be half, by the way, because that's not how geometry works.
Yeah, do you know how water works?
I do.
Do you?
What do you have to say?
I really find that hard to believe if you're global.
Why don't you respond to the argument? We're looking over. We have two posts, equal height. We sight them with theodolite, level. The one in the distance away from us is below the level horizontal line, below it, by 16 arc seconds. Statistically, this is measured over and over again without any variance over multiple days as well.
So each direction then, right, Zanuck? Each direction, it's 16 arc seconds down. So I still got a straight line, right? And I got to step back for a minute to let that guy pick up. Let that guy, Zanuck, let that guy
your
take
logic
over for
is
me. I got to step back for
flawed.
a second. Zanuck, why do you
your
interrupt
logic,
when
because you had to leave.
All right. We got anything else, guys?
How's it going, Jeremy?
Great, awesome. How we doing? What's new?
I want to ask Matthew. Oh, sorry, guys.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm going to say one last thing, that not understanding it and not wanting to believe it are not the same things. Brian understands it. He just doesn't want to believe it.
Or maybe he thinks that optics is perfectly fine to use here with a 16 arc second difference. Precise enough to measure that. But when we see too far, miles and miles too far, that's when we can't use optics, right?
Oh, yeah. Well,
We should stay more onto what we see, like reality, versus just getting lost in math. So if there should be curvature at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height, and if you're seeing too far, then there's something wrong.
Yeah, we call it refraction.
Yeah, and just
Yeah,
based on what we
but
see isn't
you
always
say
the best.
refraction, but you don't really say like what is it, like what kind of refraction. Like I haven't known refraction to do what is claimed in a photo from that far away.
You say you haven't known, or you have?
I haven't. So can you please enlighten me how it does it?
Seems to be lots of examples of it.
You're talking about examples, but like What is it? I'm new to this globe thing. Well, I'm now a flat earther, but if you're gonna try to convince me to be more your globe model, then what kind of refraction is it? Like, how is it doing it? What's going on with it?
How does refraction work? Is that what you're asking? Light bends toward the denser medium.
Sure.
But the amount it bends just depends on what's going on in the medium at that time, on what the gradient in the density is.
Can refraction bend over like hundreds of miles, and you can see somehow over the curve, and it reflects back somehow to the other side where the parent curve, the geometric curve, should be blocking it?
Well, it's just bending. That's all you can say about it. That's what refraction is, the bending of light.
Sure. But I'm asking you, has it been noted that that it goes over miles and miles and miles of just completely like bending, and somehow the objects in the distance, example like mountains or buildings, somehow are able to be seen?
Yeah.
Completely, and they look.
Okay, well,
they look
you go ahead.
Straight up. So they look straight up. They're intact. They're not like segmented or anything. You can tell that they're what their object is from hundreds of miles away. Is that what you're saying refraction does?
Sometimes, if the refraction is enough to bend light 0.03 degrees per mile, then that can happen. Usually it's less than that, though.
Wouldn't it?
It's like a mirror. It's like a mirror that somehow is able to. It doesn't matter how many miles away it is. It will make the object somehow come back.
It doesn't
over
matter
the
how
curve.
Right. It doesn't matter how many miles away it is. A refraction of 0.03 degrees per mile is sufficient to make a ball appear completely flat. Usually it's less than that. It doesn't do that, but 0.03 degrees is all we need.
But over
So if it appears flat, then how did you come to the conclusion that it's a globe?
Logic and reason.
And what is that?
Appearances aren't the final arbiter of truth.
Yeah. So you can say all those words, but what made you conclude to a globe model?
Logic and reason and
I can say logic and reason for a flat Earth model. I can say those words too. What did you find that you somehow were able to think that? Did you look up into the sky and saw little itty bitty specks of stars and the sun being circular, and you're like, oh, that must be what we're living on, is a circle. Is that your science, your logic?
That's part of it, but I would say something like a sunset or the fact that GPS satellites work would be stronger evidence.
Just because it has the word global before PS, the positioning system, doesn't mean that it's global. We live on a globe. It's just a word. I'm asking you, what is
ground? GPS is ground positioning system, not global.
Check. The logic he's talking about though is mostly affirming the consequent.
Oh yeah,
affirming
the consequent is a fallacy. Don't do that.
That's most of the logic you guys use. Like, if weight changed with latitude, then Earth is rotating, or if this, then that. That's all you have. You don't have anything else backing it up. Actually, that's your logic, affirming the consequent.
That's not how I would characterize it.
Well, how would you?
I would say that we use look at observations and use evidence and logic to determine if certain scenarios work or don't work. So things like sunsets show that the surface of the Earth cannot be flat. Things like GPS satellites working.
You can show that. Evidence. I'm sorry. I just want to address the sunset part. You can show that with just a flat table.
Everybody. He was doing that to me. Now he's doing it to you. Dude, you gotta let us respond to you.
Let's all relax. Let's also be concise.
Will do.
I'll let you finish, Matthew.
I would also say that it can be appropriate to look into the sky to determine the shape of the ground in a similar way that it's appropriate when you're sitting in a train car to look out the window to see if the train is moving.
Yeah, but how would you know you're not? How would you know it's not the surroundings moving?
Yeah,
Isn't
I
that
can
what
leave the train
relativity?
and tell that I was on the train. I can't leave the Earth till that I was on the Earth. You feel me?
Yeah, doesn't
Right.
relativity itself even state that you could choose to put the Earth as a stationary position with the sun going around it, and the sun as a stationary position with the Earth going around it? Those are interchangeable.
Right. I'm referring to the difference between if something moves in your field of view, there are two reasons that might happen. One would be it's moving in a straight line away from you. Another would be it's moving in a circular pattern around you, or that you're rotating. And so when you're looking at those kinds of questions, it can be helpful to look at the moon, for example.
False dichotomy, but go ahead.
I listed 3 different things. So trichotomy, maybe.
I thought you said there's 2 things that can happen, and then said 2 things.
Oh, no, you're right. It's like those verses in Proverbs where it's like 3 things the Lord hates, and then he lists 4. Yes, I said 2, but I listed 3. You're right.
Flat levels matter if your mic's on. Perpendicular from plumb. Even Xanax saying levels perpendicular from plumb. At
Right,
a
but
point, which is fucking retarded, because
Yeah,
then all you have is a plumb line. If it's at a point, you don't even have any. There's no perpendicularity there if you're just at that point. Stupid.
right, but we think that plumb is actually non-parallel between. If you're in 2 different cities, the plumb line to straight down is not parallel. That's what we say.
Yeah, so level can't be perpendicular from plumb then, right?
It is. It just changes at different cities and different.
Oh, it is. How far perpendicular does it go?
The amount it changes is dependent on how far away you are. If you're 10
Yeah, we got a
miles away-
plumb line. We got a plumb line. You're saying level's perpendicular to it, right?
Right.
Okay, how far do I go with the perpendicular line coming off a plumb for a level?
You can go pretty far before it makes a difference, but even if you're 10
Oh.
feet away, a different plumb line will be not parallel to the plumb line right here.
So for 10 feet, you said?
10 feet, right.
Oh, okay. So for 10 feet, level is a flat. Hold on, Blue. Yeah, no, I got this, Blue. I got this. Don't worry. Matt's a pro, bro. This ain't his first day here. So for 10 feet, level is a flat line, a straight line.
So level from where I am right here is perpendicular to the plumb line right here. And that's a flat plane that goes out infinite, mathematically infinitely distance, and that's what level is from right here. I'm saying that
Sorry,
even if you go 10 feet away, level will be slightly different, but not enough to make.
Can you answer my question? You said we can go out 10 feet from the plumb line, perpendicular from the plumb line for 10 feet, and that whole line is level, right?
Right.
Okay, so for 10 feet, level is a straight line. That's level, straight line.
Right.
Right. So how many straight lines before you get a globe?
Never.
10 feet, 10
Straight
feet
lines
segments?
you'd never get a globe with a bunch of straight lines.
I don't know. That's what you just told me. We got a straight line for 10 feet, and that's level.
Oh, I was saying that 10 feet away, level will be slightly different. It's not.
Okay, might have been a miscommunication there. Let's restart. We got a plumb line. We're going perpendicular from it. You said that's level. Level is perpendicular from plumb. How far?
That level can go infinitely far. What are you talking about? It's just a mathematical concept of like a flat plane, and that can go as far as you want.
So level will be as far as I want off of that plumb line.
Right.
For a straight line.
From this perspective of right here where the plumb line is, yes. What I'm saying is that even if you go 10 feet away and you do a new plumb line, then you get a new level. So there's two different levels, one here and one over there.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just worried about this one plumb line though. We're at this plumb line. We're gonna go perpendicular off it, and you said I can go infinitely far, and however far I go, that's level.
It's level in comparison to where you're at. Yes.
Yeah, it's level. Yeah. So water will be at rest at that spot level.
Oh, I don't think water follows that line. No.
You don't think water's level? Still, water at rest is level?
I don't think water at rest will be level from my perspective the whole time. No.
Do you think your perspective matters on how you look at water, if it's for the water to be level or not? Now this is getting weird, Matt. Really weird.
Getting really weird.
Yeah, it sounds like we're getting all mixed up in words, but the idea, I think we all understand that. If you have a globe level,
you're just not making sense. Is what's
right,
going on.
right.
I don't know.
Using these words, it's not making sense.
No, you're not making. I don't know. Maybe you don't know what the words mean. We have a plumb line. We're going to go perpendicular from the plumb. You're saying that's level. That line will be level for infinity. Water stays at rest on the level line. If I had water there, it would all be level with that line, right?
No, because what I'm saying is that there are two different levels, one here and one 10 feet over there, or 100 miles over there.
All right, well, dude is asking you plain as day, running a string.
You're not making sense, Matt.
Maybe we need a better formed question. I'm trying to think of a way to put it that would be.
Yeah, maybe like when will two plumb lines start to diverge according to them?
Yeah, that's a good question. So basically, we're talking about plumb lines, and if you drop a plumb line right here, then you get a direction of straight down. And the question is, and then if you go 10 feet away or 100 miles away, you drop a plumb line. Will it be perpendicular? Will it be parallel or not? And
Well, that wasn't really the question. He was talking about a horizontal line, I believe.
Yeah, so horizontal is just a tangent or a 90 degree from straight down.
So Matthew.
Okay, so how long can you run a horizontal string before it's not straight anymore?
I see what you're saying. So I drop a plumb line right here, and that is straight down, and then a horizontal line or level from that location is 90 degrees from that, and that gives you basically just a direction or a direction, basically 90 degrees from straight down, and you can go along that direction as far as you want to, but it's not going to be now if I go 10 feet over there, then that direction is slightly different already from the level from that point. So what we're saying is that at every point on Earth, we think that there are different directions for level.
Well, it's not really a direction because a direction doesn't curve, right?
Yeah, it is. The direction level means if it's lined up to 90 degrees from straight down.
Sorry.
I know what you're
level
saying
is an
will curve,
orientation.
but
It's not a direction.
Doesn't curve.
Yeah, it's an orientation, not a direction. Try again.
Yeah, direction's a weird. I never understood that definition. It's a weird definition. So basically, Matthew, you're talking about reciprocating zenith angles, really, right? So every time they do that experiment, how many miles away are they sighting? Do you know any particular experiments where they do reciprocating zenith angles and how far they did it from?
I don't have the specifics, no.
Okay, because it's usually like a couple arc seconds,
like 400.
right? It's not a lot, and it's over pretty significant distances. If you do the math, 70 miles should be 1 full degree. They never come close to that. It's always like a few arc seconds.
You want to see one?
What's that?
You want to see one that's over a long distance?
And when
I've
you
seen
say
a couple. I don't remember the distances.
well within a margin of error to begin with,
Hold on.
All I know is the numbers they come up with are so small, and they shouldn't be. They should match the curvature of the Earth. Or you have a problem with the optics, which is my claim. You guys can't say optics are perfectly fine to do this slight little difference in angle, but we can't use it when we see miles and miles further than we should because of refraction. Like it's not the same. You can't be okay with it in one situation and not in the other.
There's one that came from the Transcontinental Survey of the 39th parallel. And it's from Uncompahgre Mountain to Mount Ellen. This is out west. Distance is about 294 kilometers. And the reciprocal zeniths show a divergence of 2 degrees, 30 minutes, and 10 seconds.
When did they do that? Because that whole thing with the arc of the parallel, there were many adjustments used in the raw measurements and everything.
These are not spherical excess measurements. These are reciprocal zenith angle measurements, uncorrected. There's no correction made.
There is corrections that they
There's
made
no
in the raw
correction made,
measurements.
sir.
Yes,
There's
there is.
no correction made, sir. No.
There is. You
No,
need
sir.
to go read it again.
You need to go read it. I just put it in
I've
the
read the entire 900
Brother, they
page
do correct
PDF.
they have to add corrections in to make it comport to the globe math. I'm sorry, it's just
No,
how
they
it works.
don't.
Yeah, no,
No,
I'm
they
not
don't.
asking.
They add corrections on both sides too.
It says reduction. Yeah,
Hey,
it
can
says
I take this
reduction.
over, guys? Can I take this over? Or do you guys want to keep going?
Go for it.
So now we're doing measurements. We're sighting things in the distance blue, and we're not using any refraction. We're just doing standard trig on it. Is that what we do?
That's not even trig. These are just the literal observed measurements.
now we can observe.
Okay, and we're doing that with we're not going to use refraction anymore. We're just doing straight measurements. No refraction.
No refraction is included in this. That's right.
Yeah. So that's what we're using now when we look at things in the distance. We're not going to use refraction.
That's how I've chosen to present the information, Jeremy. So that
yeah,
we
that's fine.
don't get into a big bunch of bullshit fight about how much refraction was included and this and that and the other thing. No, I'm just giving you the actual measurements. That's all.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. Hold on, man. It's fine. I have some actual measurements with no refraction. I'd also like to present. If that's how we're doing it, and we're not using refraction anymore, good. That's perfect. Is that how we're doing it?
You do present your information any way you like, Jeremy. I don't care.
I'm just wondering. We're not using refraction anymore.
I didn't say that. I said I presented information where refraction has not been. No adjustments have been made to the data. That's the actual observed angles.
How do you know that?
Okay, are we going to? Hold on, guys. One more minute. And so, are you going to apply refraction, or are we not using refraction for this? Because if we're not going to use refraction, I'd love it, and I have something I'd like to present where we also don't use refraction.
Go for it.
Are you going? This is what you're going with, the no refraction thing?
I'm not going with anything, Jeremy. I'm just showing you some information. The guy said it's only a matter of a few seconds, and they only do it over these short distances. I say bullshit. Here's one over 294 kilometers or some thing like that, where you get 2.5 degrees of divergence between the zeniths.
So we're looking at stuff in the distance, and we're not using refraction now. Perfect. That's great.
That's beautiful.
You guys know what to do? You guys know what to do, or what?
And Blue, it should still be way more than that, just so you know. It should still be way more than 2 degrees at that distance. Yeah, it should be double that at least.
And why
No,
are you lying? Why are you
really,
lying and saying there's no
really,
correction?
would you?
They make base net
Show
adjustments,
it
and
to
that
me.
this first angle was actually an average anyway. It's an average based weighted
Of
mean
course,
based
it's
on
an
least
average.
squares.
Of
Yes,
course, it's
yeah.
an
So
average.
stop saying it's just them recording it and not. They make base net adjustments. They actually account for lateral refraction as well. So please stop saying things that are not true. Thank you.
That is what I said is absolutely true. These are the averages of the measurements, not corrected.
They are corrected with
Just
least squares
the
method. Do
actual
you not know what the
just the
least
actual
squares method
measurements.
is? They're weighted
That's how
means
you
based
do
on
it.
least square. They're weighted means based
Look,
on least
Witcher,
square.
don't try it with me.
You didn't say anything about averages, Blue. You said these were the actual angle measurements.
Yeah, those are the actual angle measurements. You don't just
Not the
make a
averages.
single measurement. No theodolite. Nobody that knows anything ever thinks that you just make a single measurement with a theodolite. You always
That's
make
what
at
you
least.
implied. You
You
didn't
always
say
make. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not
Hold
talking
on,
to
man.
somebody that
Y'all.
knows anything about surveying, but you never just make a
Blue,
single
you're so
measurement with a
disrespectful, dude. I
theodolite.
hate to have you in
You
my
make
I know,
family.
two
before this
measurements.
gets
You
crazy,
make
Disrespectful
one
piece of
left
shit.
face, one right face, and you average those two. Theodolites are self-correcting for that reason.
Yeah, you're glad you're not in my family, partner. You're so disrespectful, bro. Oh my god, Blue.
So they took mean averages of angle measurements without introducing refraction of long distance over to an object, and said it was whatever he said it was over what distance it was. What does that prove? Prove they took a bad measurement, right? Like, or a measurement of a distant object that's in a position that's unknown. Congratulations. What did you bring it up for?
You do that.
Am I roboting?
Why do people come in here and just lie about stuff? So that's what's so weird.
I don't know. They did
You
that
sound good,
yesterday
Ryan.
too.
That's all they
But
can
that's
do,
why
man.
he had to go to. That's why he had to go to. We don't know anything about surveying, and I'm sorry, you're stupid, and all that, because he knows he's lying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
like
got
they
muted
actually
for it.
they make base net adjustments. They use a least squares method for weighted means. Come in here and be like, this is just them going out there taking raw angle measurements.
I mean, if we are
I think
taking
it's
raw
pretty
angle
incredible
measurements,
that the man can't see the hypocrisy in his own words, where he's saying, like, I don't know the guy. He seems like a nice enough gentleman. You know, I'm not judging nobody or whatever, but at the same time, it's like, how can you say that you took these measurements without accounting for refraction when, I mean, that's part of an observation, isn't it? You have to. And if
I'd
we
love
ever
to start
say that
using
that
some.
doesn't count, then we're held accountable to the highest degree. But this dude can just say it, and it's whatever. It's no big deal to them. There was just no infraction.
I'd
There
love
was
to
no
start using.
infraction to be accountable for that day.
So am I to get this straight that in real world applications we don't see any divergent plumb lines? However, in this kind of theodolite mathematical observations, they see these slight arc second deviations, but they actually don't even line up with what the globe should be, anyways.
Yeah, he said it was a lot less than what it was. He said it should have been double the width in between the strings.
Guys, if they want to come start using angle measurements and measurements with no refraction, let them. That's awesome for us. That's dope. That shit don't work for them.
I like how much.
You
How
want
much
to do
diversion?
measurements with no. Oh, go ahead, Blue. My bad.
How much divergence do you think there should be over 294 kilometers?
Are we doing measurements with no refraction?
Zero.
'Cause I would.
You said
Zero. The answer is zero.
I'm asking the guy that said it should be twice that.
No, that's what you were saying.
You said it should be twice that, did you not?
Yes, because I thought that you said that it should have been twice what was observed.
I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard then. I could have sworn that you said that it was two arc seconds or
It's 2
It
degrees,
should have
30
been double
minutes,
that.
and 10 seconds.
You said 2 degrees over 200 some miles.
Over
2 degrees. That was
294.
it. Yeah.
It should be at least 4 degrees.
2.5 degrees over 294 kilometers. Why is that inconsistent with what we know?
Well, I thought you said miles first off, but I think it's still off by a good amount.
Okay, well then do the math and tell me why it's off. 294 kilometers. Do it.
It's off because you didn't factor in refraction for one. Genius.
Bro, that's 182 miles, 294 kilometers, and you observed something at that distance.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? That's 182 miles, bro. That's the longest distance.
Yeah, bro.
That's the longest
That's
anyone's
easy.
ever seen.
But actually,
bro.
what they said was that most of them actually
quite
aren't
easy.
even visible. They actually said most of it isn't visible. So he hasn't actually read the article or the paper or anything like that. But he hasn't actually read it, right? He's just watched McToon talk about it and then taking some screenshots from other anti-flat earthers, and they just trying to look things out. The reality, it says you can't see most of the
Xanax, you're
measurements.
full of shit.
It says you can't. You
Xanax,
said you can't
Xanax.
see most of the measurements. It says you use a weighted mean from a least squares method. It says that you use the astronomical coordinate system to complete the measurements whenever you can't make them. That a large percentage of them are not actually observable or visible, and that you fill it in with the astronomical coordinate systems overlaid with the smaller measurements. This is a fact.
What's a heliotrope? What's it?
Don't care.
Heliotrope is a device
What was the observer height on that?
They use to reflect sunlight over large distances, about 100
Yeah, it's a
miles.
little plate that reflects the light. Look, I just dunked all over him, so he just blatantly ignores it.
Hey, Blue, can you tell me what the observer height was? Was it 3 feet, 5, 6 feet?
Dude, he changed it all around right then with it. He's like, okay, well, let me change the subject since you destroyed me. Shut the fuck up, old man.
I'll be glad to answer
Shut
the
up.
question.
Isn't that funny? What's it? How that happened? He had to change the subject because he destroyed him. It's funny. Anyway, now you can talk.
What's it in it? All right, fuck you then.
I just want an observer height. What was the observer height of that observation at 182 miles?
You're doing reciprocal zenith angle measurements. It doesn't matter what your elevation is. Do you not know that?
Wait, how would you see it?
I don't know much about theodolites or whatever. Unfortunately, I'm not one of the people who claims that I've done it for 35 years or whatever. I can admit that I don't know something.
Well, perhaps you ought to look into it.
Well, perhaps you made me not want to be such a smartass to the only person in the room being nice to you.
I just windmilled on you.
Wouldn't wouldn't it be circumference divided by 360 to see how many miles it would be for each degree of divergence?
I think we know what that number is, don't we? 69 miles per degree. Is that not right?
Say 6 foot observer height. I'm not sure here. Okay. At the normal at a 6 foot observer height, 182 would be 21,359 or 56.6 feet of obscured object. Y'all hung a plumb line 21,400 feet in the air.
Oh boy. These measurements are being made from the tops of very tall mountains. Now,
What mountain specifically? What was the name of the mountain that you observed or that was observed?
These measurements came from a mountain called Uncompahgre, Uncompahgre, and Mount Ellen.
All right, can you spell that one more time for me?
Yeah, Uncompahgre.
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 Hey, does it say that they use the least squares method to get a weighted mean? Yes or no?
And to Mount Ellen.
Hey, do they use the least squares method to get a weighted mean? Yes or no?
I think they do that for the measurements of spherical excess.
Okay, well, that's 14,000. The mountain is 14,314 feet tall, so that's a good 12,000 feet. That should have been obscured. Double the mountain should have been obscured.
You're looking at another mountain. Another mountain. Look at Mount Ellen.
Okay, so then what was the height of the mountain?
You're the one looking them up. You said one of them's 14,000 feet. Where's Mount? What is the height of Mount Ellen? That's what they're looking at.
It's important. Oh, they were looking at Mount Ellen from this one. Okay,
Yes.
so let me. Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I'm actually just going through the motions here. Which give me a little bit of I'm not the one giving you attitude, man.
Okay, it's just laughable that it was like he can't even address it. So like they use weighted means and least squares method. If you're claiming that they just go out there and make raw measurements and then take a raw average, can you please cite that? Cite that within the paper, please.
I'll get it for you, Witsit. I'll be glad to.
It doesn't say that.
I'll
It
be
says
glad
weighted
to.
means.
I'll get it for
It
you.
doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Also, can you show me the data that they use to get the average?
Yeah, I can.
14,314 feet.
And this guy's going to
And
show
you
me the
said
field
Mount
notes.
Ellen?
Ellen.
ELLEN?
Yeah.
Mount Ellen. Okay. So Mount. Right.
All right. Can we let maybe Witsit and Blue go back and forth on this for a minute, or maybe
The
uninterrupted
elevation
if possible?
is 4,383 feet. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon. Go ahead. I wasn't talking. I was just taking these numbers. So the mountain that you're looking at is an elevation of 4,083 feet. So that's even worse. That's way worse. Feet.
So, Blue, you agree they're weighted means, or can we get through that part?
Wait, I'm sorry. I was looking at something.
Distance to the
they use
see the very peak.
I'll get back into it. There's two parts to all of this stuff. This happens to be the leveling part of it. When they were doing the spherical excess, I know they're doing some manipulation of that data for sure, but not for this leveling portion.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you certain that they were looking at Mount Ellen, or were they looking at Mount Uncompahgre? That's a weird name.
They were looking at each other.
Oh, okay. So,
Salty, you could look at the document, I think, to get that. I think Witsit was trying to ask Blue a couple questions.
Understand that the Zenith, I can't really talk much to him in the store, but like the Zenith, they actually use the ellipsoid reference spheroid, like the reference spheroid or ellipsoid, the Clark specifically, to actually to set the parameters for the Zenith. And it says that most of the time they're not even visible. They're not even visible, dude. So, whatever.
So you're saying they're not even getting an actual visual read on it? They're just doing calculations?
Yeah, a lot of the times, yeah.
No, they're looking at a heliotrope. You see the flash from the heliotrope. That's what they were aiming the theodolites at.
Blue, where does it say the 2.5 degrees or whatever? Because I don't see it anywhere. The reciprocal zenith angle.
They made this up, bro. That's the reality. So
yeah, dude.
That's why
I found the observation he's talking about, and I don't see anything at all. Or do I even know how they'd be able to measure the reciprocal zenith angle using a heliotrope?
well, not just that. I just did some quick calculation here, and if you were looking from Uncompahgre, the very top peak, and that would leave an obscured object at 12,416 feet. Looking from Mount Ellen to Uncompahgre, 4,083 feet, and to look over the course of 283 miles would be an obscured object would be under 27,938.3 feet. So I'm not sure how anybody could make an observation of that in either direction. Considering that both heights of obscurity would be well over double or almost triple for Mount Ellen. Seems like a lie, quite honestly. When you put the numbers in and match them up, it seems like an absolute lie.
It does seem like a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I did it both ways to try to see, because he said they were looking at each other or whatever, and to even see either mountain from either mountain is, like I said, from Uncompahgre, it would be, the obscured part would be 12,416 feet, and Mount Ellen's only 4,083 feet. And if you were looking from Mount Ellen, that's a height of 4,083 feet, and you're looking over 283 miles, this man said, which is astounding. And that would be 27,000, to look at Mount Uncompahgre would be an obscured, the obscured object would be 27,938 feet. So that's double what the entire height of Uncompahgre would be at 14,314 feet. 27,938 feet is a little bit more than double the height of the entire mountain.
So you're saying he falsified his own radius value in his own observation?
No, not at all. You got your numbers all wrong.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
How? You said that you looked from mountain to mountain over the 283 feet. Or miles, I'm sorry, miles.
Oh, hang on a second.
Neither of those mountains would be visible from each other over 283 miles.
I think that was that kilometers.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so.
No, he said it was. He said the original value in kilometers, and I looked it up in miles, and it came out to be 283 miles. I forget what the original.
Well, you got it wrong.
Kilometers was.
You got it wrong. What was the actual? Yeah, I'm on.
I think you said 192 miles when you figured
the kilometer, the distance is 294.117 kilometers.
So
182.683 miles. The observer height is 14,321 feet to the target, which is 4,000 feet.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I accidentally put in 282 miles, I think.
And the visible part of Mount Ellen from Uncompahgre is 3,126.92 feet without refraction. Only 800 feet of it are hidden, 873 feet hidden.
Incredible. You can just say without refraction over 183 miles.
You want to add refraction in, it makes it worse for you. I'll be glad to. You want standard refraction, I'll pop it in there.
No, I'm just wondering how you can take out refraction when none of us have ever figured out how to do it.
No, we're just talking, buddy.
Yes, sir, I understand.
We're just talking. Jesus.
Yep.
I did it without refraction, that goes in your favor.
But I'm wondering how you took refraction out of the atmosphere itself that you're observing through.
You didn't.
How did you do that?
You didn't.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, so it's a uncontrolled variable.
Please tell us how refraction bends light only in one direction, as in your own Glober friends go out and set up a theodolite and show refraction bending light in both directions over very short distances and a very short time period. Like they just got their equipment, go set it up, and they show concave and convex Earth and flat Earth in some instances, but rarely show that, although they do have them when pressed. It's weird. Like y'all are concavers and sphere earthers all at once.
So
Blue,
back to what we were talking about. You see, it's quite possible.
Where's the reciprocal zenith angle, Blue? Where does it say that? You just did the math on it, right?
Well, that's what you have to do. You've got angles.
So
do you see what I posted? Do you see what I posted?
No.
All right, I'll post it again.
I mean, it's strange. I'm not sure how you could see that far anyway, considering the distance to the horizon would be 78 miles. Obscured version would be.
You said they didn't see that far. They're seeing reflected light.
300.
They're capturing reflected light at an angle and calling that an angle measurement.
You see light.
That's what he's telling you.
You see from the heliotrope. That's what it's there for. To give you a bright pinpoint of light. That gives you a bright pinpoint of light that you can look and see.
Yeah, you don't see the heliotrope though. You see the light wherever it pushes through, and you're observing that unrefracted. That's what you're taking your measurement to. That light could be way closer to you than the actual heliotrope, and could be in a different position actually. But that's what you're saying you took the measurement to, right?
now you're saying they're not looking at the heliotrope; they're looking at some other light source. That's what you're saying. I got you.
No, what I said before you try and put words in my mouth is that they do not. Let me make it really clear.
Try to make it really clear for me, but Rocky.
Why are you interrupting?
I'm trying to make it really clear for me.
Why are you interrupting? Why is he allowed to interrupt here? So I was almost done. You'd never see at that distance the actual heliotrope. You see the light reflecting at whatever distance it is from the heliotrope. You don't know that distance. You're just taking the angle measurement from that light reflection.
You see the reflection of the light coming from the heliotrope.
Yeah, that's what I just said, but you never see the heliotrope at that distance, correct?
Of course not.
Okay, of course not. That's what I just said. So you have no way of knowing at what distance away that light actually is, and how, if it's higher or lower at a different angle or whatever. Correct, Blue?
No, incorrect, Rocky.
Thank you. No, that is correct.
No, that's
you can't tell.
Incorrect.
No, you can't tell. You're taking an angle measurement to where you see the light reflected from a distant object that you don't see.
You've only got one thing out there reflecting light to you, and it's that heliotrope.
I don't disagree with that, but the light that you're taking the angle measurement to may be higher or lower than the actual light that's coming from the heliotrope. You disagree with that?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely disagree with that.
So you now don't believe in refraction yourself, right?
Rocky, you're measuring a point source of light that's coming from that heliotrope.
So you're saying light coming from a reflected object is not refracted at all?
Of course it's refracted.
Then you do believe that light could be higher or lower than what the actual position of the heliotrope is, correct?
Oh, you're talking about the actual position? Yeah, okay. I got you.
Yeah, I'm talking about the actual position of the light, right? That you're taking an angle measurement to could be higher or lower than the actual heliotrope, correct?
Yes, you can say it that way, Rocky. And I'm trying to stay away from that discussion about refraction because all it does is confuse people.
No, you're trying to stay away from that because you came up with 2.6 degrees, which perfectly matches that distance, but you know yourself can't be correct. So do you live on a globe or something that appears in the distance to be curving up or down depending on the conditions of the day?
What point did you just try to make?
The point that you told us that you came up with this distance, this viewer height to this position, you're viewing at an angle, you're taking that angle measurement of a reflected light, which you don't know the actual position of, saying it comes up with 2-point-something degrees, which perfectly matches the radius of your beautiful Earth, and saying that's the angle measurement, the true angle measurement. It just so happens to match perfectly without using known refraction.
Stop putting words in my mouth, Rocky. I didn't say it perfectly matches the radius of the Earth.
Well, it does, right? 2-point-something, 69 miles. We'll give you 2-point-something degrees.
I said the zeniths of this measurement diverge by 2 degrees, 30 minutes, and 10 seconds.
Right,
which looks like 1 degree. It looks like 1 degree, 23 arc seconds.
Huh?
Where are you seeing 2.5 or whatever? The thing you posted is what I'm looking at. Where do you see 2.5?
Right there where it says the zeniths diverge by 2 degrees, 30 minutes, 10 seconds. Now, I put that on there, but it's taken from that data on the left.
No, that's the mean average, right? The 2 point something degrees. That's the mean average of all their measurements, correct? From the same position.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the measurements differ from hour to hour, minute to minute, day to day, right? So they have to take a mean average.
Yeah. If you want one measurement, you take 2. That's a theodolite
Right.
for you, buddy.
Well, how many measurements did they take, buddy?
You take a left face and a right face.
Yeah, I know that. You try and
average those
demean. Yeah, you try and demean people and tell them like they don't know, but I actually do know. How many measurements did they actually take? Since we're using buddy, I'll say buddy.
I don't actually have that.
I know you don't. I know you don't. You think they took 2?
Let me know when it's my turn.
Do you think they took 2 or more?
I'm sure they took more than 2.
Really? I wonder why. I'm done with this guy.
I'm done with you.
Well, who's done with who first? Because then whoever does wins, and the other one definitely loses. So this is important.
He said it first.
Well, he's definitely original. But I'll tell you what actually happens when they do measurements like this, and especially important ones like they were deeming this one to be. They don't just set up one time and take 2 measurements from each position and say, we're going to take the mean. I'm not sure why he's allowed to do this, but we'll just let it go again, as Blue interrupted me again in the middle. But they'll set up and do many, many, many measurements. They'll want to be accurate as they can, and he's not trying to tell you something they didn't do. They're taking measurements, angle measurements to that light source, right? I'm not saying they're not doing that, but you can take 1,000 measurements to the wrong, inaccurate place and do any mean averages you want. The measurements are still wrong and inaccurate.
I'm pretty sure you're adding these together. Like they're shooting one way and then they're shooting the other way, and you're adding the 2 together. But if they're true zeniths, then you wouldn't be adding them together. It would be an average at best if you want to combine the 2.
No, that's not what you do.
Yeah, unless you're doing it from like the middle or something. This isn't right.
Yes, it is right.
No, it's not. If you're measuring off your zenith from what you're looking, so you're looking from Uncompadre to Mount Ellen, right? And it's 91 degrees, 20 arc minutes, 48 arc seconds, right? That is the tilt away. That is the divergence.
No.
And then you're measuring back
that's
the
not
other way.
divergence.
You're not adding them together. Yeah, it is a divergence. Think about it.
No, that's not divergence.
You're taking it from your zenith.
And that is not divergence.
Yes, it is.
Oh, geez.
It is.
Sorry.
You just add them together. It's silly. You're adding double the tilt.
That's not how it works.
Okay. Well, I've read the whole paper, so good call.
I'll ask everyone in the room, including Blue. Has anyone ever hung 2 plumb lines, physical plumb lines with plumb bobs, taken a physical measurement from the top and bottom and measured any divergence? Anybody in here ever done that?
I'm thinking that measurement is actually possible. Well, I'll let somebody answer that, but after that.
Well, I'm asking, has anyone done it?
Not from a very high height, only from about 20 or 30 feet or so. It's nothing that would show any sort of,
Okay, so no one in here, including Blue, including myself, has ever actually measured physical divergent. The only thing people can do is take long distance observations through an optic, which we know are heavily distorted, and apply math and go voila. Although we're off a little bit, because we have to be, because we know we're going to be, because we're taking these long distance optical measurements, or what we're calling measurements, and then taking the mean average, and we're still off, but we're going to call that accurate enough to say that this is measuring a divergent from plumb lines, which aren't actually physical plumb lines. Not saying they have to be, but people get the wrong impression that they're actually plumb lines with plumb bobs hung up and down and taking measurements from the top and bottom of the angle measurements. It's not how it's done. No one's ever measured that, just like no one's ever measured water to curve. It's just a thought process or a theory at best, taking long distance observations through optics.
Well, Rook, yeah, there's this special mountain somewhere in Scotland, I think. And funny enough, yeah, it causes apparently a plumb bob to tilt. Funny enough.
The Schehallien thing you're talking about, yeah. I think this measurement. I think that actually you could physically hang a plumb line and measure them, like outside of a either side of a skyscraper or something. If you had a heavy enough weight on a line and the wind's low.
No chance, brother.
Well, you can use my theory on that is, and my way of doing it is, you could use the actual side of the building, because you can accurately, when you're close enough, take the angle measurements to the side of the building and calculate that side of the building is plumb. So you measure the bottom corner of that building that you deem to be plumb, and the top portion to a known distance building that also has a plumb side. You can measure those distances top and bottom and see if they're further apart at the top. They're not going to be.
How could they? Can't.
You can also extend a trough or a pipe or whatever you want out into the distance from a known benchmark, and do a horizontal line, and then fill it with water or do it over water and measure down to it, and you're never going to measure curved water either. That bull crap about the water pooling up in the middle and being higher in the middle than on each end, if you do that Zanuck tells you, and other people in here will tell you, that will have to happen because it's closer to the Earth, which would mean it would be more affected by gravity. Then I challenge anyone to show that. You can't do it. You can only theorize and come in here and try and tell people what you believe, your faith, right? I don't want you to preach to me about what you believe. If you can show it and I can replicate it, I'm fine with it. Until then, it's just faith, like my creator, Jesus.
Well, they say the water pools. They say the water pools in the middle because it's when you got a horizontal thing, it's changing elevation, and water. And they say water flows, which, I mean, this happens everywhere. Water will flow to the lowest elevation point, which on a horizontal line is in the middle of that pipe.
Well, they're saying a ball bearing or anything put on the end of that pipe, if long enough, would roll towards the middle. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, to a lower elevation, yeah.
Complete nonsense.
Yeah, they're saying the elevation to the center of the Earth may be X, and then at each end of the pipe, it's X plus whatever. And they just use their radius to determine that. Just like on Lake Pontchartrain, you put a pipe 24 miles across, the middle of the pipe at 12 miles is gonna be touching the water, and at each end where the water meets the land again, it's gonna be 90 feet higher, which means you place a ball bearing in there, it's gonna roll down to the 12-mile marker in the middle of that lake. Although the water, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't know if people know what 90 feet is, but just have someone walk you up an angle of 90 feet over 12 miles and punch you the whole way, and you'll know how far up 90 miles is. It's reality.
Heck, I would put a skateboard there. Just saying.
I used to tilt up things. I'd done about 8 of them that were over almost 1 million square feet. But nowhere ever did we ever account for the curvature of the Earth when we were tilting those panels. They were always plumb. Both sides of the building. Yeah.
Well, what they're telling you is the middle of the building is one height and each end is higher. is what they're telling you. If you didn't take into account the curvature of the Earth, then each end of your building from the midway point is higher than the middle. That's what they're telling you. That's what the guy on Jose did a video saying he shot 2 inches of curve or whatever it was over 2,500 feet of that concrete building.
That was a joke. Yeah, I remember that one.
And there was no deviating from level with those buildings whatsoever, or plumb or level. There was no deviating whatsoever.
Of course not. You would be fired if there is. And water will tell you, you can do a slab, and every inch of that slab, if it's horizontal, if water is holding in the middle somewhere, 1/8 of an inch, that means that part of that slab is lower than all the rest, because that's where the water's holding.
Yep,
You can do it over any distance.
Why are you interrupting me?
Each panel had to be perfectly plumb all the way around that building. A lot of the times, roofs were already built pre-constructed for that building, so you couldn't be off the girders of the roof because they were steel roofs, you know.
Yeah. I'm pouring a big slab, a steel building slab Monday morning. Everything has to be square. Everything has to be plumb and level, or nothing lines up. You have tolerances, but you know, and they say the size of the earth matters and all that. But the point is, you can extend those flat planes or square buildings out in any direction, and if you go far enough, you would see the curvature of the earth in the water or whatever you would be near, and you don't.
I know I've done tile for quite a while, and I know that horizontally, the principle should still apply to vertical. And I can tell you that if you're off by, when you drop a line, chalk line, and you're off even a 1/16 of an inch, you'll have inches of fuck up on a 30-foot corridor. You'll be off by inches. You know, so
yeah, dude, we've snapped. Sorry,
that's okay. Just going vertical, I can't imagine how much it would be over something like the Dubai Hotel, which was, I think, 2,700 feet tall, 20 something like that. It would have to be perfect.
Imagine doing it 180 mile measurement. 180 miles. If you're a smidget off, how far you would be. Just think about it. Yeah, people that are
you
in
have
the
to be
business know.
less than hundredths of an inch to perfection. That's quite the incredible claim.
And you're taking that measurement to a reflected light beam.
I got Superman eyes. I can tell. I write down the measurements when I look, and I can see, and I just write down the measurements.
Well, that's how it's done. That's the way it works. If it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry about that.
No, it doesn't hurt our feelings. We know. It's okay,
Superman eyes.
We think it's ridiculous, but I mean...
Wait a second. Did the old man there just say that he thought he could hurt our feelings?
Yeah, but let's not call names,
guys. Come on.
I didn't call him a name. He's an older gentleman than myself, probably most of us here, right?
Yeah, Blue's been doing it all day. Like, we don't know anything about surveying. If it hurts our feelings, meaning implying something. I mean, he uses these tactics. It's weird. Him and Kosher are pretty good at it, though.
I mean, personally, it did actually really hurt my feelings, and I'd like an apology.
Go ahead, Blue. Apologize.
Well, in that case, I'm sorry. I think I apologized to begin with.
Which means you're not genuine.
Should I repeat what I said? If it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, which means you're not genuine. You don't even know.
I'm not trying to be genuine, Rocky. I'm trying to be like
very,
you.
very so you agree
I'm
with me,
trying
you're
to be
not
just
genuine.
like you, buddy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to be a piece of shit. It makes you a piece of shit.
Want to be like you.
He's got it hard on for me, man.
You know where I am anytime.
Listen, Abby. Can't help himself. Keep going, Blue.
Blue, do you think level is perpendicular from plumb?
I know it is. It's a definition.
How far can we go? how far can we go perpendicular from plumb and it's still level?
Well, perpendicular from plumb is not called level; it's called horizontal. But if you can go as far as you want to level. Level is curved.
My bad. I thought you said
go as far as you want to horizontally too. But
yeah, my bad. I thought you said plumb.
Going to be level.
So plumb's not perpendicular. Sorry, so level's not perpendicular from plumb. You're saying
at the plumb point, yes, at the plumb line, it's perpendicular.
Okay, so we have a plumb line, and now I want to go perpendicular from it. How far can I go to be level?
Oh, to remain level? You can't.
Yeah, you said level perpendicular from plumb, right?
It's only right perpendicular at that point.
Plumbs deviate.
Okay, so if I have a plumb line, and I want to go level, I would go perpendicular from the plumb line, or no?
You want to go level?
Yeah. You said level is perpendicular from plumb, and now you're saying it's just at a point. So I'm wondering.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering where.
And over normal distances, the kind of crap that Rocky messes with, it doesn't really make any difference. You can just go as far as you want to.
So as far as level will be perpendicular from plumb as far as I want?
Yeah, we treat it like it's a straight line. It really isn't, but that's okay. Because the deviation.
So level, we treat level like it's a straight line.
Yeah.
We treat level like it's a straight line, but it's not.
It really isn't. Nope.
So it's not perpendicular from plumb, because perpendicular from plumb is a straight line, right?
Perpendicular from plumb is what I would call horizontal.
A straight line.
Yeah. So level's not perpendicular from plumb because that's a straight line.
Level is not a straight line.
He just said a horizontal
perpendicular
line
from plumb.
Well, that's insane, man. I don't know if you've ever done any sort of construction in your life, but anybody that's ever done any sort of building or construction or worked with straight lines, plumb lines, level, making things level, that they know for sure that what you're saying is just false. It's not real. It may work on your chalkboard, but no, it's not. It's not at all.
Yes, it is, sir. I'm sorry.
You can say it is, and you can be sorry all you want, but I'm sure that my plumb and level, me making things plumb and level is how we make buildings to code and spec.
I know that.
I could make the panels on the building shorter to make the roof the same height, right? I'd have to make the ones in the middle, the panels in the middle of the building shorter to make the building's roof look perfectly level across, right? I mean, we don't want to waste concrete or nothing. Why would we?
How would you waste concrete?
I mean, it's a scary thing you're saying. Like, what denial, man? That's really a terrifying thing that someone that's, I'm assuming that you're an educated man and you would sit here and straight face tell everyone that level is curved, but can't say at what feet, well, at what foot.
No, he doesn't just sit here. He makes videos with donkeys in them going hee-haw for years and years. He don't just sit here. Don't get that wrong.
That's right. I don't.
Well, okay. So at what foot does level become not level?
Level is level everywhere.
Right.
It is just not a straight line.
No, that's not true.
Arc.
Okay.
If I look, let me ask you this way, okay?
Of 3,959 miles approximately.
Let me ask you this, okay, in a different way. If I weld or if I weld a water level to another water level and another one end to end, how long until it starts dropping?
You roboted. How long what?
How long would it be if I welded level end to end? How long would it be until level became unlevel and the water started not being level and reading differently in the level because water is getting pulled to the center of the earth instead of remaining at a straight downward direction?
It'd be 1 degree at 69 miles.
Yeah, 1 degree is 69 miles, right, Jesse? So.
No, I would have. So
Depends
you would
on how
have that.
accurate
So
you're-
this is ridiculous. You're talking about 70 miles, and that's how you would tell that level becomes unlevel at 70 miles.
You'd be off one degree at 70 miles, yeah.
He didn't ask that. He didn't ask how many degrees at 70 miles you would be off. He asked at what distance would that level not be horizontal, would start curving.
Don't know.
Maybe
I
y'all don't listen
have
too well.
his level, so I don't know what his level is capable of.
The level line, the horizontal line.
It's water. It's water and air. It's water and air. If you're not capable of knowing what water and air is, you have no business talking intellectually to anybody at all.
He knows exactly what you're saying. He is an educated man. He's very
I know
smart.
they all do. I've
That's
walked
why
into
he's able
colleges and asked this question. They don't have answers for it.
That's why he's able to divert and have Jesse come in and say 69 miles,
Hey,
1
buddy.
degree, and all that, which wasn't the question, buddy. And that's why he'll never answer you a distance, because then you could go out and now that they've acknowledged, because for years they said you couldn't create a horizontal line, but now even Blue will say, oh, I never said that. But now they know you can go out and create this horizontal line over static water if they give you the distance and tell you how much drop there would be, not how many degrees, because you have to calculate that, which is fine. But you can go out and create this horizontal line over static water and show very easily over a weekend that it's not curving. So then they have to say ridiculous things like, well, in that portion of the earth, it's actually flat. So on a lot of portions of our sphere, we have flat sections of water that you can't measure curvature in. Thank you, Zanuck and Blue and everyone else who agrees with soundly that you can see curved water from ground level, but can't measure it. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, that's dangerous, man. You recognize that you're in the position where you've reversed roles with the conspiracy theory people, right? Where what you're saying is dangerous. And if we actually operated under your specifications to build buildings, it would all come out all fucked up. You know that, right?
Hey, Sturge, let's lay off on the ad homs and just deal with the topic. That's actually in the rules here.
Actually, I think I've had about enough of this guy, so I'll see you fellows later.
All right, see you later, Blue. Bye.
Sorry for the terrible question.
Where were you, Jesse, a while ago when he was calling us children and saying we don't know anything about surveying and implying that we were dumb? And, you know, I know you had to come in and save you guy, but now it's time to do a little transfer of arms here. Now Jesse's going to take over and tell us all his knowledge of how water curves, but only can measure it optically over long distances using like formulas and things like that. Can't actually physically measure it. Actually, Jesse is one of the ones that can post right now concave Earth measurements, right, Jesse?
I can't believe nobody held that man's feet to the fire, you guys. He said that he took refraction out of the calculation. And I asked him openly, how did you do that? And there was no reply to it. Well, I can add it back in if you want. No. I wanted to know how you took the refraction out of the calculation, because we would love to be able to do that, to be able to say something like that.
I told you guys what to do when they want to use measurements with no refraction. That works for us. That's good. Let's start using measurements with no refraction. I don't know where they think they're going to go with that, but hello.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
ridiculous.
where they think they're going to go.
The refraction out of the calculation. How'd you do that?
Hey, did you have you keep bringing that up, Jeremy, and I think you had an example that you were going to give, and then I think I had not an example I was going to give, and we were going to ignore, take refraction out of the equation, and we were each going to present a point of evidence and see without refraction, see which matched reality better.
Who relieves you, Jesse? That's what I want to know in a couple hours.
Who's deciding what reality is? What reality? The globe reality, or
no, what we actually see?
That's a fair question.
We're gonna see what we see and see what matches what we see better. What are you? I don't even know what you're saying now. You're like weird.
No,
it's weird.
For example, we were going to look at, I think you said Canigou or something. I think you had a Canigou example you mentioned. You were going to provide an example that I think showed how you could see a certain mountain that should have been hidden by curvature on a globe, right? And we were going to analyze that without any compensation for refraction, right?
How do you do that? How does one remove
Why?
refraction
Because
from the equation?
By using plane geometry.
Yeah, okay, so then you
if we
have a
do this,
measurable number of what refraction is over the course of a mile or 2 or 3.
okay, if we do this, you're not gonna, you're just gonna concede if we can see too far in the radius of Earth that they have marked down as wrong. Is that what's gonna happen, or I'm just wondering how this turns out?
Well,
You're gonna say I cherry picked it, maybe? What are you doing? What are we doing here?
No, we're going to see whether reality closer matches the flat Earth model or the globe model. And you're going to provide one point of evidence, and I'm going to provide one point of evidence.
Yeah, so if I find something that shows that the radius is bigger than 3959, are you going to concede that the radius is not 3959 and they got it wrong, or what's the? I'm just wondering what the outcome is going to be here.
Well, we're going to look and see which model it's closer to, which model reality is closer to.
Yeah, and if it doesn't match the globe model, are you going to concede the globe model is wrong and they got the radius wrong? Otherwise, I'm just wasting my time here, and I'm not even going to bother.
Well, no, because ignoring refraction is not looking at all of reality, because refraction is part of reality. So I can't just throw out a whole model because we straw manned it and ignored something that's a real part of it, right? But we
So
can
why were you
still,
bringing measurements? My bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
but we can still look at what we see and see which model it more closely. It's not going to match either of them, right? So are you going to throw out all of flat Earth just because I can find one example that doesn't work on a flat Earth? And of course not. And I wouldn't expect you to. But we can still see which one is closer to what we observe, right?
Okay, so we're not going to ignore refraction because that would be ignoring a part of reality. But you brought measurements where you were ignoring refraction. So the question is, why would you do that? Why would you ignore reality like that with your measurements with no refraction?
Because it helps your argument.
So you're here trying to help us. You're trying to help us, no doubt. Oh, good shit, man. I'm glad you're here to help.
Yeah, refraction raises things. Refraction makes things look a little bit closer to a flat Earth, but they're still closer to a globe model prediction.
That's patently false, but okay. I mean, for years I've listened to y'all talk about how every picture that anyone takes at any distance is corrected by refraction. No matter what distance, it always makes it look flat, perfectly flat. So I'm not sure how you could ever make the claim of removing refraction.
No, we're not talking about removing refraction from the picture. We're just talking about ignoring it for the sake of comparing what we see to different models.
So you're just talking about taking an actual picture.
Value of 3959, right? So we're going to see if it doesn't match that model. If we do an observation, don't use refraction, and it doesn't match 3959, what do we do then, Jesse?
Well,
what about when it does match? Like Blue's example, it matched pretty closely. Now what? Because then we can take another measurement where it doesn't match. And now what is what Jeremy's asking. Now what?
Well, that's
Blue didn't use. Yeah, well, Blue didn't use refraction in his measurement and came up with 2-point-something degrees over 180 miles, which matches the globe model pretty perfectly. Now what? What happened to refraction? Well, adding in refraction makes it worse, which means what? The globe is more drastic? Like there's more of a sphere? Like the radius is wrong? Like that's what Jeremy's asking. Now what? What do you want to do now? That's a stupid way of doing it. We go out and observe flat water. We can measure that water to be flat. We know we have optical illusions, which makes things curve up and down. So, which logically proves, since we measured it to be flat in a logical way, in a good firsthand measurement to be flat, not curving, which should tell people it's actually flat, not curving, and that every other thing that makes it look like it appears to go higher above our feet and lower below our feet is actually optical phenomena or just how we see over distance. Instead, y'all argue that that's the phenomena when it goes up, but when it goes down, that's Earth curve. That's ridiculous. That's not logic.
So would you concede then that when you did a differential leveling run with your auto level along a lake and found that it didn't significantly deviate, that perhaps that was just an optical phenomena and that could have worked on a globe too?
Whoever said that I used differential leveling, I extended the straight line segment, which is not a curved line. It's a horizontal line. You can do it in many different methods. You yourself can go out and do it. You have the tools. I'm not sure why you haven't, but I will challenge you to do so. Show us that horizontal line that you created with your very precise measurements of these tools. Do it correctly. Do it many different methods. Get that horizontal line over static water correct. Have people go out there and measure it for you and back you up that it is a horizontal line, not curving over the water, up or down, and then measure down to the water. Hey, good luck to you, buddy. Until then, I'm not going to concede to anything you want to say or tell me that you know about looking long distance through optics. That's ridiculous.
So did you not do differential leveling then when you did that run along the lake?
Let me ask you again. Do you think you can extend a straight line segment and make it a horizontal line over any distance?
Well, if you're moving your auto level.
I did not ask that. I did not ask that. I said, do you, knowing what you know, you have several theodolites and whatever, you've been pounding yourself to be this guy who can use them correctly. And if you don't know how to do it, you're surely smart enough to learn how to do it. Do you think you can go take your tools and create a horizontal line over distance?
Well, I could if I took into account Earth curve, but
what are you talking about? Taking into account Earth curve to make a horizontal line?
Well, if Earth is curved and you move your instrument will be at a different parallel. It will not be, its plumb will not be parallel to the first plumb, right?
I know why you're trying to do this, but it has nothing to do with my question. You're trying to use the very thing you're trying to solve, if Earth is curving, if the water is curving, in your method. That's about as dumb as a bag of rocks. And if you're going to go there, I don't want to talk to you. Now, do you know any other method where you can extend a straight line segment, not taking into account Earth curve, and make sure that line is a horizontal line, not curving?
LIGO would be the best.
I didn't ask about LIGO. I asked about if you can do it. Maybe you're either intentionally diverting or you just don't understand the question. Let me repeat it. Can you, with your tools that you've so proudly demonstrated over the last year that you have and you're capable of operating, create a straight line segment, extend it out over distance to be a horizontal line? Can you do that?
The closest I could get is with a single shot optically. That's as close as I can get to a straight line.
That's it. Okay, so that's a single shot is the only way you know to make a horizontal line.
Unless I'm, without making an assumption about the shape of the Earth, because the fact is, if I'm doing it in segments and I'm moving my instrument along a path, every time I move it, it's gonna, if the Earth is curved, and it's gonna have a new angle of plumb at each location. So I wouldn't actually be constructing a straight line, right?
That's fine. So let me ask you a question. When looking through an optic over a long distance, as you said, one shot, do you think factors like the atmosphere and refraction affect your measurement?
Oh, certainly, to some degree.
So you can't do that, right? So maybe you should go research how you can accurately create a first-hand measurement without refraction to extend, to make a horizontal line in the first place from a known benchmark, and then extend that straight line segment into the distance. If you can't figure that out, you don't belong here, sir.
Well, first of all, you're exuding a fallacy there when you say that because there's a margin of error, the measurement is useless. That's just a fallacy. All measurements
I never
have a
said that.
margin of. Well,
I never
you
said
said
anything about that.
you just said that if because I have some error due to refraction that I can't use the measurement, and that's just false. All measurements. When you step on the bathroom scale, that thing rounds it to the nearest tenth of a pound.
Now you want to move on to this, right? I'm
Yeah.
I'm talking about a straight line segment extending it, and you're talking about a one shot that you brought into. I never brought up a one shot. That's what I'm saying. You're either deviating on purpose or you're just not smart enough to figure it out. See, I'm smart enough to pick up on those things. I think other people are too. So when I repeat it and say, can you extend with your tools? Can you extend it with your tools, a straight line segment, a horizontal line, extend that out in any direction, and you move on to LIGO and one shot, they hear that, sir. They hear you.
But see, here's the problem.
No, not a problem. They hear you.
So here's the two problems. One is you won't let me finish sentences, and I don't know why. But the other problem is, in order
That's a lie. I was on mute when you said that.
Oh, maybe you're delayed. Maybe I'm delayed. But anyway, the problem is when you try to extend what you think is a straight line segment by moving your instrument along, you have to make an assumption about whether the earth is flat or curved. If you assume it's flat, then you will get results that says the earth is flat. If you assume it's
Can I
curved,
address
you'll
that?
get results that say that the earth is curved. So
Can I address that?
I'm almost
Whoa,
done.
that is a very honest thing to say, sir.
Yeah, well, hang on, let me address it, because if it was flat and if it was curved, that's two different things. You would get two different measurements. Extending a straight line segment means that you're 1 foot as a benchmark above any surface. And then you want to keep that same benchmark across the surface, no matter what the surface is. Known surveying methods allow you to do that no matter what the surface is. And if you don't know that, you're either not smart, which I don't think that's the case, or trying to intentionally deceive whoever will listen to you at this very moment, which I think you are trying to do.
So tell me this. Let's say you take your auto level and you establish 100, 100 meters, 100 meter straight line segment. Okay, we all agree that's flat and level. Now, you want to extend it. So you move your auto level forward 100 meters and you do your back sight and your forward sight. But answer me this, if the earth is curved, would that second 100-meter line segment be exactly straight with the first one, or would it be angled down slightly if the earth was curved?
It would be within any margin of error of tool, but the point is that your original horizontal line, yeah, if you don't mind me finishing now, if your original horizontal line is not curving and you came up with the same measurements from point A to point B of that line, and then extended it to point C in any direction, then those two lines are horizontal no matter what the surface is under them. The very reason that you make a horizontal line is to know what the surface underneath it is doing. Surveying 101, the very first day.
But you didn't answer my question. When you move your instrument to the second location and do your back sight and foresight, if the earth is curved, will that second 100-meter straight line segment be tilted down compared to the first 100-meter straight line segment?
You wouldn't be able to tell in such a short distance. That's why you would have to extend that straight line segment no matter what the earth is doing underneath that straight line segment into a distance relative to the radius of what you're trying to measure, whether it's a hill you made, the surface of water, your earth, which you think is curved, which I don't know why you'd have to use curved earth in your formulas to figure out if it's curved or not. That's ridiculous. So you saying that proves to everyone that you don't know what you're talking about. The straight line segment above the surface is what's telling you what the surface is. Now, Zanuck and others have agreed that you can create a horizontal line above a curved surface. I'm not sure why you're so slow. You're not, you're not catching on to them, or you just don't believe in what they're saying. I'm not sure which it is. Because you even brought up LIGO. So if you believe in LIGO is horizontal above the curved surface, why are you arguing with me? Seems disingenuous to me. You even brought up LIGO.
Well, it's an example of a single shot laser beam in a vacuum, so that it would
That's
be
a lie.
unaffected by a refraction.
The laser beam has nothing to do with the actual LIGO tube being horizontal, not curving. What are you doing? You seem to be talking in loops now.
Well, do you mind
You know
answering
LIGO
my?
is an example of horizontal, right? Why do you want to move on from LIGO? You brought it up now. I'm just using it as an example of you trying to bring up something that is a horizontal plane above a curved surface in your instance. Like you're saying the surface underneath LIGO is curved. So you're using LIGO as an example to prove my point that a horizontal line above a curved surface can be created, right? So use the same method they did above static water and show me curved water. Hey, good luck again.
Oh, let me get you a link.
No,
Oh, by
let
the
me
way,
get
I
you a
dropped
link.
I dropped that link for the
No.
longest distance proofs in the chat, just if anybody's interested in seeing it.
I'm not
Since
the
we're
one who
doing
needs the link.
non-refraction.
So this is another one of their tactics. They turn it around on you. Let me get you a link. No. I'm not the one who needs a link. I'm challenging you to go use your knowledge, your equipment, your expertise, which you've so boastfully done over the last year here, showing us all your tools and methods of measuring concave Earth and curved Earth. Go create this straight line segment over distance like LIGO did over static water and measure down to that water and show us curved water. You'll be the first. You'll be famous. Good luck.
Right, that's the link I gave you is my data of my measurements of water departing from the surface of water deviating from the horizontal.
So all that ducking, you did know what he was asking at first.
Huh? No, I don't.
He asked you if you could make a horizontal line, and you said no, it would follow the curve of the Earth or whatever.
No.
And now you're saying, no, I took this horizontal thing. Well, go ahead.
No, he said, can you extend a horizontal line? And that's a surveyor's term that obviously you're not familiar with. It means, dude, are you familiar with differential leveling? There, I tagged you, Salty. If someone's talking, we're not hearing you. So in differential leveling, you use an auto level, which is basically a telescope with crosshairs, kind of like a rifle scope, but it automatically self-levels itself. And you sight through it to a ruler called a rod. It's got like inches and feet marked on it. And then you turn it around and you sight to a rod on the other side, just similar to that diagram I tagged you with. And then you get the difference in height that you measured on those two rulers. Then you move the tripod forward, and then you do your back sighting to what was your foresight, and you just keep hopping along like this. That's called differential leveling, and you get the difference in elevation above mean sea level between your starting point and your ending point. And that's what he's calling extending a straight line segment, but he's assuming that it's straight because he assumes that the Earth is flat. He's not realizing that if the Earth were curved, that your straight line segment would actually be a curved line, a curved string of straight subsegments, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but what you're not realizing is that that street goes both ways. By that logic, you could be wrong if the Earth is flat.
Well, that's why I use single shot measurements. All of my measurements are a single shot from.
Well, no. I mean, let's not skip over that important thing there. You said that he's saying the measurements from your theodolite. You already had said it earlier, which I wanted to focus on, but y'all were going at it, so I just sort of backed up. But now that I got a little time, you said earlier that your measurements are assumed because you're assuming a curved Earth.
I make no such assumptions in my measurements.
So how do you know that it's not you that's incorrect and making the wrong assumption? Because both of them, by your own mouth, are assumptions.
I'm not aware of what assumption that you think I'm making.
No, it's not. It's not what I think you're making. It's what you openly confessed with your own mouth.
What's that?
I just said it to you, man. Are you paying attention or what?
You mean when I said that if you extend a straight line segment, assuming a flat Earth, that you'll get flat Earth results? And that if you extend a straight line segment, assuming a globe Earth, you'll get globe Earth results?
Correct.
Oh, I did not extend a straight line segment. I didn't do it in segments like he did. I did it in single shots. I was not extending a straight line segment in multiple hops like he does. Because you see, he did an
Why doesn't
experiment.
that apply to you like normally? Can you not recognize that you might have the wrong assumption?
My method doesn't require any assumption. His does. He used a different instrument and a different method.
How long of a distance are you viewing
Hang
in
on,
one shot?
I can't let that slide because he's applying me. You're saying your measurement, your one shot over a mile or two doesn't apply any assumptions. That's either ignorance or a lie again. What radius value are you using when you're calculating refraction?
I did not calculate refraction.
So you didn't use refraction in your 2 mile observation to optics? I'm done with this guy.
No, I simply measured an angle because a lot of people don't believe in refraction. I thought, you know what, I'll just do without it. A lot of people don't believe in it because when you start pulling in refraction, then we can say, well, yeah, refraction could allow us to see the black swan on a globe. So a
So
lot
now
of
you
people.
are assuming that people don't believe in the refraction, which has nothing to do with me. So you did assume something, that there was no refraction or people don't believe in it. Like, which assumptions are you not telling the truth about? Don't say you didn't assume anything and I did.
Well, I said I didn't assume anything regarding the shape of the Earth. I simply measured the delta height.
Right.
Which gives you an obvious, even you will agree, an obvious incorrect measurement, right? Because you're doing something with an optic over distance, which we know for a fact is, messed up. It's not accurate.
I don't know that for a fact. I mean,
Yes, you do. Yes,
everything
you
has a
do.
margin of error, but I don't have any evidence that my margin of error is large enough to invalidate my measurement.
You posted it. You posted it concave
Look,
and
okay.
convex. You posted concave Earth, sir.
I'd like to know whether or not you're saying that you're making an observational distance at max of only a mile or two, right?
I didn't say that. I don't think he said it either.
Oh, okay. Well, this one that you just said that you didn't take account into refraction over 2 mile observation.
I simply measured angles, applied standard trig, and used that to get the delta height from my
At
observer
what distance?
location. From 1.5 to 105 miles. Did you see my
From
chart? My data?
1.5 to no. No, I don't know if I'm in the right chat or not. I'm in the live stream one.
Yep, I just tagged you in Livestream 1 text.
Is this something that's going to be down?
No, it's just a shared Google spreadsheet. It's like Google Docs, but it's a spreadsheet. I can take a screenshot of it if
I'm
you want
sorry,
to.
I don't know if you. Yes, please. I'd rather have that. I don't want to download anything from this place.
Okay, that's just Google, but yeah, I can get you a screenshot.
So okay, so if I click the link, it's not going to actually download anything. It'll just open up a page where I could see what you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Google has an online office suite where you can have, like text editors, word processor, and a spreadsheet, a pretty nice spreadsheet. And you can do shareable links. You can share it with your friends and let them either view it or even edit it.
Yeah, go ahead and take a picture of it.
Okay.
I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here because you're not being a prick to me anyway, and I appreciate that. More than anything, I can be a real jerk, but only to people that are, to be a jerk back, to me first, but you've been pretty decent so far, so I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here on this stuff and just ask questions. I'm not trying to be a smart ass. I don't know. I'll openly tell you, I don't know anything about the lights. I've only ever looked through, and it was some guy that was at the hotel I was working at, and he let me. But I don't know anything about them. So if I ask basic questions, I would appreciate it if you didn't get snarky about it like Blue tried. Do you not know this? No, I don't. Not everyone's a theodolite guy, man. Sorry.
Understood.
I'm pretty sure that 99% of the audience listening right now doesn't know how to operate a theodolite.
Yeah, they're pretty simple. They're just like, you've looked through a rifle scope, right? Or binoculars. And
yes,
it's just like that, but there's little crosshairs in there, so you can line it right up on whatever. And then the theodolite just has little knobs you can turn to fine adjust it. And you just point the scope, the crosshairs at whatever you want. And then you look at the readout and it says, it's 12.5 degrees up or down, and then right or left. It's simply an angle measuring
it doesn't
device.
have a rangefinder on it.
Not a theodolite, but after they invented theodolites, they invented the next level up, which was called a total station, which is basically a theodolite, but it's got the rangefinder built in. It's called a total station. But it works the same way, but
Okay, can I ask you something that I would like to, I would like to know just for the sake of asking a basic question here. Have you ever personally taken a measurement from something and then actually gone, like something short range, even 100 feet or 1,000 feet, and then confirmed, like with one of those rolling tape, not a tape measure, but a rolling distance measure to go out and see whether it was true or not, confirm it?
Oh, check the rangefinder and the total station against steel tape or something?
No, just a theodolite.
Well, theodolites don't measure distance. They just measure angles. So I'm not sure. So ask your question again. Maybe I didn't understand.
Well, maybe I don't understand. I thought a theodolite was for looking at things that far away. How can you say that you looked at something at 100 miles away if it doesn't measure distance? How do you know that that was 100 miles away?
Oh, I looked it up on the map.
You referenced from a map.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
And I got this screenshot here for you.
Are you talking like an atlas or Google Maps or?
Yeah, Google Earth.
From Google Earth. That's disappointing, but I understand.
Yeah, if distances were wrong on Google Earth, pilots would be all messed up because a lot of pilots use Google Earth on their or the derivative of the same data set on their iPads, and they fly their little private planes around and stuff. There, I tagged you with a screenshot of the spreadsheet. It shows.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, it's basically in the bottom part is different locations and shots, angles I measured, and then the upper part is all those points graphed with drop versus distance, or missing height versus distance. And then the red line is just, I told Google Sheets to do a best fit line, whatever it thought the best shape was to fit the data.
How can you tell me how you would know your observer height for true, or
From Google Earth, in most cases. Although I've checked it a few times, when I'm near the water, I put a reflector, a retro reflector down by the water, and then I shoot a total station at it to find out my actual height above the water. It matched Google Earth.
So I'm guessing that the theodolite's height is at 4 feet, right? It's a 4 foot tall device.
In this case, it was 4 feet above the water, yeah, of a lake. The lake's several hundred feet elevation, but that one was referenced to lake elevation.
But I mean, that's the minimum height that your theodolite can see is at 4 feet. Is that how tall it is, like baseline?
No, I could get it lower.
Oh, okay.
I could get it within a foot of the water probably without getting it wet.
Whoa.
I'll get you a video of me measuring, doing one of these measurements if you like.
It just seems weird to me that you're cross-referencing what your measurements are to a ball Earth, and then saying, "Look, it's a ball Earth."
Well, since take a look at my picture real quick, because it's even though there's a lot of busyness on there, without having to use a theodolite, you know how far these two mountains are. You know what the angular size of those objects will be from the observer. So you just do some basic trig and see where they should line up in your field of view. And it's the same thing as the theodolite's doing, except there's no real need to get the values. It just needs to know whether they're in line or not. And you can obviously see Mount Rainier is below Mount St. Helens, yet the angle that they would have to be at in your field of view would be the same for both mountains.
Is there any refraction taken into account in that photo?
No refraction taken into account. We're on obviously a cool day, clear, snow-covered mountains, and refraction would make your problem worse because the light would bend downward, but that's okay. If we took refraction, it'd be even worse of a problem.
Nothing only bends downwards. That's not reality.
Wow, that's incredible. It bends upward or downward, however they needed to. It seems. What a coincidence.
Well,
regardless,
the air. I think it's all acknowledged that light does bend generally from a less dense medium to a greater denser medium with a certain angle of attack.
Dude, there's all kinds of things that happen, man. Refraction causes all kinds of different effects, dude. There's multiple different effects on multiple different levels. It's not just one thing that bends things around a radius of a presumed globe. That's not what refraction is.
And I agree with you, Gio. But on this particular situation, the result is so dramatic that you see this effect every single day for 365 days a year without exception. And it's so dramatic. And again, it's dramatic meaning that there's such a differential that even the wildest refraction that's ever been seen on the planet Earth would not change that value.
Hey, Salty, you want to drop down to Livestream 2 so we can continue our discussion?
I'll back out, Jesse. Go ahead. I just thought I'd throw that. Make it easier.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure really what I'm looking at, but like I said, that's really all I can say about it is that it's disappointing that you're cross-referencing your information with Google Earth, which is a ball model. Have you ever tried to cross-reference your data with a flat Earth model and see what you get?
Well, I don't know. How would I do that? How would I? I'm not really cross-referencing anything. I'm just using the heights and the distances, which are just reality. People measured the height of mountains above sea level, and then they measured the distance between them. Most people don't doubt, don't question the accuracy of that, regardless of whether the Earth is curved or flat. But if you look at the first entry in this chart data I gave you, it says the lake, observer height for target height for, and distance 1.54 miles, and then 2 lines in, there's also the lake at 3.14 miles distance. That I do have independent knowledge of the distance, because there's a road that drives right along that lake. And so I can actually check the Google Earth distance against my odometer by driving along that lake. And also the altitudes, the 4-foot altitudes, are completely independent of Google Earth, because I was on the same lake and I personally measured the height of my observer and my target, my 2 targets on that lake.
What is a delta height?
Delta means difference. It's just a fancy word for difference. So like if you're a 6-foot guy and you're looking at a 7-foot basketball player, the delta height would be
Go over your first one with me. What does it mean? Your observer location was the lake. Your target location was the lake at 1.54 miles. Observer height of 4. I'm guessing that's in feet, or?
Yes.
Okay, your target height was to remain perfectly level at 4 feet.
Right.
But your delta height equaled 0.
Correct. The map delta height.
So my question would be, how do you know that the difference in drop is not due to ocular convergence instead of an actual Earth droppage, an Earth curvature?
My experiments have shown that light doesn't behave that way, but if you have evidence that it does, I'm certainly open to explore it.
I'm sorry, what? To explore what?
If you have evidence that light behaves that way, then I'm open to explore that.
Well, it's how your eyes interpret light. It's not so much as how light behaves, it's how your eyes are interpreting the light. For instance, I can tell you, do you know that the sky is much bigger than it appears to us? Because it's very far away. The sky, how we see this.
You're breaking up a little there.
Do you know what I mean?
You cut out for most of what you said.
All right, sorry. Do you know what standing in a long hallway is? Like, to look down the hallway and you see the walls and you see the ceiling drop and the floor rise up to the center point, and you keep looking down the hallway as far as you can, and they all try to meet up in the middle?
Uh-huh.
All right, well, I call that ocular convergence, okay? That effect is happening outside as well. The sky isn't actually crashing into the ground when we see the horizon. And so when we're looking up into the sky is actually the stars that we're looking at, let's say it's at nighttime, the stars that we're looking at are actually much further apart than they appear visually because of ocular convergence. The sky is very far away from us. So therefore, under the principle of ocular convergence, where the farther the thing is, the more the image is trying to compress and compress and compress, our sky is actually much bigger than we see it as.
Help me put that into reality here. Did you see the picture I tagged you with at 33 past? It's like a blue and green diagram. Cartoon
Of course
style.
it was 33.
What's that? Happens every hour.
I mean, yeah. How about, look, Zanuck posted a picture that was to you, the mountain. Okay, and he says maybe we should go over this. So that picture where it says Rainier and St. Helens at the bottom, where it shows that line, that like triangle line.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we'll try to imagine that as backwards from your eyes. Like, the further things are away from you, the more they're going to condense. They shrink. They change in size. So when you're looking up at the sky, your eyes are compressing that image because it's very far away. The stars that you see in the sky are actually much further apart than what you visually see and process, because the distance is far.
Well, we see them from the angles, right?
Even if we're talking about a firmament or space, if you go to space, it's really bad. But let's just, for the sake of argument, go that it's very close in as opposed to in outer space, far, far away. Even if it is just a firmament, that sky is much, much bigger because you're looking over the course of many, many miles. So that compression is happening a great deal. How do you know that compression, like with this video, like with that image that we're looking at here that Zanuck posted to you, how can you know, like he would think he's saying that that the mountain in the back should be this or should be that, but if it's further away than the closer mountain, of course it would look lower. That's how eyes work. I mean, you can look at something parallel, like a gas station awning, one of those big giant gas station awnings that covers the whole gas pumps and all that, so you don't get rained on. When you're underneath one, just look straight up from you, and you'll be looking at the underside of the awning, or whatever, the ceiling, or what, I'm not sure what to call it. But if you want to look to the edge of it, you have to look down.
You're breaking up again, unless I am.
Possible as that picture would be. He would attribute it to some sort of Earth curve, but I could easily just say that I could easily cover it with that it's how your eyes are processing the image. That mountain in the back is, look at that. So of course it would look smaller than the mountain that's much, much closer, than half the distance away. That's the same as putting a finger right up to your eyeball and then holding a finger far away from your eyeball and going, oh my God, the finger far away from my eyeball is very small. It's smaller than my finger right up close to my eye. That's the same principle as that.
Right, and I think I understand perspective. I understand it to be the angle is equal to the arctan of the rise over the run. But let me take you at a picture here. This is simpler.
You went Greek to me there, bud.
What's that?
You went Greek there to me, bud. You said something about a bunch of. I heard what you said, but I did not understand what you said.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind that then. But look at this diagram I'm taking you with. It's simpler than Zanuck's mountain picture.
Mm-hmm.
Help me understand how what you're saying applies to this. So.
Oh yeah, I remember you. We went over this before.
Well, I still haven't got a good explanation yet, so maybe you can help me.
Well, I mean, the same as what you're saying. The same thing applies. The tube is very close to you. Okay. Even the farther tube is much, much closer to you than the tower. So ocularly, that tower way in the back is shrinking. It's shrunken because it's very far away. Your eyes are compressing that image.
Okay. So if there was a guy on the top of the building shining a perfect pencil
inside
beam,
or outside?
What? On the tippy top of the building, right up on top, where the amber light is shown.
I'm sorry, you're kind of cutting out.
Who's cutting out, him or me?
I get you. You were cutting out there for a second. It might have been my phone. I'm not sure, but it seemed like you were cutting out there for a second.
Yeah, you've been cutting out too, but I don't know if it's you or me. Anyway,
It's probably me. I'm out in the middle of podunk nowhere country.
Oh, okay. So if there was a guy on the top of the building with a laser, pointing the laser right at the camera, right at the guy, would that laser beam pass above or below the red surface of that water in the water tube level?
Well, given what you're looking at, it would seem to be that from the man's perspective on the top of the building, he would look like he would be pointing it down at you. In reality, he would be pointing it down at you. But from your perspective, at that distance, it would look like he was pointing it up at you.
So if I took, well, let's say it was a kind
It's
of
below. See, you're in the picture you're displaying there. It shows that your eyes are level with the tube A and B.
Uh-huh.
But the hotel in the back is much lower than that, right? So from your perspective, it would look like it was coming from below you. However, the man at the top, or a woman, whoever, the person at the top of the tower, the hotel, pointing the laser at you, would be pointing it down at then the tower.
So let's say it was a slightly smoky day and we could see that green beam in the air from the laser, right? I'm not hearing you. I'm not sure if hey guys, am I cutting out or is he cutting out? Or both?
It must be just me.
It's just him. Jesse, I can hear you fine.
Okay. So if...
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
So if the laser beam was making a glowing path in the air because it was a slightly smoggy day, would that glowing path be above or below the red water in the tube?
From the person on top of the tower.
I'm not hearing you.
Hold on a second.
Sergeant, just reconnect. Maybe go to a different part of the world real quick. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he's reconnecting. Well, we see him, but we don't hear him.
Is that any better?
Hey,
Hello.
that sounds perfect. Oh, pretty good.
Okay.
Oh, it's
so you were asking me. Damn country fuckers. They can't get a damn signal.
I feel your pain. I feel your pain. We talk to people on the moon, and now we're just standing on Earth. Can't get signals. I know.
It's weird, man. We can get a really good connection in the 70s on a landline from the moon, but right now in 2023, it's really hard to get a signal on Earth from one place on Earth to the other. It's crazy, fucking crazy.
Well, that's because they had a cord right up
there. Any better?
Might be, yeah, might be.
It might be, okay. So the question last asked was, well, how does it work when the guy's pointing it from? You asked me what would it look like, and I'm asking you from whose perspective? From your perspective that's looking at the tube from the tube, or are you talking about the person from the top of the hotel?
Oh, so what I was trying to ask was, let's say it was a little bit of a smoky day, and you could actually see this green glowing beam. Have you ever shown a laser pointer on a foggy night and you can see the beam light up?
Yeah, I smoke cigarettes, so I blow it and then shine lasers through it. Not
okay,
so
cool.
infrequently.
Perfect. So imagine it was this little bit of a smoky day and the whole beam of the laser all the way from the top of the building to the guy's eye was just lit up. This little pencil thin green beam just glowing right in the air, right?
Yes.
Would that glowing path of beam pass above or below the surface of the red water in the tube?
What do you mean?
Well,
are you saying that if the person shined the light and it hit the tube, would it look like it's coming from? Because I mean, clearly you're looking at the picture yourself. you can see that it would always appear as though the person was shining the light from below the tube up at the tube.
But I mean,
You would
right
never
now,
see it coming from the top of the tube because the whole entire hotel is coming from below the tube.
but I mean, the green path, the green glowing path of the laser in the smoke. If there
Right.
was a
It
third
would.
person standing beside the tube, just right beside the tube, looking at this laser beam right from the side, would it be passing above the red surface or below the red surface of the water, or the surface of the red water?
I'm not sure, honestly. Well, I mean, in reality, he's shining it down, so possibly above. It should be above.
It would have to, unless the light is curving, right?
Well, no. I mean, no, because again, it depends on the viewer, because it's the image that you're processing. It's not just about the light. It's also the image that you're processing, including the light. You would see it coming from the bottom, but the guy from the top would see it coming from the top, or he would be shining the light downward. But you, as the observer, would look at it as though it was coming from below you, just like that picture shows.
But the third observer, who's standing right beside the red water tube, is looking at the glowing path of the laser beam as it crosses in front of him, right?
How far away are you talking about, like us, like right now, looking at a side view from far away?
No, from close up. There's a guy just standing with his hand almost on the red water tube. He's just standing right there, and he can see this laser beam glowing in the smog, in the smoke.
Right.
He's smoking. He's standing there smoking, and the laser beam, his smoke is causing the laser beam to light up, right?
Right.
So, will that laser beam be above or below the surface of the red water?
Are you saying if he shot the laser beam perfectly straight from the building?
From the building to the observer's eye.
So
Well, you
he
wouldn't see
is
anything. You'd be
aiming.
blinded then, but you know.
Well,
No, in reality, the truth of the matter is that the person is above you. So shining the laser, whether you see it as an optical illusion or not, the truth of the matter is that it should be height is shorter than the top of the building.
Say that once more.
So I guess, I mean, if, huh?
Go again, you cut out.
I still couldn't make it out. Just one more time, please.
Say it again. You cut out.
The reality, no matter what your eyes are processing it as, the image as, the reality is that the building is taller than you. And so I imagine that it would look as though it was coming either straight or from below, but in reality, from the person's perspective shining the laser, it would be coming from above you.
But what about the perspective of the guy who's looking at it from the side, standing right by the water tube level, smoking a cigarette, seeing the green beam?
Yeah, again, visually it would look like it was coming from below.
So he would see the beam.
Because the top of the hotel is actually taller than what your eyes are processing it at, and at a higher height than you and the water and the tube. So he wouldn't see it, but regardless, if the person is standing there, again, it would look like it was coming from below. Because where would it be shown from above? How could it shine down on you when you're visually seeing something below you?
So the laser beam, the glowing path of the laser beam would appear below the surface of the red water to the observer on the side standing right by the water tube smoking?
Yes, I would say, because the hotel is far away and you can see AB. It's shining from above you. But ocularly, visually, it would look as though it was coming from below you.
But but doesn't this mean that the laser beam is literally passing through an area that's below eye level?
No. It's how your eyes are processing the image that you're taking in. It has nothing to do with the laser or the light. It's your eyes that's the issue. Things that are far away shrink. That's why you're seeing a decrease in that hotel from far away. Just like a finger or anything, the farther you move an object away from you, the smaller it becomes.
Right,
and eventually, if we keep moving that, it's too far away to see, and it just blends in with everything else because the eye can't resolve the image.
Right, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand it dimensionally rather than just qualitatively. You can say, "Oh, that potato's hot." I want to know how hot. I want to see how this actually works. And the problem is it sounds like you're saying that the glowing path in the laser beam would appear below that red water surface to an observer standing on the side, when in reality it's actually passing above it. But I'm not sure how the laser beam could light up smoke in an area that it's not passing through and not light up the smoke in the area that it is passing through. Does that make sense?
Well, you're the one that added the smoke to the situation. What I'm telling you is that the truth of the matter is that you can see the numbers for yourself. The hotel is 240 feet in height, or whatever. 200. Is 187 feet tall. Clearly, more than 3 times, or almost as 3 times, as your tube of water and the observer height eyeball. So the reality is that the person on top of the hotel is shining a laser down at you. But because of your eyes and the way they work, it will look as though it's coming from below you. Because your eyes aren't going to be able to process something that far away as though it is as tall as it really looks. It's not. It doesn't look as tall as it actually is because it's far, far away. So anything on the top of that hotel, just like the ceiling of that or the roof of that hotel, is below the water line in those tubes. The light from those tubes, or the light, anything from that, including the light shining down at you, would look as though it's coming from below you. Your eyesight, your eye level, your whatever you would say, the level point in between A and B there.
Right, the eye level.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say the third guy that's not drawn, that's standing right by the water tube level, takes a sheet of cardboard and he puts a little hole in it, and he holds that cardboard up so that the observer, the one-eyed observer, he's been looking at too many lasers, I think, can see the laser through that hole in the cardboard. Where would this third guy hold that hole in the cardboard so that the end observer could see the laser through the hole on the top of the building? Does that make sense?
I suppose so. I mean, that is a very tricky thing. But again, he would have. No, the observer is there, and it's their eyes that's the trick. The image is being processed, even though the laser's coming from above you. You would still process it as below you. So you would have to line up the hole with what your eye is perceiving to be real, not what is actually real.
So the hole would need to be below the red water surface a little bit. Is that what you're saying? Down where the B is? Would it need to be in the B area?
Instinctively, I want to say yes, but I do have my doubts on it. I'm not sure, but yes, I instinctively I would say yes, that you would have to hold the whole of the cardboard below the water line in order to line up the laser to your eyeball. That's a weird question, man. That's so strange because no, it's still the same way. You're observing it. So yeah, I mean, you're the observer seeing a compressed image. It's a false image. It's not real. It's not really at that height.
Okay, so this creates a problem though, because the hole in the cardboard then is below eye level, and
Right.
the top of the building is above eye level, and
Right.
you know that a straight line can't pass through 3 points unless those 3 points lie in a straight line, and if
But it's not a real line, though. It's not a real straight line. It's the way your eyes are perceiving things. You got to remember that the dude on top of this roof is shining down at you in the first place. So what you're seeing and looking at right now is not a factual image. It's not an accurate representation of where that person is in reality. Because the image that you're looking at is compressed. It's all about your eyes and not the actual light or the path that it's taking. It's that your eyes are fucking around with what you're looking at because of the distances.
but the laser light does go through the hole in the cardboard, right?
I imagine at some point, yeah. If
And
you line it up just right, when you're looking right, if you were to look through the hole in the cardboard and look right at where the laser is, you would have to do some lining up. But yeah, you would, I mean, I would imagine that you would have to look below the water line to see it because the roof of the hotel is below the water line, and that's where the person's standing to your perspective, even though he's shining the light down on you.
but if the light passes through the hole in the cardboard and the hole in the cardboard is below eye level,
Right?
then the light has to have passed below eye level, right?
No, it's just the way that your eyes are processing it. Your
So if
eyes are
you
processing the image like that, with or without the cardboard. It has nothing to do with the light or the way the light is traveling. It's the way that your eyes and mind are processing the image that it's intaking.
so if I were to take a little photo sensor and put it in the hole of the cardboard, you don't think it would actually measure the laser beam passing through there?
Yes, of course, the laser would be going through it because you're lining it up with the laser. But your vision makes it appear as though it's coming from below the water line when in factuality it's above the water. It's much farther above the water line.
This seems like a conundrum to me because
Yeah, for sure. It's very interesting. Like I said, I thought about this for a long time when you first posted it, and it bothered me for a while because someone even made fun of it and drew like an S and showed, this is how the light bends, but it's like it's not the light that's bending, it's your eyes that are it's the issue is with your eyes, not the light. Everything in reality is as it is displayed. It's your eyes that are functionally um,
I think you cut out.
it looks like it's borderline right now. So again, the man laser or the person with the laser on top of the hotel is still going to be below that water line because the roof itself is below the water line only to you visually because the tubes are very close to your eyes, so they're more close to your level on your eye. That thing way far in the distance is a image in your eye. Therefore, it's going the level of your eye.
Right, but can you see why I'm having difficulty understanding how a straight laser beam can go through 3 holes that aren't in a straight line?
Yes. Well, no, see, that's the idea, is that your eyes are making it a straight line. That's the whole point. Your eyes are compressing that image, so when you're looking at it, the laser is still straight. You are looking at that hotel for real. It really.
Oops, he dropped out.
Hello, Jesse.
Hey, Bacon.
Think we or you should give a quick course on how eyes and cameras work. There's a lot of assumptions that they can do stuff. I have no idea where they come from, those assumptions. That the eyes can do a lot of stuff that makes no sense based given how they work.
Hey,
So a
there
lot to
he
clarify
is.
there.
Can you hear us, Salt? We don't hear you yet, but we're waiting.
He's not having the greatest connections today.
Yeah, he has bad internet. Worse than mine.
I
Which is
apologize.
pretty.
Man.
That's okay. My internet's not always great either.
Again, it's just an optical illusion. Before I cut out again, it's an optical illusion. The reality is that the building is taller than you, but it looks from your eyes. The reality doesn't change, even though your eyes are making it look like that. It's just an optical illusion. That's how a lot of magic works. Is an optical illusion. That's how those three-dimensional pictures that you look at work. It's just an optical illusion. It's not actually coming from below you, even though you're observing it as such. It's not curving, the light isn't bending, it's not going three different directions. The truth of the matter is that it's your eyes that are screwing up the image. So when he's pointing down at you, it's going to look like it's up at you. When you look through the hole, you're going to see the same image. When you look through the hole of the cardboard, it's not the person is pointing. The person can still be pointing like downward, but it's going to be looking like it's coming from up, even though it's not. I know it must sound crazy. That sounds ridiculous, but it's how the eyes work. The things that are further in the distance are going to look like they're shrunken. And that is an effect of that. It's going to be an optical illusion. That's why a lot of us say that you can't really trust your eyes for observations when it comes to things like this, because we don't even understand how that works.
So what if instead of a guy with his eye there, since nobody should look into lasers directly anyway, that's why he only has one eye. What if we had another piece of cardboard right there at the eye level line with a little hole in it? The laser light would go through that too. Instead of looking into it and distorting it with our vision, we're just going to have a little photo sensor, a little like a light meter. It's just going to tell us the strength of the laser, a little light meter. It's not an optical, it's not a vision device. It's just a light brightness meter. Like, have you ever done like photography?
No.
Oh well, in the
I
old
like
days.
taking pictures, but I've never done it professionally,
Yeah, well, me neither. But
I've never been able to afford any sort of nice camera or anything like that,
oh, hold on, I got a phone call.
All right. Wow, that's a good picture. Whoever posted that. That's what I'm talking about. That entire city was built on level foundation. Every single one of those buildings was built on level foundation. How can that be? Without noticing that this building from way across this side of the city doesn't have any sort of distance issues. It's wild. Picture. Whoa. This is what happens to aluminum when hit by a half an ounce piece of plastic. No way. Plastic did that to fucking metal? Whoa. That's wild. That looks like a much bigger impact than even 50 cal would deliver. That's wild. Good picture, Run Boston.
I'm back.
Okie dokie. I was
Wow,
just
you're
looking at
coming
some
in.
of the pictures in the chat.
So anyway, if I may ask, did you hear my what if about my thought experiment about what if we had another piece of cardboard at
Photosensor.
the observer's eye, and then just a little light intensity meter, yeah, that could tell us how bright the laser was.
What
To
about it?
me, well, to me, the laser's obviously passing through both those holes in the cardboard, right?
Oh, we're still using the cardboard and then the photosensor. I thought you meant, for some reason, a photosensor inside of the cardboard. Okay, sure.
Yeah, 2 cardboards and a photosensor. We've eliminated the human eye and vision from it. We just have the 2 cardboards, one at the water tube level, slightly below the level, and then one at the eye level where the observer was, right? And then we have a photosensor to confirm that the laser light is present. To me, it's what I'm stuck on here is that the light is obviously passing through both holes in the cardboard, right? Because the photosensor will still
Yes.
read that, right?
Well, I mean, look, that's a different thing. If you're trying to, well, shit, I don't know. Because how would you line up the cardboard without your eye?
Well, you would line it up with your eye, and then you would fix it in place, and then you would take your eye away, and the laser light will still be coming through that hole, right?
Right.
And then you put on the photosensor to confirm that it's there.
Right. Well, I mean, you would know that it's there. The laser's coming through the hole. But
Right.
sure, okay.
Right. So this is a problem to me because the laser, the hole on the end of the laser, in other words, the laser device itself, it's got an aperture, you know, a little lens that the light comes out. That's a hole. Then we've got a cardboard hole, a piece of cardboard with a hole, and then further on we have another cardboard with a hole. And the laser light is passing through all 3 of those holes, right? Out the laser, through the first cardboard, and through the second cardboard. But those holes are objectively not in a straight line, right?
Well, it would be. Yes, the cardboard would be in a straight line because the light is in a straight line. Yeah.
But the cardboard that's at the observer's location is at the eye level line, right?
Mm-hmm.
The cardboard that is at the red water tube level, which is like 100 feet away from the observer, is about an inch below the eye level line, right? And then the laser aperture is, of course, 180 feet above the eye line.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have something below eye level in the distance and something above eye level in the distance and have them both in line with eye level. They're, by definition, they're not in a straight line. Those 3 points aren't in a straight line, and yet somehow the light still goes through all 3 points.
I mean, theoretically, yes. Removing the human eye becomes highly questionable in all of that, though, because of the fact that that's how you're processing that image. When you line it up, it's going to be a different. I mean, you're using your eye to line it, so you're lining it up with. I mean, see, that's such a difficult thing. That is a very difficult thing to say. I wonder whether or not you would have to actually lift it above the eye to see it. No, because the image is coming from far away, but the light isn't. That's weird. Weird thing. Still as interesting as the first day you posted it.
Well, anyway, you can see why it would cause an honest guy like me to stop and think about it, right?
Sure.
Well, thank you so much for going over this with me. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, it's no problem, man. I tried to do my best to try to answer to you. I might have it all wrong. I'm not sure, but under what I understand about the human eye and how it works and what ocular convergence means, I tried to do the best that I could to answer your questions. I hope it helps some way, but I can readily admit that it's a very confusing issue. Like, openly, it's very confusing. It is an optical illusion at the end of the day, though.
Can you give us a brief summary on how you think the eyes work?
Yeah.
Thanks for being a fucking asshole. Appreciate that. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I caught the back end of that. Were you making fun and saying thanks for the brief history on how you think eyes work, or did you say you wanted to say how you think eyes work?
No, I asked if you could tell us how you think eyes work. I wasn't mocking you or anything.
I apologize. Sorry, your mic was kind of bad. I knee-jerk reacted there. My bad. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Understood.
I'm so used to catching a negative thing, and I thought I heard something right at the end of a good, honest conversation. I was like, "What the fuck, man? Why would you ruin that?"
No.
All right.
Yeah,
so, what was your question?
If you can give us a brief summary on how do you think the eyes work?
Well, I mean, that really was That was a brief summary on how the eyes work. Things in the distance compress. I mean, it's not what I think how they work. I mean, it is how they work. Things that get further away from you compress in size. So, but they're not actually getting smaller. The hotel isn't shrinking. What is this, a hotel for ants? You know, it's not really shrinking, but to your eyeball, it looks like it's shrinking because it's very far away. Eventually, it would get far enough away that you couldn't see it anymore, and it would blend in with everything else that's beyond your visual limitations because it's converging. Now, the sky doesn't fall into this because, again, it's much, much bigger than what we see, and that's why it meets with the ground because it's way bigger than the ground.
It's not really what I was trying to ask. I was trying to see how you're picturing the mechanism of the eye working, not just what the effects that we see with our eyes.
What we've been told is that your body, the eye takes light, and your mind processes what you
Bro, you're breaking up pretty bad about half the time.
Sorry.
Well, it's not really your fault. It's hard to talk to you about stuff, but yeah.
Ooh, I smell some funky weed.
Oh, we heard
Someone
that.
smoking funky trees.
So I guess
Yes, I thought it was gone.
my experiments haven't shown vision to work quite like you're explaining, Sergeant. And in my experiments, I found that vision is linear, and this missing height that I found, like for example this hotel we were looking at, just happens to match the globe model prediction. So it's kind of interesting
Sure, of
that
course it is.
that
The globe was
somehow
reverse engineered to how your eyes and everything else work. Any observation that you see of a flat Earth is going to be reverse engineered into fitting a globe. They made it by by design. You have to remember that.
or maybe they just that's what it looked like for
It's a very
whatever
smart.
reason.
It's a very smart thing. It's not stupid. Well, no, because the original people thought that the world was flat, and they measured it and charted all the stars and charted all the seasons and charted everything we know. They charted eclipses and everything else. So therefore, the globe had to be reverse engineered back off of all of that old information to keep it accurate, because the old flat Earth knowledge was accurate. Is accurate, I should say. So they had to build a globe based on all of that knowledge and make it work in the bounds of that knowledge.
Yes, given what we've seen from history, and we know the Globers love to trust history, it was only the last maybe 500 some years that the globe was even considered as something real, let alone worship as it is today. All of the prior civilizations seemed to understand that it's flat and stationary where we live. Thank you.
Yeah. Everything was built under that model, and it all worked. So they had to construct this globe heliocentric narrative based on already pre-made observations that were made by flat earthers.
See, the thing about the globe is it's convincing, but it's not that convincing. You don't have to fall for it, and we're here to help you fall out of that spell if you want to do that. If you don't, then you're going to keep fighting us and keep fighting the truth. But yeah, we're here to help.
It's just knowing that two sets of information exist for everything that you see, and one of them was designed to be explained to fit a narrative, and one was built just on base observation. One was designed based on those informations. I mean, don't you think it's pretty incredible? Doesn't any of the Globers out there think that it's very odd that both models could have been correct? Like, do you recognize that back in the day, these ancient people predicted when eclipses and when the sun would come, and they made all the things and the accurate predictions. They told us how the planets moved. They said everything. Okay? And it all worked. It was all perfect. It all worked.
I
And
don't
now they
think
made
it
this
was
new
all
model
perfect.
version of it. And now they made this new version model of it, and it's the complete opposite of what we were told. It's the complete opposite in every facet. The sun is close and local. No, it's far and big. The Earth is stationary, and it's the sky that's spinning. No, it's the Earth that's spinning, and the sky is not. It's all the exact opposite, like inversion.
Can you give us some example on how eclipses were predicted before? You said we're all perfect, right? I don't think that's true, but maybe I'm wrong. So if you
Yeah, it was using the Sarah method.
Yeah, that tells you after this amount of time, a
Which is
similar
still used
eclipse
today.
will like. It tells you that in this amount of time, a similar eclipse is going to happen, but it doesn't tell you like where it's going to be seen and when. What's the path of the eclipse. Only tells you like this in this certain amount of days, a similar eclipse will probably happen. It kind of lasts for 10 eclipses, 11 eclipses, something like that. I remember. But yeah, that's the extent of it. So when you say it's perfect, I don't think that's true. I think those were good approximations of the cycles of those things, but they weren't predictions based on some understanding of how eclipses work.
Well, they still knew when it was going to happen. They knew the day it was going to happen. They knew the hour it was going to happen.
Right? Can we pick some of those solar cycles and test them? Like if I get an eclipse, like it tells you when it's going to be the next one, right? And once one of them happened, if out of the blue I ask you what's the next eclipse, only using the solar cycles you won't be able to tell me, right?
I personally don't know that method, so I couldn't tell you even if you did ask. But I know that that's how they predicted it. People that were much smarter than us, that had a lot more time on their hands, that had no TV or radio. They were only there to pursue their wants in life. 24 hours a day, they were just
I mean, you
them
said they were
with no
perfect.
distraction from life.
I'm trying to get where this idea that they were perfect come from, because as far as I understand, they were much less accurate and reliable.
Well,
than
I
the
mean,
models we
if
have
you're
today.
trying to say that it's perfect, my bad. I apologize for saying that, but nothing is perfect.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say it's worse than the methods we have now.
Today's methods are based on the Saros method.
Well, not necessarily. Like I can myself model a Earth, Sun, and Moon system, and see when the Moon gets in front of the Earth, between the Earth and the Sun, and when the shadow is going to get projected. That's something I can do using this idea of a heliocentric solar system that doesn't rely on the solar cycles. Right?
No, the heliocentric models predictions are based on the Saros cycle. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It all worked out beforehand, and so they crafted this entire model, reverse engineering. They reverse engineered everything that already worked, and then claimed it as their own.
Oh, why do you think that?
Pardon?
Why do you think that?
Because that's the truth.
Well, how did you come to that truth?
As I already said, I just got done saying a few minutes ago that prior civilizations in the past had already charted all of the things, and then the globe was designed after that. So we know which one the copycat is off the bat, because it wasn't the globe Earth first. It was the flat Earth first. And then the globe model was based on all of the observations that the flat earthers already made.
I can't agree that it's based on the same observations, but the observations
It must be,
themselves
because that's what we observe.
The observations themselves are just facts. Whenever idea you have how the universe works, how the world works, has to comport with the facts. They're not flat Earth facts; they're just facts. Now,
correct.
If people in the old days used the solar cycles, that tells you when the next, not the next one, but when a similar eclipse is going to happen after a certain amount of days, and that only lasts for a couple of eclipses. That's all it tells you, right? Modern ideas have a with modern
one
ideas,
accurate
you don't
means of
need that.
predicting it.
No, it's not that accurate, because it only works for a couple of eclipses. Also doesn't tell you where it's going to happen; just tells you when. So if you don't know from which place it's going to be seen, that changes. And
how do you know that? Why would you say that?
Because I already tested it.
You've tested that.
You can do the same thing as I did. Yeah, you can do the same thing as I did. You go to
How do you know that you had complete knowledge of it? Can you say for certainty that the Saros method is that you have access to the complete Saros method?
I'm talking about what the cycle means. That's what the cycle means. The cycle itself tells you when it's going to happen. When a similar eclipse is going to happen. It doesn't tell where the next one's going. You can have another one in between that. And it also doesn't last forever. Like only happens for a couple of eclipses. After that, you don't have an eclipse more within that cycle. this is something already checked. You can pick any eclipse you want, and you use the solar cycles. You go forward or backwards. It doesn't go very far, and the location it happens isn't the same. It's like a sort of a random location on the Earth.
That's what I mean to say. You don't think that this information could be tampered with over the millennia?
Maybe, but I like if
For instance, the Great Library of Alexandria was burned. How much knowledge was lost in that? I'm certain that it wasn't exclusively the. I'm certain it wasn't exclusively the Saros method that was used to identify where and when these things would happen, but that's one of the methods they used to determine it, and it worked.
Right, but I mean, if we don't know a lot more than that, we can't say that it works better than modern methods to predict it, right?
No one said that.
Oh, I wasn't under the impression
that was like that.
Sorry.
However, what I mean to say is that how do you know that today's predictions aren't better perfected methods of that means, and it's being called something else? Or how do you know that this information isn't manipulated or left out or broken so that you can't predict it when and where, like you're saying? It's only to this, it's only to that.
Because
how do you know that
something
information wasn't given to you or it's broken?
Because it's something I can test myself. Like I can run my own.
How do you know that the method that you're using is complete?
Sorry?
How do you know that the method that you're trying to use is complete? How do you know that over the millennia that they didn't remove certain pieces that would make it inaccurate?
I really don't get what you're trying to say there.
People are scumbags. The Bible has been changed repeatedly through translation and through purposeful intent. Would you not think that you could, like, for instance, if I with the scientific method, if I took out one of the steps, how effective would the method be? You would get a general idea of it, but you wouldn't get the complete, accurate version of it. All and any
I think the conversation brings to something different than I was talking about. I'll be rather talking about how we can compare two ideas, and which one of them makes better predictions.
I'm asking you that over the millennia that's gone by, how do you know that these people haven't manipulated the version of the Saros method that you're using? Can you be sure that it's true and accurate?
Because, as I said, I can build the model myself, so I'm sure I'm not basing what I'm doing on Saros, because that's something I'm doing.
What model?
A model.
What model can you build?
A model in which the Earth rotates around the Sun and the Moon rotates around the Earth.
Right. Okay. But again, all of those observations were already made for a flat Earth, and they worked just as well. That's in fact, in fact, it had to have been that way because that's what the entire globe math and all of the things that are based on are the same observations that our ancient ancestors made.
You said they work just as well. That's exactly what I'm trying to check. So let's use both ideas and see if they work just as well as each other. I don't think that's true, but I'm open
Okay, I will
to trying
ask
it
you
out.
again because we've reached an impasse here and you're not seeing that there's a problem. How do you know that this information that you're using to check the ancient ancestors' version isn't manipulated information?
Like the date of eclipses where they were seeing this kind of information?
You don't know that it hasn't been manipulated. Bottom line, you don't know. That's the answer.
Let me just be clear on what kind of information I'm talking about. I'm talking about like when eclipses happen and where, in what direction. Those
In
kind
the
of things,
direction
those
that
kind of
supports a
information.
globular Earth, obviously.
No, I'm saying, like, if you see an eclipse, you can say if it's going on north of you or at the west of you or whatever. It's not a globe thing. It's just something you can observe yourself. So we're talking about this kind of information, something we can all observe right now. You don't have to rely on anything someone said. Those things can be easily checked nowadays. I don't see how this is a point of contention.
Yeah, I know you're not. It's okay though.
Okay, for example,
I've repeated myself multiple times. I don't feel like going in circles with you all day. I hate that you trust this information so blindly that you could
What
never even
information you think I'm
in.
trusting? What information you think I'm trusting? Because that's not even clear to me.
Well, it's very clear that you're trying to compare modern and old methods. And you're also trying to say you're going to try to clearly show that the modern version is better.
I'm trying to compare the ideas, not methods. So if you put the Earth orbiting the Sun and the Moon orbiting the Earth, it's not a method. It's just an idea of what's going on. Different people can come up with different methods based on that same idea. I'm not really worried about which specific method, but what idea are we using? How are we treating the Earth to be? And the information that I'm relying on is simply when our eclipse is happening and where. Why would you put that in contention? Like in October 14th.
You're getting into the realm of dumb, man. I'm about to stop entertaining this garbage. When I first started talking to you, you seemed like you were genuinely interested in having a conversation. And even though you're talking very sweetly, I can tell that you're having a very deceptive means to talk to me.
What do you mean? Why? Why would you say that?
Because of what you just said.
What?
Nitpicking on verbiage. It's not methods. We were talking about the Saros method, but now it's not methods that you're talking about. It's ideas, which become methods, even though you just admitted it.
Oh, I was talking about the cycles, which is an amount of days. I never
Which
said
is a
Saros
method.
methods.
Which is
You
a
said
method.
it.
It's not just an idea. It's not Antifa. Okay, it's a method. That's why it's called the Saros method, not the Saros idea.
I never called it the Saros method. And
no, I know you didn't.
One second.
You called it the Saros idea, but it's actually factually called the Saros method.
I call it the Saros cycles because it's an amount of days.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. Okay. So hold on. I wasn't treating the Saros as an idea. An idea is the Earth is flat. 1 second. One idea is the Earth is flat. Another idea is the Earth is revolving around the Sun, and the Moon is revolving around the Earth. That's another idea. Those are different ideas. The Saros cycles isn't an idea. It's a cycle, right? Or as you just called it, it's a method. It's a flat Earth method. If you say so, if you say that it is a flat Earth method, then it's applying the flat Earth idea. So all I want to know is if you start with the idea that the Earth is flat, how would you predict eclipses? If you start with the idea that the Earth is rotating around the Sun and the Moon is rotating around the Earth, how would you then predict eclipses? Which one of those do a better job?
I would copy the version that actually works and had worked for a very long time prior to my idea, my quote-unquote idea, and then I would lie to the public and say it was my idea while removing certain informations to make the old idea irrelevant and making it seem like my idea was new, fresh, and accurate.
But I'm not proposing that we rely on old information. If
I don't care what you're proposing. You asked me a question and I answered it.
Right, and then I'm clarifying
That's what I would
it's
do.
relevant because I'm not relying on old information. If your point is that the problem is that we're relying on old information that can be corrupted, we can easily solve that problem by not relying on old information that can be corrupted. For example, there's going to be an eclipse in October 14, and I'll be in a position to watch it. Right? So we can see which method you want to use. If you want to call the method, that's fine. How you're getting that? How you're predicting when that eclipse is going to happen and where it's going to be seen at which time. If we can both do that with separate methods, then we can agree that they work just as well, right? So
we already know
you're claiming those. You're claiming those methods works just as well.
We already know that they do because that's what history is. It's history. The ancient earthers already predicted eclipses.
Wait.
Okay.
So it's valid
Under a
information.
flat Earth model, they all thought the Earth was flat and domed and enclosed. They predicted eclipses under that idea. Okay,
You
under
like
that
history,
you
right?
were just
model.
dismissing.
You like
You're
history,
just
right?
dismissing.
Don't you like history, Bacon?
You were just
It's
dismissing.
easy, okay? I'm going to say it like this,
You're-
dude. Everyone knows how to. If you're on fire, what do you do? If you're on fire, what do you do?
You were just no. I'm going to finish what I was saying. You're just
Please.
dismissing old information as possibly
If
being
you're on
corrupted.
fire,
Now
what do you
oh my
do?
God.
It's very simple and easy. If you're talking to hear yourself talk, don't talk to me
No,
and
I'm just
pretend
not
to
taking the
know
right
what I
out.
say is important.
Yeah, I'll try to finish the sentence I was in the middle of. So you were just dismissing using all information about old eclipses as something that could be corrupted and changed just to match a globe. But when you say you know those methods used to work, you're basing that on history, on old information that could be corrupted. So old information seems to be trustworthy when it fits what you believe. But if it's whatever piece of evidence that I could use that would fit my belief, then that could be corrupted. You're not being
All right, so check it out. Bacon,
that's
Bacon, do you like
clear double
history? Do you trust history? Do you like history? Bacon, do you like it?
Kind of, at some extent.
To some extent, okay. So you only trust what kind of history? Right, because history says, recent history says it's a globe. Distant history says it's a past. I'm sorry,
I don't
it's
care
flat.
about history. I don't care about history when it comes to the shape of the Earth. We have enough information right now.
Of course not. Now who's being biased?
Yeah, exactly.
No. If we have enough information right now,
You just judged me for it and did the same thing when asked the very first question. I don't care about history when it comes to the flat Earth. Well, there you go. You've just said your intent.
I didn't say when it comes to flat Earth. You
did. You did with your own mouth. You just said those words.
I didn't say
I'm
when
not
it comes to
stupid
flat
kid.
Earth.
You did. Go
I
back
didn't
and
say
listen
when it
to the
comes to-
recording yourself. You did. You said, I don't
do you
care
wanna
about
bet money?
history when it comes
And this
to
is
the
the best
shape
you
of the
can
Earth.
give us, Globers? This is the best
You
you got,
said,
Globers?
I don't
get
care about
stop over
history when it comes to the shape of the Earth. That's what you
Exactly. When
said
it comes to
word
the
for
shape
word.
of the Earth.
Correct.
Exactly. When it comes to the shape of the Earth, not when it comes to flat Earth. Regardless if it's a globe or if it's a flat Earth. If it's old information and there's going to be a discussion on whether or not we can trust it, we can simply ignore that and use information that we can get right now. That there's
So do you
no
trust
discussion.
that there was some dark ages? You trust the dark ages happened? Real quick. Yeah, no, it's a yes or no question. You trust that the
It
dark
doesn't
ages
matter if
happened?
it's a yes or no
Yes, yeah,
question.
it really does. Hey, Bacon, do you trust if the dark ages happened or not? Yes or no?
That's because it's a yes or no question.
Yeah, and it is
Okay,
that you'll answer. So
no,
do you believe that the dark ages
stop
happened? Yes or no?
interrupting me.
You just
I
can't
don't care
stop
if it's
talking over me. You little
No,
prick. You cannot
you
stop
started.
talking. can you?
You're talking
You
over me. I was
cannot
in mid.
stop talking.
I was mid
God, if
sentence.
you weren't in
I
another
was
country
mid-sentence.
right now, I'd slap the shit
I
out of
was
you.
mid-sentence.
Listen,
I was
you
mid-sentence.
believe history, right?
I was mid-sentence. I
You
will wait
believe
until you allow me
history,
to finish
correct?
what I was saying.
Somebody
I'm not
mute
gonna
this
just.
stinky foreign fuck.
You were speaking over.
You
me.
believe
You were
history,
speaking
right?
over me. You're speaking over me. I'm
Do
not
you believe
gonna.
history?
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop until
I
you
think
finish.
the audience gets the point here. You can't
I'm
answer a
not gonna
fucking
stop until you
question.
finish. Of course, because I was mid-sentence.
No, go ahead.
If
It's all yours, kid.
Right.
Keep
Yeah, you
showing your true
completely.
intent.
Oh my god. If we want to use, if either me or you, doesn't matter which one, is suspicious about old information because we think it might be corrupt, we can simply gather information now, so we don't have that problem. That's why I said it doesn't matter. I don't care about old information. We can use information that we have right now. That's like if we have enough
Which was
information now.
derived from old information.
No, we can observe things right now. I'm talking about
Which they
observations here.
observed in the old days.
It
The
doesn't
same
matter. We can observe
observations.
now. Right. So if it's the same thing, it doesn't matter if we had or we don't have old ones because we can observe things right now. We can use that information, so we can all trust it.
Your new methods are derived from old methods.
I'm not talking about new methods. I'm talking about new information. So
that's the same thing, bud.
No, dude. I'm talking. For example, the date and time and place of an eclipse. That's an information. If you're saying this could be corrupted, this could be
I don't
false
know if you're
information
too
about the
comfortable
past.
with English or not, but an organized set of information that is used step by step is usually called a method.
I'm talking about facts. You don't get that. For example, an eclipse happened at this specific location at this specific time. That's a fact. If you're saying that this could be corrupted information, so it didn't actually happen there, or it actually happened in a different time or in a different place, so I'm using misinformation because it was corrupted. Yeah, let's throw all that out and use information we can verify now. I can verify that an eclipse is going to happen at October 14 in Brazil. Exactly what time it's going to be, in what direction. That's not information that is open to be corrupt because it's modern information we can check right now. Those are facts we can observe right now. So if you don't want to trust the method because it relies on old information that could be corrupted, then let's not use those information because they can be corrupted. Let's use modern information that we can observe right now, so they're not corrupted.
Modern information can't be corrupted.
Yeah, we can,
okay.
Yeah, observations.
You're not recognizing the issue in what you're saying, man. I don't understand how you're not recognizing it. I've said it multiple times and you're not catching on to it. It's like you're purposely ignoring
He's
it.
catching on, dude. He's just being dishonest. It's a tactic. He's paid to do that. So there we are.
Yeah.
And then he's paid to laugh at it.
I never
like
saw the paycheck.
Right.
That would be
Right. Laugh at it like it's nothing. It's
Well, you said I
literally
get
what
paid
you're
to
doing.
do
Your
that.
life is based around figuring out how to corner people in conversation instead of focus on the facts and truth. That's sad, dude.
I was just talking all the facts. You
No,
started
you're not.
to ask,
You don't want the facts because you already said you don't care
What
about
facts?
history if it goes against your narrative.
I didn't say that.
I asked you if you like history, and you said, what did you say? Do you like history or not?
I'm not that interested in history. But
Yes
that
or
wasn't
no?
what you asked. You
Oh,
asked
so you don't like
First
history.
time.
I got it.
I didn't say
I got
that.
it. You're not
Not that
interested in
interested.
history. Okay. So you're only interested in what happened recently, right? You don't care what anybody in the past did. Past how many years? How many hundreds of years do we have to go back
I didn't
before
say
you
I don't
stop
care.
paying
So
attention?
I'm not,
How many years do we have to go back before you stop paying attention to history, Bacon?
I didn't say don't pay attention to history.
Whatever.
You're
The audience hears what
twisting
you're
my
doing.
words constantly.
The
I don't
audience
think
hears
so.
what you're doing, and that's all I need to accomplish.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're misquoting me.
I'm in the audience and I can hear
No,
you
you're just
lying
being
about what
manipulative.
Bacon said.
You're using verbal manipulation.
Well, then you must
man.
be a Glober then, huh, sir? Fancy that. How convenient.
Wow.
It's very easy. I've told you again. I've told you multiple times. Look, let's try to go back on that principle I was trying to get to. Do you know what you're supposed to do if you are on fire?
I don't
It's
know.
3 steps.
No, I don't know what's the 3 steps required when you're
Stop, drop, and roll. That's what you're supposed to do if you're on fire. That's the 3 steps of it to putting yourself out. You don't run. You don't freak out. You stop, you drop, and you roll. Okay? Now imagine if that's what you knew your whole life. I know you may have only heard this today, but imagine I was brought up knowing that as a little kid. Okay? Imagine if I took out step 2 and I just said stop and roll. Okay? Would you admit that that is a general idea which somewhat works, but it's not the complete data set?
Okay. Could agree with that.
Okay. Why can't this apply to the Saros method? How do you know?
I'm not saying it can't.
How do you know that these right? So discrediting it by saying that it's
I didn't.
inaccurate does not mean you saying that it's inaccurate doesn't mean that it's inaccurate.
Yeah, just like you saying it's accurate doesn't mean it's accurate. That's the whole point. I'm
Well,
asking
it
for
was
examples
accurate
because you're
because the
making
whole
claims 1
world was
second,
modeled
1 second.
out prior to your fantastical globe fantasy ever
How do you
existing.
know that?
Because
Have
I
you
actually
ever
do like history, Bacon. I pay
have you
attention to
ever
history.
right? Have you ever tested a Saros cycle to see how well it works?
How do you know that you're testing a complete version of that?
Well, if you never did, then you're not in a position to say it works just as well. You're just trusting history, right? So if
Great.
you want
Well,
to trust
you know
history,
what, man? There's a lot that applies to that I could say that to you about as well. You can never
sure,
bring
that's
up
why.
any women's topics. You can never bring up any races but yours topics. You could never bring up, are you a father? If not, you have no business talking to a father. That
what?
premise is dumb.
That has nothing to do with my point.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
How? How could this possibly be related to what I just said?
Homie, I'm not your girlfriend, and I'm not interested in having a big conversation with you. Okay? You've already tried to pull these verbal trickeries and terminology weaselings on me before. I'm not interested in this.
Sure.
If you want to be right, I will tell you and the audience, you're right, Bacon. You win the argument, and you're right. If it's important
I don't care
to you,
about being right. I'm
you
just
certainly
curious
do.
on
You
how
most certainly do. You've nitpicked verbiage. You've tried to undermine everything I've said, and you've tried to slowly but surely reveal and let the mask slip to your true intentions. And unfortunately for you, the mask slipped too far, and I observed your true face, which is a deceitful one, a deception.
Yeah, except like anything but giving, providing evidence for your claim that it just works as well. It works just as well. You can say I'm being deceptive. You can say I'm using a mask. You can say whatever shit you want about me. That doesn't change the fact that you made a claim and you gave no evidence for it. You're not in position to back that up, and you're just ignoring it and then calling me deceptive for asking you to do it.
No, it's because I've explained to you multiple times that the version of the Saros method that you're using is obviously not going to be an accurate one, or else there would be no need for a new method, would there? There wouldn't be a new method. Which I still honestly don't believe that there is a new method. I think that they're using the old method and they've left out chunks of that for the populace to use so that you come up with a lesser version of that, while they're using the true version of it and coming up with perfect predictions. That's what I think. Well, you can say there's no evidence for that, but you not liking history and not paying attention to it very clearly, and on top of ego bias, are completely ignoring the fact that the sky, the stars, the sun, the moon, their circuits and orbits around us have already been charted out way long before your model was ever even a glimmer in reality. Okay? Your entire model was based off of already pre-made model observations of a flat Earth. Everyone thought the Earth was flat. They made these observations. These observations carried over. Okay? If your entire model is a lie, they can't be using new methods. So they must be lying about the methods that they're saying there is what the old way was. Nothing has ever changed in the sky. Okay? I've told it to you repeatedly, and you're refusing to accept it, and you keep wanting to push this new method down our faces, where it's like you don't recognize that your method is a derivation of ours. The Mayan calendar was accurate until 2012, and I'm certain that they just stopped making it at that point because it was hundreds and hundreds of years in the future. However, their calendar was accurate and correct. Okay? And guess what? They didn't believe in a ball Earth. They believed in a flat Earth. How would you come up with the proper means on a completely opposite model? Doesn't it bother any of you that both models are based on the exact same observations? Because they have to be, because the globe and the heliocentric model was based all on the observations that were already made for long before the globe was ever even considered a thing. You would like to focus on eclipses, but I'm talking about star positions. I'm talking about sun movement. I'm talking about moon phases. I'm talking about all of it. All of that was already charted. Blood moons, blue moons, they were all already charted way before the globe was ever a thing. Since your model was crafted after that, based on flat Earth observations, you can essentially say that the entire model was reverse engineered from flat Earth knowledge and just happens to be the exact opposite of what the ancients thought, right? It just happens to be the exact opposite in every way. I think that's a stretch of the imagination to not have any sort of curiosity or interest in that, quite frankly. Everybody likes to imagine the old people as stupid, but they had nothing to do but sit around and think. There was no distraction from life. They were just there all the time. As soon as they woke up, they were just there. And there was no TV or radio or anything. The best entertainment quality they had was watching lions rip apart people and going to the opera and listening to people sing and shit. That's it. And it was only for a short time in the day, and it was only once every few months that the place would come around for their town or whatever. It wasn't like today where you're completely distracted for hours on multiple levels, either playing video games or pursuing whatever interests. People used to dedicate themselves to one thing. I'm Bob the Bridge Builder. I built bridges forever. You don't go to Bob the Bridge Builder and ask him how to make a road. That's Tom the road maker or whatever. That was a whole different person. And I think it's just really funny that even when we tell you what your scientists are saying, you people are so egotistical that you'll still question it, not knowing that you're questioning.
If we are 1% lighter at the equator,
Even from their mouths, just because it's coming from a flat earther, you know?
So I was saying that if we're 1% lighter at the equator than we are at the poles, that would certainly make the flat Earth model like less diameter.
I guess I would have to say that if I'm the only one talking, I would guess I would have to say that you would have to prove that that's the case.
Well, it'd be more the case of how would we prove what our elevation is in the equatorial region, the tropic region, maybe a better one. But around the equator, if we've got Ecuador at like just short of 5,000 meters or 5 kilometers, how do we know whether, if we're 1% lighter, if we were 1% lighter at the equator, then I would say that the equator would be higher than the poles, and we could also say that in an airplane scenario, we would be such and such less at 30 kilometers. I think it's 1% less at 30 kilometers or 30,000 meters, or close to 100,000 feet. We would be 1% less in weight. So, given that, I would put the equator 30 kilometers higher than the poles. But that small difference there, it's not enough. But how would we know what our elevation is at the equator? We would say pressure, but the pressure is different because of the climate. So we can't accurately measure our pressure against something. Is there any way that we could?
Well, yeah, you go and stand on the beach. Sea level is sea level, coast to coast, ocean through ocean. Sea level is sea level on each beach.
No, you would wait. The gravitational field in all the areas is different. I would call it the volt per second, but every single region around the Earth is a pocket of a different frequency than the next. So, but these are small things. These are small things. Like I understand that. So these little different variations here, then, are all within that 1%. Let's say so. Taking a flat Earth model and finding a raised area like the equator, for example. If you can get that raised area at the equator high enough, then your diameter is naturally going to shrink in. It's still pretty much flat, but it's a slight angle of 1%. 1% in other ways would actually equate to 1 degree at the horizon. So the reason why we always 1 degree off is because the equator is raised by 1 degree. Now, 1 degree in distance high is 69 miles high. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that you can reduce the diameter of whatever.
Were you watching a video and it came in mid-sentence or something? This came out of left field, man.
Well, just openly talking about flat Earth shit, man.
Yeah, like I understand.
I guess it's nice just to chill talk, and instead of getting frustrated by other people. You know what I mean? And for me, it's make the most out of your team. If you've got the key people, he's the guy that does the blender, he's the guy that does that, and kind of using the fact that we're all here to make the most out of what we can out of people, and to progress.
Okay, so what you're asking is about what the weight changes. To me, that would seem 1% would be basically undetectable. That's as much as possible.
I mean, 1%.
A healthy shit, water weight. A 300-pound man would only lose 3 pounds.
Yeah, but there's still a difference. There's still 1%. So that if your gradient is 1% different between the pole and the equator, then naturally you raise the equator by 1%, or however you want to calculate that. And just that difference there, it's not massive. It's not massive over the whole thing. But if you could get a 5% difference or a 10% difference, you could reduce the diameter orthographically of the flat Earth by 10%. So the atmosphere and the troposphere and all that stuff there, I think, is closest to the equator. How high up are those tropospheres and stratospheres, whatever, in comparison to the poles? Things like that. If I could show that the equator was 200 kilometers high, for example, that makes it 1 out of 50 if you were going from the pole to the equator. So just by raising the equator, you could make the model smaller. Like the Orlando Ferguson map, yeah, the square and stationary Earth.
Well, unfortunately, if it is a stationary Earth, non-rotating Earth, gravity isn't the thing that's holding us down. So it wouldn't make a difference at what elevation you were at.
No. But I'm talking about, we're talking about a map like the flat Earth map. There's one which looks like a half pipe. Yeah, that one there. You remember that one? Orlando Ferguson.
Well, that wouldn't really be a flat Earth map, though.
No, it wouldn't. But it's very.
Whole Earth.
It's very curious how they, let's just say, for in the middle part of it is flattened out, and if you look at a globe from the side, you can't see the last 30 degrees at the top. It's hidden. It goes to about 50, and then smudge is 60, but you can't see any more than that from the side.
Well, sure, that's because no one even discovered Antarctica until, I guess, the 1800s, early 1800s.
Yeah, definitely. But also,
everyone likes to imagine that the whole world has been known forever, but it hasn't. We've only discovered the continents that we know of since about 200 years ago.
Yeah, but if everything froze over from the poles up to the tropics, for example, that area there, and everything was frozen, if you look at old maps, you will see that the top of North America is the north latitudes are frozen over, and you'll see that the bottom latitudes are frozen over to about 50 north and 50 south. But even beyond that, if we wanted to, we might find something. So we've got restrictions of exploration because of the weather and the cycle. And for there to be colder poles, then one would think that the sun itself was further away from the ground, or the tropics were a lot smaller. So yes,
the Tropic of Cancer certainly would be. Or whichever one's the inner one. Which one's in the North Hemisphere? I think it's the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, but if you look through the cycles of the tropics, you'll see that they would naturally expand all the way to 9C and then contract to 0, and possibly swap over as it's going on its path, and therefore you've got like a figure of 8, or not a figure 8, but you've got a whole pattern there. So if our tropics are smaller, then naturally the rest of the world would be in darkness. They would see light, but they wouldn't see the sun itself. They would be in darkness type of thing, probably more darkness. You'd probably call it the Dark Ages, things like that. I could definitely, you could definitely look up and see that the tropics are expanding. They might not necessarily see the sun itself move that much, but the radiation is definitely proving that the sun's radiation tropics are expanding. So the heat's definitely widening. So is the sun getting further away from the ground and reaching more and more? Its heat is reaching more and more, but yet we're still in the same position in the sky.
Well, this is all speculation that I'm about to say, but I've heard theories that CERN is actually a that interferes and strengthens the sun. And that's why on the map, if you look on the map, all of the hadron colliders, the super colliders, are just on the route of the sun, if you're looking at a flat Earth map. So people are saying that the sun is getting stronger because they're using these hadron colliders to supercharge the sun and make it more intense, which would cause that effect that you're saying without ever changing elevation of the sun. It would just be empowering it and making it more powerful if it's electric based.
Yeah, we're empowering the sun. We're sending electricity to the sun. Good one.
Yeah, if we are disrupting nature and we're producing more hydrogen than is normal, or those sort of things going up into the atmosphere and fueling the sun. So I would say that would be more logical. If we release more hydrogen into the atmosphere than is necessary, then naturally that's fueling the sun. And if there's no action on Earth and everything is still and everything is dead, then naturally that fuel would stop and then all of a sudden everything would fall down to the ground, you know?
Well, I hear you, but it seems like you would still be good. The fact that they say that the sun is 98% hydrogen and helium, so feeding it more hydrogen is the thing that you're saying would make it stronger. But many flat earthers believe that the sun is electrical in nature or some sort of plasmoid. So feeding it hydrogen necessarily wouldn't make it hotter or have it be more intense. If they're lying about the size and the shape of it and the distance of it, why would they ever tell you the truth about the composition of it?
I would say more the acidity. I'd actually say more to do with acids and things like that, and changing the pH level. Us releasing the CFCs and this, that, and the other, and the methanes and the sulfuric acids and all these different things there. So, we know that a battery contains acid, and we have other elements and bits and pieces. So, if electricity is being held by acidity, as opposed to, how do you store electricity? You store electricity with metal plates and some type of acid, don't you?
Oh, I see what you mean. Sure. They're making the atmosphere more acidic, so that could be what's making the sun more intense too, because acid would strengthen the electrical nature of the sun. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate
That's
that.
interesting.
Hey, I just want to jump in here. This is Charles, Flat Earth Math. Is there any evidence for any of this that you're talking about with the sun? Because I know there's like a lot of really interesting ideas, but is there any evidence, like even a shred of it?
What do you mean?
Well,
like if you're trying to...
meaning like feeding the sun hydrogen. Exactly how is that done with a 4,000 mile long pipeline?
No. I changed my viewpoint
the
because
atmosphere that it's in.
Yeah, the hydrogen
even flat
wasn't
earthers. I was going to say,
Sorry.
even flat earthers think the sun is 4,000 miles above the plane of the flat Earth. So,
No,
but
not all of us do. Most of us can say that we clearly don't know. Sextants say that it's
give me an
3,500
estimate.
something miles up. Some people
still way
say it's
above
higher
the
than
atmosphere.
that. Some people say that it's just a reflection off of the dome. There's a lot of different things.
Yeah, but
some people say that it's just a projection.
My thing is always about evidence. It's like it's great to come up with some great ideas. That maybe sound like science fiction, and but to propose that that is how reality is, one would need some evidence. And all these ideas about the sun, they're very fascinating.
Basis of very little knowledge. We're going off of the basis that we have very little knowledge of this. So again, I would say that yesterday's opinion becomes tomorrow's fact through investigation. Okay.
Yeah. If we don't have a scale to start off with, because the scales or the units of measure they give us to use are not accurate, then we're never going to get the right results, are we? Because our reference frame.
The thing is, anybody
but
can
the
get
idea
a
is
telescope.
let's propose let's
Anybody
ask
can
you
use
the
even a
idea. Let me
P900
turn
or
it
even
around on you and ask
another
you
prosumer
instead.
camera. Anybody could buy a solar filter or even a hydrogen alpha filter. Those are a little bit more expensive, but literally the layman could do an exploration of the sun.
Yes, but this doesn't show the distance
detailed
of the sun, though.
exploration. You could analyze the
there's no detailed exploration of the sun. Just
spectrograph of the
observation.
sun. Figure out what elements are involved. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can do without permission from the government or whatever.
Do you believe the sun is lighting up the moon?
Can we talk about
Yes,
Do you believe the sun's lighting up the moon?
Absolutely.
my fucking
Well, if the sun's lighting up the moon, then why can't you get that ratio with the half or the quarter moon and the angle to the sun, you and the moon, and figure out that it's 400 times further away? Then you can just figure out how far the moon is and figure out how far the sun is based on that.
Absolutely. Nothing you said I disagree with.
So the sun's going to be 400 times further away. Does that work on the flat Earth? Even if you get the moon to be 3,000 miles high, you're still talking about multiple millions of miles away from the sun. That doesn't fit on the flat model.
My username is Flat Earth Math, and my channel is dedicated to the math and science of the Flat Earth debate. I am definitely a glober.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the other folks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So two globers are having a fucking conversation about nothing. That's great.
No. Back
to the fucking.
I just added to it.
That's back to the thing that I was gonna say before you fucking rudely interrupted me. We can observe certain properties of the sun through its effects on us down on Earth. Like they make leather with the sun. You get sunburned or tan from the sun. Plastic goes to shit in the sun. There's all kinds of different properties. That
Sure.
have
Most of those are ultraviolet radiation, but yeah.
No, my point was that you could figure out how far away it was very easily just by simple measurements. That's all I had that for.
They can measure. They can
I
also
actually disagree with Zanuck on that. You can't find out. You can only find ratios of how far it is away. You can't find actual distances, or at least not. It's really, really hard to find actual distances of like the sun, the moon, the planets.
Well, the moon is a little easier, but I agree that we don't have a real concrete, easy way to find the distance to the moon without some special tools. But just by simple angles, you can say, okay, well, sound looks like, because of this 1 degree for 60 nautical mile deviation that we see even with the moon, then maybe it's 3,000 miles high. If that's the case, then the sun is 1.2 million miles away based on angles and measurement.
But it could never set. It could never set, right? Anyway, Red's Rhetoric apparently is coming out with a sun distance to the sun.
No, see, that's your presupposition of what you think of flat Earth and how it would work.
And I think he's just using very, very careful measurements, angular measurements of the sun from different locations, is what I'm gathering. Because he was able to figure out exactly how high the ISS was, by triangulation from 2 different observations, different locations. So, but the sun is just so far away that it's really, really hard to triangulate anything from the surface of Earth. The 69 miles per degree is great if you want to find out the size of the Earth, but the sun and the moon are a bit more difficult.
No, but I was the angle.
You trust them when they own telescopes to do it with. They didn't have spectrography and all this other stuff that you're talking about. You trusted the people that only had a telescope, a shitty telescope too.
Well, that's why I mentioned we can look at ratios, and Aristophanes had a really good, or Aristarchus had some good ideas there with looking at a quarter moon and saying that based on these angles, we know it's 400 times further away. At the time, it was only 30 or 40 times.
But only under the presupposition that the light from the sun is hitting the moon.
Someone already said they agreed.
You want to wait, Zanuck, real quick? Do you want to explain that quarter moon Aristarchus thing real quick? Because it seems like you want to, and I'm quite curious.
Okay, so Aristarchus' observation was that when you have a quarter moon, look up at it, it looks like it's half. The dividing line is right down the middle of the moon, meaning it's a quarter moon. But you still see the sun in the sky at the same time. If there's a 90 degree or close to 90 degree angle between you, the moon, and you and the sun, that would trigonometrically work out to be about a ratio of about 200 or 300 times, 300 to 400 times if you're very accurate with it, but at least 200 times.
Right.
But generally about
90-degree triangle. Basically.
Pardon me? What's that?
Basically, because the moon is split in half, you're basically saying that it's a 90-degree angle between your direction and the sun from the moon. So you're making like a right triangle, basically.
No, at the moon there's a right triangle.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, so if that's the case, then the other angle that's going to be left there has to add up to 90 degrees, and that's at the bottom. And if it's 87.6 or 7 is what the more modern accurate equipment measures, that means the ratio between us and the moon and us and the sun will be roughly 400 times further away. So that we don't, as was said, it's hard to measure the exact distance to the sun, but at least we can get a ratio. The moon might be a little easier. We can do some things like with parallax or with even triangulation with the moon, or even just with basic sextant stuff. You can say, well, if I don't take one measurement and I see a 1 degree per nautical, 60 nautical miles relationship, I can say roughly, well, it's probably 3,000 miles away, which is, I think, totally wrong. But at least it says this ratio, 300 or 400 to 1, doesn't work on the flat model. That's the only point.
Supposition that it's the sun's light coming off of the moon.
Yes. No. Sun. Yes. Sun's light's coming off the moon. Correct. Because it seems to follow.
Without that calculation means nothing.
Right.
Right. It's without that presupposition, it means nothing. You're correct. But I think when you follow it and see, the sun setting and the moon
Yeah, I would
rising,
wonder why you would think it was the sun's light still reflecting off of the moon when during a full moon, the full moon is in the night sky and the Earth's shadow never gets in the way.
Right.
Even though
That's
it's
not a
nighttime.
Yeah, that's not a
No,
problem.
it's not a problem. It's not a problem for a giant planet to be in the way of the thing that's be reflecting the light.
Not at all. No.
It's a
That's incredible.
three-dimensional geometry.
The geometry dictates that it's not a problem whatsoever. It only has to be a problem when they are directly in line with each other. But if they're off a little bit,
can you replicate that effect that you're talking about on this Earth?
It's called the lunar.
On this Earth, there's no problem at all with the sun, the moon, and the Earth alignment, where the Earth is not blocking, not making an eclipse of the moon, because it's not directly in line. That object is not in line with the light's rays coming from the sun going to the moon. It does affect it sometimes, and that's what we call an eclipse. I think we all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we'd have eclipses every day.
That sounds absolutely ridiculous, right? When you're talking about a waxing and waning moon, when you're talking about a waxing and waning moon, and that's when the Earth's shadow is in the way, right?
No.
Or that's when the sun's light is blocking.
No, you're incorrect.
So the Earth never gets in the way of the moon, in between the sun and the moon, ever.
Only during an eclipse.
Yeah, lunar eclipse. Yeah.
Only during a lunar eclipse. When you see a half
I would
moon,
say that you should probably pay closer attention to the angle of the light coming off of the sun or the moon during a full moon.
What now?
A full moon is staring at you in the face every single day, or every single month, and it's fully lit up. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. You're very eager to talk. You want to talk very badly. Go right
ahead. I start talking, you start talking over me. So why don't you talk?
No, I'm not talking over you. You've been talking over me repeatedly, and I've quieted down and tried to let you speak, and it's getting rude now.
I didn't see it that way, but go ahead.
I don't care how you see it.
Of course you don't.
Okay, so I was gonna ask.
No, you're the one that's eager to talk, man. Go right ahead, dude. You want to ask questions and then give me your answers to your questions. Answer your own damn questions.
No answer to your question. The waxing and waning is not a eclipse.
I was gonna ask a question to Zanuck real quick about this right triangle in the sky that you're putting out there and saying so the moon is split in half, right? From our view, what we could see, we see one half dark, one half bright, and we're looking. Let's say we're looking directly up at the the moon, right? Let's say the moon is right above us. What is the angle to the sun? What is that lower angle on the triangle supposed to be?
87.7.
So right before sunset.
Actually, 89.7. Sorry. Just before it sets.
So you have the right angle. Okay, let me think about this.
It'd be easier to do that calculation if they're both high in the sky, about 45 degrees off the horizon.
And that happens a lot too. It's a lot easier. That's broad daylight. I see it about 45 degree angle. I see the half moon or quarter moon. I look over the sun. Sun's clear as day. Not near the horizon. I get that angle 90 degrees, no problem. Close to 90 degrees. Measured accurately, I can probably get to about 87, 88. But with really good tools, you'll actually measure it center to center at about 89.7, which means it's 400 times further away.
Yeah. So we have the angle to the sun, the 87. And then we have the supposed 89, whatever. We have the 89 angle to the sun, and we have a supposed right triangle in the sky. What else am I missing exactly as per information?
The distance to the moon.
So the claim is rested upon two things then, if I'm correct. That you know the accurate distance to the moon, and that the sun and the moon actually make a right triangle in the sky. But without those supports, it would be if those two things not be true, real quick, I'm just gonna wrap it up in like 5 seconds. If one of those two things or both those two things came out not to be true, would this hypothesis not be bunk at that point?
Correct. To be debunked.
Yeah, and actually, you don't really need
Thank
to know
you
the
for being
distance to
honest,
the moon. You need to know the distance to the moon if you want to find the distance to the sun, but just the right triangle by itself gives you a ratio. So that's enough to give you a ratio. And then if you want to use that ratio to calculate the distance to the sun, you'd need the distance to the moon.
Okay, I understand. Yeah.
And it is a right triangle because, I mean, it's really easy to calculate from full moon to full moon or from new moon to new moon. And you know exactly when the half moon is, so that it's easy to get the exact moment when it's half moon.
You can either measure it or you can actually, do the time wise, and you can even test either side of it to see what the ratio looks like. And well, it's definitely a little more than half, a little less than half. Get the average in between and get that angle that way. A lot of ways you can do it. You can pretty much be assured that if you agree that light is coming from the sun, that ratio is pretty solidly in the 300 to 400 times further away mode.
Well, one case where it wouldn't work is where those things aren't three-dimensional objects and they're just sort of magic lights in the sky that we don't understand. Then if that's the case, then we have no idea.
But the way it sets, this graphic that's there's a GIF right now inside the chat, where as the sun sets and then the moon, half moon sets or quarter moon sets, that shadow is not moving at all either. So it seems to really follow the sun. When the sun and the moon are close together, you see this crescent moon, and moon are far away angularly in the sky. That we see the full moon because it's obviously coming from the sun. So it seems that seems logical. I mean, you guys talk about logic all the time. That seems logical to everybody.
Let me see something.
Then the question is how far the moon is, and that's a little closer to us. So we can actually do some coast to coast in the United States measurement to the moon from those observation points, knowing how far each of the observers is apart, and see what those angles are.
We may also be able to bounce ham radio signals off the moon.
Yeah, we could. I think some people do, right?
Yeah, they make YouTube videos about it.
So if it's on YouTube, it must be true. So Jesse, you make more progress with your presentation or the data?
Which data?
The last one you posted, which had the Google Docs and descriptions of your measurements.
Oh, we diverted to something more simple. That was just a single point of observation, the view towers that was below eye level.
Right.
We ended up with a straight laser beam going through 3 holes that weren't in a straight line. So I'm kind of stuck on that one.
3 holes that are not in a straight line. Laser went through them.
Yep, a straight laser went through them in our thought experiment.
Were those holes the same height above the surface?
One of us is roboting. They were too small.
Were the holes the same height above the surface?
No, one was at eye level, one was an inch below eye level, and the other one was 180 feet above eye level. And the only explanation on a flat Earth was that somehow, because of what the eye does, the straight laser beam can still somehow pass through these 3 holes that aren't in a straight line. Even when the eye's not involved, but we're using just a photosensor. So it's flat Earth takes some takes. I guess you have to give up reality in some
Big
geometry and stuff.
Yeah, big leaps. Big leaps.
Thanks for showing me who you are, really, Jesse. I appreciate that.
Sounds like a pretty viable experiment or analysis of the data. I mean, I'm just what he says. Sounds like it makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
but being nice and sweet to me while talking to me about it, and then coming around and bad mouthing somebody while all your little friends are around shows you're a little fake ass punk.
But I mean, isn't that where we're at? Did I
No, it's
misrepresent?
not.
Did I
No,
misrepresent
yeah, you
anything?
did. You most
Oh,
certainly did.
oh, my apologies. Please explain.
No. You just said it overall. You said, "Oh well, magically it works somehow because of how the eyes work." You didn't go into any detail. You didn't discuss anything we discussed.
But at the end of the
Backstabber.
discussion, we literally had 3 holes that were objectively not in a straight line.
Yes, and I also admitted that I didn't know that if that would work like that or not. And I was just giving you my reasoning of it. And now you're trying to put that on all flat earthers. Again, another little scumbag move.
Well, I got one for you. If you want to change gears a little bit, I think Jesse's pretty amicable and very polite, as just from an outside observer, regardless of which side you're on. So I think by
Yeah,
calling
until
him
it
names.
benefits him not to be, and then he turns around and wants to run his fucking mouth, little
Well,
backstabber.
he's talking about experiments that he's done and data that he has presented to you in his interpretation, and so far he's been pretty honest in saying he's given a pretty, palatable explanation, and everybody else is making up things like it's our curved visual space, it's how the eyes work, it's this, it's that, which doesn't make a lot of sense to us. But I mean, maybe it could be true. I mean, there's always a chance.
No, it's not people. It was me. It wasn't people. There was nobody else talking. It was just me. I was the one talking to him about it.
Yeah, in general,
So
though,
just
I'm
like
saying that's
him,
the
now you're
answer for a lot of
bullshitting and saying that's how people answer it, and it's not how people answer it. It's how I answered it.
You, amongst some of your other colleagues, have answered it in similar ways, but that's where that similarity has been talked about by not only Jesse, but by me and others. I have one for you, though. If you want to just look at the mountain one, the mountain example with the Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens, I got actual data on there.
Y'all are a bunch of little scumbag liars. The bunch
I'm
of
not
you.
lying. I wouldn't have
Every
any
single one of
motivation
you
to
is a
lie.
liar.
I
You
wouldn't
come
have
in
any
here and
motivation.
pretend sweet while you have dirty intentions behind your words.
I have no dirty intention. I'm here just honestly just to
Bullshit.
discuss physics and
Bullshit.
analysis
You
of
just
the
sat here
math.
doing it to the other guy too. You did exactly the same thing to the other guy. Oh, unless we just dismiss all of reality and we don't know how the moon and the sun work because they're magic lights in the sky. You did the same fucking thing.
That's the only reason it wouldn't work is if they were just magic lights and they don't have those shadows aren't really real and created by the objects being shining on the other object. That makes sense. Then they have to be like a hologram or some picture
Sergeant
painting
observed that.
hanging from the sky.
Zenik, if someone would have told you,
Man, I can't believe all of you. Try to come here and have an honest conversation with any of you and tell you about what you don't even know.
Zenik, if
You don't
someone
even know
would have,
anything about these flat Earth principles, and I tried to explain it to you in an amicable way, and you turn around and get shitty and nasty with somebody. That's really low, man. As a person.
I'm trying really hard to be polite with you and just have an honest conversation. You're not letting me,
Zenik,
actually.
No, you're not. You're trying
And then
to
you got
trick
someone
me
in the
into a
background trying to
conversation
interrupt
by
you the whole
being
time.
polite now. Later
I'm being
on,
polite.
you'll run your mouth just like this other little backstabbing punk did.
No, I won't.
Zenik,
actually.
Zenik, if I would have,
in the
since
background.
you
You're really having a
Hold
conversation.
on, guys. Hold on. Yo, my man, I don't know what your screen name is, but you got to relax a little bit with the name calling and shit. You can't, we don't do that here.
Okay, so Zenik, what if since your childhood someone would have told you a complete different story about how airplanes work, and because it is generally accepted complete like throughout the whole society you have been born into, let's say it's a big community or something, and they tell you it's like metal birds in the sky or whatnot, right? Does it, just because the story makes sense to you and everyone else is accepting exactly that story to describe that object, does it make it the truth?
You're right. And, I had if they're aeronautical engineering, I had a kind of a come to Jesus meeting with an instructor once. And it's back in the time when there was two fields of thought of why airplanes actually flew. So exchange of momentum. There was Bernoulli's principle, and those seemed to be not in conflict, but which was correct. Previously, it was all Bernoulli. Hey, just take our word for it. The air accelerates, and therefore there's a low pressure zone, and high pressure is below. Differential pressure, the plane flies. But then people
don't
started
need to
looking at
make it so
the physics.
complicated.
Can I finish the sentence?
Yeah, you're just making it complicated. So
you say yeah, then you keep on talking.
It diverts from my point.
Can I finish the sentence?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So in the end, we start studying this change in momentum and the actual what's imparted on the air, the momentum that's imparted on the air, and this kind of thing. We start finding those two schools of thought. Now, one isn't really incorrect, but I think it was incorrect to discount other types of explanations. So not exactly what you're saying, but yeah, I've learned things a certain way and then learned them slightly differently later in life. And maybe as science and engineering has improved, we've actually discovered new things and new ways to explain things, and maybe even found new reasons for the cause of certain types of events in physics. So I'm not immune to just sticking to my guns and staying with whatever I learned first, just whatever makes logical sense and can be shown scientifically. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry for interrupting, but I just wanted to make this short point where I use this as a metaphor for what you have been taught about the moon, how it was created, and how it works, as a story that you currently buy as being the truth, especially because of majority and because of the heliocentric model that was built upon geocentric foundations. Just because there's a good story to something, and just because it makes sense to you and the general public, doesn't mean that this must be the true story that we have been taught about that object that light in the sky.
No, but when we have observations, we have math, and we analyze things and put things through the scientific method, as you folks love to talk about, then suddenly all that evidence, all those experiments provides validation for the hypothesis, whatever it may be. And that's the logic you're talking about. Accepting something based on this evidence is what we're doing. But when someone just says, oh, well, it's just a hologram or just the way it is, or God made it that way, that's not evidence. That's pseudoscience. When we look at things that we can observe and repeat and measure and quantify, that becomes evidence that stands pretty tall. And other people can repeat it and you get the same results. We have to start leaning toward that way. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. So you for yourself have verified that the moon is a rock that formed into a sphere from an impact onto the Earth, now in orbit with the Earth, and it's being lit up by the sun.
Yes, I think a lot of people understand that to be the truth.
Okay, I personally think that it's not the truth.
Okay, what do you base your understanding on then? What evidence do you have to support a alternate hypothesis?
Well, my evidence to for an alternative is very let's say for someone like you, probably very what is the right term? Man, I have been working 11 hours. It's for me right now to switch from German into English is a bit hard.
No problem. I understand.
I just can't get that one word. Anyways, maybe it's a little bit dude, not interesting for you. Sorry, I'm struggling right now with.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, you can talk about the word you're thinking. I know you have. I'm amazed you can speak to us as easy as you do in a different language. So that's good on you. But whatever you're trying to say, is it me being presumptive or me being what's the word kind of mean? I just want to know what you're
sophisticated. Okay, I guess you're a very sophisticated man. I'm more like I'm okay with the things I can only see and observe, and for me it's with the moon it just doesn't add up, especially in why would you fake first of all something like a moon landing, okay, to create the illusion as if the moon is indeed a solid object. And I mean, we have been through the recent footage they've given us through Artemis, right? And you also have seen the anomalies again with NASA. And this reaffirmation, of this heliocentric doctrine of having like a piece of rock being lit up by the sun, it just doesn't make much sense to me, you know.
What would you think about the role of prediction? And like
Well,
if you could try to make a prediction and then see if it comes true based on your model.
well, if I read a heliocentric book that I have in my closet right now, if I read the introductory line where it explains how heliocentrism has came apart, they literally start with talking about geocentrism being the firm foundations, for example, of the Egyptians. I think they explain in the book, and they talk about how they use the sky as a clock or as a perfect predictable let's say calendar or whatever, and they could literally know when the Nile River, for example, would overflow, make the land fruitful, and so on, right? So there was already a fundamental basic understanding of the sky as being a geocentric personal prediction clock, so to say, right? In my own words.
And geocentric back in those days meant a globe Earth that was at the center of the solar system.
Well,
That's what geocentrism makes.
I don't personally think that they thought they live on a spinning ball or on a spherical Earth.
Yeah, well, you could say that the ancients, if they were not seafarers, and I'm not sure the Egyptians were seafarers, if they did not travel anywhere beyond Egypt, then you could very easily say that the Earth is locally flat. And like, if they wouldn't know what was happening in Africa because they didn't know Africa, or well, I'm sorry, the other side of Africa, I should say. Or, they didn't even know about Europe. They didn't know about Asia. So, ancients could imagine the Earth to be locally flat. But they certainly knew about the celestial sphere. I mean, that's the big thing that a lot of flat earthers miss, is that you can map out the constellations, and they don't map out onto a dome. They map out onto a sphere. And the Egyptians being so far, much closer to the equator, they could see probably 80 to 90% of all the constellations.
How could you say they? Just real quick, how could you say they don't map onto a dome when a planetarium precisely shows the position of the stars, and you can have a flat floor in the planetarium with a dome above you, and it perfectly maps the sky. In addition to the azimuthal grid view,
it perfectly maps out 180 degrees of the sky. I mean, 360 azimuth.
Couldn't even wait for the man to finish his sentence.
And Charles, just quickly to insert here. You said it's called they knew a celestial sphere, but actually when you go back into the history books, they once called it a celestial dome.
Yeah, which is half of the sphere, right? I mean, that the celestial dome is what you can see at any moment in time of nighttime.
They also called the sun a solar disk and the moon a lunar disk. Like literally, this is how they describe it in my heliocentric science book. They call them disks.
Right, they appear to be disks because they don't have any depth from our vantage point. So yeah, they do appear to be disks. Even today, if you have a solar filter on your camera, you look at the sun does not look like a ball; it looks like a flat circle. Same thing with the moon, because you have no depth perception with great distance. But
right.
But getting back to whether the moon is a solid rock, have you ever taken a white ball in your hand and just on a sunny day where you could see the moon, the moon in the sky, on a sunny day you could see a crescent moon or a gibbous moon, or a quarter moon, and just hold up that white ball right up against the moon, in your field of view, and you ever notice have you ever tried that?
I did it with an egg. But the bottom of the egg, because that's the the roundest part.
Right, that's the round part. Yeah.
Yeah. So this
because the thing is, it very quickly determined that the light source that is lighting the moon is also lighting the Earth, or I should say, lighting the ball in your hand, because the manner, the direction of the lighting, how much lighting there is, the percent illumination matches 100%. And so that's just an indication that the sun is lighting the moon. That the moon is a sphere and the sun is lighting a moon because it is also lighting the ball in your hand.
You might think it's an indication of that, but it's not validation of that. There's other ways that could also be the case without it being lit by the sun.
Could you give me an example of another way that could happen?
Yeah. So if the moon, like crystals fluoresce due to UV light, down on Earth here. So if you apply UV light to a crystal, it will fluoresce, it will emit light. And of course, we know the UV connected to the sun and so on. So just from the perspective of, I'm not saying the moon is a crystal, but whatever the moon is, it could be fluorescing its light in correlation to the position of the sun. Now, whether that's an electromagnetic connection, whether it's UV, whatever it may be between the connection of the sun and the moon, the position of the sun is what's causing the moon to fluoresce its light from within itself. So that would be a way in which the moon's phase is correlated with the position of the sun, because it's fluorescing its light in relation to the position of where the sun is in relation to it. However, in that case, it would not be actually reflecting the light of the sun.
All right, but if you look at the angles, so we're talking about two very specific measurements. One is the direction of illumination. So if you imagine, is it being illuminated from the upper right, versus the lower left, etc. And the other one is the phase, or the percent illumination. And both of those numbers match 100% with a white ball that you hold in your hand that you hold up against the moon in the sky, juxtapose it. They match 100%. So I think it's an interesting thought that the moon might be a crystal that's fluorescing, but if the light coming from the sun is hitting the moon at the exact same angle as the light is hitting the ball in your hand, then that indicates that both the moon and the ball in your hand are being illuminated by the same distant light source, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but it could be the same with the way I described it as well. Meaning if the moon is fluorescing its light in relation to the position of the sun, and then you also are in a position of the sun on the ground, getting a similar relationship, that doesn't mean that it's validation that the moon is reflecting the sun of the light of the sun. It just means that you're in a similar position and you're getting that.
Yeah, but if you work out the geometry, so like let's say I'm going to concede the point where it's the moon is not reflecting the light, it's just fluorescing the light. Okay, so I'm going to concede your point on that. What I'm going to say is the geometry says that the moon and the ball in your hand are both being illuminated by the same very, very distant light source. Like the sun cannot be anywhere near the moon. The sun can't be at the same distance as the moon is from you. The sun can't even be twice as the distance. The sun has to be, 20 or more times the distance from you and the moon for the geometry to work out. That's what I'm saying.
I'd also like to see, do you have any validation of it? Because there's a couple, I'll post a couple that I've got, but some of these don't actually match exactly. So the way that you said 100%, do you have any validation? Do you have any pictures or anything that would show whatever you've done?
It's just every time I've tried it, like literally every time I've tried it, there's never been a discrepancy between the percent illumination and the direction of illumination between a ball I hold in my hand and the moon in the sky. I mean, I would love to see a picture where somebody finds an exemption, but I've never seen an exemption. It's always correlated 100%.
Yeah, well, 100% is not. I mean, you just glancing at it with your eye and being like, "Oh, that looks similar," is not necessarily 100%.
I didn't say it was similar. I said it's identical.
Okay, well then, could you show that?
Well, there's tons of pictures out there. I can't. I mean, I've done it a couple times. I've photographed it a bunch of times. I've done it by eye many times, and you could do it yourself. But the thing is, I would need a counter example.
Hundreds of times, many times.
Well, I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. So, you could claim theoretically that there's evidence to the contrary, but I'd love to see it. But, I know that every time I've done it, and even other times that other people have done it, there's YouTube videos on it. People have
another condescending
visualized
laugh.
it. Then I'd love to see a counterexample. But
I just posted one. Are you in the chat?
Yes, I'm Discord clueless. It took me a long time to figure out how to get just into voice chat. So, can you tell me like the exact name? Because it looks like there is this endless stream of stuff on the left-hand column in Discord. I don't know what.
Right above the voice channel, it says Livestream 1 text. Right.
Okay.
There's the voice channel. There's a stage channel, and above that is it's the Livestream text.
Gio,
so let me scroll down.
Where's this? You have the original source of that image because that's kind of cropped. Do you have like the original from where you got that picture from?
It looks like Zanuck just is that the one, or I don't know if it looks similar. The one Zanuck just posted. We zoomed in on it. Looks like it might be the one Zanuck posted, and it's Zanuck's posting it as if it's the same. When you zoom into it, look pixel per pixel. It's not. It's totally off. And on a globe, it would be off too because you're not actually in the same line as the. Although I guess you could argue 93 million miles away is so far, but I have not seen one that is precise.
I mean, the best way to do it would be to have them like as lined up as possible. I don't know how much that affects it with this picture specifically, but yeah, the best way to do it would be to like line them up a little bit better because it is a little bit off.
Well, I just posted a picture that shows the moon definitely decreasing in size when you're at high altitude and you have the sun closer to the high altitude balloon, because it makes sense if they are circuiting the Earth in a circular motion. And the moon is bigger when it's right in front of your field of view, or within your field of view.
The problem is if you have our eyes are only 2 or 3 inches apart from each other. So if you get beyond 30 or 40 or 100 feet, you can't tell depth perception. So it talks, the thing that I'm seeing, it says, in this shot, the moon is clearly local due to observable increase in size. And there's nothing to indicate that the focal length of the lens or anything like that. I've never seen the moon increase in size.
I'm talking about the thing below. I'm addressing the thing below.
Right. So the thing is, there's no solar filter. So like the sun is going to be almost all glare. So the sun is not bigger.
Yeah, but why is
in that image?
Why is the moon so small in that image? Suppose it.
Well, it's more importantly is why is the sun so big? That there's no. If you have a solar filter in your hand and you look up at a bright sun, just hold on a second. If you look up on a bright sunny day and you have a solar filter in your hand, and you don't look through the solar filter, like you just have it at arm's length, like a welder's lens. You look up at the sun. The sun is this blazing, huge image, and then if you slide the solar filter, between your eye and the sun, all of a sudden the sun is like this tiny little pea-sized disk, and it's just amazing the difference in apparent size between the glare-filled sun and the sun with a solar filter.
Well,
So
I don't even know if that really speaks for your heliocentric perception. And on the other hand, if you use certain, like I've seen that video, but if you use other solar filters, you have a disk that is the same size, equivalent to a full moon. So again, I don't know what kind of lenses this guy used. If the lenses themselves shrinked the outcome of it. Who knows, man?
Where the thing is, anybody could post like a meme, like there's lots of flat earth memes, there's lots of globe earth memes. And anybody could, switch lenses or use a different, magnification or whatever. And one of the things that I do on my YouTube channel is I'm always encouraging people to make careful observations on their own. So, calibrate your lenses, take very, very careful observations, have everything be standardized. And then you could determine if the moon or the sun is, increasing in visual size during the day or during the night. You could do a lot of things on your own, in your own backyard. That's really the point of my channel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really trust anyone else's, evidence, especially if it's like, a bunch of different pictures and they're put next to each other and they're like, oh, the moon's getting bigger. And it's like, it's not even like there's no trees in the first image. And then there's trees in the second image and they're saying the moon's getting bigger. And it's like, no, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever looked into the fundamental roots of the heliocentric doctrine?
I wouldn't call it a doctrine. I would call it an evolution of what we observe with our with our eyes and also in our instruments.
Have you looked into the background of the people who have, let's say, fundamentally introduced that revolution and firmly reaffirmed it within the minds of the people?
Yeah, Well, if you're talking about the scientists and astronomers who through centuries of observation have taken us from, very approximate observations to more precise observations to incredibly precise observations. Yes, it is a history, but it's not that somebody is like some high priest of heliocentrism and he's convincing the world of a lie. You could determine if it was a lie with your own camera in your own backyard.
Well, I highly recommend for you to watch the documentary created that is called Heliosorcery. It really goes
Heliosorcery.
Yeah, Heliosorcery on YouTube. It's a very good documentary that goes into the very roots of the heliocentric doctrine, even into the day and age of this time.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's a fascinating story, and there have been controversies. There have been people who have said, oh, the Earth is the center of the solar system, and other people said, no, the sun is the center of the solar system. And some people said orbits are all circular, and then other people said no, orbits are ellipses. And there's a lot of back and forth, but with more and more precise measurements, science goes by leaps and bounds. But one of the points that I want to make to you is that you could actually measure a whole lot of this stuff with just a standard consumer camera, a tripod, maybe a solar filter, and you could do all this stuff in your own backyard. For example, does the sun increase in size during the day? From sunrise to solar noon to sunset, you could literally take pictures of the sun with a solar filter. And what you'll find is that the sun is the exact same angular size the whole day, which kind of indicates that it is not circling above a flat Earth. Because if it's circling above a flat Earth, it's got to get closer to an observer and then further away from an observer if they're not at the North Pole. Little things like that.
So but that's just going off assumptions. You're basing an assumption on what the sun might be over a planar Earth, and then making some leap about how it then disproves the Earth based on that assumption.
Well, what would be the alternative assumption? That the sun doesn't actually exist? That the sun, conveniently appears to be the same size no matter how far away it is?
Well, yeah, there's lenses on Earth that when you move something further and closer, it doesn't change in angular size.
Have evidence of that? Because I've never heard of such a lens.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
They showed it on Globus. Iru Landucci showed it on Globusters years ago. And yeah, it absolutely doesn't change size. So if the atmosphere functions as a lens, I mean, that's just one thing. There's many, many possibilities. I mean, the sun could be an electromagnetic phenomenon and not be a ball or a physical object. And therefore, it could have its own way of functioning. So just to assume that it's a big, ball above a sphere I'm just saying it's an assumption to then try to disprove something based on that, based on the sky.
But if you have like a more advanced solar filter, and I don't because they're very, very expensive, but the only solar filters I have are like welder's goggles or I've got solar film where it was just purely designed to cut down the amount of the photons. If you have some more advanced solar filters, like a hydrogen alpha filter, you can actually see the granularity of the surface of the sun. You could see sunspots. You could see the distortion around sunspots. If you take imagery over a period of time, you could literally see the rotation of the ball that is the sun. I cannot see it because I don't have the expensive filters. There are a lot of amateurs and people on YouTube and people on with websites, whatever. You could do a lot with a hydrogen alpha filter, and you will just by careful observation, you will definitely see it looks a whole lot like a ball that is rotating. I think it's rotating on its axis once every 2 weeks or so. I mean, you can see the sunspots rotate into view and then rotate out of view, and it really definitely looks like a spherical object. Now, maybe it's not a spherical object, but it's doing a whole lot of a simulation of being a spherical object. Same thing with the moon. The moon does appear to be a spherical object. With all the illumination of the craters.
To get in, but I do have a GIF made of 2 images that I took showing rotation of the sun. I can post it in Livestream.
Oh, this is Professor Clay, right?
No.
Like Go French Cat. You're the one that noticed the Venus.
Yes,
being
the moon. Yes. That the Venus was inverted. I'm sorry. Are you in the text chat? Is that?
So
yeah, I'm sending it right.
Okay.
And you can actually see the samples with just the solar film because that's what I'm using.
Oh yeah, that's fascinating.
I'm not sure if it's aligned properly because it might be a bit off because I just aligned two images in Photoshop and made a GIF out of it. But
Yeah.
it shows that those two are rotating clearly.
I just learned the other day that the sun's north-south axis is at a 7-degree angle. I always just assumed it was aligned with the solar system, but apparently it's at a 7-degree angle with respect to the solar system.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Never knew that.
So due to the circuit that it makes, there could also be a possibility that we can't pull away, that it's just, might be circling it might be changing that because due to your perspective viewing the sun, right? I mean, I see the dots slightly moving on it, right? But that doesn't
this
that
was
doesn't
just
mean
taken
that
over course of 2 days. I didn't take a time lapse over a month because it's pretty cloudy often here. I would take a time lapse over a month showing clear rotation with like 30 images or so. But this was just 2 images showing rotation in 2 days.
I
That's not much.
understand. I understand, but just in a sense, let's be objective here and say that there's a lot to make sure of that it could not be explained through a different reason, right?
I mean, it was taken on the same location in almost the same hour, and every day I can see that the sunspots change in shape, size. There are even new ones.
Well, I've given you a reason of why this could be the case due to your perspective and observation, right?
But the perspective observation was the same. The place that I took it from was the same. Over course of 2 days, I just took 2 photos from the same place, which was my balcony. So it really wasn't that I drew half a country to take a picture of the sun and just made it.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I'm just saying we personally, okay, as human beings, we don't 100% know. Neither does that I know as a geocentric person or true earther that what the sun is actually doing or what it is in itself as the life giver for many things, so to say. I mean, essentially, the Most High who created all things is the giver of life, but He has created that great light that makes amazing things happen, not only with us but also plants and with the earth that we live upon itself. I'm just saying, in general, I don't know what that light is capable of or does normally. So in general, what I'm just trying to say is that I also appreciate the observations you do. That's good, and I also appreciate the good conversation I had, especially also with Charles. And I also agree, Charles, with the things you mentioned. We can do certain observations, and it's actually important to do so. And I think it's a good thing that you do it. But for me, when I have, I come from the heliocentric worldview, right? And I have loved many things about it. But when I have dig deep into the roots of it, and the very people that are behind it, and the many times it's the people who claim to be in that space, literally that part that we haven't been to yet as normal folks, the inconsistencies within their own statements, and also their background as human beings. The very foundation. If something, you wouldn't go. Let's give it a metaphor. I wouldn't go, and to close it up, I wouldn't go into a house that maybe from the outside is painted beautifully and looks very good, but as soon as you step in, you see that the ground is moldy. You see holes in it. You see that the foundation is literally rotten through. I wouldn't take any step in that house anymore. I would just run away and say, that's it, man. That house has no foundation. There's no reason to actually live in there or do anything with it anymore. And that's kind of how I'm trying to simplify the very complicated dots and things I have observed throughout researching the very roots, or going back to the roots of the so-called foundation of heliocentric doctrine. Okay, so I hope you can understand my view on that.
But what if you go running out of that house straight into the one on the exact opposite side of the street, and it's just as worse, right? Do you
Well,
stay
it could
there?
be, man. Well, it could be. It could be that I'm definitely wrong with many things I claim to think are true. But in general, as long as I have the most simplistic things within the very reality that I live upon or live in, I'm okay with that. You know, like I said, I don't look at myself as a much sophisticated man. You know, in a very sophisticated time we live in, people might be saying that it's unsophisticated to pray or believe in a father or any other being that created us. You know, but you know, even though we live in these times where where we call it modern times, where people might be doing the opposite or other things, doesn't mean that, you know, my foundation is the rotten one. You know, right? So again, but I'm not inserting and saying that I am the arbiter of truth, or I am the truth, or whatnot, right? I wouldn't do that. And maybe I'm guilty still in the past of sometimes being theoretical with my beliefs and things I say. But still, as you can see, I'm just trying to make to be peaceful here and appreciate both sides. We are all human beings at the end of the day, and I really want to highlight that. You know, that's all. I really like you guys. That's just what I'm trying to say. I like everyone who's in here, no matter what you think and so forth. Everyone has the same equal rights to spread the information that whatever it might be, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else.
And Professor Clay, I really appreciate your frank and sort of open and questioning nature, because that really is the best way to be, is to not take, you know, anything that people say at face value. You know, be like, oh well, the authorities say this, and therefore I'm going to believe that. And it's, you know, you should always be able to question things and, you know, come up with ways of investigating things on your own. And I don't know if you're familiar with my channel, but the whole point of my Flat Earth Math YouTube channel is to get people to get outside with cameras, or you don't even need a telescope. Actually, I don't even reference telescopes, but you could do a lot of observations on your own with cameras or solar filters, or even things like a protractor with a hanging thread, so you can kind of measure angles of elevations of things, and you really can figure out a lot. Because it seems like there's a lot of statements made by flat earthers, and it's like not really supported by evidence. Whereas, you know, I think that heliocentrism is, you know, it's consistent with what we observe. But I don't want to shove heliocentrism down anyone's throat. I tell people, you know, don't believe me, go outside and make your own measurements. And if the measurements and observations are consistently on one side, and then, like, you know, the other side has to keep coming up with more and more elaborate explanations for why what you see is not what reality, you know, is, then you know, it seems that's more a problem for one side than the other.
Dude, you explain things as if you're a flat earther. The way you explain things, it sounds like you are doing everything that we do, but you're coming to the other conclusion. It's bizarre. I've never heard a Glober talk how you do. And
yeah,
so
he's trying to sell his channel. That's why.
Well, it's like you call yourself. Yeah, well, I was gonna say, you call yourself Flat Earth, and then you're still
Flat Earth Math.
You're obviously still seeking something, being involved in the discussions and thinking about all this. So it
I'm
doesn't
actually a school
seem to
teacher.
be like you're, you know, it doesn't seem like it's concluded for you.
No, it absolutely is concluded. I've 100% thoroughly concluded the shape of the Earth for no other reason than based on my own explorations, and also the predictions. That was the thing I was hinting at earlier, is the ability to make difficult predictions. But I'm actually a school teacher by trade. I'm a math teacher. I've taught geometry.
My bad. Of course, you can make predictions when the model is made from the observations we see.
To meet the predictions, right?
So
Obvious.
let me let me give you my best prediction, my most favorite prediction, and I did not use any outside help on this. I wanted to know the path of shadows for like a simple sundial, like stick a toothpick in a pizza box kind of thing. Simple sundial. What would be the path of the shadows on the date of the equinox? And the thing is, going into this prediction, I'd seen YouTube videos where the shadows are always tracing this curved path. Look up in the sky, and the sun appears to trace a curved path. And so my assumption was that it would be a curved path. I ran the numbers and I ran the geometry, and the geometry said that the path of the shadows on the date of the equinox would be a ruler straight line traveling exactly west to east. This didn't make any sense, so I literally balled up my paper, threw it out, and I was like, let me do this again. Let me run the analysis again. And I did the analysis again. Again, just using Euclidean geometry. And again, it said, path of the shadows will be west to east, a ruler straight line, right across the base of your sundial. So I went out, I was like, all right, this doesn't make any sense, all right? And so I went out the next equinox, recorded the shadows, and I discovered that they were ruler straight, west to east, throughout the whole day. And that literally doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth. Flat Earth says it would be a semicircular pattern of shadows.
No.
So the fact that it would make a difficult prediction.
You don't know about flat Earth. You can't say how things would work on a flat Earth or why it wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth.
So, Salty Sergeant, I don't know if you're aware of this about me, but I've been studying flat Earth since March of 2008. Since before Flat Earth was even on the internet. Literally, I started studying it before Eric Dubé got in, before Mark Sargent got in. I was talking and discussing with Flat Earth about Flat Earth topics on message boards. It was text-based message boards. So it was very, very few very few photos and no videos to speak of. And it was been quite a ride to see how the vocabulary has changed in 15 years. But no, I am extremely well versed in just about any maker model of flat Earth.
Have you studied your model with the same scrutiny?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And when people say that there's contradictions...
No, he said he held a ball in his hand and shone light on it, and that must be how the sun interacts with the moon. He did it a couple times. That must be the way.
That was one example of many.
Right. That was one example of the depth of level that you're going to test these things.
Oh my goodness, you have no idea of the stuff I've done. No clue whatsoever. But that's all right. It's okay. It's a free country.
The only things you mentioned are the sky. The only things you mentioned are the sky. You haven't mentioned anything about the Earth. We're talking about the Earth, the shape of the Earth. I mean, the sky the globe was made from the sky. So, but anyways, go ahead, Regis. I'm not trying to take it into something different.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you really searched and researched and looked over heliocentrism and the history of it, and geocentrism and the history of that, you would clearly see that all the evidence points to geocentrism. Ignore flat Earth for a moment, because I don't expect you to, with the background you have, to even entertain the idea. But just going off of you claiming that you research things and you've been in this for this long and that and all, if you really looked at the history of heliocentrism and what happened along the way and the bouncing back and forth between geocentrism and heliocentrism and all that, you would easily see that the evidence makes way more sense with geocentrism. It's not even close.
And I don't know if I should refer to you as Regis. When you say geocentrism, do you mean globe Earth geocentrism? Because that's the way everybody else means it throughout the history books. Okay, so globe Earth geocentrism, the Earth being the center of the solar system. But the thing is, then you have to have epicycles. And first off, I really appreciate your approach. I appreciate what you've said. Then the thing is, epicycles make no sense. If you see the retrograde motion of the planets, I mean, it literally it's like
the same.
Yeah, the Neo-Tychonian system proves it.
The Neo-Tychonic model is literally exactly the same, and it's more accurate.
I mean, it's
matter issues.
It's exactly the same, but with this weird phenomenon where all these planets and everything seems to be wiggling around in the sky relative to where the sun is. For some reason, the Earth is at the center. But then if you just click on, there's computer animations of this.
It's a geocentric Earth even today.
kinematically the same, dude.
Oh yeah, kinematically, absolutely.
And
but the thing is,
dynamic.
there's going to be these weird motions that are completely unexplained. Like gravity can't explain it, orbits can't explain it.
Kinematically equivalent means the motions relative to each other are the same. Both
Absolutely,
models.
I agree with you.
So
I agree with you.
taking
However,
what and looking at it and saying it looks weird.
The big no. The thing is, with a geocentric model, now you've got the sun is orbiting the Earth. Then all these other things, they all appear to be orbiting the sun, which is orbiting the Earth. Do you see what I'm saying? I totally get what you're saying about kinematically. However, the motions don't make sense. It looks like every planet is moving relative to the sun.
That's right.
So if you just click over on the sun, make the sun the center of the system, now all of a sudden everything makes sense. Everything is traveling in an elliptical orbit around the sun.
The only reason Copernicus did that was to make the math more simple, and not a lot of people realize that. That's what I mean. Like, if you would have went back and researched this, the reason he even did that was to make the math more simple. Yet it wasn't even close to as accurate as Ptolemy's model. Not until Kepler came along.
And in the geocentric model, you don't have to invoke dark matter, dark energy like you do in your heliocentric model.
I've never invoked dark matter or dark energy. I'm just talking about the solar system. I don't know what happens going on at the galactic level or the intergalactic level. But just in the solar
all part
system,
of your model, dude.
Yeah, dude.
It's not part of my model.
It's not part of heliocentrism.
So
we got 1% of the mass needed for the galaxy rotation to be the speed they are.
I don't have anything to say about what PhDs in astrophysics argue about. So just talking about the solar system.
But you admit that that's a big problem with the model, right?
Can
I
I
do
clarify
not
something?
admit any of that because I'm not even sticking my toe in the water.
Okay.
Here's my
I mean,
approach.
if you're not going to acknowledge it, at least I'm not going to keep talking. You're not being honest.
The thing is, here's a question for you. Would you admit that PhDs in astrophysics are currently arguing over dark matter and dark energy? And if the answer is yes, then I'm not going to stick my toe in that water. Okay.
I was going to mention with you were talking about retrograde and all of that. I mean, nothing is necessarily wiggling or going backwards. And nothing necessarily is orbiting a sun either. So from the ground, like just from the ground observation, whatever you think the Earth is, in this case, doesn't even matter for the case. Just when you look up in the sky, there's 3 bands in the sky: the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, the Tropic of Capricorn. The sun, the moon, and all of the what you guys call the planets or the wandering stars, the luminaries, etc. Those all, meaning Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, etc., along with the sun and the moon, are all moving between those bands, like cars in a racetrack. They're moving between those bands. The sun does it once a year. The moon does it once a month. Mars does it once every 2 years. The orbits, as they call them in the heliocentric model, is how long it takes for them to move between those bands. Now, Mercury and Venus do stay close to the sun, meaning Mercury only gets about 21 degrees from the sun at its furthest, and Venus about 45 degrees. So those two, they go in like ahead of, like cars in a racetrack. Venus will go faster than the sun, meaning as the days pass, it will slowly make ahead. It'll make ahead progress ahead of the sun. It will go retrograde, and it's not moving backwards. What it does is it slows down. All it is doing is slowing down. It's still making a rotation around the Earth, like the race cars every day going around the track. It's just that Venus will go a little slower, and it'll then go back to where the sun is, and then it'll go behind the sun because it's going slower, and then it will pick up speed again. So Mercury and Venus do kind of pulsate, if you want to say, like cars in a racetrack, in front and behind the sun. All of the other ones don't do that. The rest of them, Mars, Jupiter, they all just make their own circuits. So in terms of like a geocentric and even on a planar Earth, you don't even need epicycles at all. Epicycles are a psyop as far as I'm concerned. You don't need epicycles. Epicycles were never needed. It's never required whatsoever for retrograde motion. It's as simple as the 3 bands in the sky. They're all race cars on a racetrack, and they're moving around. And that is what we observe from Earth. Whatever model you want to apply to it, that's fine. But they are literally just changing speed very slightly, and they're moving between those 2 bands throughout their cycles.
But you just contradicted yourself when you're talking about the Venus orbiting. Well, you didn't say orbiting the sun. You said it's orbiting the Earth, but it's going in front of the sun or behind the sun. Venus is traveling relative to our viewpoint, far, far faster when it's on the far side of the sun, much, much slower when it's on the near side of the sun, which that means, Venus has to be speeding up like 3 or 4 times as fast when it's on the far side of the sun versus on the near side of the sun. Like, that literally makes no sense. There's no physics that explains how Venus is speeding up and slowing down on its own. Then you just switch to a heliocentric model, and all of a sudden it's just an elliptical orbit. And then Kepler's done all the math, done all the physics.
Where are you getting that? Okay, the speed difference I was referring to in terms of retrograde motion is very, very minimal. It's a teeny tiny little bit, and it's so minimal that it takes weeks and weeks for it to slowly. Like, if you have 2 cars going down, they're both going 55 miles an hour down the highway, and one of them goes 55.5 miles an hour. So it's going just a teensy bit. It's going to slowly go ahead of the other car, be ahead of it. And then at some point, if that car slows down and starts going 54.5 miles an hour, then it's going to go back. It's gonna end up going the same speed as the moon, as the sun, and so on. That's what I'm referring to. What are you referring to? These other speeds? Because those are not what we observe. What we observe is what I just described.
Right. So what you were saying is that the speed that Venus is taking when it's on the far side of the sun, you said it was slower, but it has to be faster because it is catching up to the sun and then overtaking the sun. And then Venus is coming around in front of the sun, and then it's slowing down again, which doesn't it doesn't make sense. What does make perfect sense.
Okay, I didn't say those things.
Yeah, but what does make sense though is that just makes the sun the center of the solar system. And then all the orbits make perfect sense. Now everything is orbiting.
Well, you didn't know to stop arguing with yourself. The man just said that's not what he said, and you just kept going like it is. And then you said it didn't make sense, even though you made it up to not make sense.
All I'm saying is that, if gravity is a thing, then everything orbiting the sun makes perfect sense. In fact, even our moon is orbiting the sun. It just wobbles a little bit because of the Earth.
Outer space as a concept doesn't make sense.
How so?
Well, hold on. If we're going to move to another topic, we can. But let me just finish on this real quick.
Sure.
I'm just saying that you were saying when it's in front of or behind the sun, and you were applying a heliocentric model to that. What I'm talking about is just humans standing on the Earth, looking up and being like, "Oh, where's Venus? Where's the sun?" That's what I'm talking about on that basic level. Okay. And the way I described it, they're like in like race cars in a racetrack, moving between those bands. And like I said, Venus does. It's like it pulsates. Like if 2 cars on the highway, Venus goes a little faster, so it goes a little bit ahead of the sun. It then slows down very minimally throughout weeks and weeks, and then it'll be going the same speed as the sun, and then it's going slower, so it goes a little bit behind the sun. Once it gets about that 45 degrees maximum, it then picks up speed and goes the same speed as the sun. So it's just that very minor difference, and there's nothing about heliocentrism that's required for that. There's also nothing that proves that it's orbiting around the sun. It's just moving from the ground, looking up at it. It's just moving, like I said, a little bit if you want to call it in front of or behind. Sort of like if you have an hour hand and a minute hand on a clock, and if the hour hand goes kind of in front of the minute hand goes in front of the hour hand, and then you can moves back and it moves behind the hour hand, just pulsating in that 45 degrees range. That's what we observe. So there isn't anything that's needed in heliocentrism to describe that. It can be described over a planar Earth with those just mapping the exact coordinates as I'm describing as they move through the zodiac. And Mercury and Venus are the only ones that kind of pulsate in front of and behind the sun, if you want to call it that. All the other ones are just doing their own racetrack paths.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. But believe me, I do. The thing is, there's no physics behind retrograde motion. There's literally no physics. It just does it because it does it.
It changes. But what we observe is that they're changing speed. That's what we actually observe.
Right. But there's no physics behind it.
What do you mean there's no physics?
Meaning what do you mean there's no physics? There's no explanatory clause that makes any kind of sense for retrograde motion. It just does what it does. Meanwhile, if you place the sun at the center of the solar system, and then you use Keplerian laws of planetary motion, literally that explains 100% of what we see. It explains retrograde motion. It explains the seasons. It explains the whole Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer. I mean, like literally everything is explained. Even the motion of the planets, the Jovian moons, 4 Jovian moons that you could see from Jupiter, or of Jupiter with a prosumer camera. Everything is explained with a heliocentric model and Kepler's laws. But meanwhile, if you have a flat Earth model or a geocentric model, then none of that motion makes sense.
Well, I don't agree. You might want to say it makes sense to you because
that's because it doesn't exist.
The thing is, it's the whole. It's what is it? Occam's razor. On the one hand, you have this incredibly complicated system that has no laws governing it. It just is what it is. And on the other hand, you have the sun at the center of the solar system and gravity, and that's all you need.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there explains everything.
Probably the most gross misunderstanding of a flat Earth I've ever heard in my life.
I was kind of conflating flat Earth.
Let's show that. Let's run it, okay? Here we go. I'll go. Okay, listen. We'll go through the idea and the motions of it. Let's see who has to do more mental backflips. I suppose that I put forth that the Earth is stationary, non-rotating, and has some sort of physical barrier. Okay? Why can't we feel the motion of the Earth?
Don't feel the motion of a 500-mile-per-hour jetliner either when it's at cruise level.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. You feel every bump on it.
I don't. You feel 500 miles an hour.
All you want. You feel every single bump in motion in that thing. When the plane turns, you feel it. When it's in motion, you feel it.
Because it's changing its speed. That's called acceleration.
I'm not talking about when it's turning.
You mean like a planet that's on an elliptical orbit?
You're at cruising altitude, 30,000 feet, zero turbulence. You do not feel 500 miles an hour.
Sure, you're also on the inside of the sealed container, not on the outside of the plane. Do you think that you wouldn't feel it on the outside of it?
Well, now you're talking about a 500-mile-per-hour wind blowing through your hair. Okay, so yeah, I've been through these arguments so many times.
Well, good for you, man.
Feel motion. We can
see
only feel acceleration.
You or me?
Oh my goodness!
Just the thought on this I'd like to share, if that's okay.
Yeah. If you guys want to stay on this topic, you can. I wanted to say just briefly. We don't necessarily have to go back to it, but I would just say, Charles, that just real quick on the last topic with Venus, with the orbits and all that. I just want to say that there are geometric transforms that you can use, in various different geometric systems. Meaning, you can take a planar Earth with the sky moving, like the sun, moon, and stars that are, or the sun, moon, and the planets that are moving between those bands of the tropics. You can take that and invert it into a heliocentric. You can put the sun at the center. You can put Mercury at the center. You could do all kinds of different transforms. And just because those line up geometrically doesn't mean that it's actually true. And just because there's theories and laws and ideas that individuals have put forth that seem to line up with that geometric transform doesn't mean that it is the truth. So I wanted to say that. And then secondly, you were saying there's no laws, there's nothing that governs it. I wouldn't agree. Maybe there's none that you've heard of or none that you are aware of, but that isn't necessarily the case. And to go deeper into that would be that entire topic. And these guys seem to want to go to another topic. That's cool. Maybe we could go in depth on that another time or something. But
right. Thanks, Gio. I appreciate that.
What I wanted to add was that if I was to consider a time when the heliocentric globe model didn't exist to explain our experience here either, then any model that we wish to develop is going to require a lot of effort and input for us to, build it up. And so the heliocentric model is the model that's received the most attention and therefore has the most information backing it up. If it had been a different model, like say the flat Earth model, then it would be the one that would have all the predictions and ideas and stories backing it up. But it's not. What I'm of the opinion of is that we could pretty much make up a story for anything, and if we all put our effort into backing it up and working upon it, then we could make another model as strong in its arguments as another model. We could do it for. We could just do it for argument's sake, as an interesting experiment to see can we make another model as accurate as this model, but we don't tend to do that.
what's interesting to think about is that if that was the case, and then if heliocentrism was proposed later after that other one was in place, it probably would be impossible to convince people of it.
Yeah, I disagree. Is your name Adam? Adam the
Yes.
Wizard? Okay, so I disagree with, and again, I keep coming back to prediction, because the whole part about science is like, making observations, coming up with a model that, see if you can have the model explain observations, and then you're going to make further observations. You make predictions about observations you haven't made yet, like I did with my equinox shadows. I'd never done it. I'd never done research on it. I just made a prediction based on geometry, and that prediction came true. And I've since made other predictions, of other things that I haven't mentioned here. But you can't just like make a prediction, say like, oh, this is my model. I'm just gonna say, well, therefore, all my predictions are going to come true. Well, then those aren't really predictions then. So I think whether predictions come true or not is really going to be correlated with your understanding of your model, or your understanding of where we live. And there are also bad tests. No, you can do a bad test. But the prediction, I think, is very, very important. That's why I think a lot of flat earthers really discount predictions, because it's really hard to make them.
What is your name? Flat
No,
Earth
it's not. There was a whole system of predictions prior to the globe ever existing, and they worked out just fine.
Yeah, that's the point.
I mean,
and if
other
we
than
gave
like
our
lunar eclipses,
efforts and energies and attention to developing and cultivating the predictions based off a different model, I'm of the opinion that it's not about making in science. It hasn't been so much as about making predictions based off the most accurate perception of a model. It's been about how we can make the ideas and theories behind the predictions fit the model the best.
yeah, I get that. It's just that like a true prediction, especially when I say a prediction, I really mean like a hard prediction, not like we're going to have a lunar eclipse every 6 months. That's just a pattern. Now, is it 6 months since the last lunar eclipse? Okay, we're due for another lunar eclipse. Like that's not really a hard prediction. A hard prediction might be that the 32-mile wide path of the solar eclipse's totality is going to pass through South Carolina. So I drove down there with my family. I guess it was 2017, and we were in the path of totality, and we because it had been predicted based on heliocentric geometry.
That's a really good example of what I'm saying. Actually, like it's just
it was based on flat Earth geometry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What about flat Earth geometry?
Eclipses just going at 18-year cycle.
Heliocentric model geometry is based off of flat Earth geometry.
It actually isn't. The flat Earth geometry literally makes no sense.
You wouldn't even know any of that.
Well, based on all of my observations and careful, calibrated observations, not just taking photos, but like literally measuring things. Everything points to heliocentrism.
What is your job in the school? What subject do you teach?
I'm a math teacher, and I have taught high school geometry.
Yeah. And high school geometry.
Yes.
And now you have a YouTube channel selling people the globe. And we're supposed to believe that you have an unbiased opinion.
I'm actually not selling the globe. What I'm selling on my YouTube channel is getting people to go outside and make careful observations. I don't know. Apparently, you're not familiar with my channel. Because if you go to my channel... Of course not. So you're going to talk about my channel while saying, of course not, you haven't gone to it. All right. So that speaks volumes right there. But if you go to my channel, you'll find that a good portion of my
your ego. You think I heard of you?
Without the interruption, a good part of my explorations are DIY, get outside, make careful observations, and then draw your own conclusions.
But you're also telling people what to conclude themselves with is what they're going to see. Which is exactly, again, these observations originally came from flat Earth observations.
So that's not what I say in my videos.
And the point that I was making,
what I have concluded in my
that's what you just said earlier in the conversation.
My goodness.
It depends on how well one is able to reason the observations that they make. Like if I make the observation that a thing is occurring because of something, like whatever hypothetical, and then I put all of my power towards developing the reason behind that to assert that whatever hypothetical is that I've made up is true. I feel like I can use science, and I can like develop theories, algorithms to prove that quite easily. It depends on what assumption I make rather than.
The biggest assumption that is made typically, if you're talking about taking measurements and observations to the sky, is you make an assumption about a celestial sphere, but then most people will say that there's a celestial sphere, but that sphere has no specified radius, and they treat the stars as infinitely far away, but assume that it is a sphere around you.
It appears
So
to be
literally it's literally a hijacking of the way that we see, meaning we see in an arc of vision, an azimuthal grid of vision, basically a hemispherical type way that we see, and then equating that hemispherical type vision, or the sphere or hemisphere of our vision, and placing that below our feet, because you don't take it into account optically.
That's a really good point. Like if we were to come together and we were to make the assumption that what you've said is true, and really go to the umpteenth degree to see if we can prove that azimuthal grid is in some way the cause of the way that we're perceiving things, I'm sure we could develop the theory well enough to be able to say, okay, this is viable.
So
well, I'm sure this gentleman understands that when he talks about the predictions only being on a heliocentric model, I'm sure you understand that there is no way to say that any observations or predictions that you claim are from the Earth towards the sky to conclude that that's only a heliocentric model, when you can absolutely have all of those with the geocentric model.
And we did before the heliocentric model was ever even made in history.
All right, you guys, let's give him a chance to respond, guys, please.
Okay, so that was definitely a fair objection, Napalm. My predictions definitely would work with a geocentric globe Earth, right? So really, the point of my channel is globe versus flat. But the observations do not prove heliocentrism versus geocentric globe Earth. So that's a very fair criticism.
Well, Flat Earth Math, you brought up, sorry to interrupt, real quick. You brought up the eclipses and going down to South Carolina, but the eclipse cycle, the Saros cycle, has been around since the 11th century. So you can't really say that you're making predictions with your model when that's been known way before it.
It was already pre-established before the model existed. Exactly.
The Saros cycle could not predict a 32-mile wide eclipse path through South Carolina. It could definitely predict the date of the eclipse. Absolutely. The Saros cycle could do that. It could probably even predict that it was going to hit, the United States. It absolutely could not predict the Saros cycle. Could not predict the 32-mile wide path of the eclipse. So
has been made from the observations in the sky, though. Like, you keep talking about prediction, but it's post-diction, dude.
Well, we know the X, Y, and Z component of the sun, moon, and stars, and their trajectories, and their velocities to a very, very precise amount, and that's why we could predict these eclipses so accurately. Not just the date of the eclipse, but the exact geometry of the path of the eclipse.
There's no other way to do it without heliocentrism.
Well, I'm not going to say there's no other way. I will say that it definitely discounts certain other geometries. Like, it definitely discounts flat Earth. Solar eclipses are literally impossible above a flat Earth or below a flat Earth.
No, it's not. It's only given the principles that you're relying on, that these things are physically away from us and that outer space is an actual thing. That's why I know you don't know anything about the flat Earth model. It seems like you're lying about knowing so much about the flat Earth model because you don't know the base principles of it. Saying that these things can't happen on it and then not backing it up at all with any sort of evidence is exactly what I'm talking about. The best evidence that you've said is saying that there is no evidence when there clearly is. And there's been multiple postulations on why these things can happen.
You're saying things aren't possible on our model, but you're using info from your model to say it. You're using the size and the distance of the sun to then put onto our flat Earth model and say it's not possible. You're using what?
When those distances don't exist in our model.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Who wants a shot at flat Earth math? Because you guys are going back and forth. Now he's not really having a chance to respond. So who wants a shot with flat Earth math?
Well, it doesn't have to be a shot.
We're trying to talk openly as well. You got your chance. Everybody got their chance. We're just challenging what he's talking about.
All right. Okay, go ahead then.
Well, let's just try not to interrupt. Let everyone fully speak, and if people are wanting to go with Charles a little bit, we just have to remember to give him a chance to respond to each thing. So, like, if 5 people say something, it's gonna be hard for him to respond. So, just try to do one point at a time. But yeah, go ahead, Charles.
This is a great venue. I really appreciate the conversation and I appreciate the civility. What I was meaning about the solar eclipses is that in the best version of the flat Earth model that I know, they actually say that the sun and the moon are above the plane of the Earth and they're rotating approximately around the North Pole. The thing is, you can't get the sun and the moon to align and produce a 32-mile wide shadow plus a 1,000-mile wide penumbra. I actually modeled the whole thing in GeoGebra. You can kind of drag the sun and the moon around and produce, penumbra and umbra. And it just, the geometry literally does not work on a flat Earth.
Given the explanations that you're using, which is the sun is 400 miles away, and that it's a physical, tangible ball of fire in oxygenless space.
I think a better argument is to say that maybe it's best not to make the assumption that it can't be done, Charles, before people have had an opportunity to go to the umpteenth degree to prove what it is that you're saying. Like, if you're making this assertion, I think it would be better to put it towards the flat Earth community and say, here is something that I think would be difficult to prove on a flat Earth model. Do your best to try to prove this particular thing. Come back when you've got something reasonable, and let's look at that and observe that, or let's look at that and analyze that and see if these ideas behind whatever it is that you're putting forward can accurately describe the phenomena on the flat Earth model, and talk about the points why or why not. But just to say straight up that it can't be done because the predictions on the model that you believe in are very accurate isn't really a strong argument.
Can I say something real quick?
I get what you're saying. Can I just respond really quickly? What I found with the flat Earth model time and time again is that the explanation for phenomenon A breaks the explanation for phenomenon B. And so, if you want to establish...
Can you give an example of that?
Did you not hear me say I was going to take a second, bud? So,
sure.
You say that flat Earth model, you have an explanation for A, but you don't have an explanation for B. So when you say you're trying all these things out, what is this alleged flat Earth model that you're using? Can you describe it to us before you just make a blanket straw man that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth? I've already tried it. What have you tried that doesn't work?
Okay. So the flat Earth model, we'll just go with the most popular flat Earth model by far.
Popular based on what?
Based on the preponderance of flat Earth belief. Like I said, I've been studying this thing for 15 years. By far, I mean, like, there are some fringe theories out there that, like the Pac-Man model, that the sun literally teleports off the map and then teleports back.
You say the most popular. I've never. I don't know how many interactions you've had with actual real flat earthers, but I've never heard anybody propose an actual model. So when you say the most popular model, that's kind of interesting that you would say that.
Right. Of course.
Heard of
So-
Yeah, but
flat
he's
Earth.
yeah, but but
There
he's
is a
probably talking
dodge.
about the AE map. He's talking about a Gleason's AE map with the.
I didn't say that. There is a dodge that is to say that the model of flat Earth is not globe. That they're not going to actually make any statements. They're not going to make any kind of, factual or even hypotheses about anything at all other than not globe. And that's a dodge. We live in
dude,
reality.
that's incredible.
We live,
You have not studied this
the
as much as
ground
you
is
say.
solid beneath our feet. The ground is solid beneath our feet, and so to say that it's just not globe is a dodge.
So what is
the
the
most
model that
popular
you-
model,
that you
to answer
straw
your
man?
question, the
Yeah,
most
what is the
popular
straw man?
model is basically the pizza model. So the North Pole is in the center, the Antarctic ice wall is around the outside, and then the sun and the moon travel in a plane above the plane of the Earth, and then
At what
they travel in
distance?
circles. And that's basically it. And then there's maybe there's a dome,
basically it.
maybe there's a container.
Is this a pizza in space, Charles? Are you talking about a pizza floating in space with all
It
planets
doesn't
and
have to
kings?
float in space. It could be an infinite plane. That's another. So that's
So,
not part of.
so hold on.
part of it.
You say I got it, bud. So you say that you've put it to the test and it just doesn't work. The sun and the moon don't work. You can't get the
geometry.
shadow.
None of the geometry
So,
works.
so what are you claiming is the flat Earth model? How far away in your straw man flat Earth model is the sun or is the moon?
Pick a number, and it doesn't work. that's
Pick a
the
number
thing.
and it doesn't work.
That's the work. That's
Well,
literally.
hey, that's what
you
the
can literally
heliocentrics
pick
did.
any number you want, and it doesn't work.
So you can put them at infinity.
You're blatantly lying.
So the thing is, like I said, I'm a big geometry guy. I've taught geometry. I know Euclidean geometry backwards and forwards, and I'm willing to give flat earthers a pass on so you don't know the exact distance to the sun, pick a number and then try to run the numbers.
The best thing about this
geometry
is that
doesn't work out.
Do you think Stellarium can predict these things?
Stellarium is based on the heliocentric model, so Stellarium has a wonderful
think
visualization.
Do you think Stellarium can predict what you're talking about? It is off with a lot of things, but do you think it's pretty close?
I'd say it's pretty close. I mean, you could type in a date, and it'll probably be accurate, pretty accurate.
Yeah. Do you know how that model is set up?
It's the heliocentric model.
Nope.
The internals of Stellarium are the heliocentric model.
Nope. When you go to the actual view on any point on the Earth, it is laid out in an azimuthal grid of vision based on the observer, meaning that everything presents itself to that observer based in this hemispherical azimuthal grid, which everybody calls the celestial sphere, right?
How do you think?
So the modeling is. What do you mean it's incorrect?
Because the sky dome is not the celestial sphere. The sky dome is basically what we can see with clear horizons. Like, let's say you were out in the middle of the ocean, or out in the middle of a very flat plains of Kansas or something, and you had a bright sky, dark sky. You see a hemisphere. Okay, you see a hemisphere, 360 degrees of azimuth, 180 degrees overhead.
Yep,
that's not what we call the celestial sphere.
But that's what that is what Stellarium uses. And actually, Walter Bislin did,
because that's what we see in real life. That's what we see.
Walter Bislin did a model of this as well.
Yeah, he did that as a joke, right?
Yep.
The personal atmospheric dome.
Yep, and it works perfect, right?
It works perfect if you invoke magic.
No, not if you invoke magic. It's just if you don't. If you actually know the different explanations, or accept that there might be a different explanation behind the things that you're purporting to be impossible, that would be also a good explanation for it as well.
To not make the assumption that the certain things that you're asserting are already true. That's the. To me, it feels like all of this conversation would end up just being a moot point. If for the fact that it's like there's nothing that we could say to even if we did come up with a really good explanation, it still wouldn't be valid enough. Like there's no
there are certain
valid
things that are
point.
physically impossible. Like, for example, the southern celestial.
It's physically impossible.
Hold on,
Southern
please try
celestial
not to, hold on, please try not to interrupt. Let's let everyone finish.
I mean, the southern celestial pole, where, you know, like, it doesn't have to be a pole, it doesn't have to be a celestial, but it is a point in the sky. You can just point to it in the sky anywhere, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, South America. You could point due south, you could point to this point in the sky that all the stars rotate around. That literally doesn't make any sense under any maker model of flat Earth I've
Well,
ever
then
seen.
that
I mean,
that's
it
an
could make
issue
sense
in
under
your.
geocentric. It could be
Right,
a geocentric globe.
hang on, Charles.
Go ahead.
That's another assumption, is that it doesn't make sense. Like it, so it's like, and it's interesting because, like, I can see what you're saying, but there's the assumption that your model is more accurate, and that the way that it's being described within this community, you're not allowing it to make sense is more accurate. It's you think that that the way that it's been described, that it can make sense to other people if they're willing to accept that there's perhaps something different going on than what they've been told based off the model that you're claiming is accurate, is just not possible. It's just not accurate enough. It's just not. And so it's a completely moot point, because do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like you're fully assuming that it cannot be like that, because that cannot work, and so and that's based off your own, like, it's based off your own theory. So it's like your own theory automatically disproves.
I mean,
yeah, let me respond to that. So what?
No, not you. I want you to shut up and stop trying to interrupt him. I keep hearing you in the background going up, hip, and no one's telling.
All right, that's not helpful at all. Let's let Adam finish, and then Charles, if you were next.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's like your own theory automatically disproves anything else. So it's very, very, it's like the community that you're supporting has created theories to back itself up, and that makes it nearly impossible to present counter arguments of any kind. It's really, and the complexity behind the logic used to do that is very, very tricky, and makes it, I think, difficult for people that don't have that higher level. It's like a philosophical understanding, to be able to communicate with people that are firm believers in the science that they've learned and adopted, and I think it's just going to be a constant back and forward. It would require maybe a little bit of mental flexibility from somebody on your team to really work with people from the Flat Earth community to see if it is possible to prove things using a different story behind predictions. Thank you for allowing me to finish.
I'm sorry for attempting to interrupt so many times. I appreciate being called out on that. Thank you, Adam. I totally see where you're coming from. Like, philosophically, you know, I'm like this tough nut to crack, and I just make all these assumptions, and maybe what we need is to, like, bridge the gap and try to figure out where our assumptions lie. Very, very valid concept. The thing that really is a sticking point for me is that my model of the world, you know, it's a globe Earth orbiting the sun, the moon orbits us. Literally 100% of my observations conform to that. When I hear somebody like a flat earther say, you know, the Earth is more shaped like a pizza, and the sun and the moon are orbiting in a plane above the plane of the Earth, that, like, literally none of the observations comport to that. And so then you have to invoke things like bendy light, you know, that well, where the sun actually is not where we see it. So there's some sort of bendy light, some sort of phenomenon that we don't understand. I totally get that. But I actually made a little video about this, and it's called "Can Natural Distortion Simulate Reality?" Or I forget what I called it, but it was something like, if the Earth were actually flat, how come everything we see conforms to a globe Earth perfectly, like to the fraction of a degree? Like, that's a neat simulation. So it's it's
Would you
really
mind
just
if
the
I? Would you
preponderance
mind
of
if I
Again, you're just
evidence.
interject?
repeating yourself.
Yeah.
Well, in
Would you
terms of
mind if I
magic,
interject with these models?
It's not a globe because it doesn't make any sense because I haven't learned anything about a flat Earth.
Well, I've learned everything I can about the flat Earth, and
No, clearly you have not, sir. I'm sorry to
So-
interrupt you or whatever, and I don't mean to be insulting,
Sure.
but just from what you've talked to us about, it's very clear that you know very, very little about what flat earthers are saying, and you've probably watched a bunch of debunk videos and gotten familiar with what the debunk videos have said, and tried starting your own
No.
YouTube channel that you show to your students. That's what's
No.
probably most likely going on. Because you haven't given
So-
any valid reasons or any sort of flat earth principles to even show that you know what we're talking about.
So,
And I would
Salty
also,
Sergeant,
like to, Charles, could I just also add to that and say that I think that the reason behind why we would want to try to prove or to look at a flat Earth model needs to be different in your mind than whatever reason it seems to be that you're holding. And I would perhaps make the assertion that we don't need to try to do it to disprove the globe Earth model or to prove the flat Earth model. We need to do it purely out of the curiosity to see if it's possible to prove any model with a good enough argument, and to just work together in that way for the fun of it, to satisfy curiosity. To let's just see for the shits and giggles. let's see if we can prove a different idea. Let's see if we can utilize our combined powers of thought to see if we can prove even something completely ridiculous, just for the fun of it, just for shits and giggles. Let's see if we can do that. And I would make the claim. I make the claim that I think it's possible for us to do that if we work together, and that we don't need to do it to try to, for argument's sake, to try to disprove some people and make them wrong, or to prove another theory to make other people right, and to have an I told you so outcome. To just do it to see to test the extent and the power of our ability to think in general, and to see if we can prove any idea that we come up with.
Well, I did deal with celestial navigation, I could say.
yeah, that's it's almost like proposing a thought experiment and saying,
Sure.
hey, like, what if, what if we propose this idea, and then kind of running the scenario. I totally like that idea. So, and I apologize if I come off as being like an I told you so kind of guy. It's just that I really have tried very hard to study the flat Earth, like what flat Earth proponents come up with. For example, and I don't know if you guys agree with Mark Sargent, but I mean, I watched all, 12 hours of Flat Earth Clues. Eric Dubé's got, the 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. I went through that whole thing. I own a number of Flat Earth books, by Parallax and by, what's this guy, Carpenter. I for a time, until my kids destroyed it, I owned the Gleason's map. What else? There was a Ball Earth Skeptic Roundtable. It was done by John Laban and who else? David Weiss was on the panel, and that was something like 27 hours of Ball Earth Skeptic Roundtable. They're just talking, and I listened to every minute of that, striving to find something that was some kind of evidence for the flat Earth, and I came up with nothing. So so Salty Sergeant, I really have striven to learn everything I can about the model, and if you have some different idea that I haven't encountered, it's just that what I'm gonna reject is that everything is magic. Everything is magic,
Well, that's
and
not
then
the explanation to flat Earth principle is that everything's magic. No one ever said that.
Oh, but
no one in the flat Earth community has ever said it's all magic.
Okay, then let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. It's not that everything is magic, is that everything we see simulates heliocentrism, but it's really flat. That's what I call magic. Because literally every observation confirms heliocentrism.
You've got it backwards. If you'll remember, I just said this before you got into the room, that flat Earth was first. So you've got your parties muddled there, sir. Heliocentrism is the one that's mimicking flat Earth and all of flat Earth observations that were pre-established for many, many, many years prior to heliocentrism even existing or being an idea. So it's y'all that have reverse engineered flat Earth observations and made it into, coincidentally, the exact inverse of what those observations are.
So just a quick example, and I appreciate that flat Earth came first, heliocentrism came later. Okay, so I appreciate that. Just a quick example. You're standing in Sydney, Australia, and you watch the sunrise, and the sun is rising from the southeast. Let's say it's the Australian. What is it? It's December, so it's Australian summer. The sun is literally rising from the southeast, heading northward. And I just have a hard time any make and model of flat Earth where that observation makes any kind of sense.
Yeah,
Well, I would like to know something. You mentioned David Weiss.
Sorry.
I would like to know, when did you collect his bitcoins?
Yeah, his
Charles.
challenge is unwinnable. Aren't you familiar with MC Toon's breakdown of his challenge?
It's just like how you can't prove the Earth's moving around the sun, right? It's unwinnable. It's unfalsifiable.
Right.
Yeah, like the assumption we need to, we would have to, if we were to satisfy the conditions of the thought experiment that I proposed, we wouldn't be comparing the model that we're working on hypothetically against another model. We would just be looking at it to see if we could explain it via the theorized model. If we're always making a comparison and then saying that this model doesn't hold up against a different model, then it's going to be things will be rationalized away. So it needs to be completely open.
And then you use space exploration. So you've been to space?
No. I said space exploration is a thing. That's what I said.
That proves that space exploration proves that the Earth is whirling through space around the sun.
Well,
at 661 miles per second.
What is your favorite proof that the Earth is going around the sun?
Well, like I said, my observations could work fine on a geocentric globe Earth. So my specific observations are not geocentric globe versus heliocentric globe, but they are globe. The Earth cannot be flat according to the observations that one can make.
Well, let me ask you this: in terms of the sky, let me say one thing real quick. In terms of the sky, I was going to say this before. So, like on Stellarium, if you turn on the azimuthal grid option, it will show with a planar foundation a hemispherical dome of stars for any position on Earth. And you can do this in a real planetarium as well. You can have a massive planetarium with a huge dome above you, and you can be on a flat floor, and you can replicate any position on Earth. Like some of these more advanced planetariums, you can type in the coordinates, you type it in and boom, the huge LCD screen, and it shows the stars. Now you could be in a particular position where that planetarium is, and you can set it for that exact position, look up at the planetarium and look at the sky, the stars. You can then walk outside and see the exact same thing.
They'll match, yes.
Yeah, so none of that requires a globe. That's all a flat planar foundation with that dome above.
Salty Sergeant. So you may find this amusing, but at my classroom,
You couldn't wait to talk. You just totally overran and dismissed what that man said to you, huh?
Salty Sergeant, you may find this interesting, but at my classroom at school, there is literally a planetarium down the hallway, and I've walked into his classroom and I've seen exactly what you're talking about, where there's a computer screen. It's a flat screen computer. I mean, all computers are flat screen, but it just shows a circle with an azimuthal grid. But in the actual planetarium, they've got this big, high wattage projector, and it projects up onto a dome. What on the computer screen is literally a flat circle. So I just want to say I completely identify with what you're saying. But what you're not understanding is that in the inside internals of Stellarium is the heliocentric globe model with a celestial sphere. That's what it uses to predict.
I was the one who said that. It wasn't salty. That was
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're okay.
But if you try to I'm sorry, if you travel to my channel, you will see that I have a video that says the sky is a dome no matter the shape of the Earth. And I go into great detail about how, you're in a planetarium. It's a flat floor, a domed ceiling. I get all that. But that does not say what shape the Earth is. And so a lot of folks say, oh, well, you can't look at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth. That's if you don't understand the point that I'm trying to make about looking at the
Charles,
sky, but that's another
can I share something with you?
Sure.
So the position that I've taken is that within a container, water will always have a level surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just hold that as my base theory. It's like if water must have as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been proven that except within except to say that the Earth that we live on is a ball, it hasn't been proven to me that the surface level of water would conform to the shape of the object that it's on in a container. It will always find its level. So it's easy for me to make an assumption to say that water must be level in a bigger sense, that there's not some magical woo-woo happening outside of my perceivable range, and therefore it can make sense to me to try to find reason in how certain phenomena that seem to be explained well within the globe model Earth must not be like that. They must not be the way that they're described because they can't conform to a globe modeled explanation if the surface level of water is flat. So it must be some optical phenomena, and I think it's an interesting way to look at things because it kind of does, in a sense, it does what a lot of people that I've heard argue from the globe Earth model against flat earthers do. It's make the assumption that they're already true. And so then they would reason away anything else and look for better ways to explain and prove their own theories. And because you can do that with a mindset completely free of any other model, it makes it easier to accept how these phenomena are perceived in a funny way within the framework that you're working.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I totally understand what you mean when you say about the level surface of water. But there's one little thing that I wanted to point out, and that you said, it seemed to me that you said that in the globe model that water is conforming to the surface or the shape of the. Essentially, water is, the Earth is a globe, therefore water is conforming to that surface, and that's actually not what globers are purporting. The water is basically, it's like an equipotential for gravity, and the thing is,
just so you know, I have heard the argument. I do not know how to articulate it as well as you were planning on.
Let me finish my point, because it's a common mistake that, like, water sticks to a ball, and it's like, no, water doesn't stick to a ball, and water doesn't conform to a ball. It's that both the water and the Earth are both under the same force, and that is gravity. And so the planet Earth is really more like a water balloon than a